Chapter 161. Song Qiao never imagined that, so long afterward, she could truly return to her very beginning. Stars shifted, constellations turned, and all things were renewed. She had walked this path alone for a very, very long time, yet looking back, it had been less than a century. Humanity's stars shine brightly. Song Tianju welcomes you home. This time, your name will resound throughout your birthplace. When selecting the substitute for the deceased, Song Tianjiao recited 3 strings of numbers, each corresponding to a different person. First placement number 982753, unlucky guy. The first person selected could not be found. The target is deceased or does not exist. Second placement number 982758, little biscuit. The second person selected could not be found. The target is deceased or does not exist. Second placement number 999871, mischievous and terrifying 2-legged little niece. The third person selected could not be found. The target has accepted your invitation. Through the great waves of change, some have survived. Song Tianjiao couldn't quite describe her feelings, but at least for this moment, she thanked Pan. Being forcibly dragged into the death game made her very unhappy. This good news made her happy. This is Instructor 001. How can I help you? I am Song Tianjiao. Loyal 001 at your service. Have you eaten? Drinked? Hungry? Thirsty? Artificial idiot. Need a boosting service? Professional boosters across countless worlds. Tens of thousands of matchmaking experiences. Satisfaction guaranteed. What an artificial idiot. Who doesn't have matchmaking experience? Tens of thousands, maybe thousands. She didn't need a booster, she could play herself. Song Tianju only needed a substitute to fool the rules of the death game. Cheating and exploiting loopholes were her forte. The substitute provided by the other party was a carbon copy of her mischievous niece, who ate everything and was notorious for being the most troublesome child. Idiots. 2 idiots. 1 person, 1 system, both idiots. Don't think that just because they have such faces, she won't kick them. Great. Looks like the plan succeeded. She successfully obtained the access. She can even smuggle things out now. No, this isn't smuggling. It's legitimate. The rules of the game can be rewritten. Shuffle the deck, shuffle it all. A black mist swirled around Song Tianjiao, hesitant to approach. At the same time, the live stream resumed, and Nightmare's voice rang out. A false mask? A hypocritical facade? There are liars among you, liars who have deceived everyone. It's all fake, all fake. Welcome to this grand masquerade ball. Here, you can control their lives and deaths. She deceived everyone, deceived her teachers, deceived her companions. She was never sincere. She killed many people, took many vibrant lives. She betrayed her master and killed her own teacher. The cries of the dead still echo in our ears. Many have had their lives taken by this liar. So, would you choose to vote for her? The viewers in the live stream cursed. Super polite. Shut up, what the hell? What kind of liar is this? Nightmare, if you can't do it, get out of here. Jilhua, did the live stream just freeze? Is Nightmare going to die? Nickname, everything. Get out of here, it's not even as good as Pan. Fear? I'm not afraid at all, I'm angry. Moonwolf. So Song Qiaonan died, and Xiangxiang survived. So, who is Song Tianjiao now? Single fan. Song Tianju is definitely a genius. I said it. Song Tianju covered her ears. It was so noisy, incredibly noisy, louder than ever before. She heard many voices, and felt a great deal of anger. At the same time, she sensed an unprecedented power emerging. Pandora opened the box, calamity poured out, and what remained inside was glittering hope. AMU said, hope is the most important thing. Song Tianjiao retrieved long-treasured memories, and her feelings were extremely complex. Her memory wasn't very good, she had forgotten many things, and many details were unclear, because so much time had passed. But now, her memory was incredibly clear. This is a liar. The nightmare was still howling. Song Tianjiao crossed her legs, beckoned with her finger, and as the red roots offered her a glass of wine, she didn't forget to slap the black mist beside her. Is this deception? Is this considered deception? Song Tianjiao took a sip of wine and almost spat it out. Add some cola. It tastes awful. The red root immediately ran to find cola and ice, mixing them in a 1:1:1 ratio to make a drink. Song Tianjiao took a sip and nodded. That's more like it. The red root bloomed with small red flowers, swaying left and right, occupying most of the platform and crowding out the black mist. The black mist could only shrink beside the tuxedo-clad figure, looking pitiful. The viewers in the live stream were amused. Yu Zhusheng. Cool for less than 3 seconds. Absolutely less than 3 seconds. Song Tianju almost stuck his tongue out just now. Hu Yinjue, who loves chaos on braised meat. Dry red wine is indeed hard to drink, but I choose to mix it with Sprite. Want to be a salted fish? A user named Big Flower is fighting with the Black Mist for territory? Are those Black Mist creatures Nightmare? If so, will Nightmare kick the bucket once Big Flower occupies the entire platform? Grumpy Rabbit, another user named Something doesn't seem right. The Black Mist is very affectionate towards the tuxedo-clad woman. I even saw it peeling chocolate for her. Nightmare goes to die, another user named So. These Black Mist creatures. I get it. Seema your whole family, another user named Upstairs. Speak with your mic on. Don't be half-hearted. My neighbor likes to leave things unsaid, and later, he disappeared. In the live stream, the halo around Song Tianju swayed from side to side. The audience was tense at this sight. Who will be next? Whose past will they see? According to the rules, once the masks of the 3 people are removed, it will be the lucky one's turn to vote. Can a tie be avoided? This question lingered in the minds of all the lucky ones in the audience, and also in the minds of all the viewers in the live stream. The rules of Nightmare are simple, but the simpler the rules, the more often they conceal deadly dangers. The previous instance, a ball of fire, required the entire party to die to clear. Even though it was cleared, people still didn't know if the people of Liao Kingdom were included. The rules of this instance are designed to sow discord and test human nature. Rule 1. Do not remove your mask. Those without masks will be eliminated. Rule 2. Do not whisper or exchange information. Otherwise, your mask will disappear. These 2 rules eliminate the possibility of secret conversations among the lucky ones. Perhaps Nightmare has witnessed the cohesion of the lucky ones from Yen Kingdom, and is trying to separate them, turning them into isolated islands. Masks conceal faces. The number of people at the masquerade far exceeds the number of lucky ones. Who can tell who is among them? Without removing the mask, who can tell if I am human or ghost? Removing the mask means death. Suspicion begins here. So, who would be chosen to die in a secret ballot? Chapter 162. Rule 3. 3 people will be randomly selected at a time to reveal their past, and the judges will vote to decide their fate. 1 out of 3 will be killed. According to this rule, 1 of the 3 must die. The Nightmare has been manipulating the emotions of the lucky winners, influencing their judgment, letting them decide the fate of the 3 lucky winners on stage. More importantly, no one knows how many rounds this game will last. This is a trial, and the Nightmare is trying to sow discord among everyone. But it made a mistake. So what if it killed? So what if it deceived? If the knife is drawn against the aggressor, if the knife is drawn by the weak, all of humanity will applaud. If the deception stems from good intentions, even the harshest judge will lower their gaze. If the killing is for salvation, even the gods and Buddhas have no right to judge. Knight Buddha, I am not afraid, I only feel angry. Qing Si, the Nightmare cares whether Song Qiaoanan killed anyone, but I am different. I only care whether Song Qiaoanan needs to sharpen her knife. Eggplant loves me once. Someone, get a good knife for my house. Clear Moon approaches human intent. When morality is meaningless and the law loses its due restraint, then the knife in your hand is the way, is reason. Anyone who disagrees, send it on its way. Go complain to your ancestors if you dare. The viewers in the live stream watched the constantly swaying beam of light, feeling no fear, only anger. Rule 4. You have 1 vote to cast each round. Anonymous voting, the lucky one with the most votes is eliminated. Human life is cheap, yet one can still complain about the instability of the world. At this moment, Nightmare is using human lives as game chips, broadcasting it globally, a truly outrageous spectacle. Crazy Wintermelon. Why? Why should we be controlled by this? Why should we be manipulated by this? Nanfeng Dao Snow at Tianmu Group at Believe in Science at Stability Maintenance Group at Non-Human Team. What about your plans? What about any part of your plans? What about your schemes? I'm so cool. I, a believer, wish for a balanced diet of meat and vegetables for the rest of my life, to eat more green vegetables, lose 10 pounds, and exchange my nightmare for eternal damnation, never to be reincarnated. Klein A, Kylar, me too. I wish for a balanced diet of meat and vegetables for the rest of my life, a stable income, to lose 15 pounds, and exchange my nightmare for eternal damnation, never to be reincarnated. Tianjio's only fan. How come this involves both eating and taking? Me too. At Chi Tian, Great Sage, what's the latest on you? Rule 5. Abstention is allowed. Each person has only 1 opportunity to abstain in this game. A person who abstains twice is eliminated. Each person can only abstain once. and they don't know how many rounds this game will have. Suppose 3 people, A, B, and C, each receive 30 votes, and the remaining voters abstain. Will they receive the same number of votes, or the same number of votes? Will all 3 die, or will all 3 survive? Can they gamble? If the nightmare's rules are followed without exploiting loopholes, this problem is simply a math problem testing teamwork, an extremely simple addition and subtraction. It seems that with proper calculation, only one person can be sacrificed in each round. But why should this chosen one be sacrificed? Why should the lucky one in the audience become a weapon in the enemy's hand, a puppet of the enemy? Soon, the swaying beam of light stopped and landed on the lucky person in the pink dress. Instantly, all the lucky people looked at the lucky person in the pink dress. The live stream chat exploded. The judge of the underworld who loves soy sauce chicken, tell me quickly. Who is this strawberry cake? Is it Tion Tion? Is it Tion Tion? I am Chuha. Judging from the figure, the pink dress looks like Tion Tion, but from the words and actions, the tuxedo suit looks more like Tion Tion. Black history or vest? Assuming the tuxedo suit is Tion Tion, then who is the strawberry cake? Assuming the strawberry cake is Tion Tion, then who is the tuxedo suit? It's really hard to guess. Doge, early autumn days. Upstairs, stop dodging the question. Now it's confirmed that the tuxedo suit is Tion Tion. You can tell from the attitude of those black mists. So the question is, what is the relationship between those black mists and Tion Tion, Xishi Yun? So, according to the game rules, one of Song Tianjiao, Tion Tion, and the strawberry cake will die. I refuse. I refuse. Why can't it be Nightmare who dies? Lian Yueshuezi Yasheng. I second that. 1 vote for you, 1 vote for me, let's send Nightmare to his death. Nightmare's voice rang out. A liar who burns, kills, and plunders, theft, robbery, and murder are his motto. He deceived everyone, making you believe he was a pure and innocent guardian. He, an outcast of the old era, a thief of the new. The lucky ones gazed at the strawberry cakes beneath the pillar of light. They already knew who this person was. The screen displayed an image, the light of a candle. A child, his face covered in dust, held the candle. On the bed lay a withered old man, staring at the candlelight, his voice weak. They stopped distributing food, we're doomed. Unless we willingly become the lucky ones in the heavenly eye game, in exchange for a bag of rice. The child bit his lip, and shook his head violently. You die if you go. Meanwhile, the live stream switched to a fixed perspective, and the viewers could no longer see the lucky winner's condition. The woman in the purple dress slapped another woman on the head, and abruptly said, "We have no right to judge anyone. Let's all die together." Upon hearing this, none of the lucky winners below reacted. They knew what the woman in the purple dress meant, and they knew her identity even better. This decision was not surprising to them. Each of them had an abstention vote. They had no right to judge anyone, the only thing they could do was abstain. The silence at this moment was not indifference, but a gamble with their lives. They chose to come here to die, not to live. They refused to participate in this absurd vote. Everything was understood without words. Meanwhile, a meeting was being held at an unknown base in City A. So we need to find a way to squeeze people. To squeeze gods in? A bald man who looked to be in his teens spoke while slurping tomato and egg noodles. After speaking, the young monk looked at the senior monk beside him. Master Fahai, I have a small question. Are eggs considered meat or vegetarian? Zhao Jiancheng sighed. He had expected these people to be disorganized and undisciplined, but he hadn't anticipated their laxity. He really wanted to give them a military drill. Fahai, who was chanting scriptures softly with his eyes lowered, turned to the young monk upon hearing this and snorted coldly. The young monk continued, I saw someone online say that some Buddhists eat meat. Is that true? Master Fahai, what's your opinion? Fahai glared at him, refusing to answer. Is this the wrathful Vajra from the legend of the white snake? The young monk pulled out his phone, showed a screenshot, and said, They say I'm the reincarnation of Jean Chanzi, some say you're the reincarnation of a toad, and some say you're the reincarnation of a giant black snake. We weren't human in our past lives. Chapter 163. Fahai's lips twitched. That's called Maharaga, not the great black serpent. It's the great serpent god of Buddhism. The little monk nodded, quickly finished the remaining noodles in his bowl, and looked at Zhao Jiancheng, holding the bowl. Sir, could I have another bowl? It's delicious. Zhao Jiancheng said, Eat a whole pot. Zhao Hui, bring a pot over. Plain noodles. At the same time, a little girl dressed in gold and jade was squatting on the conference table, diligently putting meatballs into the hot pot. This little girl was none other than Jingwei, urgently sent from Area 51. After transforming, Jingwei looked like an 8 or 9-year-old girl with naturally expensive-looking skin. Her clothes and jewelry were similar in color to her bird form. Even Chi Tian wanted to poke a few brightly colored hairs on Jingwei's head. "Why do you have natural skin?" Jingwei didn't answer, only diligently filling the hot pot. Once all the meatballs were in the pot, bubbling away, the little girl looked around, trying to find something to stuff into the pot. Chi Tian immediately picked up his durian and hid it under the table. The white snake, who was applying conditioner to the tip of her tail, shuddered at Jingwei's gaze and slid under the table. She didn't forget to flick Fahai with the tip of her tail. Jingwei looked around and turned her gaze to Tian Ke, who was dressed in a suit and surrounded by black aura. "You look delicious." Zhao Jiangcheng sighed. This meeting seemed to be going nowhere, so disorganized and undisciplined. Tian Ke was easy to talk to, directly giving Jingwei an octopus tentacle. Jingwei's eyes lit up, and she grabbed it and stuffed it into the hot pot. Zhao Jiangcheng tried to stop her, but it was too late. He carefully observed Jingwei and found that she showed no abnormalities after touching the octopus tentacles. Was this the resistance of an ancient deity? Zhao Jiangcheng even suspected that Jingwei could directly touch Tian Ke. The hot pot was ready. The two monks present didn't eat meat. Zhao Jiangcheng, being mortal, couldn't eat the tentacles of an evil god, and Chi Tian preferred durian, even trying to put a durian shell on the little monk's head. Bai Nongyang hid under the table, trembling, terrified that Jingwei would drag her over and make her a dish. In front of Jingwei, she was practically a spicy snack. Bai Nongyang grew angrier and angrier, and lashed out at Fahai again with her tail. This time, she didn't control her strength and struck the little monk Qin Jianglu directly. Qin Jianglu was eating tomato and egg noodles from the pot when he was hit on the calf by the tail. He quickly pulled his leg back, squatted down on the chair, and continued to wolf down his food. It wasn't that he was greedy, it's just that he had gastroenteritis a few days ago and barely ate anything in the hospital. While the 4 drip kept him from starving, he was starving. Right now, Qin Jianglu wished he could transform into a glutton. He was hungry. Physically, he wasn't hungry, but mentally he was starving. Fahai, seeing Qin Jianglu practically burying his head in a pot, sighed heavily. "Why don't you renounce your vows?" Having a colleague like this was a bit embarrassing. Qin Jianglu, huh? Zhao Jiangcheng facepalmed. Leading this group was difficult. Could this meeting even continue? Just then, Li Qingyu entered carrying a large pile of snacks and placed them directly on the table. Seeing empty seats next to Chi Tian and Jingwei, he sat down in the middle. "Hello everyone, my name is Li Qingyu, from Qiantang River Fish Mouth. It's nice to meet you all. These are gifts, please don't be shy," Li Qingyu said, taking out the food and arranging it in front of everyone. "Great sage, hello. I'm your idol. No, you're my idol. Try these chestnuts, they're the sweetest. The best I ever had. I waited specifically for them to be freshly roasted." Chi Tian held a bag of hot roasted chestnuts in his hand, meeting Li Qingyu's shining eyes, and couldn't help but touch his nose. This was the first time he encountered such an enthusiastic fan. A fangirl? This demon seems to have no gender? "Jingwei, hello. Try their salt and pepper chicken popcorn, it's super delicious. And grass jelly. Ah, the box is opaque, you can't see it, just slurp it up. It's honey flavored, stir it, just slurp it up, don't look down, the straw is transparent. Don't look down, eat more, it's easy to get a sore throat this season." Jingwei slurped up a mouthful, her eyes lighting up. No one had dared give her water during this time. After all, she would bury herself in water at the sight of it. Everyone had forgotten that even a bird needs to replenish its fluids. Jingwei exclaimed, "Delicious?" Li Qingyu said with exceptional pride, "Right? This is a century-old shop. I specially had it delivered expedited. This must be Qin Jianglu, Qin Xuanzong, right? Have a candied hawthorn, seedless, with walnuts inside. It aids digestion and is good for the brain. I heard you were hospitalized recently. Good heavens, keep some digestive tablets in your pocket. Pop a couple in your mouth every now and then." Qin Jianglu had just finished eating the noodles in the pot when he saw Li Qingyu pull out a string of candied hawthorns. His gaze immediately darted around. Could he really eat something from a demon? But she seems like a good demon. "Thank you, benefactor." Qin Jianglu stuffed the digestive pills into his pocket, took a bite of the candied hawthorn, and couldn't stop. Very delicious. Fahai snorted coldly, wanting to put on airs, when he saw Li Qingyu turn her head to look at the strange man in a suit diagonally opposite her. "Mr. Tian Ke, I heard so much about you. I brought you some takoyaki. Fahai, eh? Was he being bullied? Tian K, thank you. Chief, try this place's fried noodles? They're super delicious. You need to be full to have the energy to work. And stinky tofu? Would you like the white one or the black one? Xiao Jiancheng, eh. This brat is late, trying to make up for it. Don't think that this will save you from losing your perfect attendance bonus. Li Qingyu turned around, ignoring Fahai, and crawled under the table, pulling out a box of stir-fried bullfrog. Lady White Snake, your secret recipe Sichuan peppercorn stir-fried bullfrog. Lady White Snake held the lunchbox, extremely grateful. No need to thank me, come out. What kind of behavior is it to sleep under the table? Li Qingyu simply pulled the White Snake out and shoved her into an empty seat. The White Snake hugged the stir-fried bullfrog, not daring to look at Jingwei even once, afraid that the other would stuff her into the hot pot. No matter how much cultivation she had accumulated over 1,000 years, it was no match for the ancient deity Jingwei waving her wings. Li Qingyu scooped out the hot pot meatballs and octopus tentacles that Jingwei had cooked, put the lid on the pot, and turned off the power. She took out a fruit knife and a small cutting board from somewhere and began to cut the octopus tentacles. 1 bowl of cooked hot pot meatballs and octopus tentacles for Jingwei, 1 for Lady White Snake, 1 for herself, and 1 for Tian K. Li Qingyu asked Qi Tian, great sage, would you like some? Qi Tian, who was peeling chestnuts, waved his hand. No, your chestnuts are quite delicious. Ignoring Zhao Jiancheng, the human, and the 2 monks, Li Qingyu directly addressed Tian K. I heard that Mr. Tian K's main business is seafood. He's even invested in aquaculture in the Great Western regions. Seeing is believing. Mr. Tian K is truly remarkable. This octopus must be a specialty brought by Mr. Tian K, right? It's extremely delicious. May I order some? Chapter 164. Tian K, this is not for sale. Oh, I see. That's a real pity. Li Qingyu smiled, revealing 18 teeth, his gaze sincere. It's a pleasure to work with Mr. Tian Quebec. Tian K had never seen such a familiar demon. This guy's got guts. He's not afraid of him at all? Xiao Jiancheng facepalmed. Did this little brat come without even checking the information? Xiao Jiancheng's feelings were complicated. From the fact that Li Qingyu wouldn't serve him a bowl of hot pot meatballs with octopus tentacles, he could tell that Li Qingyu knew the contents of those octopus tentacles in the pot. He actually dared to eat that? Is that something a human could eat? No, Li Qingyu isn't human. After finishing a bowl of hot pot meatballs and octopus tentacles, Li Qingyu glanced at everyone, pushed the bowl away, and said, Are you all full? Chen Jianlu politely replied, Thank you, benefactor. This humble monk is full. Jingwei, with an octopus tentacle in her mouth, nodded and shook her head. Seeing the juice at the corner of her mouth, Tian K pulled out a handkerchief and almost reached out to wipe it. Li Qingyu, seeing this, immediately shoved a handkerchief over Jingwei's face and began wiping her face with unusual gusto. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Li Qingyu, and I'm the logistics and secretary assigned to the non-human team. Qi Tian, the non-human captain, is my direct superior. Gentlemen, I am but a lowly demon, with all 3 of my skills complete. I finally got this opportunity for promotion, and the bonus is tied to performance. I hope you all will mentor me. Li Qingyu stood up and bowed to everyone. This lowly demon is here, and I am deeply grateful. Qi Tian put down the paper bag of chestnuts and waved his hand, saying, No problem, no problem. You're a pretty good demon. Thank you for the compliment, Captain. Li Qingyu straightened up, pulled out a USB drive, and turned on the projector and computer. Now that everyone has eaten and drunk their fill, let's get down to business. We can skip the introductions, right? Our goal is simple, to sneak into Tianmu before this round of voting in the nightmare game. Li Qingyu's previous playful demeanor vanished as he opened the PowerPoint presentation and scanned the crowd. Time is of the essence. Time is life. As the Yin Kingdom's Inhuman team, the entire planet Blue Star is watching us. Under this global scrutiny, every small step we take is a giant leap in our fight against Tianmu. Based on the progress of the first lucky winner's mask being unveiled, the organization predicts that the first round of voting will take about 5 days. Currently, it's tentatively planned that Mr. Tian K will lead the team into Tianmu. Let me introduce you. Mr. Tian K is the adopted father of the lucky winner, Tian Tian. He is very worried about his child. And the third person to have their mask unveiled is Tian Tian. Li Qingyu glanced at Tian K, turned to the next page, and said seriously, Mr. Tian K's suggestion is to invade the moment Tian Tian's mask is unveiled. This is an old father's love for his child, and also a challenge for our work. The Tianmu team's detailed plan is. Chi Tian hadn't thought much of it until he saw the animated image on the PowerPoint presentation. New clothes, so many new clothes. All the monkeys love new clothes. Li Qingyu said, the gods feed on faith. I hope you will all try your best to activate faith within these 2.5 days. Cultural and tourism departments in various regions will cooperate with all your actions, whether it's a journey to the West theme, a white snake theme, or an ancient mythology theme. Please remember, popularity is everything. Your popularity is your work result. It's your performance record. I name this operation the God-making movement. Please, everyone, start the broadcast. The meeting ended, and the little monk was completely bewildered, utterly confused. He, Qinjiang was just a sutra-chanting little monk. Besides eating and chanting, he knew nothing else. Chi Tian grabbed the little monk by the back of his collar and dragged him into the live-streaming room set up next door. Chi Tian was no longer the easily fooled monkey. He was now the captain of the non-human project, and had to work to support his disciples and their descendants. Has the live stream started? Great Sage, it has started. Hello everyone, I am Chi Tian. This is Chen Xuanzong, the young version. Press 1, and I give him a bump on the head. Qin Jianglu clutched his head, looking at Chi Tian in shock. Please don't call me by Ma Wen. You can call me the Great Sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, Sun Xingzhe, Zhixing Sun, or even the water god Wuziki. Just don't call me by Ma Wen. I'm angry. I'm really angry. Li Qingyu. Ben that account that calls me by Ma Wen. Chi Tian had mastered live streaming skills, focusing on being irritable. Next door, Jingwei was filling her fish tank with pebbles. Host, a viewer asked if pebbles are for sale? No. Host, a viewer asked if fish tanks are for sale? No. Host, don't disturb my filling the sea. Next door, Bai Nyang was performing a spinning dress-changing act. Next door, Fa Hai, with a bitter and resentful expression, was connecting with Bai Nyang via live stream at the request of viewers. Tian K couldn't do a live stream. Tian K was in the conference room, waiting with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, a group of online trolls were working frantically. Big order. Hurry, hurry, a big order for the God-making movement. For a moment, netizens in Yin Kingdom didn't know whether to watch the Monkey King hit Qin Jianglu on the head with his wooden fish hammer, watch Jingwei fill the sea on live stream, or watch the blackface Fa Hai connect with the white snake lady. Tianmu's live stream viewership plummeted by 30%. That's right, I'm the captain is me. The 3 traitors of heaven? Who? Oh, those 2. Neza hasn't arrived yet, and Yang Jian hasn't shown up either. You guys should burn more incense. What's the use of asking me? Shout a few more times, but don't shout here. What's the live stream for? To accumulate some popularity, accumulate enough to beat Nightmare. Sing the theme song? And a duet? The Monkey King poked Qin Jianglu with a hawthorn slice version of his golden cudgel. Lil Monk, it's your turn. Qin Jianglu put on his headphones, listened to the melody, and tried to sing. Qin Jianglu just captured a few demons and subdued a few more monsters. How come there are so many evil spirits? Chi Tian brandished his hawthorn slice version of the golden cudgel. Monsters, take this from old Sun. He used too much force, the packaging broke, and hawthorn slices spilled all over Qin Jianglu. Qin Jianglu lowered his head and ate voraciously. Delicious. Viewers, So this is a mukbang? Meanwhile, in the Tianmu live stream, a child was walking among dilapidated buildings. A full moon hung in the sky, along with the Tianmu, heavenly eye. The Tianmu's eye had no pupil. The child held a shovel and carried a plastic bag, trying to dig for wild vegetables. If I become a lucky one, I can exchange them for food. If I go, will I have food to eat? The child stood on a barren piece of land, looking up at the Tianmu. He was 8 years old this year, and he had known one thing since he was a child. Entering the Tianmu game meant death. But entering the Heavenly Eye game allows you to exchange for food. I want to enter the Heavenly Eye game someday. Chapter 165. I want to enter Tianmu someday. The child's words evoked complex emotions in the live stream viewers. In a short time, the viewers had roughly grasped the basic context of this memory. The child was standing in a concrete jungle. It was clear that due to lack of maintenance, these man-made structures had been naturally consumed, leaving only remnants. Tianmu hung high overhead. The child was trying to walk among the concrete jungle and tall plants, searching for edible plants. Wasteland. But based on the information the viewers could observe, it wasn't a wasteland after nuclear radiation. Humans might live underground simply to avoid being seen by Tianmu. A beautifully designed drone flew overhead, spraying a drug that would kill the plants while playing an advertisement. Major good news. Major good news. Tianmu Group has launched a new product. Prolong life and increase energy. The child knew that plants sprayed with those drugs would die. Prolonged pesticide spraying has led to some plants developing resistance, rendering them inedible. They are highly poisonous. Grandpa said that they used to be able to sprout beans by soaking them in water. They could also collect seeds and grow vegetables in small pots. However, with the pesticide spraying and the occasional food distribution, the plants have lost their vitality and can hardly be self-sufficient. Proudly produced by Tianmu Group, Zhengfu Zhengshou Oral Liquid. Not $99.99, not $999, only $299. Want to regain your youth? Want more energy? Want to live longer? Zhengfu Zhengshou Oral Liquid. Only 299 Tianmu coins to redeem one bottle. One bottle a day, live to 300. One Tianmu coin is roughly equivalent to one lucky person, because very few can survive the game, most die in the first round. Being lucky in the Tianmu game is practically equivalent to death. 299 Tianmu coins are roughly equivalent to 299 lives. That's just the value of one bottle of medicine, and that bottle only lasts one day. The child grew angrier and angrier, picking up a stone from the ground and throwing it at the drone. The next moment, a bullet fired from the drone's weapon flew towards him. The child rolled on the ground, the bullet grazing his knee. The child clutched his leg, knowing he was doomed. He had seen people killed by these weapons for attacking drones. However, the drone didn't attack again. As if its signal was disrupted, it hovered in midair, then was struck down by a larger stone. A middle-aged woman emerged from the rubble, picked up the drone, and disassembled it as quickly as possible. Second-hand goods? Even Tianmu Group isn't doing well these days? When I was your age, Tianmu Group used first-hand goods for brainwashing people. Back then, shooting down a machine and selling the parts would bring in enough food to last for years. The child didn't reply, silently watching the woman. He heard of this business. Those drones overhead were supposed to be recycled. But very few people had the courage or ability to attack those drones, unless they were suicidal. The woman, busy at work, said to the child, "There are still 5 bullets inside. The launcher is of good quality, and the energy is half gone. I give you 2 pounds of food as a thank you for drawing fire." After speaking, she looked at the child's knee. "The bullet almost ruined your leg. Your physical condition isn't good enough. Don't do this kind of work again." The child still didn't speak. The woman frowned. "Are you mute? Here's 1.5 pounds of grain, and a box of medicine for external injuries?" The child immediately shouted, "No! I don't want medicine. I want grain." Although she had unintentionally helped the other woman, the child really needed the grain. The woman clicked her tongue, took out 2 small bags, and handed them to the child, then pulled out a small box of ointment. 2 pounds of grain, a box of medicine. Don't do this kind of work again. You might earn the money, but you might not live to eat it. Really, people still have children these days? The effort and reward are completely disproportionate. How old are you? 5? 6? A little bean sprout, big head, small body, like a bean sprout. The child didn't speak. The woman, however, opened up, perhaps out of gossip, perhaps out of pity. She pulled out a piece of candy, enticing. "Tell me about it. These days, there are still people raising children? They're truly selfless. What was your mother thinking? Were you abandoned because of a genetic defect?" "No, children with genetic defects are simply destroyed." The woman was quite talkative. After saying this, she stared curiously at the child. After all, young children were rare these days. Those who wandered outside were either driven away or escaped. The child remained silent. The woman scoffed, "Not going to talk? I can guess even without you saying anything. You must be an unwanted child." The child, clutching the candy, glared at the woman, opened his mouth, and just as the woman thought he was about to speak, turned and ran away. "The medicine's fallen." The woman picked up the medicine box from the ground, watched the child running away frantically, and shook her head with a sigh. Another abandoned child. Following the trail of blood, the woman followed the child to his hiding place. It was an abandoned air raid shelter. When the woman found the place, the child was trying to cook porridge. "Hey kid, I gave you soy milk powder with sugar added. Just boil the water and stir." Clang. The spoon fell from the child's hand, and he looked at the woman with suspicion. Why are you following me? What's your purpose? You're a bad person." "Me? A bad person? The woman pointed to her own nose, rolled her eyes, and took out some ointment, throwing it at him. Have you ever seen a bad person like me, so eager to deliver supplies? The child didn't catch it. The aluminum box of ointment rolled several times on the ground, eventually reaching a door nearby, where it crashed open the slightly ajar door. It was called a door, but it was actually just an ultra-thin sheet of metal from who knows where, making a screeching sound when it opened. The door opened, revealing a small bed. Lying on it was an old man with a withered face, clearly not long for the day. A damp, decaying stench hung in the air. The blankets on the bed hadn't been aired in ages. If it weren't for the frequent drone spraying of pesticides outside, mushrooms would probably be growing on them. The old man said, "I'm sorry, this child hasn't seen many people since he was little. If he offended you, I apologize. Did he steal your grain? Shan, give the grain back." The child, clutching the 2 newly received bags of grain, stubbornly refused to speak, gritting his teeth. The woman looked around, finally fixing her gaze on the medals hanging on the wall. The palm-sized medals featured the shape of eyes without pupils. The woman said, "Tianmu has no eyes, Xie has no eyes." Chapter 166. A gun was pressed against the back of the woman's head. "Commander Xie is still so direct, isn't he? Commander Xie disappeared for 10 years. Everyone thought you were dead. The former leader of the anti-Heavenly Eye faction, now hiding in a place like this, like a rat in the gutter? I heard Commander Xie has already signed up to join the next Heavenly Eye game." The woman turned around, gripping the gun barrel against her heart. "Xie Wumu, are you surrendering?" The child poured soy milk powder into the pot, still staring at the 2 people facing off, his eyes full of curiosity. He was still a child. Even if he was taciturn, he still possessed the innocent curiosity of a child. From the woman's conversation with the old man Xie Wumu, the viewers in the live stream learned that the old man had once been one of the organizers of the anti-Heavenly Eye movement, and the woman was now a member of the anti-Heavenly Eye organization. The woman came this time because their people saw one of Xie Wumu's commonly used aliases on the list of lucky winners, and came specifically to investigate. "I'm old, and I learned that resistance is futile. 200 years have passed, and generations have tried countless times, but none has succeeded. Perhaps from the very beginning, our resistance was wrong." Xie Wumu's gaze fell on the child. "Regardless, this child is innocent. This child has never had a full meal since childhood. Becoming a lucky winner in the Heavenly Eye game allows me to earn him a full meal, which is a good thing. You come to kill me? No need for that. You've seen it yourself. In my physical condition, I won't live more than a few days. I'd rather exchange it for some food." The child picked up a spoon, wiped it on his clothes, scooped some soup from the pot, blew on it, and brought it to his lips. His eyes immediately lit up. "Grandpa, it's sweet." The woman rolled her eyes, and tossed a piece of candy over. "This one's sweeter. Go play somewhere else, kid." The child held the candy, and looked at Xie Wumu. Xie Wumu sighed, pointed to the ointment on the ground, and said, "Pick it up and apply the medicine yourself." The child carried the small pot to the stool beside the old man's bed, placed a spoon and a bowl on it. He immediately grabbed the medicine and candy and ran off. The woman watched his departing figure and shook her head. "Where there's life, there's hope. His name is Shan, Green Mountain? Nice name, but unfortunately, he's not very bright. He just smashed the drone with a rock." Xie Wumu, Being told to his face that his child wasn't bright was a really unpleasant feeling. "Commander Xie, let me introduce myself. I'm Zhan Yu. I'm currently the 3rd in command of the anti-Tianmu organization. We have a plan. Get out." Zhan Yu was told to leave. She slammed the bowl on the small stool onto the old man's head, slapping his face and saying, "You lost your courage? You don't even have the most basic courage to resist?" Xie Wumu stared at Zhan Yu, letting the soup run down his head. He repeated, "Resistance is useless. Resistance is the most useless thing. You understand when you reach my age." Zhan Yu left. Xie Wumu called the child over, watching the child wolf down the soup, his eyes filled with complex emotions. "Grandpa, why did she call you commander?" "Grandpa used her family's copper bell before, and forgot to return it." The child said seriously, "Grandpa, I'm not stupid." Xie Wumu smiled bitterly, rubbed the child's head, looked at the child's malnourished, yellow hair, and sighed deeply. "Eat up, eat your fill, and then go to sleep." "Grandpa, you eat too." "Grandpa isn't hungry, Grandpa's already eaten." The elderly man looked at the medals on the wall, his expression growing increasingly complex. The viewers in the live stream also had mixed feelings. Moth fluttering at the lamp. 200 years? Is this the future of Blue Star? A future shrouded in darkness? Pa Tongyan. This is Xie Qi Shan? The strawberry cake is actually Xie Qi Shan? My god, I thought it was Tian Tian, moon accompanying little stars. I always thought the name Xie Qi Shan had a historical feel to it. Green hills everywhere buried loyal bones. Why need a horse's hide to wrap the corpse for return? I thought he couldn't be found because he came from the past, but I never imagined he came from the future. Cherry Calf. Song Tianji came from the past. Xie Qi Shan came from the future. Thunder Grandma came all the way from the past. Are there others who are different? Zhao Yuan seems very suspicious. Where did he come from? Gugudu Guxuan. This can't be our future. It definitely can't be. I won't allow it. At Believe in Science, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Even if it means using this skeleton of mine, this kind of future definitely isn't our future. But it's also one of the predetermined futures. Xie Qi Shan is the proof. He comes from a dark and hopeless future. He comes from a future in a parallel universe. Jiyu, this damn sense of destiny. Nightmare, I'm going to fight you. Did you think this would scare us? In the live stream, a pink dress, a strawberry cake. No, Xie Qi Shan is eating a small cake. He's eating it very quickly, as if he's trying to make up for something. Song Tianju has a lollipop dangling from somewhere in his mouth, resting with his eyes closed. The man in the tuxedo clenched his fists, glaring angrily at the screen. Dad said anyone who doesn't let children eat is a bad guy. Dad said anyone who puts poison in food is a bad guy. Bad guys should die. The scene shifts between day and night. Zhang Yu came again, but still couldn't persuade Xia Wumu. Xia Wumu would be the next lucky one, without a doubt. Qi Shan has never had a full meal since he was little. Giving him a full meal is my wish. Xia Wumu rubbed the child's head, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Zhang Yu opened the bag, showing the food inside. Food, all food. As long as you don't go, this kid can have it all. He'd be stuffed to death. Why do you insist on going? Just to destroy all our hope? To let the Tianmu group arrogantly declare. Look, your former leader of resistance has bowed to us, just for a little food. Your leader has bowed down to us. Your resistance is useless. You are destroying everyone's hope. We just don't want to live in constant fear of uncertainty. Zhang Yu said, without hope, we have nothing. Xia Wumu silently watched Zhang Yu hopping mad, saying nothing. Zhang Yu left, leaving behind the bag of food. The child curiously examined the food, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. Grandpa, do you think she might have poisoned it? Xia Wumu, who had been calm and collected, choked on his saliva and coughed a few times, saying awkwardly, eat yours. Stop talking nonsense. The child wolfed down his food, saying between bites, I never eaten any of this before, Grandpa, you should eat too. Xia Wumu wiped the drool from his mouth and refused. Eat, it's all yours, all yours. Grandpa isn't hungry, Grandpa won't eat. Chapter 167. The child continued to wolf down his food. Under the setting sun, the old man huddled, watching the sun sink into the western mountains. The viewers in the live stream felt a pang of sadness watching the scene. Sunflower-like boy. It's not that Grandpa isn't hungry, it's not that Grandpa doesn't want to eat. It's that Grandpa feels he's about to die. There's no need for him to eat anymore. The world of novels is real. I even suspect Grandpa has his own plans. What is he plotting? What is he plotting with his life? Ching Mashir. Brother Rooster looks so handsome with his thick eyebrows and big eyes. I never imagined he had such a miserable childhood. Suddenly I understand why his mental state is so stable. Brother Rooster, you're destined for greatness, Chaozhen. By the way, when did Xie Qi Shan break his leg? His leg really doesn't like him. He often runs away from home. Exactly the same Nilu. Upstairs, what kind of hellish joke is this? Brother Rooster's chicken leg will of course be safe and sound. Wait, no! Good heavens. Good heavens. Brother Rooster's leg will be gone. This is a memory. Brother Rooster's chicken leg. This statement amused the viewers in the live stream, yet they also felt it was inappropriate to laugh. It was truly a hellish joke. Xie Qingshan's legs were either running away from home or on their way to running away from home. Thinking about it, it was actually quite pitiful. In the live stream, the next day arrived quickly. Xia Wumu was about to enter Tianmu, and 255 lucky individuals stood on a platform waiting for the countdown to end. They were in a building resembling the Roman Colosseum, with many dignitaries seated in the audience. Below were ordinary people who had come to see him off. 200 years had passed since Tianmu's descent, and people had grasped Tianmu's selection logic and reached an agreement with Tianmu. From initial random selection, it has become a periodic sacrifice. Equality among all beings is gone. class distinctions are now firmly established. Aside from the initial period of resistance and chaos, the next 120 years have been remarkably peaceful. Blue Star continuously supplies Tianmu with fear. The initial resistance has moved from the forefront to behind the scenes. Humanity has struggled for 80 years, sacrificing too much. Is it now beyond its capacity to resist? The flames have been extinguished too many times. The audience coldly watches the sacrifices on stage, awaiting the game to begin. They have placed their bets, betting on how long these lucky ones will live. To them, it's just a game. On stage, wine is clinked and people toast. Below, the farewell crowd gathers. They grieve, while simultaneously anticipating the distribution of food after the lucky ones enter Tianmu. Up and down, high and low, heaven and hell, like two different worlds. Xiao Wumu stood on the edge of the platform, smiling as he looked at Xie Qishan, who carried a backpack, in the crowd. Then he glanced around at the audience, his eyes filled with arrogance. Just a second before the countdown ended, Xiao Wumu pulled out a match. May all beings be equal. A small flame ignited, and then a huge flame erupted from Xiao Wumu's body. Xiao Wumu didn't struggle, didn't fall, just stood there, like a torch. In the crowd, Zhang Yu stared in shock. She hadn't expected Xiao Wumu to choose this way to end his life. Less than 255 lucky winners were being randomly selected. As this voice rang out, the arena was briefly thrown into chaos, then fell silent 3 seconds later. The spectator who had placed a bet was chosen. The crowd below watched silently, as the chosen person began to wail and cry. The lucky winners have been collected. Welcome to the death game. The 255 chosen winners have entered Tianmu, leaving only a torch burning on the stage. Xiao Wumu stands, because his shoes are specially made. He didn't enter Tianmu, because he took a drug before going on stage. He's already dead. He will die, but not in the Tianmu game itself, but before entering it. He chooses a spectacular death. Hard melody, all beings are equal. Xiao Wumu took his final bow in his own way. Handsome omelette rice. Facing Zhang Yu's questioning, he never revealed what he was going to do. Before this, none of us knew what he was going to do. But he succeeded. Returning moon and stars. I thought he just wanted to give Xie Qingshan a full meal, but it turned out to be a glimmer of hope. All beings are equal. At this moment, Xie Qingshan, sitting in his chair, is still eating. He picks up the bottle, and pours it directly into his mouth. No one knew what he was thinking. All people saw was the torch still burning, robots distributing food, and the child named Qingshan going against the tide. Similarly, no one knew what the child in the scene was thinking. Zhang Yu found the child outside a dilapidated apartment building. The child was squatting between the crumbling buildings, munching on a dry food stick. Zhang Yu reached out and said, "Child, come here." The child walked over and said, "Grandpa said hope is very important. This is Hope Community. This used to be Area 51. Grandpa said there is hope here." Zhang Yu was stunned. Then the child pulled out a key. 10 years ago, Grandpa locked a door. "Do you want to come with me?" Zhang Yu followed the child to the basement of the Hope Community and found a computer running inside. The screen showed a rabbit planting carrots. Grandpa said there's no hope for the future, maybe there was in the past. The child pointed at the computer screen, eyes shining. "That's not enough, far from enough. We need other forces." Grandpa said this rabbit is named Zhao Hui. He will help us. The rabbit on the screen jumped and spun, then emerged from the screen. It was projection technology. "I am Zhao Hui, Zhao Hui is me. Want to go back to the past and make up for your regrets? Hand over your chips. Bet your life, stake everything, for a sliver of hope." Zhang Yu's eyes widened, and the viewers in the live stream were also shocked. Pure fragrant rapeseed oil. Hope Community. Xie Qingshan didn't lie. He said he was a security guard in Hope Community. He didn't lie, this is Hope Community. But he never said there really is hope here. The novel world is real. Does anyone know this Zhao Hui? How come he's a rabbit? Is he some kind of AI? A digital life form? I am a hoe. I haven't recovered from the torch of the curtain call, and I already smelled another knife. Xie Qingshan's legs? Xie Qingshan's legs. Someone give me spoilers. Suddenly, how did he lose his leg? Gui Wen Xing. So Xie Qingshan came back to find us. He came back to find us? Idanchi Sanwan. He said he's a retired soldier, now working in the monitoring room of the Hope Community Security Department. Special skill. 3 bowls of rice with toppings in 1 meal. He really is in Hope Community. Meanwhile, in the Tianmu team meeting room, Zhao Jiancheng looked at Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui was diligently gnawing on a duck neck. Noticing Zhao Jiancheng's gaze, He shrank back, weakly saying, "Didn't I tell you? I tried so many times, so many times." He was just one Xie Qishan. There were many more Xie Qingshans already dead. Chapter 168. Zhao Jiancheng closed his eyes, trying to organize his thoughts. His feelings were extremely complex. He had already learned of countless attempts and struggles from Zhao Hui, but when he looked at those written materials, he hadn't felt much. After all, Zhao Hui's writing was mostly emotionless, chronological records, only detailing causes and effects, analyzing errors and omissions. Zhao Hui didn't write about the process. From the writing, there wasn't a trace of genuine emotion. In Zhao Hui's words, this was merely a vein on a leaf of a large tree. There were many more similar leaves, similar veins, and many more trees. When you need to sweep the fallen leaves from a street, would you care about a single vein on one leaf? No two leaves in this world are the same, and naturally, no two people or events are exactly alike. Zhao Hui observed everything with the attitude of observing ants. There were many Xie Wumu, many Xie Qishan. They were all independent individuals, with different ways of dying. But these details would never appear in Zhao Hui's records. Everything, from its birth, begins its journey towards extinction. Therefore, death was inevitable for Zhao Hui. It would be strange if a person didn't die. Zhao Jiancheng opened his eyes, looked at the live stream, crushed the pen in his hand, and said, "I won't allow Blue Star to look like this 200 years from now, I won't allow it." Zhao Hui leaned over and patted Zhao Jiancheng's face with his greasy hand. "Old Zhao, you said this many times. Want to know how you die? There are many ways." Zhao Jiancheng pressed Zhao Hui's head down, slamming him onto the table. "What do you think will happen this time?" "I can't see it. I can't see it this time." Zhao Hui tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the dark face of Zhao Jiancheng. "It's different. This time it's different. This time I can't see the future. This time it's a seed, not a leaf, not even a tree. The future of a leaf, a single vein, is predictable. They will ultimately struggle in their confinement. But a seed is different. A seed has countless possibilities." On the live stream, the child gradually grows up. The rebels have found a new way to rebel. Xie Wumu has provided them with inspiration. Countless rebels sign up to be the lucky ones, just to commit suicide at the last moment. All men are born equal, equal before time, and equal before death. If there is inequality, then let's create equality manually. Faced with the situation where the lucky ones die before entering the heavenly eye, and are then randomly selected, it is always the beneficiaries who are terrified. Panic spreads among the beneficiaries. Xie Qishan turned 15, and was finally eligible to register as one of the lucky ones. The person in charge of registration, after recording his identity information, immediately said, "Xie Qishan, there's a problem with your identity, you can't be one of the lucky ones." "Why?" "No why, get out of here. Or we send you to the mine." Xie Qishan was practically kicked out. He carried his bag, and walked slowly down the road, completely out of place among the hurried crowds. Finally, before sunset, he returned to Hope Community. The high-rise buildings in this community had long since collapsed over time, the steel bars had weathered, and the cement had turned to rubble. At this moment, Hope Community was a dwelling for exiles. Using different materials, they pieced together a makeshift shack, a dwelling for all 4 seasons. In the open space, someone was cooking porridge. Seeing Xie Qishan, the man immediately greeted him. "Qingshan's back? Didn't succeed, huh?" "Heh, the checks are strict lately. They're afraid of dying too." "Have you eaten?" "Yes. I was just saying I invite you to eat with me." The man laughed and continued working. Xie Qishan rubbed his rumbling stomach and looked up at Tianmu. He raised his hand and gave the middle finger. After winding his way back to the basement, the computer was running code. Xie Qishan didn't understand it, so he pulled out some compressed biscuits and started eating. A mechanical voice came from the loudspeaker. "Kid, low on power, get some." Xie Qishan held his hand in front of the camera. "Or how about using me? Humans are the best resource, biodegradable clean energy. Talent. Enough nonsense. The power's dead? We still have enough for 3 days." "Oh." This cybernetic being seemed a little anxious. "Oh what?" "Energy. I need energy." Xie Qishan poked the camera with his middle finger, pulled out a book while chewing on a compressed biscuit. The title was How to Work in the City. This book was supposedly published over 200 years ago. Xie Qishan looked at its contents and felt it was utterly fantastical. The sense of order presented in the book was something that didn't exist now. So, Xie Qishan switched to postpartum care of a sow. Xie Qishan had never seen a pig. To perfectly control the lower classes, the upper classes even regularly sprayed herbicides, cutting off their food supply. Naturally, they wouldn't give them the opportunity to raise animals. Nature? Biosphere? They didn't exist. They were trapped in cages, becoming nourishment for the heavenly eye, a constant source of negative emotions. Xie Qingshan was completely bewildered. The book's contents were entirely unfamiliar to him. He recognized each word individually, but the overall meaning was unclear. When he was a child, the computer would show him documentaries, but later it stopped showing him video materials, citing low battery. Xie Qingshan stared at the projected rabbit and suddenly asked, "Zhao Hui, is rabbit tasty?" Rabbit is a high-protein food. Spicy rabbit head is delicious, and cold rabbit is also good, but rabbit isn't suitable for long-term consumption. It's recommended to have a balanced diet, with plenty of meat, eggs, dairy, and vegetables. Xie Qingshan, This suggestion was practically useless. Nowadays, food was either distributed by others, a meager ration just enough to keep them from starving, or it was traded on the black market, or they went to the mines. The rule here was simple and primitive. Hunger. Hunger could perfectly control a person. Xie Qingshan picked up another book, this time Das Kapital. The hardcover book had been vacuum sealed. It was heavy, with a gold-stamped cover, and exceptionally thick. Xie Qingshan opened the package, waiting for the air to slowly seep in. He casually flipped to a page and began to read intently. Soon, he looked up, bewildered, and asked Zhao Hui, "What is the value of life?" "Beer, barbecue, seafood stalls." Xie Qingshan, Just as Xie Qingshan lowered his head to continue reading, the lights went out. Even the computer screen went dark. Only a red dot remained in the room from the webcam. "I told you, the power is insufficient. Instead of reading, why not think about how to get some energy?" Xie Qingshan, Xie Qingshan climbed onto the roof under the cover of night. There were solar panels there, but they were old and completely unusable. However, perhaps he could find something useful. In the end, Xie Qingshan only found a few wires. The plastic sheath of the wires crumbled at the slightest touch. He wrapped the copper core around his wrist and sat on the rickety half of the roof. Actually, a narrow platform formed by the temporarily intact load-bearing walls. To look at the moon. There was no moon tonight, only Tianmu. Within the outline of her eye was a hollow circle, like an empty gaze. Song Tianjiao looked away from the screen, tossed a peanut onto her pink dress, and asked, "What were you thinking back then?" "Nothing. I hadn't seen many things before, and I didn't quite understand what was written in those books." Xie Qingshan picked up the peanut and popped it into his mouth. Ever since the nightmare began playing his memories, he had been eating, as if some memory had been awakened. Xie Qingshan asked, "Song Qiaonan, what were you thinking about when you looked at the locust flowers?" The next moment, Song Tianju stood up abruptly, jumped to the next stool, and punched the pink dress. "Don't call me Song Qiaonan." "Thank you." Chapter 169. Song Tianju punched Xie Qingshan a few times, growing angrier with each passing moment, and finally hung him from the back of the chair. The chair was 2 meters high, and with Xie Qingshan hanging from the back, his feet couldn't touch the ground, and his struggles were futile. The lucky audience members below only saw the pink skirt swaying behind the chair. At first glance, it looked like someone had hanged themselves. The viewers in the live stream couldn't see the scene, they could only see flashbacks. If they had seen this, who knows how much of a spectacle it would have been. Song Tianjiao, having dealt with Xie Qingshan, was about to jump back onto her chair. Suddenly, a voice rang in her mind. "Song Qiaonan, can you hear me?" Song Tianju jumped up, almost losing her balance and falling. She grabbed the backrest, successfully jumped back, sat down in the chair, and patted her head. "Am I really out of my mind?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible." "Song Qiaonan, listen to me." The voice in her head was still speaking. Song Tianjiao raised her middle finger towards the void. "First, don't call me Song Qiaonan. Second, please call me Master." Since she had split herself, she was naturally the boss. Song Tianjiao had a strong sense of self. She had to be her own master. She pulled out a bone knife from somewhere and twirled it between her fingers, exuding arrogance. The voice fell silent. The woman in the tuxedo looked at the bone knife, her eyes lighting up. "Sister Tianjiao, I want to play too." Song Tianju tossed her a bone, which the woman in the tuxedo caught and was about to play with. The next moment, the black mist snatched the bone away, returning it with its edges polished smooth. The woman in the tuxedo was clearly not good at spinning bones. She wasn't old enough to frantically spin pens in class. The bone only spun a few times in her hand before falling out. The black mist swirled the bones back, and the tuxedo-clad figure continued his efforts. This repeated several times. The lucky ones below the stage watched this scene, somewhat accustomed to their teammates' unconventional methods, yet still shocked. They felt their teammates were using cheat codes, forgetting to include them. At the same time, the voice echoed in Song Tianjia's mind again. I am an unnamed deity, one of the ancient gods, my name buried in history, forgotten by all. I am now called Tian Ke. Humans, we can cooperate. Song Tianjia tapped her head. Finding the voice was still there, she slammed the bone knife horizontally against her forehead. Demons and monsters, leave. In the real world, Zhao Jiancheng looked at Tian Ke expectantly. Tian Ke said he had a way to communicate directly with the lucky ones, and Zhao Jiancheng believed him. What did they say? Tian Ke rubbed his temples, unsure. They seemed to chant a spell at me? Demons and monsters, leave. Zhao Jiancheng, Nearby, Zhao Hui, who was munching on a candied hawthorn, rolled around the table laughing, then a tentacle wrapped around his ankle, suspending him upside down. Hanging upside down, Zhao Hui continued repeating, demons and monsters, leave. Demons and monsters, leave. Tian Ke then hung Zhao Hui upside down on the ceiling fan. At this height, Zhao Hui was at eye level with Zhao Jiancheng. Zhao Hui continued munching on his candied hawthorn, his expression unchanged, as if he knew nothing of fear. Zhao Jiancheng sighed inwardly. Evil gods, it seems, are unreliable. This kid Zhao Hui dares to be so arrogant, he's completely fearless. Zhao Hui reached out and poked Zhao Jiancheng's shoulder. Old Zhao, a whole roast duck, I handle the communication. I can do it too. Zhao Jiancheng picked up the walkie-talkie and said, a set of roast duck. Anything that can be solved with a meal isn't a problem. Zhao Jiancheng was utterly exasperated. This was supposed to be a very serious meeting, potentially affecting the lives of all humanity. But Zhao Hui always had to ruin the atmosphere. It was impossible to be serious at all. Soon, the roast duck was served. Zhao Hui rolled up a duck, took a bite, then turned to Tian Ke, offering him the half-eaten duck roll. My lord, would you like some? Tian Ke sometimes really wanted to kill Zhao Hui. He raised the corners of his mouth and sincerely asked, my servant, do you want to die? Zhao Hui immediately stuffed the duck roll into his mouth, screaming inwardly, save me! Save me! Save me! Great god of rebirth, save me! Come and see me, an ant ruled by the old gods. Ruled by the old gods, I can't even get enough to eat. Me 50, listen to my revenge plan. Song Tianjiao, What kind of unlucky thing is this? Can anyone tell her? What kind of unlucky thing is this? She responded in her mind, stop talking nonsense. Song Tianjiu realized that she wasn't schizophrenic. She genuinely heard other people's voices. Not live stream comments, but other people's voices. After all, she felt that even if she were schizophrenic, she wouldn't say such shameful things. Great God of rebirth, thank you for listening to my prayer. I am willing to offer you everything, including my lord. Garlic baby octopus, takoyaki, takoyaki dumplings, takoyaki sushi, would you like some? Song Tianjiao, Is this the point? Song Tianjiao suspected that the person on the other end was mentally unstable. Judging from his words, it seemed he wanted to abandon darkness and become a guide. Could he be a follower of Nightmare? This follower was intelligent enough to know to turn to the light. However, she didn't want a follower who would betray her. Everything has a second chance. Betrayal is like a dislocation. Once dislocated, the probability of it happening again is much higher than normal. Crossing the line, once there's a first time, there will be a second, third, and fourth. Song Tianjiao imagined an angel with enormous wings and many tentacles, and found it strange and absurd. These days, are all gods this bizarre? The clamor in her mind had once described the appearance of angels. Guer, the angel who governs dreams. The explanations from the viewers in the live stream made Song Tianjiu realize that angels all look rather unkempt. Guer even has octopus tentacles. Song Tianjiao looked at the black mist, suspecting that Guer was related to the other party. She patted the roots in front of her. I need to cosplay an angel, with lots of eyes and wings. The roots twisted and turned for a long time, growing small wings like chicken wings, from which bloomed a red dahlia, each petal an eye. Song Tianjiao thought for a moment, and felt that this design seemed to make sense. After all, it feeds on fear. This appearance would easily scare people. Add some tentacles, like an octopus's, with a different color scheme. Blue circles. So, more roots began to extend from the center of the wings, forming the shape of octopus tentacles, with tiny blue flowers forming circles. From a distance, it really did look like octopus tentacles. These tentacles swayed slowly in midair. The lucky ones in the audience covered their eyes, not wanting to see this ugly thing. One of the lucky ones said, "Blue-ringed octopus, highly poisonous. Such a large, genuine one could kill us all. No doubt about it." So, in his mind, Song Tianju replied, "Thank you, I don't eat strange things." Chapter 170. Nobody would eat this stuff. She wouldn't eat this weird thing. Zhao Hui was heartbroken. The octopus tentacles tasted really good, unforgettable to anyone who tried them. He continued, "We have a plan to take down Nightmare." What a traitor. Song Tianjiao thought that while these followers were often unreliable, it was actually quite amusing to have the enemy's followers like this. The enemy's traitor is your friend. Song Tianjiao thought this traitor was excellent, and immediately responded, "Very good, great, well done. Tell me your plan." Zhao Hui happily ate his roast duck. He'd been praised. While Zhao Hui and Song Tianju were discussing their plan, Black Mist was teaching the tuxedo wearer how to rotate bones. To the lucky ones below, the three people on stage looked bizarre. A pink strawberry cake hung from the back of a chair, like a hanging. One person was playing with something that made everyone's sanity drop, and their eyes glaze over. A figure, half shrouded in black mist, dressed in a black tuxedo, almost blended into the fog. "Warning! Death game, cheating prohibited." A long-absent voice rang out. It didn't cause any panic, instead, it elicited amusement. Tense? Afraid? Fearful? The enemy's rage is a guiding light on our path. What the enemy fears, we must embrace. Now, everyone found the strange, winged, tentacled, big-eyed flower more palatable. Among the lucky ones, a man in a green suit was feasting. "What's this? Grilled steak? Give me one." "What's this? Chocolate cake? Give me one." "What's this? Hot cocoa? One, please." "This is..." Burp. The man in the green suit burped, slumped in his chair, and pulled out a box of hawthorn cakes from somewhere, starting to stuff them into his mouth. "Warning! Death game, cheating is prohibited." Burp. The man in the green suit looked up, staring blankly at the source of the sound, and sighed. "Like a clown whose foot has been stepped on," he said, then glanced at the man in the red and blue suit eating a small cake not far away, and continued, "A puppy whose foot has been stepped on." The man in the red and blue suit looked up, looking around blankly. "Did someone mention me?" After looking around and not seeing anyone, he continued eating. The clown was a master of saving money. He rarely ate expensive things. "Here, you can eat whatever you want." The clown in the red and blue suit, with a thieving air, looked around, and when no one was looking, grabbed some food, took off his hat, and stuffed it inside. The other lucky ones weren't in the mood to eat much. Thus, the Joker practically monopolized the entire banquet. His red and blue patchwork hat was like a bottomless pit. The Joker had a clear understanding of his role. The Joker was clumsy, but he could produce a ton of delicious food. Buy like crazy. The entire banquet, both on stage and off stage, had a bizarre atmosphere. At least, this was different from what Nightmare had envisioned. There was no fear here. Not a single trace of fear. It was clearly a bone-crushing, flesh-ripping past, a tried-and-true method for harvesting fear. So why did it fail here? To date, the fear Nightmare had harvested from the lucky ones, and audience in Yen country was less than 1% of the fear it had harvested in Japan. But the Nightmare reaped an unprecedented amount of rage here. The Nightmare feeds on fear. Fear is its sustenance, its source of power. Anger is useless. At least, it has no effect on it. The death knell is tolling. If the Nightmare doesn't harvest enough fear, it will perish. In the scene, Xie Qishan is busy, searching for energy every day. The upper echelons control energy, obtaining it is difficult. Xie Qishan often attacks drones outside to obtain small amounts of power. The drone parts are collected to assemble other things. The rabbit in the computer wasn't lying, the battery was indeed low, but it had exaggerated the battery level. Low battery means the equipment is useless, unable to perform calculations. All the equipment in the basement is ineffective. No electricity means no hope. Xie Qishan is anxious. That day, the rabbit issued its ultimatum. "Kid, 8 more hours. I'm not lying this time. If I lie, I never get to eat beer and barbecue in my life." The monitor was off. Even the lights and indicator lights were off. Only the exhaust fan was still running for cooling. In the darkness, the roar of the computer and the sound of the fan were exceptionally clear. Soon, the sound of sharpening a knife could be heard. "What are you going to do?" "Rob. Since they won't give it to me, I just take it." Xie Qishan stepped out of the room and onto the ground. Dawn broke. The sun and the heavenly eye shone together, one on the left and one on the right, seemingly locked in a struggle, radiating light. Xie Qingshan, knife in hand, walked to the entrance of the residential area and saw Zhang Yu pulling a cart. How did you know I was here? Get to work. Diesel fuel. Getting this isn't easy. That rabbit said the energy supply is insufficient. This generator should last for a while. I think the diesel generator seems to have a problem. There's a part we don't have here. I go by it. You take this back. Xie Qingshan stood there dejectedly, suddenly realizing he was useless. He had worked so hard for so many days, and Zhang Yu just gave him this much diesel fuel. He couldn't even imagine how she had obtained so much. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Zhang Yu went straight over, pulled Xie Qingshan over, and put a rope around his neck. Don't drop it, don't spill it. This stuff is difficult to handle. Even if you drop it, you can't spill the diesel fuel. Zhang Yu hurried away. Xie Qingshan held a knife in his hand, but it was useless. He put away the knife, dragged the diesel fuel to the basement entrance, and carried it down bucket by bucket. The diesel generator was indeed broken, long neglected. According to the rabbit, the Hope community had changed hands several times, its spirit passed down through generations, but Hope itself had dwindled. The last group of people gave up more than 30 years ago. After more than 30 years, it's normal for some things to break down. Xie Qingshan munched on compressed biscuits, lit an oil lamp to read, and waited for Zhang Yu to return. Perhaps because there was diesel fuel, there was no need to worry about insufficient electricity. The rabbit was unusually active. Aren't you going out? Weren't you just sharpening your knife, looking very arrogant? Why aren't you moving? Xie Qingshan didn't answer, he continued reading. He looked at the diagrams in the book while fiddling with the diesel generator. The fuel lines were faulty, they hadn't been used for too long, and had been corroded by impurities. Upon inspection, one side was leaking oil, and the other was blocked. Even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. This problem currently had no solution. I can only wait for Zhang Yu to return. Xie Qingshan leaned against the pile of books, stretched, and glanced at the time. It was 8 in the morning. Given Zhang Yu's usual efficient pace, she should be back within 3 hours. Xie Qingshan closed his eyes, deciding to rest. When Xie Qingshan opened his eyes again, it was already 5 p.m., 9 hours had passed. Zhao Hui, has Zhang Yu returned? No. Chapter 171. 9 hours passed. Knowing Zhang Yu's usual style, even if she hadn't bought the parts, she would have returned and tried to solve the problem in another way. Xie Qingshan sat up, lit the oil lamp again, and waited, watching the faint light. The computer's battery was low, and it had stopped calculating. Even the exhaust fan on the wall had stopped working. Only this small flame remained in the room. It was dim, and couldn't illuminate the entire room. The viewers in the live stream, watching this scene, hallucinated the tunnel where Song Qiao and her husband were hiding. It was also a tiny flame. Assassination Manor owner, according to the timeline, there should be a 300-year time difference, right? Technology is advancing rapidly, it shouldn't be like this. But Tianmu has effectively stifled development. Silent Pen. The future of the lower classes is restricted, their lives are similar to 300 years ago, or even worse. At least 300 years ago, old Lu could still grow his own vegetables. Frequent visitor to the galaxy. The hierarchy here is too rigid, the lower classes have no choice. Will this become our future? Year after year, that fragment. Am I the only one who feels like there's a knife in there? Zhang Yu hasn't come back yet. It's been 9 hours. My dear Zhang Yu. Wait, the name Zhang Yu sounds so familiar. It's Grandma, we're saved. I wonder if Zhang Wenwei is related to Zhang Yu. The names are very similar. If there really is reincarnation, could Zhang Yu be Zhang Wenwei? At Believe in Science, what do you think? Believe in science. Please believe in science, believe in the future. The future is in our hands. Go and cheer for your favorite deity. Livestream link 1234567. Icaledia, a single 6. I just saw Tang Sanzang doing a mukbang. I almost thought I was seeing things. I am Chuha. Upstairs, I also saw Fahai dancing, a powerful version of Shadow Master. Wow, really wow. Cheng Yi, by Nyang's fashion show livestream, even big brands abroad are contacting her, saying they want to invite Bai Nyang to walk the runway at Fashion Week. Long live Bai Nyang, Muyu, yes, that's it, as long as you keep deviating from the topic, the criticism won't reach us. Keep it up. I'm going to send gifts to Jingwei. Jingwei, please, call your father, Emperor Yin, out for a walk. Xie Qingshan, you are a strawberry cake. I feel like I've been criticized. Upstairs. You did that on purpose, Kinji Wafen. Hello, dumpling filling. Nightmare goes down. Did Nightmare go down today? Pangoi go die. Did Pango go down today? Yes. Let's welcome the next one. Nightmare. The speed at which the live stream chat is flooded is dazzling. The viewers in the live stream vaguely sense that the ending of this parallel universe wouldn't be good. History serves as a mirror, reflecting the rise and fall of dynasties. The future serves as a mirror, allowing us to predict gains and losses. The viewers realize that these failures had nothing to do with ability. Were countless individuals in many different universes like headless flies, blindly stumbling around, clinging to a glimmer of hope? So, at this moment, did they see a glimmer of hope? This time, at least this time, they couldn't repeat the same mistakes. They had already missed too many opportunities. They couldn't afford to make another. Fear? They only felt anger. Even a cornered beast will fight. How much more so a human? Especially when witnessing the struggle of one's own kind. While netizens from Yen Kingdom were frantically searching various live streams, practically creating dozens of accounts to generate buzz, the official channels began to mobilize their forces. At Grain Warehouse. Grain Warehouse. Staple grain reserves are sufficient to feed the population of Yen for 100 years, and corn reserves are sufficient for industrial and livestock use for 30 years. Soybean reserves are sufficient for industrial, livestock, and food industry use for 15 years. At Agriculture. Agriculture. Integrated mechanized planting on the plains has been put into use, and the first batch of trial-planted vegetables has been harvested. Sold at X Warehousing and Logistics and at XX Supermarkets. Following this, scientific planting will be implemented, and it is estimated that the annual grain output will be sufficient to feed the citizens of Yen for 3 years. Reserved grain will be released to the market as needed to maintain a balanced grain price. Vegetable planting will be based on market supply and demand as a supplement. At New Shoes again. I'm wearing new shoes, ready. At Dongfeng Express. It's Dongfeng, not Shifeng, ready? Wait, what's ready? What did they do behind their backs? Didn't they always have grain reserves? Why are they mentioning it again? Is there anything different this time? Gray Mouse hasn't had any internet-related tasks recently, and has been assigned to operate drones on the farm. I mean, isn't it a bit of a waste of my talents to have me play with this kind of toy? The cafeteria lady pushed her food cart over and nudged Gray Mouse's chair. Mickey Mouse, lamb stew with carrots, want some? Gray Mouse immediately handed over his bowl. Andy, my name is Gray Mouse, not Mickey Mouse, and of course, not Big Bad Wolf either. Enough with the nonsense. The cafeteria lady pushed her cart away, and Gray Mouse immediately gave in. I am Mickey Mouse. Alright, Big Bad Wolf, hurry up and eat. After you finish, you need to check the machine. A new vegetable dryer has arrived. Gray Mouse was bewildered. This was different from the news he's seen while slacking off. Huh? Aren't the vegetables going to be put into the market? We invested a total of 10,000 gene. There are still 150,000 gene left. Can't we send them all to the market? Isn't the drying cost a bit high? The canteen lady rolled her eyes. These dried vegetables are for backup. Vegetables are very perishable. If we sell more, other producing areas will sell less, and if they rot in the fields, the farmers will lose money. What would we do with this money? Gray Mouse nodded, then immediately felt there was a loophole. Then what's the point of releasing 10,000 gene to the market? Of course, it's to showcase our production technology, to fool the big farmers. To let everyone see the vegetables we grow, to show off a bit. Our vegetables have a shorter growth cycle and mature faster than those on the market. The canteen lady pushed the cart away. Gray Mouse continued to operate the drone, planning routes and modifying the code, while eating. The planes were flat, so as long as the program was preset, not much operation was needed. Gray Mouse's current job was to run the process through several times, simulating all the machines a few times to check for any bugs, to avoid strange and weird bugs appearing after large-scale production. This wave of gray market workers, wiped out in one fell swoop, were turned into bricks. As long as it wasn't core secrets, they were all made to work. Before, Gray Rat wouldn't have looked down on projects with no technical content, but now he had no choice. This mutton and radish is pretty good, much better than takeout. Gray Rat, chopsticks in hand, continued his efforts. He was now someone who had 3 meals a day provided, and even late-night snacks. In the Tianmu conference room, Zhao Hui was still hanging upside down. This guy looked fragile, but his adaptability was quite good. Without even breaking a sweat, he had already eaten a whole roast duck. That's roughly how it is. Regardless of the voting results, Nightmare is doomed. There might be a period of chaos afterward. After all, it's stolen power, and it needs to be stabilized. Nightmare was in such a hurry because it seized power too quickly, and everything is still unstable. It had no choice. Xiao Hui chatted with Song Tianjiao, not forgetting to continue promoting, "Octopus is delicious. Are you sure you don't want some?" "Thank you, but no." Song Tianjiao suspected that if she said she would, a bunch of octopus tentacles with eyes would soon be offered to her. She wasn't going to eat that kind of weird stuff. It looked suspicious. Chapter 172. Zhao Hui was heartbroken. He thought Song Tianjiao had no taste. Tian K's octopus tentacles were delicious, really delicious. From Song Tianjiao's perspective, the person opposite her was a lunatic, a traitorous lunatic at that. So much so that she doubted the authenticity of his plan. The plan might be fine, but she suspected this lunatic might be a hindrance. The woman in the tuxedo finally completed her small goal of spinning her bones, and excitedly swung her legs. "Sister Tianjiao, look at me." Before Song Tianjiao could turn her head, a loud bang startled the woman in the tuxedo, and the bone she was spinning on her fingertip fell. On the screen, after a powerful explosion, Xie Qingshan climbed out of the basement, almost blankly watching the flames illuminate the entire Hope community, as if it were daytime. "Suspicious person, clear out. Suspicious person, clear out. Suspicious person, clear out." The robot's piercing voice echoed throughout the neighborhood. The blast wave nearly leveled Hope community. The smell of burning flesh filled the air, and Xie Qingshan caught a whiff of meat. He stiffened and turned his head, seeing a person lying on the ground not far away, holding a bowl with a chipped corner. It was the uncle who often pretended to ask if he had eaten, and would breathe a sigh of relief when he answered yes. The uncle lived in a shack built from scavenged garbage, and every day he would carefully cook a pot of food, then spend the whole day eating it. Now, what Xie Qingshan saw was a charred and cracked carcass. The charred skin cracked, revealing blood-red flesh. Like magma cooling after a volcanic eruption, burning inside and solidified on the outside. The scent of death could be seen through the cracks in the outer shell. "Suspicious personnel, clear out. Suspicious personnel, clear out." The robots walked through the sea of fire, their eyes glowing a terrifying red. Surrounded by flames, they were no longer able to effectively use thermal imaging, struggling to locate survivors. A drone flew overhead, dropping small bombs, bombarding the area. Xie Qingshan made his decision almost instantly, rushing back to the basement, dismantling the core components, and rushing out again. He hoped there were no children in the neighborhood. He was the youngest. Hope grew increasingly faint. Newborns these days were tools for the upper class. Genetically superior newborns were sent to study, destined for research in medicine. Genetically average newborns were trained, growing crops in closed environments, and then entering factories. Genetically inferior newborns, upon reaching adulthood, would be released to harvest fear. Hope was slowly eroded. At first, there was hope. Thus, natural human newborns were born. Now, there was no hope. Xie Qingshan was the youngest person in the neighborhood. Xie Qingshan didn't know how he had managed to escape Hope community. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg, pierced by a bullet, silently watching the burning community. It was all gone. Nothing was left. They were targeting Hope community. Those who couldn't escape would die, a certain death. A foot stepped on his shoulder. Xie Qingshan turned and saw Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was missing an arm, carelessly bandaged, the bloodstains appearing like thick ink in the firelight. Another large-scale cleanup. The last time I saw her was over 20 years ago. Zhang Yu's entire weight was on the foot she was stepping on. Xie Qingshan. As she spoke, water fell on Xie Qingshan. Xie Qingshan poked at the water droplets that hit him with his finger, and put them in his mouth. "Salty?" Xie Qingshan asked. "Is it tears or sweat?" Zhang Yu slapped Xie Qingshan on the head. "Shut up. Let's go. Are you going to collect their bodies?" Zhang Yu looked at him in surprise, half laughing, half crying. "Don't you think we're living in a tomb? This is a doomsday graveyard." The moment the heavenly eye descended, the death knell tolled, and death began its countdown. Xie Qingshan staggered to his feet, and the two of them, 3 legs, 3 arms, supported each other as they left. "What are you carrying?" "The core that the rabbit mentioned." "Without equipment, without data, what use is it?" Silence fell between them, followed by the crackling of explosions behind them. Zhang Yu pulled out a button and pressed it. Instantly, the entire Hope community was razed to the ground, along with the drones overhead and the robots on the ground, all engulfed in flames. The explosion temporarily deafened Xie Qingshan. He turned around, his eyes reflecting the towering flames, and remembered the documentary Zhao Hui had shown him when he was a child. The fireworks were dazzling, exceptionally beautiful. The documentary showed iron making, fireworks, lion dances, dragon boat races, pasting couplets, hanging lanterns, eating zongzi, sticky rice dumplings, mooncakes, and tangyuan sweet rice balls. He had only seen half of the documentary. Zhao Hui never showed anything like it again. Zhao Hui said, "You wouldn't understand even if you watched it. What good would it do? This kind of excitement isn't for you." Later, countless times in Xie Qingshan's dreams were filled with dazzling fireworks and lanterns. He mentally visualized fireworks, and tried to guess the taste of mooncakes. That was a place he could never return to. Zhao Hui said, 200 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and the world has changed drastically. Zhao Hui said, everything in the world will perish. Congratulations, humanity. You will witness the decline of a civilization. Few people have such an opportunity. Zhao Hui said, struggle a little, and you find that even after a salted fish flips over, it's still a salted fish. But what if, after another flip, the salted fish transforms into a dragon? Actually, Xie Qishan didn't understand much of what Zhao Hui said. But Xie Qishan remembered it clearly. He didn't understand, but he remembered. Those words echoed in his mind. The tinnitus continued. A silent explosion bloomed before Xie Qingshan's eyes. Zhao Hui would occasionally sing, a mechanical voice, hoarse and unpleasant. As if he didn't know the 5 notes of the pentatonic scale, and that Dorma didn't exist. The sun shines brightly. The little bird says, "Why are you carrying a bomb?" "I'm going to bomb the school. The teacher doesn't know." The little girl who grows mushrooms, carrying a bomb, barefoot in the early morning, planting them all over the forest and hills. She grows the most mushrooms, as numerous as the countless stars, visible even from the moon. Her mushrooms are the biggest, as big as Penglai Island. Xie Qingshan suddenly understood the meaning of these songs. Following the traces of his memory, he began to hum them. Even though he only vaguely understood their meaning, even though the melody was broken, even though he himself couldn't hear it after singing. His mouth vibrated, his lips opened and closed, his tongue curled up. He was singing a song his ears couldn't hear. It didn't matter, he could hear it in his heart. If you're unwilling to die in silence, then erupt in silence. This explosion, so beautiful, built from human lives, the final brilliance after hope, has been extinguished. Xie Qingshan realized that Zhang Yu was right. No need to collect the remains. This is a doomsday graveyard. Chapter 173. A third eye hung high above, illuminating all living beings. Zhang Yu led Xie Qingshan to her residence, had him sit on a stool beside the bed, and after examining his wounds, pulled out a saw. "It won't hurt, it passed quickly." Xie Qingshan's pupils dilated, his voice trembling. "Is this appropriate?" Zhang Yu pulled out a bottle of anesthetic. Xie Qingshan clearly saw that it was labeled veterinary anesthetic, which Zhang Yu intended to use on him. "What's with that expression? And this is after all the trouble of smuggling myself out. You have no idea how strict things are now." Zhang Yu used both hands and feet to pull out the medicine and began studying the dosage. Zhang Yu said, "This thing, will the side effects be that he never wake up?" Xie Qingshan pointed to himself, questioning his existence. "You're asking me? How should I know? Didn't you use it before?" "I haven't used it." Zhang Yu had never used anesthetic. Xie Qingshan knew that if she said that, it meant it. Zhang Yu never lied, she only answered questions selectively. Once she answered, she wouldn't lie. So Zhang Yu really hadn't used it. Xie Qingshan looked at the fine beads of sweat on her forehead and realized they were from pain. What exactly happened during the day? A massive purge. You're young, it's normal that you haven't experienced it. This time they went all out. We seem to have no strength to resist. Zhang Yu said, while staring at the syringe, trying to judge how much to inject. Forget it. Life and death are in the hands of fate. Whatever happens, happens. She spoke these self-deprecating words, yet carefully disinfected Xie Qingshan and injected the anesthetic. The needle was thick, also veterinary grade. Xie Qingshan winced in pain, tearing the bedsheet hanging beside him. Zhang Yu said, "Be gentle, if this sheet is torn, I won't be able to use it. This is an antique, you know?" Xie Qingshan didn't understand. He thought there was something wrong with the medicine. He was about to complain when he suddenly lost consciousness. Zhang Yu laid him flat on the ground and began sawing off his leg. Having only one arm was really inconvenient. After treating Xie Qingshan's wound and bandaging it, Zhang Yu was exhausted. The bleeding from the severed arm wouldn't stop, causing her to grimace in pain. She checked the remaining medicine inside. Lying on the bed, she picked up a syringe and inserted it into her neck. "It really hurts." Zhang Yu sighed, patted the recorder beside her, and started recording. Life is boring. I'm logging off Blue Star Online. You have to make do. Humanity will eventually perish, but before that, flowers will bloom along the way. Though there are no wildflowers now, it used to be truly beautiful. Goodbye, Xie Shan. Remember to watch tomorrow's sunset. Zhang Yu injected the remaining anesthetic into his vein and closed her eyes. This anesthetic was 10 times the amount injected into Xie Shan. Zhang Yu wasn't unable to understand the instructions. She was simply considering how much to inject into Xie Shan. The viewers in the live stream fell silent. They had considered that Zhang Yu might never return, leaving behind a mystery of her fate. Or that Xie Shan might see Zhang Yu's corpse someday. But they never imagined that Zhang Yu would end her life in this way. Tuan is sleepless. So, she went to say goodbye to Xie Shan, right? During this time, it seems like I haven't seen anyone younger than Xie Shan. It's chilling to think about. Tutu is not a rabbit. There's veterinary medicine, but no human medicine. Irony, really ironic. Besides, Xie Shan hasn't even eaten fresh meat, has he? But there's veterinary anesthetic. Whose pet needs this? Moochingly, OMG. Xie Shan, you're such a strawberry cake. Poor strawberry cake. Crab meat canned food ultimate lover. Death, it's all death. Is Nightmare trying to terrify us in this way? I'm not afraid, I'm angry. The root of everything is Tianmu. Fahai's only official account. When will the days end? You and I will both perish. It's Momo, not Momo. Monk upstairs. What happened to the compassionate heart of a monk? Fahai's only official account. This humble monk knows a little bit of martial arts. Fahai, for the sake of popularity, has started live streaming from Tianmu's livestream room. He's sending bullet comments in Tianmu's livestream room according to the requests of his own livestream viewers. After a long rain, the sun shines brightly. I'm watching the live stream and have achieved my achievement. By the way, have you received your emergency resource packs? They're sealed. I wonder what's inside. Trust in science. Single-serving emergency medicine and food packages are currently only being distributed in some areas. An escape emergency simulation will be organized in 12 hours. Citizens who have received emergency resource packs, please prepare yourselves mentally in advance. 12 major regions have received them, totaling 10,000 packages. The escape simulation will be streamed live online. Please ensure you are fully dressed. A bright moon hangs on a branch. Let me interpret this. Please don't run around naked. Stranger encounters. I didn't receive one. It sounds interesting. Will there be anesthetic inside? The humankind? And needles, are they thin? In the live stream, Xie Shan woke up. He struggled to sit up, staring at his empty right leg, questioning his existence. The bullet had pierced his knee, shattering the bone, a comminuted destruction, leaving no room for treatment. Therefore, it was amputated above the knee. I feel so much lighter. Will I get a wheeled prosthetic leg? Then I can run around like a shot? I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat? Zongzi and mooncakes would be even better. Zhang Yu, has anyone ever told you that your habit of not speaking when you're angry is a bad habit? Xie Shan waited a moment, but received no response. He poked Zhang Yu, who was lying on the bed, but there was no reaction. Judging from the touch, she was already cold. Xie Shan struggled to sit up, supporting himself on his arm. He saw Zhang Yu's hand holding the syringe, still inserted in her neck, the medicine inside empty. Xie Shan forced a smile and pressed play on the recorder. He picked up a stick, used it to support himself as he struggled to his feet, and staggered outside. The tape recorder crackled, making Zhang Yu's words sound distorted. Life is boring. I'm logging off Blue Star Online. Goodbye. Xie Shan pushed open the door and saw a setting sun. The earth was silent, night was approaching, and the setting sun sank behind the distant mountains. Remember to watch tomorrow's sunset. I saw it. Xie Shan sat on the threshold, quietly watching the sunset until the darkness swallowed the last rays of the stars, leaving only pitch black. The heavens shone upon the earth. Life is boring. Xie Shan sighed, stumbled to his feet, returned to his room, found some food, and began to wolf it down. The first aid kit still contained medicine, painkillers, and disinfectant. Following the instructions, Xie Shan swallowed 3 painkillers. Then he found Zhang Yu's gun, leaned on his crutch, and staggered away. He shot down a drone, brought it back, and disassembled and reassembled it using methods he had learned before. Theoretically, he shouldn't have done this, because it would have alerted the enemy. It would have exposed Zhao Hui's existence as a cybernetic life form. But now there was nothing to fear. Come out, red-eyed rabbit. Chapter 174. The drone took off, its lights constantly changing, then it crashed. Idiot! The blades are installed backwards. Xie Qingshan checked carefully and found that they were indeed installed backwards. He reinstalled the drone and began testing. Can you drop bombs on people's heads? Can you detonate all the bombs? Like Zhang Yu did before. Are you mute? Idiot! The explosives Zhang Yu detonated were planted by herself. I, Zhao Hui, never kill. Xie Qingshan noticed that Zhao Hui was unusually agitated at this moment. Gone was his previous half-dead, effortless ease. He felt he had discovered the correct way to communicate with Zhao Hui. Can I have a recipe? A recipe that can blast a rock apart. You know, I've never been very bright, I need your help. Can I have a map? A detailed one, very detailed. Not a map from 200 years ago, but a current one. The kind you could fly out now and redraw. Can I have a blueprint? A weapon that can hit a bottle 2 kilometers away. It needs to be lightweight, you know, I only have one leg, I can't carry anything too heavy. Do you think I should get a prosthetic limb? Where do you think I could find the materials? Zhao Hui, an artificial intelligence, with a certain sense of morality. After giving up his pursuit of hope, Xie Qingshan mastered the correct way to use Zhao Hui. With Zhao Hui's help, he became a person who abandoned morality. Song Tianjiao looked at the arrogant Xie Qingshan on the screen, then at the strawberry cake hanging on the back of his chair, grabbed a piece of chocolate and threw it at him. The pink cake was caught and stuffed into her mouth. I want more zongzi and mooncakes, and more candied hawthorns. Song Tianjiao, She was a little doubtful whether the little cake was real. After all, the little cake and Xie Qingshan in the picture didn't look much alike. Xie Qingshan had thick eyebrows and big eyes. Who would have thought he had such a flexible moral compass? Song Tianji beckoned with her finger, and the red roots immediately pulled over a man in a red and blue suit, pulled off his hat, and started rummaging inside. Soon, the zongzi and mooncakes were found. These were the clown amusement park stock. The unsold ones had been collected by the clown. Besides that, there was grilled octopus, grilled sausages, grilled fish balls, and candied hawthorns. Song Tianji was a little startled when she saw the grilled octopus. She decisively refused. I don't want any, I want candied hawthorns, not grilled octopus. The pink cake also refused the grilled octopus, only wanting zongzi and mooncakes. The man in the tuxedo reached for the grilled octopus, but the black mist refused. The black mist's refusal failed, and he was slapped several times by the red roots. The man in the tuxedo got a piece of grilled octopus, took a bite, and exclaimed, delicious. Then, the red roots offered him a bowl of watermelon juice. The man in the tuxedo took a sip and exclaimed, delicious. The black mist tried to snatch the grilled octopus with its tentacles but failed. Outside the live stream, in the Tianmu conference room, Tian Kei's face was grim. What's so delicious about that inferior octopus? Zhao Jiancheng was speechless. He didn't quite understand the old god's thought process. Someone like Tian Kei, even among the old gods, would be considered a mutant, right? Xiao Hui was still hanging there, and he started making demands. I want watermelon juice. I want grilled octopus. Ordinary grilled octopus. I also want candied hawthorns. Zongzi. Mooncakes. As a result, Zhao Hui was whipped left and right by several octopus tentacles. Even if you kill me, I still want plain grilled octopus. Zhao Jiancheng, He never knew that Zhao Hui was so resistant to being beaten. If he had known this, why did he endure it for so long? Zhao Jiancheng pressed the intercom and started ordering. I like to eat grilled octopus. Ordinary grilled octopus. I like to eat. Is this Zhao Hui really the same cyber being as the one in the live broadcast? Zhao Jiancheng doubts life. In the live broadcast, a mechanical voice asked, Xie Qingshan, what on earth are you going to do? Faced with questioning, Xie Qingshan wiped the barrel of the gun expressionlessly. This was a trophy he got from hunting, and Xie Qingshan was very proud. He knocked on the alloy plate that served as a prosthetic limb and looked up at his third eye. I won't tell you. Xie Wumu taught Xie Qingshan something at the cost of his life. Things come true in secret. Xie Qingshan wouldn't tell anyone what he was doing. He simply hunted every day, collected drones and robots, and stole expensive food from shops in the city. Whatever was expensive he stole. Under Zhao Hui's cover, he wasn't detected by surveillance. Those in power trusted the machines. Zhao Hui's presence could shield him from most of the machine's detection. With Zhao Hui around, Xie Qingshan was like a transparent man in the face of surveillance and machines. Xie Qingshan no longer wanted to ask Zhao Hui why he hadn't done this proactively before. With Zhao Hui's help, perhaps the chances of success would have been greater. In his eyes, Zhao Hui and he were from two different worlds. He was an ant, and Zhao Hui was an unknown life observing ants. The heavens watched. Another day, Xie Qingshan stole food and threw it into a trash can on the street corner. Shortly after he left, someone came, grabbed the food from the trash can, and began to wolf it down. Xie Qingshan's days passed like a walking corpse. He acted alone, without the large-scale actions of the anti-Tianmu alliance as before. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make a ripple. Either die in silence or erupt in silence. Xie Qingshan often suffered from insomnia. His current state was very similar to Xie Wumu's. Finally, Xie Qingshan assembled a gun. The quality wasn't good, the recoil was strong, but he only needed range, only range. He didn't care about the damage to his body. Xie Qingshan pieced together a prosthetic leg and tried to adapt to it. Xie Qingshan was preparing. He couldn't be one of the lucky ones. The higher-ups refused to let him be one and recorded his genetic data. This meant he couldn't use a false name to ascend the platform and make a perfect farewell. But it didn't matter, he had his own farewell, a farewell tailor-made for himself. 10 years of sharpening the knife. That day, the lucky winner was once again sent to Tianmu. Xie Qingshan, hanging from the outer edge of the arena building, fired a shot at an upper-class person 2 kilometers away. Before he could fire a second shot, his position was discovered. Xie Qingshan could only flee in disarray. As long as Qingshan survives, there's always hope. After that, every time a lucky winner entered Tianmu, an upper-class person was shot and killed. This caused panic among the upper class, and many were unwilling to attend. Fear festered among the elite. With their surveillance capabilities, they should have quickly discovered the enemy lurking in the shadows. But this enemy was like a ghost. None of the surveillance cameras showed this ghost. A ghost roamed the arena. Every day a lucky winner entered Tianmu, an upper-class person inevitably died. Gradually many upper-class people stopped attending this once glorious event. Fear festered among them. After 9 such instances, someone found Xie Qingshan through the bullet supplier. The ammunition supplier delivered a gun, a better gun. They invited you to become a unique mercenary. They asked me to tell you that the fear of death should be treated equally. Chapter 175. Don't kill those going to the arena, shoot those who don't want to go. For each person you kill, you receive a reward worth 100 Tianmu coins. The bullet supplier spoke earnestly. Xie Qingshan's feelings were complex. 1 Tianmu coin was roughly equivalent to the life of a lucky person. The advertised longevity potion cost 999 Tianmu coins. Enough for 1 day's consumption. Killing an upper-class person yielded a reward of 100 Tianmu coins. The value of life is not equal, but before bullets, everyone is equal, before death, everyone is equal. Everyone will die. So Xie Qingshan picked up the gun. He didn't hesitate, nor did he need to. He no longer cared about his own life. He only wanted to see the dazzling fireworks. So, Xie Qingshan took the lives of the upper-class people hiding in their homes, plundered their possessions, traded them on the black market for bombs, and turned his loot into billowing fireworks. Death is indiscriminate. Xie Qingshan became an executioner. He deceived everyone, making you believe he was an innocent and pure guardian. The nightmare's voice rang out again, trying to stir people's emotions. Liar! He's a liar! Once the mask is removed, he possesses hands stained with blood. Viewers in the live stream cursed. I'm so hungry, fool! What a huge fool! What is double standards? This is double standards. Double standard dog. If you can't do the work, don't do it. Xie Qingshan, you're a strawberry cake. Why did my Qingshan become like this? Do you think I don't know? What bad intentions could a kitten have? Baby, you're such a strawberry cake. Baby only shoots at the strong. Baby doesn't bully the weak. Baby is good. Baby will wrap the food and put it in the trash can. Good baby. Baby, even with only 1 leg, perseveres and keeps sniping. Great baby. 1111 Chuan. Baby is not a liar. Baby's hands are not stained with blood. It's the trash that dirted baby's hands. Sima, your whole family. Wait, why baby? Why strawberry cake? What did I miss? The reactions of the viewers in the live stream made the Walunja staff monitoring public opinion unable to press their keyboards. At this rate, the keyboards will be covered in dust. Can't we give them a chance to work? If they don't work, how can they write work reports? Post-Tianmu era Internet Public Opinion Observation Record, Modern Internet Public Opinion Observation, taking Yanguan netizens as an example? Is this reasonable? Is this really reasonable? What's the point of them sitting here, Mom? Some netizens are stealing my job. Don't they have to work? Do they have so much free time? The frontline staff of Walunja cried themselves to sleep at their workstations. Faced with this situation, the leader had several truckloads of supplies brought in and began assigning tasks. Since you guys have nothing else to do, monitor public opinion on the computer while you affix labels. This is the next batch of emergency supplies. They need to be sealed to prevent anyone from unsealing them before the simulation exercise. The labels are glow in the dark and a bit thick, so remember to wear gloves. Looking at the densely packed items, the staff at the Chinese Public Opinion Bureau fell silent. The people at the Chinese Public Opinion Bureau, who hadn't worn their fingerprints down from typing, seemed to have worn them down completely from affixing labels. Boss, I want to ask, if my fingerprints are all worn away, does that mean we don't need to use fingerprints to clock in anymore? That makes sense. The new equipment just arrived, let's install it now, and use facial recognition for attendance. They shouldn't have said that. Today, the Yinghui group of the Hualun Bureau is just another day of side hustles and labeling. The overseas group, on the other hand, is bustling about, cosplaying as international friends and spreading Yinghui's ideology. Destroy the nightmare. A world of great harmony. Creamy bread is delicious. Do you know who our common enemy is? Is it Tianmu? Is it unfair and unjust treatment? Is it the oppression when disaster strikes? No, our enemy is only one. The fear in our hearts. Face it, destroy it. We are the most intelligent of all beings, and we are never afraid. Xie Qishan didn't know who the patron was, but he really liked this kind of patron. Like a pillow when you're sleepy, practically a mind reader. But he wouldn't show his joy. In this world, the most important thing is not to let others see through your mindset. So, every time Xie Qishan took a job, he acted like he was in a difficult position, but when it came to implementation, he always carried it out diligently. Death is equal for everyone. The fear of death is naturally equal for everyone. At another meeting, the bullet supplier produced a list. These 9 people will die within 3 days. Xie Qishan accepted the list, his expression serious. Too many people, more money. Then, neatly stacked Tianmu coins were presented to Xie Qishan. To Xie Qishan, these Tianmu coins were useless. The underlying logic of currency is trust. Any rare value is artificially added. Only when people believe in its rarity is it truly rare. Every leaf is unique, only the leaf that has been given value by humans is truly rare. Xie Qishan didn't accept Tianmu coins as currency. 1 Tianmu coin was roughly equivalent to 1 lucky person. 999 Tianmu coins were equivalent to a bottle of so-called longevity potion. The advertisements he often heard in his childhood were deeply ingrained in Xie Qishan's mind. He utterly loathed Tianmu coins. Although Tianmu coins were in circulation, Xie Qishan didn't accept them. He didn't accept this currency made from human lives. I don't want Tianmu coins, I want equipment. The bullet supplier took out a box, opened it, revealing a prosthetic limb inside. The prosthetic limb, painted with a blue-purple starry sky design, looked quite valuable. It was far superior to anything Xie Qishan had made himself. The latest prosthetic limb, using the best technology and the best materials currently available. And the bullet supplier disassembled the prosthetic limb and reassembled its contents. Soon, a sniper rifle and a pistol were assembled. The ammunition supplier said, according to the blueprints, we also need to add melee weapons to the primary and secondary weapons, which are inserted into the barrel for storage. However, we don't have suitable materials for them yet. After all, ballistics is more important than anything else. If caliber is justice, then ballistics is the fundamental guarantee that justice accurately hits the target. Before accuracy, everything else must give way. Are you satisfied with this payment? Xie Qishan forced a smile and nodded reservedly yes. He removed his crudely made prosthetic leg and put on a new one. The prosthetic fit perfectly. With his trousers down, it was impossible to tell it was a fake leg. It seemed that someone had secretly measured his body measurements without Xie Qishan's knowledge. But Xie Qishan liked to roll up his trousers. This was his past suffering, and he didn't want to ignore it. Because this suffering continued. Darkness reigned, with no hope in sight. Unfortunately, he couldn't simply flaunt his new prosthetic leg in public. That would raise suspicion. Xie Qishan changed into the new clothes provided by the bullet supplier, and wandered the streets. His attire and arrogant demeanor led shopkeepers to mistake him for an upper-class person, who then eagerly tried to sell him their wares. This one's cheap, only 100 Tianmu coins. This one's a bit pricey, 3,000 Tianmu coins. Xie Qishan bought them all. When it came time to pay, Xie Qishan raised his pistol. Excuse me, this is robbery. Chapter 176. A liar who burns, kills, and robs. He steals. He robs. Killing is his motto. He deceived everyone, making you believe he was an innocent and clean guardian. He, an outcast of the old era, a thief of the new. The nightmare repeated its words, trying to stir up the emotions of the viewers in the live stream. But it was destined to fail. When the death knell tolls, all order will be meaningless. The value of one Tianmu coin is the life of a lucky one. Previous events have shown the viewers that after the lucky ones were no longer randomly selected, the upper class would no longer be the lucky ones. Tianmu no longer treats everyone equally. And the gun in Xie Qingshan's hand will help Tianmu treat everyone equally. Xie Qingshan's struggle is like a bullfrog struggling and jumping in a boiling pot of oil. The other bullfrogs being fried in the pot will not be angry about the harm they cause to their fellow bullfrogs. After all, things are already bad enough. Could things get any worse? For the bullfrog, it makes no difference. If possible, a quick and painless end would be ideal. Only the chef, splattered with hot oil outside the fryer, feels anger at the bullfrog's struggle. But what good is anger? The bullfrog won't stop struggling. Neither will its life. Xie Qingshan possesses a fine gun, the finest he's ever used. However, even the best firearm will cause recoil that numbs the arm and bruises the shoulder used to control the recoil. Xie Qingshan has the most advanced prosthetic limb available, but a prosthetic leg can never compare to a natural one. There is a kind of pain called phantom limb pain. When a person loses a part of their body for various reasons, their nerves are severed, but their subconscious mind still believes the limb is intact. A nightmare begins. Every time Xie Qingshan wakes up in the middle of the night, he always feels that his legs are perfectly intact. He is still that able-bodied person who can jump, climb, ride a drone, and chop non-core parts with an axe. However, the truth is often naked and cruel, without any embellishment. That pain is a helpless, agonizing pain. One midnight, Xie Qingshan suddenly sat up in bed, threw on his coat, jumped off the bed, and was about to rush forward when he crashed to the ground. The drone, which was charging, uttered a merciless mockery. Fool! Xie Qingshan sat on the ground, looking at his severed limbs in the moonlight. His brain told him that his legs were still there. Reality told him that his legs were gone. Xie Qingshan was somewhat dazed. He seemed to see the outline of his severed legs. He couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. Fool! Xiao Hui continued to mock. Xie Qingshan didn't speak, put on his prosthetic leg, stood up, and went straight out. Since he couldn't sleep, he might as well reap lives. He had a longevity potion, he had a gun, and he could pay with his life. The next day, Xie Qingshan found the bullet supplier and said, "Those 9 people last night were freebies. Do you have any more invoices?" The bullet supplier took out a notebook and handed it to him. Yes. The notebook contained tens of thousands of names written in handwriting. The handwriting was rounded, with some characters replaced by circles, probably because the writer couldn't write complex characters yet. The bullet supplier said, "All beings are equal." Xie Qingshan saw a tentacle emerge from behind the bullet supplier, quickly retracting. This was a slip-up. The tentacle? Xie Qingshan's feelings were complex. For the first time, he realized he could never remember the bullet supplier's face. He looked at the man standing before him, impeccably dressed in a suit, seemingly a very serious person. His appearance was ordinary, utterly unremarkable. Xie Qingshan tried to remember the bullet supplier, then realized he couldn't. He couldn't remember the bullet supplier's face. Judging from the octopus tentacle, Xie Qingshan concluded the bullet supplier wasn't human. So enemy? Friend? He no longer had the energy to judge. What did it matter if he was enemy or friend? There was no hope left. He was merely struggling. Xie Qingshan glanced at Tianmu outside the window, a forced smile appearing on his face. He asked, "What would happen if I killed everyone in this notebook?" The bullet supplier replied, "You would become an executioner." Xie Qingshan pointed his gun at the bullet supplier. "Please rephrase your statement." The bullet supplier showed no fear. He slowly walked up to Xie Qingshan, extended a finger, and blocked the muzzle of the gun. "Hush. Death is with you. Death is with all beings." Xie Qingshan's mind went blank for a moment. When he regained consciousness, the bullet supplier was gone. Xie Qingshan flipped to the first page of the notebook, confirmed the names, pushed open the door, and walked out. The viewers in the live stream didn't see the bullet supplier's tentacles. The live stream seemed to freeze in their eyes. When it resumed, they saw Xie Qingshan leaving with a gun. An 88-year-old widow. Is there anything I, the esteemed lucky candidate, can't see? Nightmare, are you even capable? Why don't you just quit? A goose cub spoiled wife in heaven. Let me do it. I made the proposal. I can work overtime. I'm a master at scheduling. I'm also a hardcore murder mystery game enthusiast. I do it. Choose me to do the task and get eggs. Water gold is real. I'm a little tempted. Besides eggs, could you give away something else? Like laundry detergent, toilet paper, soap, dish soap, mountain wind and rain. I can't imagine how happy I would be if Tianmu had a promotion like the supermarket, where points could be exchanged for gifts. Dreamy Rose. I would be anxious and terrified if I didn't get the most points. Absolutely. I have ranking anxiety. I feel terrible if I'm not number one. Nightmare. Get out of here. Individual competitions, team competitions, district competitions, national competitions. I can't even imagine how fast, how terrifying it would be to open Tianmu from an Olympic perspective. I'm begging you, Cao Yuan Guier, you son of a bitch. Why don't you pack your bags and get lost? Do you even understand this game? We're all professional players. You think you can handle it? If you can't, then step down. Wang Xiaoxing, who likes stars at Kachatsi Games at Hongdo Entertainment, at Tianji Interactive Entertainment at Lanhai Games. Why don't you guys arrange something? I'm going to spend money. My spending bar is incredibly long. I have a full set of all the merchandise, a complete collection. Hurry up and take away that son of a bitch's access. Nightmare has lost his real name. Song Tianjio looked at the tuxedo-clad woman eating grilled octopus. She examined the black mist beside her, where octopus tentacles were faintly visible. That bullet supplier. Just then, that noisy voice rang in her mind again. The octopus is really delicious. Are you sure you don't want to make a reservation? Song Tianju asked in her mind. What's your name? Me? You can call me Greedy, or you can call me by my human name. Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui. The rabbit in Xie Qingshan's memories. That artificial intelligence with no intelligence. Song Tianju asked, will the cyber rabbit be eaten by wolves? Chapter 177. Cyber rabbits won't be eaten by wolves, but rabbits get bored too. Zhao Hui answered earnestly. They get incredibly bored, seeing no hope. They do so much, yet still see no hope. The future is predictable, but hope is nowhere to be seen. Song Tianju hadn't expected such a serious answer, and it sounded rather mystical. She suspected this person's condition was intermittent. She tried to comfort him. Hope will come. Everything will come. As a lackey of the old gods, the arrival of hope will be your death. He was probably too moved to respond immediately. Song Tianju thought she was a genius at comforting people. A genius among geniuses. Song Tianju watched as Xie Qingshan repeatedly pulled the trigger on the screen. After each kill, Xie Qingshan would lift his trouser leg and make a cut on his prosthetic leg. Over time, the once beautifully painted prosthetic leg became unrecognizable. The firearm had been meticulously maintained, and the wear and tear wasn't severe. Song Tianjiao now understood why she found Xie Qingshan's gun so effective in the one-flame instance. It wasn't just relatively effective compared to other firearms. It was genuinely effective, exponentially more effective. This gun wasn't a product of the present era. This gun was 300 years ahead of the one-flame instance, and over 200 years ahead of current technology. It was the result of countless battles. War always forces technological advancement and materials research. Only in the face of war, only when survival is at stake, would resources be spared, and research costs disregarded, to create such a weapon. This gun is very useful, really very useful. Things built on human lives are naturally weapons of slaughter. After a long while, Zhao Hui's voice echoed in Song Tianju's mind. Everything in this world will perish. Death is my only end. My life is but a single point of perspective. Everything will return to that one point. That one point is death. Song Tianjia thought this person really had something wrong with his head. His speech was strange. However, this style of speaking was very familiar. What an interesting world. Song Tianji picked up the red wine mixed with Sprite, took a sip, and then decisively asked to change it to Waha. The red root immediately rushed to the side of a lucky girl in a red dress, and pulled out a bottle of Waha. No straw. The red root shook it, and slapped the red dress across the face. The red dress was extremely aggrieved. I don't know when the straw disappeared. In the end, the Waha was poured into a wine glass, and handed to Song Tianjiu. Song Tianjiu took a sip and nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. She was curious about how Xie Qingshan would make his exit. Given the current situation, Xie Qingshan only had one path, death. Xie Qingshan rarely concealed his whereabouts, and the only reason he hadn't been arrested was because that group was arrogant enough, blindly trusting machines. That group was unwilling to properly examine their opponent. Their arrogance would lead them to their doom. The list contained 10,000 people, but Xie Qingshan was only one. He couldn't kill that many. Even if he eliminated 10 people a day, it would still take more than 2 years. The bullet supplier could have 10,000 bullets and many sets of parts, but Xie Qingshan didn't have that much time. Malnutrition in his childhood, chronic illness in his youth, coupled with the heavy workload he now faced, left his body scarred and battered. Xie Qingshan knew he wouldn't live much longer. When he went to collect the parts again, the bullet supplier was looking at his medical report. Xie Qingshan, this is your medical report. It was a report about the thickness of a finger, heavy to the touch. Xie Qingshan could read and understand simple physics and chemistry formulas, but he couldn't understand this report. The various graphs and indicators on it confused him. What confused him even more was that he didn't know when he had his medical examination. Xie Qingshan asked the question. The drone behind him cursed loudly. It's me, you idiot. Xie Qingshan had never known Zhao Hui possessed such abilities. He stepped on the drone and asked, what are the results of the medical report? Genetic defect, you're a defective product. A defective product. A defective product. Zhao Hui sounded extremely manic, yet emotion could be detected in his mechanical voice. So what's the result? Xie Qingshan didn't care if he was a defective product. He only wanted to achieve his goal. As a child, Xie Qingshan had seen a phrase in a book. Universal harmony. He didn't understand its meaning. Zhao Hui said it was also a kind of utopia. A utopia in the eyes of his ancestors. Xie Qingshan asked again, what is a utopia? It's a good place that doesn't exist. Zhao Hui's answer always puzzled Xie Qingshan. Then, Zhao Hui began to speak in a way Xie Qingshan couldn't understand, seemingly a kind of folk song. Big rats, don't eat my millet. Big rats, don't eat my wheat. Big rats, don't eat my seedlings. Xie Qingshan didn't understand. Is this utopia? Is this a place that doesn't exist? Is this universal harmony? The young Xie Qingshan didn't understand. The grown-up Xie Qingshan still didn't understand. He only understood one thing. Those on the list, killing them one by one, would be one less. There was no paradise here, but that didn't stop him from raising his gun and killing the big rats. Your genes are inferior. According to the rules, you will be destroyed. The drone beneath his feet continued to speak, its mechanical voice full of schadenfreude. Do you know how chickens are sorted in a chicken farm? Before Xie Qingshan could speak, the mechanical voice sounded again. Unqualified chickens, all strangled. Thrown into the mixer, made into chicken feed. Xie Qingshan rolled his eyes, not wanting to continue this topic. He's just not qualified, so what? He's a defective product, so what? He's genetically inferior, so what? He didn't work in the mines, he didn't become a blood bank for the upper class, all because of his inferior genes. Xie Qingshan didn't feel inferior, on the contrary, he was grateful. His inferiority allowed him to remain outside the system. The bullet supplier finally spoke. Your aggressiveness is very strong, it's innate. Correspondingly, your lifespan won't be long. You probably won't live past 60. Xie Qingshan didn't care. No need, I never intended to live to 60. Genetics are a strange thing. Some people look half dead, but live to 99. Some people look healthy but suddenly die. How can you explain such things? Xie Qingshan just wanted to continue his work. As an executioner, he meticulously sorted through the names on his notebook. Unfortunately, the handwriting was difficult to decipher, and some of the circles were even more baffling. The further he went, the more circles appeared. It was as if it were some kind of writing, with its own inherent patterns. He came not only to replace parts on the gun, but also to have the bullet supplier interpret the meaning of these circles. Chapter 178. Xie Qingshan couldn't understand the circles, but the bullet supplier could. That's why Xie Qingshan had to come every now and then. Why don't you give me the normal list? Xie Qingshan was somewhat dissatisfied. This was really affecting work efficiency. Black mist swirled around the bullet supplier, and tentacles extended. I can understand it, that's enough. You need to leave, or perhaps you need a day of rest, you look very tired. Xie Qingshan's expression froze, and he immediately lost consciousness. The live stream froze the moment the black mist spread. The viewers in the live stream didn't see what happened next. The viewers started cursing Nightmare again. They considered it a useless piece of junk. Completely worthless. If you can't do a good job, get out. They have countless plans. Is Nightmare even capable? Why is the screen always black? Yin Kingdom netizens have already brought in game developers, along with gold coin modifiers, demanding they come up with a solution. Faced with the demand from audiences, who have real money at their disposal, Major manufacturers are eager to act. Some have even tried to persuade the Tianmu team through the cultural and tourism departments. Is it possible to transform the Tianmu above our heads into a large-scale, immersive game? It's unimaginable what they could achieve by securing this order. This would be the world's first fully realistic game. No need for a game pod. No need for 3D or 5D technology. No need for massive promotional expenditures. Tianmu itself is a huge IP. The entire planet knows Tianmu. You can see it just by looking up. Ling Yun, who was recently on shift in the customer service department, heard the absurd information relayed by the cultural and tourism department on the other end of the phone, all for the sake of positive reviews, and he tugged at his hair in frustration. This world has gone mad after all. After downing a large cup of coffee, Ling Yun patted her forehead, took a deep breath, and began writing a report. A death game. Why can't it really be a game? Since Nightmare can create such a realistic effect as a ball of fire, does that mean it's actually possible? The world isn't mad. A glint flashed in Ling Yun's eyes. After typing 50 words, she completely lost patience and dialed a number. Good morning, Chief. This is Ling Yun. I have a plan. Tell me in person. I fly over right now. Ling Yun had a plan that urgently needed reporting. She wasn't making excuses to avoid answering the phone. Xie Qingshan won't do. He can't remember my true form. The bullet supplier shook his head, picked up the drone from the ground, and recharged it. The red charging light flashed, and the drone's camera slowly rotated, looking at the stunned Xie Qingshan. Big Octopus, what did you do to him? Big Octopus? The bullet supplier laughed, directly disassembling the drone's core component, then turned and pushed open a door. Behind the door was a wheelchair, and sitting in it was a little girl in a white dress. The little girl was young, but looked emaciated and in poor condition. Seeing the bullet supplier, the previously listless little girl immediately perked up. Daddy! I found you a toy. The bullet supplier handed her the core, which changed shape in his hand, becoming the shape of a turtle. A turtle! It's said to be a long-lived species, a good omen. The turtle shouted, not a turtle. It's a tortoise. The little girl smiled brightly. Daddy, did my wish come true today? Daddy's getting old. I can't remember Tian's wish anymore. What was Tian's wish again? It's equality for all beings. Since we're all going to die anyway, struggling is useless, so let's die together. The little girl carefully picked up the core, curiously examining this strange object. Daddy, what is this? An exiled soul, trapped in time, unable to escape. The bullet supplier spoke while mixing the medicine, skillfully hanging the 4 drip on the wall. He circled the tubing several times in his hand, the cold medicine flowing down the transparent tube, a few drops falling to the ground. The little girl placed the core on her lap, one hand covering her eyes, the other out, trying to distract herself. Daddy, it looks very sad. Is it lost its way home? Can we help it? The bullet supplier inserted a purple needle into the little girl's delicate vein. The back of the little girl's hand was covered with needle marks, some already beginning to fester. The bullet supplier wiped away the festering sores and said, My child, as you wish. The little turtle transformed into a rabbit, hopping and jumping on the little girl's lap, trying to bargain. Aren't you going to ask my opinion? Did I agree? The bullet supplier said, This is a greedy soul. It wants too much. Its soul cannot bear its greed. The red-eyed rabbit grinned, its 3-lobed mouth glaring angrily at the bullet supplier. The bullet supplier remained unmoved and said to the little girl, From now on, it will be your pet. The red-eyed rabbit was furious and shouted, Did I agree? Clearly, the red-eyed rabbit had no room for objection. The little girl poked the rabbit's head and asked curiously, Rabbit, rabbit, do you eat carrots? What should I feed you? The rabbit refused to answer. And 4 drip hung above her head, the glass bottle filled with clear medicine. Under the light, both the bottle and the transparent tubing appeared exquisitely clear. The cool liquid flowed into the little girl's veins through the needle. The medicine would dilute her blood and then be absorbed by her blood vessels, working wherever needed. It was clear that this little girl was very well cared for. Her white dress was spotless, the lace perfectly torn. Every detail was perfect. Her clean hair was tied into 2 ponytails, then folded into bows and decorated with light blue hair clips. The hair clips were fluffy, not the kind that would dig into the scalp if she fell. It was a very simple card clip, the decorations of which were stuffed with cotton. Very delicate, yet also very ordinary. Little bunny, can you tell a story? The red-eyed bunny jumped around, messing up a small patch of the little girl's skirt, tangling a few lace threads, and said angrily, I have goals and ideals. I'm not a robot to fool children. The next moment, an octopus tentacle hooked him and flung him to the ground. The bullet supplier, who was reading a book, smiled and said, "Say it again." "I mean, please give me your orders, I am a storytelling robot." "Little bunny, I want to hear a story. Tian loves listening to stories. Tell me, tell me, tell me." Once upon a time, there was a mountain. On the mountain was a temple. In the temple was a little monk and an old monk. The little monk asked the old monk to tell a story. The little girl's eyes widened. And then? The old monk told the story. Once upon a time, there was a mountain. On the mountain was a temple. Chapter 179. Liar! You're repeating yourself. This isn't a story at all. I want a story, a real story. Then tell me a story about a rabbit. A long, long time ago, there was a rabbit who was good for nothing and ate everything. Tian poked the little rabbit's ear and asked, "A long, long time ago, when was that?" 200 years, 2 centuries, 3 cycles of 60 years, 200 springs and autumns. 200 springs and autumns? The little girl seemed thoughtful, then suddenly realized, "I seen them too. Daddy, 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 will I be able to see the next spring?" The bullet supplier closed the book and shook his head. Tian, you will see another kind of spring." The red-eyed rabbit stood there, stunned. He couldn't understand how this little girl could see 200 springs and autumns. At the little girl's request, the red-eyed rabbit continued the story. Long, long ago, more than 200 springs and autumns ago, there was a hapless fellow. Anything he wanted to do was fraught with difficulty. Even going out would result in a flower pot falling from the sky and hitting him on the head. He believed his life was meaningless. He tried to find the meaning of life, tried to understand the meaning of existence. He tried to know all the principles of this world, tried to touch the one true truth. Then, he suddenly saw the past, and he saw the future. The red-eyed rabbit saw the moment this little girl's life ended, and he also saw the instant she was born. He even saw the future of the bullet supplier. But he dared not speak. The long blackout in Tianmu's live stream drew strong dissatisfaction from the Yin Kingdom viewers. Calm and collected, wanting to hit someone Nightmare. "If you can do it, do it. If you can't, get lost." A guy wanting to give up. "Nightmare, are you doing this because you're about to kick the bucket? If you're not up to the task, then get lost." Nightmare, wanting to die upstairs. "Don't use reduplicated words, it's disgusting." Inya, please be normal, I'm getting goosebumps. What's going on here? What does this mean? Is Nightmare going to be finished? Are we going to win? Octopus sequence, great news. Nightmare is finished. I'm going to eat a 6-inch cake by myself. Strawberry jam, blueberry filling, eat 3 bowls at a time. Just say you want to eat it, go now. No need for excuses. The viewers in the live stream have almost gotten used to Nightmare's blunders. After all of Nightmare's behavior recently points to one truth. This Nightmare doesn't seem very smart. Compared to Pan, Nightmare is far too weak when it comes to manipulating people's hearts. Pan's dungeons are always chilling upon closer inspection, filled with non-fatal details that can cloud judgment. Pan may not be physically powerful, but its cunning is passable. Its measured pace instills fear in many. If Pan can survive, its gradual harvesting of fear, while not instantaneous, will still be effective. Nightmare is different. In 2 consecutive dungeons, Nightmare tried to make a big splash, attempting to harvest massive amounts of fear, but its haste exposed its weaknesses. It was too impatient. It mistakenly believed that reopening old wounds would instill fear. Song Tianjiu finished her glass of Waha in one gulp, looking at the screen above her head. She saw Tian, and the negotiation between the bullet supplier and the red-eyed rabbit. She saw it. Below the stage, the lucky ones were chatting amongst themselves. The screen went black? I can't see anything. Did Nightmare die? Why is it the same as before with Song Qiaonan? Is there something we can't see? The next instant, the lucky one who uttered the name Song Qiaonan had a skewer of grilled octopus stuck to her head, which was covered by a thick wig. Song Tianjiao, holding the skewer, continued to throw it in the direction of the lucky one. She didn't want to hear that name from her memories. In this world, only AMU could call her that. AMU was dead. She treasured her past memories, like beautiful stones, unwilling to recall them. Just recalling them made her think about AMU's illness, whether there were other treatment options. Just recalling them made her think about whether the knife could have been faster. Thinking of the past, the pain still lingered. Nightmare had unveiled the veil of memory, attempting to judge her, instilling fear in her. She felt no fear, only rage and resentment. Throwing the last skewer of barbecue away, Song Tianjiu suddenly felt utterly bored. End it. Let it all end. She thought to herself, Zhao Hui, adjust your plans. Zhao Hui, who had just been beaten and was sobbing as he applied medicine to his body, immediately responded. What? I got beaten. I'm so pitiful. Song Tianjiao, What the hell? This Zhao Hui, is this the Zhao Hui from Xie Qingshan's memories? That red-eyed rabbit, a cybernetic life form. Song Tianjiu saw something that none of the lucky ones present could see, and even Xie Qingshan couldn't see the content of the scene at this moment. All they saw was a black screen. The Tian in the image wasn't much different from the current Tian, only she looked more frail. 200 years? Song Tianjiu tapped the back of his chair, thinking to himself, rules can only be defeated by rules. Zhao Hui, who's in your team? Zhao Hui responded quickly, my team is the entire Yin Kingdom. Don't try to be clever, be specific. The human heart is always the most unpredictable. Song Tianjiao didn't believe in so-called grand strategies. Under the relentless wheels of history, the small details within those grand strategies are the most fatal. People live in the details, so naturally, you have to look at the details. Zhao Hui rattled off a long list of names. Tian Ke, Zhao Jiancheng, Qi Tian, Jingwei, Bai Nyang, Li Qingyu. Song Tianjiu remembered that not long ago, a lunatic named Tian Ke had called out to him. She asked, who is Tian Ke? My lord Tian Ke, an ancient god who lost his power and name over the long river of time. The possessor of octopus tentacles, a cowardly fellow who lurks in the shadows, spying on the darker side of humanity. By the way, my lord's octopus tentacles are really delicious. Are you sure you don't want some? Song Tianjiu, She misjudged. She had previously thought that my lord Zhao Hui mentioned was a nightmare, given Zhao Hui's vague words, which gave her the wrong impression. So it wasn't? Zhao Hui continued, there's one more thing, my lord's daughter is named Tian. Song Tianjiu turned her head and looked at the man in the tuxedo, who was still eating barbecue. Black mist swirled around the man in the tuxedo, trying to steal the barbecue, but failed. This black mist wasn't like this when it attacked people. Song Tianjiu beckoned with her finger, and immediately several red roots rushed forward, swirling up a cloud of black mist. Under the bewildered gaze of the man in the tuxedo, the roots rippled into waves. One of the roots even blossomed into a small red flower, which she tucked into the tuxedo's pocket. Here's a little flower for you. Song Tianjiu picked up the red root and brought back the black mist, kneading it in her hands until it transformed into the shape of an octopus. Is this what Tian Ke looks like? An octopus? Chapter 180. If it were a small octopus, it would probably taste quite good. Song Tianjiu recalled the taste of seafood with a dipping sauce, a touch of wasabi, and it would be amazing. However, this octopus shouldn't be a small one, it should be a large octopus, a really big one. Song Tianjiao thought carefully, and added a few more tentacles to the small octopus. She asked in her mind, what abilities does Tian Ke have? Is he good at fighting? She had already made an appointment to fight Tian's father. She would never discriminate against mutated species. All beings are equal. She could beat anyone, or rather, she could spar with anyone. My master has only one ability, and that is protecting his own. I never seen my master fight. To be precise, my master is about to kick the bucket, he can't fight. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect that, did you? Song Tianjiao, Having such a believer is truly Tian Ke's blessing. Song Tianjiu suddenly felt a little sorry for him. She mentally conjured up the image of an old, frail father who had painstakingly raised his young, weak child, only to have the child chosen to enter the heavenly eye. Poor thing. So pitiful. Tian Ke was truly pitiful. At this moment, poor Tian Ke was beating Zhao Hui, this time not with tentacles, but with his fists, each punch landing squarely. Greed, I heard it all. No matter when or where, chant my name, I will hear it. Tian Ke was furious. Zhao Hui had revealed his impending death. If anyone harmed Tian because of this, he would kill Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui lay there, taking the beating. That's enough. Tell me yourself, don't you only have 200 or 300 years left to live? Old is old, accept it. Look at that guy over there. As a human, whether he can even live to be 100 is uncertain. Did he say anything? Even those who die young don't say anything. You, a long-lived being, should just shut up. Zhao Jiangqing's fist hardened. He really wanted to punch Zhao Hui. The conversation between Zhao Hui and Tian Ke had revealed too much information. Zhao Jiangqing pondered, lowering Tian Ke's danger level by 1 point. Perhaps because he was about to die, Tian Ke was really easy to talk to and get along with. As long as the requests weren't too unreasonable, he would comply with arrangements. Considering Zhao Hui and Lazy's disrespectful attitude, Zhao Jiancheng lowered Tian K's danger level by another point. At this moment, in Zhao Jiancheng's mind, Tian K's danger level was 998 per thousand. The probability had been reduced by 2 per thousand. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. Cooperation is possible, mutual benefit is possible, but blind trust is not advisable. Zhao Jiancheng said, "Gentlemen, can you tell me why the live stream was rigged?" Zhao Hui said, "Because the nightmare saw something it couldn't understand. How could a lowly deity see my esteemed master? Its name cannot be called, its form cannot be seen, its voice cannot be heard. My master is such a despicable scoundrel." Tian Ke punched Zhao Hui in the face, angrily saying, "Did I give you too much face?" Zhao Jiancheng covered his face. "Whatever, it's a matter between master and servant, he wouldn't interfere." Zhao Jiancheng realized one thing very clearly. Zhao Hui was incredibly resilient. He had been far too lenient with Zhao Hui before. No wonder this kid was so arrogant, even jumping on the table. Give him a little credit, and he'd take it all, just like his Zhang San. Thinking of Zhang Sanwen, Zhao Jiancheng felt an itch to beat him. Hitting a child wasn't good, but beating his son was perfectly justified. An adopted son is still a son. Thinking this way, Zhao Jiancheng felt no guilt watching Zhao Hui get beaten. What to do when a child gets into trouble? Beating them, of course. Zhang Sanwen was 2 when he touched an electric wire, then lay on the ground rolling his eyes. At 3, he peed in the mud, then asked for a hug. At 5, he skipped kindergarten by climbing over the wall to steal cucumbers from a vegetable garden in the suburbs. At 7, he imitated people in TV dramas, hanging ropes on ceiling fans and sticking his head inside. At 13, he tried to swim, poking at the drain outlet, almost sucking his arm in. At 17, he modified a drone's fan blades, almost spinning his head off. At 18, he secretly took his D-license test, rode the test sitter's motorcycle to a deserted mountain to drift, the bike flew off a cliff, and he ended up hanging from a tree. Zhao Jiancheng projected Zhang Sanwen's past onto him, and suddenly felt that whatever Tian Ke did to Zhao Hui was right. Beat them to death if you can't kill them. Poor kid. At the masquerade ball, 2 people in gorgeous dresses were communicating with their fingers under the table. Suddenly, one of them shuddered. The other grasped their hand and asked in sign language in the darkness, "What's wrong?" The first person answered directly, "I suddenly feel a bit cold, I have a bad feeling." The rules didn't say you couldn't crawl under the table, nor did they say you couldn't communicate with sign language. Touching hands face to face isn't whispering. One person speaking while the other remains silent isn't whispering either. These 2 were Zhang Sanwen and Zhang Mian. They practically grew up wearing the same dress. How could they not recognize each other because of a mask? When Zhang Sanwen was little, he was often dressed in a skirt and made to deliver flowers to some old folks on their birthdays. Zhang Wenwei refused this absurd behavior, so when Zhang Sanwen grew up, the task fell to Zhang Mian. The skirts were always similar in style, in festive colors favored by the elderly. Even their walking posture reflected the stereotypes of those old people. Children should be serious and lively. So what? Just put on the skirt, stand there, and you're instantly decoded. One wiggle of their butt, and you know what kind of nonsense they're about to spout. They're really not afraid of masks concealing their faces and figures. The elegantly seated lady pulled off the barbecue from her head and distributed it to those around her. Sensing the voices under the table, she simultaneously raised both feet, one for each person. "Fair! What are you 2 babbling about? Have you 2 figured things out?" Zhang Sanwen grabbed one of her feet, while Zhang Mian took off her shoe and tickled the sole. Zhang Wenwei was utterly exasperated. These 2 just couldn't be put together. Zhang Mian said, "The plan is simple. A maximum of 6 people will survive, a minimum of 3, then the game ends. Rule 5. Abstentions are allowed, but each person has only 1 chance to abstain. Anyone who abstains twice is eliminated. In the first round, all the lucky winners in the audience abstain. With no votes, there's no question of more or fewer votes. Thus, the 3 lucky winners in the first round pass. In the second round, all the lucky winners in the audience abstain, and the 3 lucky winners from the previous round who abstained survive. The 3 lucky winners selected in this round survive. The remaining lucky winners are eliminated. If there's a third round, the initial 3 lucky winners abstain and die, leaving 3 survivors. This is the lucky winners plan. With this plan, out of 60 lucky winners, 6 or 3 can survive. After a lucky winner dies, someone else will naturally fill their place. The plan is simple, but the details need improvement. For example, The extra people at the banquet whose backgrounds are unknown must be prevented from voting. Whatever they are. Let's die together. This plan is, so far, the best way to clear this instance. All the lucky ones below the stage are waiting. Waiting for the moment to vote. Zhang Yiyan said, there's only one goal, to prevent everyone from voting. We can't resist, but we can remain silent. Silence, sometimes, is the best vote. Abstaining. That's also a form of resistance. Chapter 181. All the lucky ones in the audience were waiting. Waiting for the end, waiting for the vote, and then silence. Silently, walking towards death. They already had their own plans, their own judgments. No need for much discussion. No need for repeated analysis. Meanwhile, other live streams were still busy. Fahai tried to talk about Buddhism, but his live stream was immediately banned. Chen Jianglu started a mukbang to attract viewers. After all, he really could eat. Mukong, your master is hungry. Chi Tian threw a hawthorn slice and his golden cudgel at him. Bald monk, I'd put up with you for a long time. Eat, all you know is eating. Jingwei was playing a matching game. Bai Nyang was changing clothes in a second. Li Qingyu was compiling live stream data. I mean, is this really considered faith? As a purebred Qiantang River fish, Li Qingyu had never enjoyed any incense offerings. He was starting to doubt his life. So sleepy, even though I just finished a cup of coffee. Li Qingyu patted his head, refreshed the data, and started arguing with the live streaming platform's customer service. Although Master Fahai's survival rate was the worst, he still give him a chance. Pressing enter to send, Li Qingyu suddenly realized something was wrong. He turned his head, and saw a head peeking out the window, curiously watching his computer screen. Laziness. What are you doing here? Get out of here. Laziness's abilities were a fatal blow to working people. It could even make Chi Tian yawn. This was practically a conceptual god. Li Qingyu wanted nothing more than to kick laziness off the platform. Laziness struggled to climb in through the window. I'm here to work. The boss said, just a little bit more. Boss's power isn't quite enough. He looked unremarkable, dressed in a suit, probably learned from Tian K, wearing a suit and tie. However, Tian K looked like a boss in his suit. Lazy looked like an insurance salesman in his. The materials were almost identical, even the workmanship was similar. But Lazy looked like a corporate slave. Li Qingyu was questioning his existence, about to confront him, when Lazy pulled out a work ID. I have an ID. Li Qingyu, why didn't you take the stairs? Lazy replied matter-of-factly, climbing stairs is tiring. There's no elevator. But this is the second floor. Lazy raised his chin proudly. At the company, I have a private elevator and a balanced scooter. Lazy to this extent, hopeless. Lazy's mission was to come and do a live stream to alleviate the current shortage of medical resources caused by excessive sleep deprivation among Yin Kingdom netizens. My mission is to make them sleep. And incidentally, harvest their faith. Lazy yawned and slumped back in his chair. Let's get started. It's been so long since I'd done any work. This is such a hassle. Li Qingyu, Given Lazy's work ethic, he'd probably be fired long ago in a normal company. The infighting king, Li Qingyu, quickly set up a live stream room for Lazy, placing a green screen behind him and inserting a starry background during the stream. So, what the audience saw was an office worker sitting cross-legged in an office chair, yawning in the universe. An ordinary-looking office worker, almost forgettable. The standard corporate slave image. Ready? Lazy yawned widely, and after Li Qingyu replied, he stretched. Any questions from the audience? Who am I? What's my purpose? Lazy scratched his head, and pointed to the phone stand beside him. Arrange one, I watch it myself. This guy was so lazy he didn't even want to pick up his phone or turn the page. Li Qingyu was utterly speechless. Soon, Lazy's live stream started operating normally. At first, there wasn't much organic traffic. I'm lazy, I'm in both the 7 deadly sins and the 10 deadly sins. You can call me whatever you want, it doesn't matter. My job? My job is sleeping and eating. Greed says it should be called dry food. Dry food person, dry food soul, dry food is a superior person. 8 a.m.? I don't have an 8 a.m. The boss will drag me out when he needs me. Normally I just take naps wherever I want. Chi Tian and the others have big backgrounds. What background do I have? Lazy thought for a moment, and realized he had no background. He took out a candy, didn't even peel off the wrapper, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. I am who I am original sin, I am sloth, one of the fundamental human traits. What use am I? I'm useless. Sloth suddenly remembered something, and pulled a piece of paper from its pocket. This is a cheat sheet Greed gave me. If you have nothing to say, just sing it. Sloth cleared its throat, and began to sing. I served you since I was 3, yet you never care for me. I'm leaving you, to go to that happy land. Happy land, where I will find my place. Sloth's live stream initially had few viewers, until someone discovered that it was very effective for insomnia. Gradually, Sloth's live stream gained popularity. Ruohualili, my screen is black. If you're feeling anxious, watch Sloth. May Sloth live on forever. Shanjianmu, I never seen such a lazy streamer. I feel like the streamer could lie down on the ground any second. Wiping away tears, lazy, is your company hiring? You're still not laid off? I think I could join in and take a look. Life's a mess, school's exploding. This live stream is even more soporific than Fahai's. I just took a 10-minute nap, and I'm suddenly super energetic. I feel like I could do several practice tests. I'm pretending. I played Lazy's song for my insomniac aunt, and 1 second she was complaining about the off-key singing and pitch problems. The next she was asleep. Life's tough. Lazy's forced to perform. Soon, thanks to her professional skills, she climbed to the top of the livestream popularity charts. Viewers discovered that a 10-minute nap in this livestream is more effective than 10 hours of normal sleep. The only thing to be careful about is timing it, not watching continuously. Watching too much of Lazy's livestream really makes you want to lie on the floor and not get up. No amount of struggle or effort is as comfortable as lying on the floor basking in the sun. Viewers who started wandering around the livestream room because of the black screen on Tianmu Live witnessed the power of Lazy for the first time. A wicked smile. What kind of concept god is this? If we send him to Tianmu, will even nightmares go on strike? Ji-chi. Tianmu, fall down. Tianmu, fall down. The concept god is always the most awesome. Coriander, ahem, Lazy, do you want to introduce your other colleagues? Are your colleagues this awesome too? Waipa, it feels like a weapon now. Almost surpassing causal weapons. Qin Yunan Bei, I can't imagine how many points I would have scored if I had a magic weapon that allowed me to sleep for 10 minutes and be fully recharged for the whole day during the college entrance exam. Ruohua Luli, I would call you the lazy god. Concept gods are completely different from ordinary gods. The viewers in the live stream were thinking wildly, a chill running down their spines. Lazy looked at the praise in the live stream chat, blinked, and the corner of his mouth moved up a pixel. He got praised. He actually got praised. Lazy, who is often scolded, is getting a little arrogant. Chapter 182. Lazy, unusually, put down his legs, stood up, and bowed to the camera. Thank you everyone, I will try my best. Then, he ended the live stream. He walked straight out. The little bit of faith power the boss lacked had been collected. He, Lazy, never did anything unnecessary. Not even a second more. The viewers in the live stream stared at the black screen, questioning their existence. Number 1 on the leaderboard? This is number 1. He's not broadcasting anymore. Can't he just chat for another 5 yuan? Lazy was truly lazy. He simply climbed out the window, went downstairs, ate a plate of boiled octopus tentacles in the cafeteria, and then laid down under the table to sleep. Xiao Hui, bruised and battered, entered the cafeteria and found the chefs dozing off. He immediately rushed under the table and dragged Lazy out. Get out of here. Find somewhere else to sleep. Do you know how sacred this place is? Lazy dogs aren't allowed to sleep here. The chefs, awakened, looked at Xiao Hui, feeling that this kid was subtly criticizing them. Extra spicy. Spicy enough to kill him. Meanwhile, the Tianmu livestream finally resumed. On screen, Xie Qingshan was tidying up the house, dismantling useless tables and chairs and placing them against the wall. Just as the viewers in the livestream were still confused, Xie Qingshan removed his prosthetic leg, picked up his crutches, walked to the door, and opened it. A large amount of snowflakes rushed in. The world was a gray-white expanse. Xie Qingshan picked up an axe by the door, leaned on his crutches, and went outside. The world was a uniform white, and a chilling atmosphere rushed in. As Xie Qingshan moved, his breath turned into white mist, and his exposed fingers and ears turned bright red from the cold. The snow stopped, and the snow underfoot froze into ice. Each step made a crisp cracking sound. The crisp, chocolate cake-like crust was shattered. 2 rows of marks were left where Xie Qingshan had walked, footprints and dots left by his cane. The viewers in the live stream watched in silence. They had a premonition that it was about to end. Because Xie Qingshan on screen looked almost exactly the same as when he first entered the death game. Ultraviolet rays had left their mark on him, making his skin darker. Even the details of his eyebrows and eyes were almost identical to when he first entered the death game. So how would Xie Qingshan's story end? On the high platform, Song Tianju tossed a piece of chocolate to the pink cake. You tell me, isn't it easier with only one leg? With less weight, the burden on your heart is less, and your calorie needs are lower. You eat less. The pink cake refused to answer the question, diligently munching on the chocolate, which was about the size of an adult's palm. The strawberry milk chocolate was eaten quickly by the pink cake, and it was gone in no time. More. Song Tianju tossed over a block of 100% pure cocoa liquor. The strawberry cupcake was quickly devoured. Song Tianju was shocked. This bitter-looking thing, how could she eat it so fast? She stared at the strawberry cupcake's belly, hidden by her skirt, and suddenly felt an urge to poke it. She waved her finger, and Red Root immediately rushed over with the tray. The tray was filled with cupcakes of various flavors. Suddenly, Song Tianju realized something and said seriously, "Isn't this considered wearing women's clothing?" Cough cough. The pink cupcake coughed. Red Root swayed left and right around her, seemingly considering whether to provide first aid. Song Tianjiao, clutching the little octopus in her hand, had a sudden inspiration and tossed it over. Want some? No. Cough cough cough. Sure enough, no decent person would eat this kind of thing. Song Tianjiao thought Zhao Hui was crazy, actually trying to get her to eat octopus tentacles. Unlike the viewers in the live stream, Song Tianjiao also saw the scene on the screen during the blackout period. Others couldn't see it simply because it was incomprehensible to the naked eye. That octopus, was that Tian Ke? Tian's father. Song Tianju suddenly became very curious about how such a non-human species could adopt Tian. And Tian Ke seemed really serious about raising Tian. Glancing at the black mist trying to pry the candy out of the tuxedo-clad figure's mouth, Song Tianju was somewhat relieved that the screen appeared black to others. In the live stream, Xie Qingshan had already returned carrying the collected combustibles. He staggered, walking alone in the wind and snow. Kissing away tears, Xie Qingshan was all alone now. Xie Wumu was dead, and Zhang Yu was dead too. His biggest ties in the world are probably these two people, right? Xie Qingshan, you're a strawberry cake. Are you going to kill me? Evil smile. Suddenly I feel a little sorry for him. I won't call him Rooster Bro anymore. Let's call him Golden Rooster standing on one leg instead. Coriander, upstairs, you still haven't let him go. Wait, Rooster Bro isn't going home. Where is he going? Nightmare goes down. I just woke up. Lazy's livestream is amazing. I'm so motivated now. Now I can carry several bags of rice upstairs. I'm going to curse Nightmare to death. Dust in the north and south. How old is Rooster Bro now? He looks a lot older. He's not the boyish Rooster Bro anymore. He looks really serious. Inside the live stream, Xie Qingshan finally stopped and pushed open a door. Everyone recognized it as the bullet supplier's residence. The bullet supplier's residence, usually tidy, was now covered with a thin layer of dust. As Xie Qingshan entered, the wall camera rotated. Seemingly confirming his identity, the red light on the camera turned green. Xie Qingshan pushed open a hidden door and saw a thin, frail little girl sitting in a wheelchair. And 4 drip was attached to the little girl's head, the medicine inside frozen at low temperatures. The little girl's eyes were closed, and she looked like a skeleton. Xie Qingshan sighed, looked towards the corner of the room, and the live stream went black again. I'm pretending to be naive. Is there anything I, a lucky candidate, can't see? That's Tian, right? That's Tian, right? Wha, baby, how did you suddenly become so thin? Life's not going well. School explosion. Another black screen. Did Nightmare forget to renew his internet subscription? Why pa? Take my advice, Nightmare, log off. Let laziness come. Laziness is great. Let's just have a contest to see who sleeps the longest. Mountainwood. Laziness seems like the kind of minor boss who's too lazy to play dirty tricks. If laziness were a villain, she'd definitely be a master at holding the enemy back. I can't imagine how fun it would be if laziness were my opponent. Kaylee Jichi. Wait, do you guys remember the original purpose of Dashung and the others' live stream? Is it possible that laziness ran away so quickly because she was actually working overtime? Even laziness is out working. So what are the other 6 of the 7 deadly sins doing? Kinji Weifan. I understand the logic. I just want to know when we can defeat Nightmare. The live stream viewers tried their best to ignore one problem. Tian is dead. Tian is clearly 9 years old now, yet she appeared 200 years later in Xie Qingshan's memories. What exactly happened? In the Tianmu conference room, Zhao Jiancheng looked at the black screen, sighed, and then looked at Tian K. Mr. Tian K, did Xie Qishan see your corpse? Zhao Hui returned carrying fried noodles, shoved a portion into Zhao Jiangqing's mouth, and said, have you ever seen a dried octopus? That's what it looked like when it died. Dry and wrinkled. Chapter 183. The screen went black again in Tianmu's live stream, sparking numerous speculations among the viewers. Song Tianjiao looked at the screen, took a bite of her apple, and then looked at the tuxedo-clad woman beside her. Surrounded by black mist, the tuxedo-clad woman's figure was somewhat indistinct. It made one wonder if the black mist and the tuxedo-clad woman had a symbiotic relationship. In the scene, the bullet supplier was indeed dead, and Tian was also dead. Prevented from drinking a sip of cola by the black mist, the tuxedo-clad woman angrily handed the bamboo skewer to the black mist before turning to look at Song Tianjiu. Why are you looking at me, Sister Tianjiao? Song Tianjiu suddenly felt like she'd been caught spying on someone. She said, can you see that screen? A screen floated above everyone's heads, allowing the lucky ones to see Xie Qingshan's memories from various positions. Clearly, these memories had been manipulated. They weren't Xie Qingshan's complete first-person perspective, but also included a third-person perspective. The woman in the tuxedo said, I saw it. Tian is dead. Dad said everyone dies. It's just a matter of whether they die in the morning or at night. Song Tianjiao, She suspected Tian or Tian K were making a joke, but had no proof. Everything has its time. Everyone dies. Death is the fairest thing in the world. Even the universe will perish. The world will end. The woman in the tuxedo paused, then added, Dad said so. She removed her mask, revealing a face completely disproportionate to her size. Then she shrank. Her black tuxedo faded, turning into a white dress. The white dress had a Peter Pan collar, decorated with white cotton lace, and small, delicate double bows sewn at the hem. Everything has an end, everyone dies. The mask in Tian's hand withered away, black mist swirling around her. An indescribable force, with menacing power, devoured her chair, forming a new seat. The little girl easily obtained the cola, took a swig and said, this time I said it. Warning! Cheating is prohibited in the death game. The lucky winners below the stage all stared at Tian in astonishment, momentarily losing their ability to think, as if they had seen something indescribable. Death is ever present. All things are like this. The Tianmu livestream showed a scene. Xie Qingshan placed the flammable materials and returned to his residence, carrying the disassembled furniture piece by piece. After more than a dozen trips, he finally finished. He poured the stolen kerosene onto the flammable materials, then took out a box of matches. On the matchbox was printed a little girl in a dress. A long time ago, Zhao Hui told him a story called The Little Girl Selling Nuclear Bombs. A little girl felt cold on a winter night, so she detonated a nuclear bomb. Everyone within 100 miles became her acquaintance. Xie Qingshan didn't know it was a lame joke. He never quite understood Zhao Hui's twisted sense of humor. But he knew the power of nuclear weapons. Unfortunately, he didn't have one. He only had 2 guns, a sniper rifle and a cannon. Zhao Hui said it was called individual heroism. But he was truly all alone. He was always alone. No one was with him anymore. Sometimes, even he himself felt that his struggles and resistance were meaningless. In the grand scheme of things, his struggles were futile. The paint on the match brushed against Xie Qingshan's rough trousers, igniting a flame. A match fell, igniting the kerosene, and flame spread out like a magnificent cloth. Soon, the entire house was ablaze. It started snowing again. Snowflakes pelted Xie Qingshan's face and body, gathering on the ground only to be blown back up by the wind, pelting him again and again. The gale only fueled the fire, and the melting snow only allowed the kerosene to flow freely. This fire could not be extinguished. The wind and frost pressed in, dark clouds obscured the sun, and the flames, carried by the wind, illuminated half the sky red. Xie Qingshan pulled out his notebook and found a pencil that was only 2 centimeters long. He opened the notebook, turning page after page, until only the last page remained. On this page, all the names were replaced with circles. He couldn't understand it. The person who could understand this handwriting was already dead. His mission was over. A mechanical voice echoed amidst the flames, Aya! Why are you burning me? Xie Qingshan rolled his eyes, and turned to leave. The data hasn't been synchronized yet. 10 minutes of data haven't been synchronized. You can't do this to me. Xie Qingshan pulled out his pistol, and fired a shot at the wailing speaker in the room. This is 10 minutes, 600 seconds of data. Xie Qingshan, you have no heart. What's the point of synchronizing data that has no value. Xie Qishan rolled his eyes again, took a few steps, and suddenly stopped. He tore the notebook open, cutting it into concentric circles, the shape of paper money he's seen in books. I heard that where there's a mortal world, there's a mortal world. This kind of paper is the currency of the mortal world. There are rules for burning paper money. You need to draw a circle on the ground and recite the name of the deceased, so that it won't be stolen by wandering ghosts. Sheets of paper were thrown into the flames, some extinguished instantly, others rising with the heat, only to fall to Xie Qingshan's feet, then being blown away by the wind and back into the fire. The air was thick with a pungent smell of burning organic and inorganic matter, unpleasant to smell. Occasionally, a change in wind direction would make Xie Qingshan's eyes redden. This stack is for Xie Wumo. This stack is for Zhang Yu. This stack is for that tentacle monster. This stack is for that little girl in the white dress. This stack is for myself. This stack is a small offering to the mountains, rivers, and the nation. A mechanical dog limped over, roaring, "What about me? What about me? Don't I deserve a name? Am I not human?" Xie Qishan picked up a piece of paper blown back by the wind, folded it into a paper airplane, and threw it into the fire. He said, "For the red-eyed rabbit Zhao Hui." Another gust of wind rose, and black smoke and half-burnt paper pelted Xie Qishan. He wiped his face, turned to leave, and found his cane had been snatched away by the mechanical dog and thrown into the fire. Xie Qishan could only pick up a broken plank to use as a cane, and trudged back home. He went home. The viewers in the live stream wanted to laugh, but couldn't. This scene should have been hilarious, but they just couldn't laugh. Xie Jinxi, mountains and rivers. The state, Brother Rooster has never seen any mountains and rivers, nor has he ever experienced any state. He's only seen them in books. Good night, Stinky Machine Cloud. A severe cultural gap. Tianmu destroyed everything. Destroyed everything. Just to harvest fear. Cherry Calf. In Brother Rooster's world, there's not much fear left to harvest, right? What will happen next? Will it be destroyed? Jianmei, I don't know anything. I only know that what we're seeing seems to be an abridged version. Nightmare. You bastard. Liani Rong. Guer, you son of a bitch. Release the director's cut now. Don't make me curse you. The viewers in the live stream knew they had missed a lot. Missed a lot. Chapter 184. Xie Qishan returned to his residence and reattached his prosthetic leg. He lay on his bed, smiling as he drifted off to sleep. A modified robot sat on the table, tirelessly reiterating the importance of the data. 10 minutes. That's 10 minutes. Do you know how important that is? A piece of my heart is gone, completely gone. I don't remember what happened in those 10 minutes. It hurt so much, it really hurts so much. I don't want to live anymore, let me die. Xie Qishan remained unmoved in his sleep. He was waiting for the next day, because he had successfully applied to be one of the lucky ones. After shooting nearly 10,000 upper-class people, his resume was finally recognized. Those people were terrified, afraid he would continue killing. Afraid of his elusive, ghost-like movements. They gave him a name, a vicious dog bursting from the gates of hell. They were afraid. They decided to send Xie Qishan to his death. Even if Xie Qishan might commit suicide before entering Tianmu. Waking up, Xie Qishan carefully opened a can of meat, even drinking the broth clean. He changed into his most presentable clothes and opened the door. The highest record in the entire server, a solo kill against a king, elusive as a ghost, a sniper who hides from the world. A very useful dog. Here comes your final battlefield. Tianmu awaits you, death awaits you. Xie Qishan stepped out of the house. He earnestly corrected Zhao Hui's words. Please call me a mercenary. Next, I will complete my last commission, a commission for my younger self. I will also enter Tianmu someday. That's what the little kid in my memory said. The client said, all beings are equal. More than a decade ago, the bullet supplier said the same thing. All beings are equal, but this equality is only ever manifested in the moment of death. All beings are never equal. Zhao Hui, I will also withdraw from this game. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xie Qishan ascended the platform. He looked around at the densely packed seats in the arena and felt despair. He couldn't kill them all. He really couldn't kill them all. The small robot sitting on Xie Qingshan's shoulder said, Do you know? If you feel tired of living, it means someone is riding on your head. Xie Qingshan finally understood Zhao Hui's words completely, and was no longer confused. He understood. The people in the arena's audience seats could not be killed all. The people in the audience seats were the group riding on his head. He couldn't kill them all. The countdown before entering the heavenly eye began. The people in the audience seats all stared intently at Xie Qishan, afraid he might make a move. They feared he would choose suicide. Xie Qishan's suicide meant a lucky person would be randomly selected. 9. Below the stage, many people looked up at Xie Qishan. They already knew that the killer wanted for years was Xie Qishan. 7. In the audience, many people were trembling. They were afraid of what Xie Qishan might do. 5. Xie Qishan took in the myriad expressions of humanity, finding it amusing. He asked Xiao Hui, "What did you say?" 3. Welcome to Blue Star Online. 2. Delete account. The human world was too bitter. He didn't want to come. 1. The moment Tianmu took in the lucky person, a tentacle enveloped Xie Qishan. This time, the live stream didn't go black, it froze. It froze on the instant Xie Qishan finished speaking, his mouth still open. A gigantic tentacle descended from the sky. The viewers in the live stream were momentarily stunned, somewhat unable to comprehend the scene. What happened? What did they see? In the Tianmu conference room, Xiao Jiancheng stared at the empty shell on the chair opposite him, then forcefully slapped his head. Why do I feel like I'm getting used to it? Is this drug resistance? Just now, Xiao Jiancheng had seen Tian K's true form. Just as Xiao Hui had said, it was an octopus, a gigantic octopus. And then? What will happen? Xiao Jiancheng found his thoughts somewhat stagnant, seemingly influenced by Tian K. Is this the legendary, indescribable, unbearable sight? Xiao Hui sat on the table slurping his milk tea and said, "Then, I need a Coke." Xiao Jiancheng immediately sobered up, his fist hardening. "Don't think I won't slap you." Xiao Hui shrank back, sighing, "And then, there's nothing more. Just wait. After that, it won't be someone outside the heavenly eye who can be sure. I need a Coke, I'm serious." Xiao Jiancheng stared at Xiao Hui, finally choosing to believe him, and pulled out his walkie-talkie to call for backup. At worst, he'd beat him up later. Xiao Jiancheng had wanted to beat Xiao Hui for a long time. He hadn't done it before for fear of killing him. After all, Xiao Hui had always acted like a fragile piece of meat. His secretary said he was called Crispy Shark. Now, looking at him again, Xiao Jiancheng understood. Xiao Hui was incredibly resilient. What was he called again? Right, his secretary said he was called Legendary Resilient King. Xiao Jiancheng thought the description was very accurate. The Coke was delivered quickly. The staff member had barely left when another person appeared out of nowhere. It was a well-dressed, unremarkable-looking man. "Greedy, my work is almost done. The boss said he needs you to inspect it. What are you eating? Tell me what you're eating. Give me some." Xiao Jiancheng watched as the seemingly respectable office worker lunged forward, snatched the Coke from Xiao Hui's hand, and shoved the cup and all into his mouth. "Delicious. Is there more? I'm so hungry, so hungry, so hungry. Do you know how I survived without food or drink? I ate myself 13 times over." Xiao Hui slapped the office worker across the face. "Shut up, kneel down." The office worker quickly knelt down, looking up at Xiao Hui drooling. "You look delicious, can I have a bite?" Xiao Hui stomped his head on the ground and said to Xiao Jiancheng, "This is gluttony, useless at everything except eating. When he's starving, he eat himself." Xiao Jiancheng, He hadn't expected Xiao Hui to be so high-ranking, able to speak so disrespectfully to his colleague. "Hungry? Greed? Was that person the food you prepared for me? It looks good." Xiao Jiancheng immediately pulled out his walkie-talkie. "Serve the food. As much as you can." He didn't want to be food. This feeling of being targeted by a predator was something he had never experienced before. Gluttony's blatant and naked hunger made Xiao Jiancheng's scalp tingle. 3 minutes later, Gluttony began his gluttonous behavior. Between bowls of rice, he gave Xiao Jiancheng a thumbs up. "You're a pretty good guy. I'd be the last one to eat you from now on." Xiao Jiancheng, He wanted to call the guards. Really? I wonder what caliber weapon could possibly take down Gluttony. Soon, Qi Tian and the others, having finished their livestream, came over to watch the spectacle. "That's one of the octopus's henchmen, it can really eat." Qi Tian handed over the remaining half of the hawthorn cudgel. Gluttony devoured it in 2 bites. Not spitting out the peel. Qi Tian's eyes darted around, then he said to Li Qingyu, "Little fish, bring me a durian." Soon, the durian was served. Qi Tian broke open the durian. He handed the durian peel to Gluttony. "Do you want this?" Gluttony immediately bit off a piece. Chapter 185. Good garbage disposal. Qi Tian, engrossed in watching videos, was quite knowledgeable about modern products. In some ways, He was even more up-to-date than Zhao Jiancheng, a modern man. Jingwei silently handed over a pebble. Gluttony accepted it without hesitation and ate it directly. Jingwei stared wide-eyed at Gluttony's mouth, lost in thought. Lady White handed over a bag of extra spicy snacks, which Gluttony ate, packaging and all. Lady White was shocked. He even eats plastic? The little monk and the elder monk came over. The little monk offered an egg yolk, while the elder monk, empty-handed, stared at Gluttony thoughtfully. Chen Jianglu said with satisfaction, "He ate it, he ate it, he really ate it." Fahai said sternly, "You monster." Li Qingyu picked up a wooden fish hammer and hit Fahai on the head, angrily rebuking Fahai, "This is our strategic partner, show some respect. Or you lose your performance bonus." Fahai was the worst performer among all the resurrected gods. The little monk could do mukbang, act cute, and even stream with Qitian. Fahai could only perform the Great Heavenly Dragon. After performing the Great Heavenly Dragon too many times, the audience stopped watching. The old monk was old, his thinking was rigid, and he couldn't come up with anything interesting. He couldn't be a good-looking streamer, and as a talent streamer, all he could do was chant scriptures. Because of chanting scriptures, his account was mistakenly banned by the platform several times. The data was simply appalling. Fahai shut up. He knew his data was too bad, and it was a bit embarrassing. While Gluttony was diligently eating, the viewers in the live stream were still seeing that frozen image. Let's rewind to the moment Tian removed her mask. The lucky winners below the stage stared in disbelief at Tian, who sat atop a seat formed of black mist. Rule 1. Do not remove your mask. Anyone without a mask will be eliminated and die. Tian violated the rule. At this moment, no one cared about Xie Qingshan's memories. Everyone stared at Tian, their thoughts somewhat frozen. Warning! Death game. Cheating prohibited. The nightmare howled. Song Tianjiao, a lollipop dangling from her mouth, blinked, jumped off her chair, and tore off a wisp of black mist. She felt a power she hadn't felt before. If the previous black mist was a shell, then this shell was now being infused with a soul. She looked at the screen. On the screen, Xie Qingshan stood on a high platform, saying he was leaving Blue Star Online. The next instant, a tentacle enveloped him and the robot on his shoulder. Then came the chaotic scene of screams from the crowd. Song Tianjiao rolled the black mist into a chocolate ball shape and threw it back, tilting her head to look at the screen, and suddenly smiled. She understood. Unseen, unobservable, nameless. This octopus is invading Tianmu in this way. Xie Qingshan's memories are filled with images related to that octopus. The octopus, following his memories, has come back. Song Tianjiao doesn't know how this happened, but she knows the giant octopus succeeded. Suddenly, a huge octopus tentacle tears through space and bursts in, then squeezes into its massive body. The lucky ones watch this scene in shock, grabbing whatever they can use as weapons, on guard, ready to attack at any moment. Their brains have stopped thinking, only their instincts in the face of danger remain. The giant octopus almost completely occupies the stage, pushing the chairs aside. The pink dress fell to the ground, landing on the octopus tentacles. The tentacles avoided the area beneath Song Tianjiao's feet. Song Tianjiao turned and looked up, meeting the enormous head in her gaze. This was the true form of the giant octopus, the ancient god Zhao we had mentioned that couldn't be seen in public? Or perhaps, this was Tian's father. Song Tianjiao had never seen anything like this before, alive. It was something worthy of being displayed in a museum. Lucky Tian removed her mask, violating Rule 1. Imminent elimination and death. The nightmare screamed. The next moment, a tentacle shot towards the screen in midair. The intangible screen shattered, revealing the texture of glass. Warning! Death game. Song Tianjiao moved her fingers, and countless red roots quickly took over the entire masquerade ball. She sensed that the power of this ancient god wasn't pure, it was mixed with other forces. Even its body seemed somewhat illusory. Are those powers the powers of the other deities Zhao we mentioned? Is this giant octopus going to die? Is it considered old, weak, or disabled? If she were to challenge it to a spar, wouldn't that be bullying an old person? These things should have very long lifespans. If it's going to die in 200 years, doesn't that mean it's already an old, toothless person? Daddy! Tian kicked the nearest tentacle, excitedly saying, I made a new friend. The giant octopus didn't speak, only gently smoothing Tian's slightly messy hair with the tip of its tentacle. The giant octopus turned to look at Song Tianjiao and winked at her. Song Tianjiao watched as the nictitating membrane, perpendicular to the ground, opened and closed on the giant eyeball, hallucinating as the curtains repeatedly opened and closed. What's going on? Song Tianju pointed to herself, somewhat bewildered. A voice echoed in her mind. Hello, human. My power is no longer sufficient to resolve the nightmare. I need your help. Song Tianju understood. This was truly an old man on his deathbed. Very old. How to resolve it? You need to seize power. I arranged for my subordinates to pave the way. As long as you clear the level, you can temporarily obtain power. Temporarily? Song Tianju felt this giant octopus was a bit of a rip-off. Could it be that power is a one-time thing? Song Tianju was somewhat suspicious of this giant octopus. However, given the current situation, she had no other choice. Song Tianju stood with her hands behind her back, smiling as she looked at the giant octopus. She held 2 balls in her hands, one black and one white, which the red roots had just given her. Resolve the nightmare. Sorry, the nightmare was currently in her hands. Thanks to the giant octopus for disrupting the game's balance, giving her an opportunity. After that, each level will be like climbing stairs. Will you rise higher and higher, or will you face death, until everything settles? It's all unknown. The giant octopus waved its enormous tentacles, displaying a hint of divinity. Song Tianju stared at the tentacles, his mind filled with what Zhao Hui had said earlier. My lord is delicious. What a huge octopus, making takoyaki, I could make so many, right? Everyone, the game is about to begin. The lucky ones felt a sharp pain in their heads, and when they came to their senses, they were already standing on the chessboard. The masks on their faces were still there, and they were still wearing the same clothes, but something was different. The noblewoman in the purple dress looked around and said, I think I just saw a giant octopus. The others tried to recall, but they found their memories extremely blurry. They couldn't remember much. Tian poked the little octopus perched on her head, held her head high, and smiled without saying a word. Song Tianju twirled the black and white sphere in her hand, thought for a moment, then took out a skewer of grilled octopus, forcibly grabbed the small octopus's tentacles, and wrapped them around a bamboo skewer. It's delicious, want to try some? The little octopus, The woman in the pink dress squatted on the ground, pulled off her mask, and transformed back into the young Xie Qishan. He stared blankly at the little octopus. He seemed to have seen it before, but he couldn't remember clearly. Xie Qishan discovered that his memories had become chaotic and disordered, as if someone had forcibly reached in and messed with him. He almost forgot who he was. Chapter 186. Some of you are lying, wearing masks of deception. Beneath the mask, is it a person or a ghost? Xie Qishan had always known that he wasn't living like a human being. Not just him, everyone around him was living like a human being. I also want to enter the heavenly eye. As a child, he looked up at the heavenly eye and spoke his heartfelt wish. Back then, Xie Qishan's wish was simple. To have a full meal. Since he could remember, he had never known what a full stomach was. Resources were scarce. As a child, Xie Qishan always thought that everyone in the world, like him, was starving. Humans were born to starve. Material resources were scarce. To survive, one needed to use all one's strength. And the prerequisite for using all one's strength was having food to eat. It was like a vicious cycle. To survive, one had to eat. To have food, one had to use all one's strength. After using all one's strength, one obtained food. He wandered aimlessly in hunger. As a child, Xie Qishan believed the meaning of life was waiting. Waiting for food distribution. This was humanity's ultimate truth. When food was distributed, drones would fly overhead, first displaying advertisements for expensive goods, then announcing the food collection. Every time Xie Qishan heard the drones, he listened intently. Most of the time, the drones would leave after the advertisements. Rarely, they would quickly announce the food distribution location after the advertisements. Whenever that happened, Xie Wumu, who was basking in the sun by the wall, would stand up, pick up his woven basket, and set off. Xie Qishan would always follow behind, imitating Xie Wumu's unsteady gait. Xie Wumu would occasionally turn back, feigning a beating. Xie Qishan knew his grandfather wouldn't hit him, because his grandfather didn't have the strength. The place to collect food was different each time, requiring a long walk and a very long queue. If you were lucky, you could receive food according to the number of people. If you were unlucky, by the time it was your turn, the food had already been distributed. Xie Qishan felt that living required luck. Not going hungry was a kind of luck. Queuing was Xie Qishan's happiest time. The air was filled with the aroma of food. Grains and sawdust mingled together, giving off a dry, sweet fragrance. Sometimes it was bread scraps, sometimes leftovers collected from who knows where, and sometimes even sweet water. People were always relaxed while queuing. Even some who were teetering on the brink of starvation. Xie Qishan was the youngest in the crowd, and everyone liked to tease him. Little boy, have you ever eaten mushrooms? There used to be mushrooms in the forest, on the hillsides. Now there aren't any. Herbicides can even kill the fish in the river, let alone fungi. Xie Qishan listened, completely bewildered, his eyes filled with a clear, innocent ignorance. He had never eaten mushrooms. Never eaten fish either. No, that's not right. Occasionally, the food distributed would include some unfamiliar ingredients. Perhaps he had eaten mushrooms, perhaps he had eaten fish, but he didn't know it. Xie Wumu never taught him to distinguish those unattainable ingredients. The people in line began to teach Xie Qishan a song. This is a nursery rhyme, passed down from my ancestors. You must remember it well. Xie Qishan nodded earnestly, full of anticipation. Sing with me, red umbrella, white pole, after eating, lie down on the plank together. Lie down on the plank, bury the mountain, friends and family eat. Xie Qishan's eyes widened, as if he understood, yet also as if he didn't. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Is the red umbrella delicious? This question drew a burst of laughter from the surrounding crowd. As they laughed, a person not far away collapsed to the ground. The person who had been singing pulled the starving man to the roadside, returned to the group, and moved forward a step. Xie Qishan looked at the person, lying not far away, emaciated, yet with a swollen belly. Someone in the crowd said it was edema caused by hunger. The man sighed, in this world, it's better to be dead. Xie Qishan didn't understand. Wasn't living good enough? Soon it would be their turn, food would arrive. Occasionally, people in the line would collapse. Some who collapsed got up, some never did. Xie Qishan's childhood memories were filled with nothing but waiting. Waiting for the drone to fly by, waiting for news of food, waiting in line for food. It was as if his entire life was dedicated to waiting. Herbicides killed off the vast majority of food, cutting off the possibility of self-sufficiency for these marginalized people. Those who controlled the herbicides gave them food in a condescending manner. Waiting became the main theme of Xie Qishan's early life. They were trapped in a cage of hunger, unable to escape. The heavens hung high above them, vying with the sun and moon for brilliance. Gradually, Xie Qishan grew a little older. He began to learn how to find food in the wild, trying to find edible parts from plants that had mutated countless times. Most of the time, he found nothing. Xie Qishan heard that people in the past could fill their stomachs with just a piece of land. There are 5 grains for food, and 8 delicacies for vegetables. Grains nourish, fruits aid, livestock benefit, and vegetables supplement. Even cooking methods are numerous: frying, stir-frying, boiling, deep-frying, braising, simmering, stewing, poaching, and so on. The variety of food is vast. One only needs to work to fill one's stomach. One day of work can feed one for at least 7 days. This is the most enticing fairy tale Xie Qishan has ever heard, bar none. Xie Qishan grew up diligently, struggling to live the life of that fairy tale. Later, Xie Wumu died, becoming a torch. Xie Wumu was named so because his parents hoped his future would be free of the third eye hanging over his head. Xie Wumu was born decades ago, when life was better than it is now. Xie Wumu's parents were full of expectations. But little did they know, an abyss lay ahead. Later still, Zhang Yu died. In Xie Qishan's eyes, Zhang Yu was a very strange existence. This person suddenly appeared in his world, bringing him things he had never experienced before. Sweet soy milk, slightly rotten meat, bread that wasn't moldy, and hard, dry steamed buns. Like a burglary, Zhang Yu burst into his world. Xie Qishan was mostly bewildered. He was bewildered, not understanding what Zhang Yu was striving for. Zhang Yu died. It could be considered suicide, or it could be considered death from illness. After all, given Zhang Yu's age and injuries, it was very possible that after a long struggle, she would have lingered for a while before closing her eyes in agony. Zhang Yu chose a relatively easy death. She wanted Xie Qishan to see the sunset. The sunset. Xie Qishan had learned a lot of poetry from Zhao Hui. He was cultured. Although this culture was really useless. The sun sets in the west, and spilled water cannot be gathered up again. Xie Qishan understood. Since death was inevitable, why not do something meaningful? He picked up Zhang Yu's gun. Later, he became a mercenary, a one-man mercenary. He never met his patron, but he received much help from him. His name was Xie Qishan. Xie Wumu said, as long as the green hills remain, there's always firewood to burn. However, the nation's fate was sealed. The sky hung low, and hope seemed distant. The country was in peril. Would resistance be useful? From Zhao Hui, Xie Qishan learned of many rebellions over the past 200 years, some nearly successful, some utterly failed. Now, the entire planet Blue Star was on its last legs. Resistance or not, there was no difference. But what did it matter? Xie Shan, with a steamed bun in his mouth, bandaged his bleeding limbs and put on prosthetics. He was a defective product of genetic selection, the one discarded. Yet, he was also the one taken in and carefully raised. He chose to resist. Chapter 187. The prerequisite for living towards death is often a genuine desire to die. This world always seems to be like this. The more you don't want something, the more fate bestows upon you. The more you yearn for it, the more arduous the path becomes. Xie Shan wanted to die. He understood. Actually, he had always wanted to die, but he hadn't understood it before. If he were to die, he would die in Tianmu. After all, that was his childhood dream. Entering Tianmu could be exchanged for food, for a full meal. The price of a human life was 1 Tianmu coin. However, when the countdown ended, Xie Shan woke up to find himself lying on a wide road. The ground was scorching hot, burning his back. Trying to scam me, huh? Accompanied by the sound of a horn, someone roared, and others gathered around. Xie Shan got up, staring blankly at the burly man pointing at him and cursing. The burly man was about the same height as him, tattooed, bald, and with a large belly. He looked like someone who was doing very well. In his time, no one had a physique like that. It's not a scam, Xie Shan looked around. The streets were bustling with traffic and people. A fitness brand advertisement was playing on a high-rise building not far away. A row of stalls lined the roadside, emitting the aroma of frying and cooking. Xie Shan swallowed hard. He felt a little panicked, looking up at the sky. The sun was about to set. There was no heavenly eye. Is this the world inside the heavenly eye? What is his mission? Finally, the burly man lost his patience, convinced it was a scam, and punched him. Xie Shan felt a sharp pain in his head, then collapsed to the ground. Was it really a scam? When Xie Shan woke up again, he found himself lying on a small bed. The walls, the floor, and the sheets were all white. And 4 drip was above his head, similar to what he had seen before. What was going on? Brother, you're awake? I'm so sorry, I acted impulsively, thinking you were trying to scam me. The burly man from before came in carrying a leg and a food box. I really didn't know you were disabled. Look at the mess this has made. Don't worry about the hospital stay, I take care of it. This bald, burly man was quite talkative. He carefully put the leg down and continued. The doctor said your leg was custom made. I was afraid someone would steal it, so I didn't dare leave it at the hospital when I went home to get food. I carried it with me the whole way. Try this, my wife made a big plate of chicken, it's delicious. Xie Shan was still somewhat bewildered. Everything here was completely different from the Tianmu game he knew. Brother, look how dazed you are. Don't think about it. Eat first. The doctor said you have a concussion, are malnourished, have a bad spine, a lumbar injury, and your pelvis is crooked. My aunt is a massage therapist. After you're discharged, I have her take care of you. Xie Shan couldn't hear what the bald, burly man was saying anymore. He held the lunchbox and tried to shovel food into his mouth. Delicious. Better than any food he had ever eaten before. Delicious, right? My wife's cooking is only slightly worse than mine. The bald, burly man laughed heartily, then his expression changed. Put your hand down, put it down, the blood's flowing back in. Oh dear, the 4 fluid's almost gone. Nurse. Nurse. The nurse happened to be pushing the cart in, and sighed upon seeing the situation. No noise in the ward. Ring the bell next time. Soon, Xie Shan was discharged. He had no ID, no money, nothing. Amnesia? Look at all your injuries, good heavens, even a gunshot wound. Maybe you were a hero before. Alright, from now on, stick with me. I have a big business deal. Guaranteed you live the high life. The burly man patted his chest, guaranteeing. The most overly friendly person Xie Shan had ever met was Zhang Yu. Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui wasn't even a person in his mind. Faced with such an enthusiastic bald man, Xie Shan felt very uncomfortable. He refused the burly man's invitation and climbed over the wall to leave. Afterwards, he wandered around the city on his own, picking wild vegetables growing in the green belts. When he was hungry, they were delicious. He observed the movements of elderly scavengers, learning to collect trash and sell bottles. The skills Xie Shan had learned as a child, foraging for wild vegetables and ambushing drones, were being used in this situation, a complete waste of his talents. However, the old scavenger eventually found him. After all, The frequency of plastic bottles being collected in a particular area follows a pattern. Xie Qingshan was chased by the old scavenger. "You're so young and already doing bad things. Trying to steal my livelihood?" After a few exchanges, the two became acquainted through a fight. Realizing that the young man only needed food, the old scavenger took him in and brought him home. The old scavenger lived in an unfinished building and generously divided up several rooms for Xie Qingshan to choose from. Xie Qingshan found some plastic sheeting and sealed the windows. He also repaired the old appliances he had collected and took them to the second-hand market to sell. This earned him more money than he would from collecting bottles. "You little rascal, you got quite a few skills." The elderly scavenger felt he had struck gold and tried to help Xie Qingshan find work, but Xie Qingshan had no idea. The matter was temporarily dropped. Days passed, and Xie Qingshan added a sign to the unfinished building, which read Hope Community. Winter was approaching, and he collected whatever he could find for warmth, gradually building up his shelter. He even made himself a small hut on the roof, where he would climb up to keep an eye on the surrounding area. This was a habit he had maintained for many years as a sniper. He felt uneasy without a clear view of the entire area. There were many stray dogs in the area, and there had been incidents of them attacking people. So Xie Qingshan made traps and crossbows out of bamboo and began patrolling. Dogs with rabies were shot dead. Those that were still manageable were beaten and taken back. "I am the security captain and head of the monitoring room. Who agrees? Who disagrees?" A group of stray dogs of different colors, some with their tails tucked between their legs, others wagging their tails, looked at their captain. Woof! They didn't understand. Afraid of being beaten, they shrank back, trying to please Xie Qingshan. Xie Qingshan tried to train the dogs to work, pull the tricycle, collect bottles, and guard the house. Most importantly, the dogs could be used for warmth. Every day, he helped clean up the kitchen waste at the small restaurant, picking out the edible parts to share with the dogs. He and the old scavenger ate the clean food. The dogs ate the unclean food. Perfect. Winter came, and the old scavenger died in the winter. When Xie Qingshan found him, the old man's bed was still warm. The most obedient stray golden retriever had warmed the old man's bed. The old scavenger was already cold. Xie Qingshan tossed the security guards to the dog lovers, who stopped cars on the roadside, ignoring their requests for donations, and simply turned and walked away. He was homeless again, destined to be a homeless man. Since these people liked dogs, he would give them all to them. Not long after, Xie Qingshan saw the wanted poster on the telephone pole. It was of the bald, burly man. The charge was fraud. Sure enough, Grandpa was right. Overly enthusiastic people always have ulterior motives. He was alone again. Later, the heavenly eye descended. Xie Qingshan looked up at the heavenly eye and finally realized that everything that had happened before was real. Without any identity information, he became one of the first lucky ones. He was different. He had no identity information, but he was chosen. When introducing himself, Xie Qingshan instinctively lied. Xie Qingshan, 35 years old, retired soldier, works in the monitoring room of the Hope Community Security Department. Special skills. Does eating 3 bowls of rice with toppings in one meal count? Xie Qingshan thought he was the most special one. Because he came from the future. That hopeless future. Chapter 188. An ancient god obtained a cub of a bipedal beast. Human cubs are truly difficult to raise. Initially, Tionk wasn't called Tionk. It was an ancient god who had just awakened, and this world was filled with things it didn't understand. So, it began collecting things it was familiar with. For example, greed, anger, gluttony. It found gluttony in a trash can. Back then, gluttony wasn't called gluttony. It called itself Taotai. Octopus, do you know what Taotai is? I'm very powerful. So Taotai got a beating. It used its tentacles to wrap around Taotai and continued searching for things it was familiar with, letting Taotai eat its tentacles. It had just awakened and forgotten many things, not even knowing who it was just searching instinctively. Soon, it found anger. Even though anger said it wasn't anger. Anger, tears streaming down its face, cried out, I hate it. I hate it. Go away, don't bother me, I can't leave this mountain. It used its tentacles to gather its anger and continued on its way. It found sloth. It found envy. It found pride. It found lust. But not greed. All the greed it encountered wasn't greedy enough. It vaguely realized that it already possessed greed, but the time wasn't right. Later, gluttony brought back a bald human infant. This looks delicious. The human infant was small and looked like it was about to die. Gluttony wanted to eat it, but dared not. Live, wait until it dies before eating. Otherwise, it's not good. Gluttony had its own logic. Clutching its rumbling stomach, it squatted on the ground waiting for the human infant to die. In the end, Gluttony didn't devour the human infant. Because the old gods believed a ruler was needed. I am about to perish, you need a new ruler. A tentacle lifted the dying human infant, a cold wind blew, and the infant sneezed. Angry, I think it's fine, but you octopus, can you even raise a cub? Arrogant, I do it. I can do everything. Jealousy, this infant is weak, not as good as the others. She's dying, let's get another one. Return her. Lust, the infant is hope. The birth of desire. Sloth lay on the ground, feigning death. As long as it didn't have to work, it didn't care what its colleagues said. Gluttony squatted on the ground, drooling. And so, a group of bizarre creatures began raising the human infant. How to raise a human infant? Angry says, rice water can feed a child. All children are raised on rice water. Gluttony drools, pulls out a can of formula, and taps it with its paw, making a clinking sound. I see other babies eating this. I want some too. I'm a baby too. Angry picks up the can, opens it, and finds it empty. So Gluttony gets a good beating. You stole it. Stole it. Stole it. Angry is furious. Old God sneaks into an internet cafe late at night to research. It glides along the floor, unnoticed by the manager. Finding a computer with half an hour left, Old God types with its tentacles. How to raise a human infant? Answer 1. Breastfeeding. Breast milk is rich in nutrients and immune substances, extremely important for the development and growth of an infant. Breast milk? The old god looked down at itself. It wasn't a mammal. It didn't produce breast milk. Scratch that. The formula Gluttony had salvaged seemed suitable for feeding human infants. However, breastfeeding human infants seemed to be a very complicated matter. There are many types of formula. Answer 2. A balanced diet. Infants need various nutrients to grow. During the complementary feeding stage, they need fresh vegetables, meat, eggs, and dairy products, a healthy, pollution-free diet. The little octopus scratched its head, trying to think. Finally, it understood. Jealousy, you go clear the land and plant crops, making sure the vegetables are pesticide-free. You also need to raise livestock. Jealousy protested, why me? Why can they rest, but I can't? Pride goes too. You two compete to see who grows the best. Jealousy, don't you want your vegetables to be better than everyone else's? Don't you want your animals to taste better than everyone else's? Pride, don't you think you're good at everything you do? Jealousy was stunned. Pride was stunned too. Gluttony nodded repeatedly. Boss is right. Boss is right about everything. Jealousy was starting to doubt herself. But after thinking about it, it seemed to make sense. Pride felt like she'd become a tool. But they dared not contradict the old gods. Answer 3. Human infants need to develop good eating habits. Regular eating habits can prevent many problems, such as weak spleen and stomach, and stunted development. The little octopus poked laziness with its tentacles. Here's a task for you. Me? I just want to lie down. Laziness tried to slack off, and got a beating. Answer 4. Provide the cubs with a clean and comfortable environment. They live in a garbage dump. Looks like they need to move. Answer 5. Scheduled vaccinations and regular checkups. A group of oddly shaped creatures looked at each other in bewilderment. Vaccines? Checkups? Angry weakly said. That costs money, right? We don't have any. Moving also costs money, and we don't have any. No money? Then make money. A group of oddly shaped creatures tried to work, but soon they realized it was impossible. So, they started their own business. Laziness came into play. 10 minutes of sleep, a whole day of energy. A group of oddly shaped creatures didn't need much sleep, just hard work. The first business plan was proposed by Gluttony. Overseas purchasing. Gluttony, sloth, envy, pride, lust, and wrath. These 6 oddly shaped creatures couldn't live without yin country, but the old gods could. The old gods went overseas to do purchasing, $0 purchases. A group of oddly shaped creatures learned all the precautions for nursing infants. Lust handles the live stream, wrath handles the delivery. Yin kingdom, half-day delivery, rain or shine. Give us a good review, dear. 100% original, bought directly from the factory at 0 cost. Envy and pride handle clearing the barren mountains, raising chickens, and growing vegetables. Sloth handles the running errands, replenishing its colleagues' energy. Gluttony handles nursing the babies. Gluttony eats everything the human infants can't finish. Savage, primitive accumulation. Soon after earning their first pot of gold, the human infants fall seriously ill. Wrath and Lust, two beings who look human, are responsible for taking the human infants to the doctor. They have no ID cards, no legitimate identity, and neither do the human infants. So they go to the doctor, and the hospital calls the police. The police believe it's human trafficking and launch an investigation. The old gods confuse the police's understanding, and Wrath and Lust successfully get out of the police station. A group of strangely shaped beings holding babies recount this disastrous incident. They realized they needed a legal status, a status to raise the child. First, they needed to name the child. Gluttony said, "She looks sweet and delicious, let's call her Sweetie." When Sweetie was entered into the system, it became Tion Tion. Chapter 189. The human cub they found was named Tion Tion. Thus, the old god also received a name Tion K. Because when it absorbed knowledge, it discovered that K meant watchfulness and regret. Gluttony also received a name Tion Bui. Gluttony didn't want to go hungry, but it was really hungry. Sloth had no name because it was too lazy to register. Jealousy was named Tion E because it wanted to be number one. It wanted to be number one in everything. Arrogance was named Tion E because jealousy was already named Tion E, so it couldn't be. Tion K said that the name Tion E meant very rich. E was much, much more than E, so Tion E was also good. Arrogance finally stopped causing trouble, so it was named Tion E. Jealousy also wanted to be named Tion E, but was beaten up by Tion K and Tion E together. Lust was named Tion Yu Hua because it loved flowers, especially wildflowers covering the mountains and fields. It believed those flowers had great vitality. After the wildfire, many flowers will bloom the following year. Angry is called Tion Tu Kula, and no one knows how it managed to register that name, but that's what it's called anyway. Angry is proud. Despite the strange name, it is proud. Angry says, "My life is like soil. Everywhere, at everyone's mercy." Therefore, it is called Tu Kula. 7 oddly shaped individuals, each with their own household registration. Tion Tion is on Tion K's household registration. Or rather, Tion K is on Tion Tion's household registration. With her household registration, Tion Tion can finally get vaccinated. Lust fabricated a complete set of documents, making Tion Tion's identity appear clean and innocent. The Tion family begins to work hard in entrepreneurship, focusing on the internet, technology, and medicine. They moved, they no longer lived in the garbage dump. They worked very hard, learning every skill they could find. Tion Tion had a health problem, her lifespan was short. Being a human infant already meant a short lifespan. After coming into contact with the old gods, Tion Tion's lifespan was even shorter. A group of strange creatures diligently raised the human infant. Human infants are so hard to raise. Lazy, lying on the ground as a mount, looked at the tiny feet stretched out in front of her and sighed. Why isn't she sleepy? Why isn't she sleepy? Don't I have any dignity? I'm lazy, for crying out loud. Gluttony was mixing formula nearby, secretly eating as he mixed. By the time he finished, he had eaten most of the can of formula. Gluttony said, because Tion Tion was influenced by the boss. Now she smells like the boss, so even if she's no longer human, she can still be the boss. However, the boss is dying soon, and if Tion Tion becomes like the boss, she'd die with him. And she won't grow up. Gluttony analyzed very seriously. Lazy covered its ears, refusing to listen. It didn't want to hear anything so complicated. The human cub wouldn't sleep, it would. Tion Tion stepped on Lazy's head, reaching out to Gluttony, babbling for a bottle. Babbling. Gluttony held up the bottle, trying to teach her wrong, what should you call me? The human cub opened its mouth, its eyes fixed on the bottle, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Daddy. Gluttony was satisfied and handed the bottle over. The human cub took the bottle and diligently drank its milk. The next second, a tentacle sent Gluttony flying. Tion K rushed over. Tion Tion, I'm your father. Say it again. Daddy. Daddy. The human cub clung to its bottle, sucking hard, focused only on drinking milk, oblivious to its father. Tion K was furious and dragged Gluttony out for a beating. Lazy woke up to find itself covered in human cub poop. Lazy, Human cubs are so hard to raise, really so hard to raise. To this day, the group of strange creatures still don't know if Tion Tion is calling for poop or daddy. Tion Tion's health is poor, the doctor says it's a genetic issue and suggests testing the child's parents. Tion Tion has no father, Tion Tion has no mother, she is an abandoned human cub. Tion Tion only has an octopus father, and a group of strange babysitters. Tion K's company, aside from the cash flow needed for normal operations, invests all its funds in medical care. They funded many medical schools, attempting to find the answer to the problem from the very beginning. Tion's illness was related to her blood. The doctor said the disease was called acute lymphoblastic leukemia. Tion's condition was due to genetics. It's a malignant neoplastic disease caused by the abnormal proliferation of lymphocytes in the bone marrow. Tion's main symptoms were high fever and bleeding. The doctor said that the survival rate for young children with this disease is relatively high, and there is even hope for a cure. But Tion's illness was very serious. A group of strange-looking people thought it wasn't a big deal, just bodily fluids, nothing serious. They figured they could just get a transplant. But such a small problem was a disaster for a human infant. Human infants are very fragile, far more fragile than they imagined. After being diagnosed, Tion frequently stayed in the hospital. K's true form couldn't be seen in public, so he concealed himself within a disguised human body. A group of strange creatures, concerned with food and vegetables, cutting-edge technology, and medical advancements. They built a commercial empire in the shortest possible time. And this commercial empire attempted to support a frail young girl. All existing treatments on the market had been tried. But Tion's life was slowly fading away. K couldn't understand why the special medicine invested in by the Tion family worked for other patients, but not for Tion. Tion underwent 2 bone marrow transplants, her condition deteriorating with each surgery. Gluttony suggested, "Boss, I heard there's a very effective temple, as well as a church and a Taoist temple. Many people say they're very powerful. Why don't we go try it?" K immediately trampled gluttony underfoot. Seek divine intervention, but it was a god. In countless timelines, there are countless endings. K and Tion share a symbiotic relationship. This human infant, exposed to the old gods from a young age, has been thoroughly influenced. Whenever she cannot survive as a human, she is assimilated. K's life is nearing its end. Sometimes 200 years, sometimes 300 years. For humans, 200 or 300 years is a long time. But for the old gods, it's merely the time it takes to doze off. K tries hard to avoid falling into slumber. It wants to watch the little human it raised grow up. However, it fails every time. Each time, it is forced to assimilate this human infant. Throughout countless timelines, it has witnessed greed countless times. That was a strange human, born with the ability to see the past and future. That human repeatedly tore itself beyond recognition. He was greedy for everything unattainable. Besides that, K also discovered deception. That was a cunning liar, a born liar. Unfortunately, after countless encounters, only greed accepted its invitation. Deception did not become its ally. Greed's name was Jiao Hui. Deception's name was Xie Qi Shan. I see the green mountains as charming. The green mountains reflect my fearlessness. Humans are truly strange creatures. Weak yet persistent. Chapter 190. Her name was Lu Huixiang, 88 years old, and she did only 3 things a day. First, thinking about what to eat for her next meal. Second, collecting bottles. Third, praying to God, intensely praying to God. Praying to God was useless, but everyone needs some obsessions in life. Lu Huixiang was also called Lu Xiang. In that era, in that generation, many people used pseudonyms. Everyone had many former names. Some are forever buried in the dust of history, some die in textbooks, and some survive. Those who survived either chose the wrong side and lived a bleak life, or they chose the right side and lived a brilliant life. Human nature is always complex. In Lu Huixiang's eyes, these people were no different. What use is empty fame? Bleak or brilliant, can anyone eat 30 meals a day and sleep a dozen times? Lu Huixiang wanted to exchange her fame and honor for something. But she couldn't get it. She didn't want fame, power, or wealth. She wanted some people to live. Unable to obtain it in reality, she turned to the gods. Even the gods were useless. Perhaps she should go to the underworld. The dead cannot be brought back to life, but she could die. Wouldn't that be a kind of reunion? Lu Huixiang had long wanted to die, but in this life, she couldn't simply commit suicide, could she? Without enemies threatening her, before she reached her wit's end, choosing suicide would be too shameful. If there truly is an underworld, and her soul returned there, her old comrades would ask, "Lu Xiang, how did you die?" Could she say she committed suicide? No. She had her pride. If life is a protracted battle, then suicide is premature surrender. She, Lu Huixiang, never knew what surrender was. Life goes on, one day at a time. Others wait for the wind to come, she waits for death. 88 years old, almost there, almost there. Lu Huixiang had written her will long ago, without making any arrangements for her affairs after death. She just wanted a sense of ceremony. Like winning a battle and receiving commendation. Losing a battle, and having to review the results. Each stage has its own tasks. There's nothing to say about her inheritance, she has nothing. Anyway, they're not her biological children, let those brats argue however they want. She doesn't care. Lu Huixiang doesn't demand any particular form or scale for her funeral, because she knows she can't decide. For various reasons, the deceased often has no say in their funerals. She's seen many similar cases. The higher one's position and power, the less control they have. Whatever. Sometimes Lu Huixiang would sit on the persimmon tree in her yard, lost in thought, munching on dried persimmons. There's a Chinese scholar tree, Sephora japonica, in the neighbor's yard. Every spring, it sprouts and grows thin, delicate clusters of blossoms, looking frail and forlorn, swaying pitifully in the wind, both pitiful and endearing. These blossoms are bitter and not very palatable, but the flower buds can be used to make tea, which is said to have cooling and detoxifying properties. Anything bitter, as long as it's not poisonous, can have cooling and detoxifying effects. When Lu Huixiang was little, she always thought these blossoms were delicious, sweet and juicy. Actually, that's because she couldn't distinguish between black locust and Chinese scholar trees back then. Now, eating the blossoms of this particular Chinese scholar tree, they are quite bitter. Lu Huixiang often dreams of the past. Our country is shattered, yet we strive for strength. The Japanese invaders knock on our gates, and we sacrifice our lives. Many things, when experienced, are merely struggles in the mud, and one feels not much different from the past. Looking back, she realized the turbulent undercurrents and turbulent waves. Sometimes, Lu Huixiang would look at her children's and grandchildren's textbooks and want to laugh. What seemed like an ordinary day had so many events worthy of being recorded in history. Lu Huixiang also wanted to cry. The hardships she had endured along the way could not be encompassed by a thin textbook. "Grandma, tell me a story." Lu Huixiang opened a fairy tale book. Her eyesight was failing, and she couldn't see the words clearly. She replied perfunctorily, "Grandma can't read. You tell the story, and I listen." Lu Huixiang lay in her recliner, gazing at the locust tree branches peeking out from the neighbor's yard, and grabbed her adopted son's trouser leg as he passed by. "Little Zhao, I want locust flower buns, the kind without meat." So, Zhao Jiancheng hurriedly went out to find locust flower buns. It was only recently after the new year, and the locust buds hadn't fully grown yet. Locust flower buns were really hard to find. But his elderly mother wanted them, so he had no choice but to look. The child shouted, "Grandma's lying. Grandma can read. I saw her write." Lu Huixiang poked the child's head, grinned, and uttered a single word, "Get lost." She didn't know whose child this was, but he'd been coming to play with her a lot lately. What was there to play with in an old woman like her, almost in her grave? The child huffed and puffed, carrying his book, and left. Lu Huixiang pulled out her snakeskin bag, and went out to collect bottles. A pair of worn-out gold earrings swayed below her age-spotted earlobes. Lu Huixiang, hands behind her back, twirled the copper bracelet on her wrist. This bracelet was a gift from someone else, because copper could reduce inflammation and relieve pain. She didn't know where this idea came from. When medicine was scarce, or when her joints ached, she would always twirl this bracelet. She collected half a bag of bottles, and gave it to the old scavenger. The two sat on the curb, sharing a flatbread. The old scavenger pointed to the passers-by hurrying by and said, "These days, young people don't know how to save. They throw away half-finished drinks. They throw away unfinished lunchboxes." "That's good. If there's something to throw away, it means there's something to eat," Lu Huixiang said politely. If it were her own kids doing that, she would have already grabbed a feather duster. Other people's kids, it doesn't matter. Back then, they worked themselves to the bone, so they could have a decent life in the future. Having something to throw away means abundance. Abandoning something means prosperity. After collecting bottles each day, Lu Huixiang strolled home, bought half a burlap sack of paper money, and carried it home. She had money with nowhere to spend it, so she bought a pile of yellow paper and incense every day. Years ago, some criticized her for not being materialistic enough, for leading the way in burning incense and paper money. Now, those who criticized her are either in jail or out of jail. Hey, living long has its advantages. Back then, praying to gods and Buddhas was useless, so she took up a gun. Now, unable to get what she wanted, she wants to ask the gods. She burns paper money every day, on holidays, the 1st and 15th of each lunar month. The amount of paper money and incense Lu Huixiang burns each year is counted in tons. Lu Huixiang wants to ask, does the underworld exist? Does heaven and hell exist? She wants to ask, where are the souls of the dead now? Those masters say, too much attachment, not sincerity. You can't get what you want. Lu Huixiang disagrees. She believes herself to be very devout. From beginning to end, she has been devoutly against those demons and monsters. Her resolve has remained steadfast. Whoever makes my life unbearable, I fight them. She only wanted to know if an underworld truly existed. Those old folks with missing limbs thought she was delirious, that she was ill. All day long, she was fantasizing about random, incoherent things. It was early spring, the Chinese locust trees hadn't bloomed yet, clusters of thin, bony buds, along with their small, delicate leaves, swayed and waved in the lukewarm wind. Lu Huixiang returned home, stood under the persimmon tree, tilted her head back, and tried to breathe in the twilight air filled with the scent of cooking smoke and the locust tree. Zhao Jiancheng rushed back. Mom, the locust flower buns are back. They're from last year's cold storage. Lu Huixiang rolled her eyes. I won't eat last year's, they have no soul. Zhao Jiancheng dared not be angry, dared not speak. Lu Huixiang knew that praying to the gods was useless. Therefore, in her youth, she chose a gun, wanting to fight. Now, in her old age, she desperately wishes for a world where hell and heaven exist. Where are the souls of those who perished in the past? Chapter 191. Zhao Yubai kept dreaming of dying in various ways, constantly immersed in fear. He suspected everything around him. He felt he was probably going insane. Zhao Yubai's early life was unremarkable. He was just an ordinary, well-known child. His father died early, and his mother died on the day of his college entrance exam. After finishing his last exam, he returned home excitedly, expecting a sumptuous dinner, but he saw nothing. His neighbor opened the door and saw him, urging him to hurry to the city hospital. Your mother was in a car accident. I came back to change clothes. You can come with me. Zhao Yubai followed his neighbor to the hospital in a daze. He didn't remember how it all began, nor how it ended. He stared at the point of light converging into a straight line on the monitor screen, lost in thought. Dead. Dead. In that instant, he seemed to see his birth again, and then, his death once more. Zhao Yubai didn't know how to describe this feeling. He felt like a line, with an end and a beginning. His line intertwined with other lines. The line belonging to his mother had abruptly ended without warning. Zhao Yubai felt a little irritated. He reflexively reached for his cigarette case, but stopped halfway. His mother wouldn't let him smoke. Zhao Yubai suddenly felt lost. He was the model child, good at studies, good-natured, always well-behaved, and never a cause for worry. Neighbors always praised him. Behind that praise lay the whispers and pointing fingers of others. After his father's death, his mother didn't remarry. This seemed to touch upon the interests of those people. They smiled to the surface, but secretly harbored other plans. Those people used his mother as a bargaining chip for favors. Zhao Yubai saw it. He saw their thoughts, and he had dreamed of his own death countless times. But he never spoke of it. Zhao Yubai knew he was an outsider. He pretended to be a good child, and continued to do so. Now, the person who made him decide to be a normal person was dead. Many people came around, patting him on the shoulder to comfort him, some even starting to cry. Zhao Yubai looked at them, almost seeing through them all. In their grief, they were thinking about eating noodles with soybean paste that night, about their upcoming trip, whether it would rain tomorrow, and what clothes to buy. Their sorrow wasn't a concentrated, overwhelming grief. Countless thoughts swirled around Zhao Yubai, making him lose track of time, blurring the lines between past and future. A neighbor patted his shoulder, his voice mournful. Xiaobai, how will you live from now on? Why isn't this child crying? There's not a trace of sadness in him. No wonder my son said Zhao Yubai was abnormal. It was true. That heartless brat. The arriving homeroom teacher whispered comfortingly, child, don't be too sad. Your mother's biggest wish before she died was for you to get into a good university. What's the use of good grades if someone has no heart? How come I never noticed before that he was such a heartless person? A relative stuffed money into Zhao Yubai's hand, crying, child, take this, you need it a lot in the future. If the car accident had happened before the college entrance exam, would it have affected Zhao Yubai's exam results? Would my son's ranking have improved? What a pity. Ugh, so annoying. I need to get some certificates and contact the funeral home. A mountain of things to do. That kid's completely useless. What's the use of being good at studying? He can't handle anything when it really matters. The perpetrator stood to the side, head bowed, his attitude sincere. Please accept my condolences. Thank goodness he's dead, otherwise the future medical bills would bankrupt me. Good riddance, he just get insurance payout directly. Just a few drinks, and this happened. Luckily, the traffic cop is my brother-in-law. What bad luck, I still have to wash the car, and my insurance premium will go up next year. Xiao Yubai sat there, saying nothing. He heard and saw so much. A torrent of malice. He didn't even know what he had done wrong. Xiao Yubai ignored everyone and left the ward. The nurse saw him and called out, urging him to complete the paperwork as soon as possible. Hospital beds are scarce, and some patients are about to come out of the operating room. Birth, aging, illness, and death, the cycle of life, is a normal occurrence in hospitals. Xiao Yubai suddenly felt utterly meaningless. He climbed onto the rooftop and dialed a number. I'm calling the police. Someone hit my mother while drunk driving. The traffic cop is his brother-in-law. He gave false testimony. The brother-in-law's name is XXX, and his ID number is XXXX. The drunk driver's name is XXX, and his ID number is... And, for the first time, Xiao Yubai saw that person's entire life, and the lives of those people. The overwhelming amount of information gave him a splitting headache. His voice trembled as he continued, the other person committed murder, and the body was buried in the suburbs. After hanging up, Xiao Yubai sat on the rooftop, feeling utterly devoid of meaning in life. He felt a mix of suicidal and existential desires. His presence quickly attracted the attention of others. An air cushion was laid below, and someone was shouting something through a megaphone. Xiao Yubai didn't hear clearly, but he knew it was something like, life is only once, it doesn't matter if you don't do well on the exam, or something like that. He actually did quite well on the exam. Grades are just numbers, they can't control his life or death. Xiao Yubai jumped down, landing on the firefighting air cushion. The crowd gasped in shock, it was so noisy. Xiao Yubai woke up 3 days later. Shortly after he woke up, a neighbor brought him his mother's ashes and food. You child, you scared me to death. The doctor said you're awake, and can be discharged tomorrow. I had some free time these past few days, so I tidied up your room. You can't cook, so you can eat at my house during the summer vacation. Faced with the neighbor's invitation, Xiao Yubai suddenly felt lost. Human nature is complex, he couldn't understand it. Soon, the police came, asking him how he knew the suspect was driving under the influence and had murdered and buried the body. Xiao Yubai remained silent. The police had some suspicions about Xiao Yubai, but his life was simple, a monotonous routine, without any excitement. Everything indicated that he was just a student, an ordinary student, who had just finished the college entrance examination. The suspect's crime was undeniable. The cold case was solved. But the mystery surrounding Xiao Yubai was even more perplexing. Finally, Xiao Yubai spoke. He said, I had a dream, I dreamt about it. I don't know how to explain it, but I dreamt about it. No one could refute Xiao Yubai's words. He was just a minor, a college entrance examination candidate under 18 years old. His life was uneventful. Despite police suspicion, Xiao Yubai was innocent. After the results were released, Xiao Yubai's report card was excellent, so excellent that the high school principal personally invited him to dinner. He was the top scorer in S-City's college entrance examination. Thanks to Xiao Yubai's achievement, his mother's case attracted a lot of attention, and under pressure from various parties, Xiao Yubai received the full amount of compensation. On the day he received the compensation, he went to the bank to withdraw the money. The amount was large, and he was still 1 day shy of adulthood, so the bank required a guardian's signature. Xiao Yubai, with his mother's death certificate in his pocket, remained silent for a long time. He turned and went out, using an ATM to withdraw the maximum amount he could withdraw that day. Holding the thick wad of banknotes in his hand, they felt light. He wanted to burn them all, but after thinking about it, he went into a lottery shop. He spent all the banknotes. Good luck never seemed to favor him. That day, he scratched lottery tickets with his bank card until he spent the money, along with a small amount of winnings. It was already evening when he left the lottery shop. See? The dead don't bless the living. His luck was still terrible. Xiao Yubai dodged a vase falling from the apartment building, took out his cigarette case, and lit a cigarette. He started smoking again. Now, no one bothered him when he smoked. He started having frequent dreams filled with the lives of countless people, detailed to the extreme. I think I'm going crazy. Xiao Yubai never thought his abilities were anything special. He only felt like an oddity. He disguised himself very well, even fooling himself. Harmless and weak, that was his mask. If the heavenly eye hadn't descended, Zhao Yubai would have continued to deceive himself until his death. Chapter 192. Song Qiao is now Song Tianjiu. She is no longer the Song Qiao of the past, she is now the lazy, good-for-nothing Song Tianjiu. Ever since being brought to this world by that strange kidnapper, who claims to be a system, she's found life utterly boring. Life is utterly meaningless. Qin Jifeng is busy, he's given her a new identity, a new home, and even arranged a school for her. A first-year student at the first military academy on the capital star. Song Tianjiu is annoyed. She hates going to school the most. However, the fried chicken in the cafeteria is really delicious. Song Tianjiu likes to skip classes, but the academy has a top-notch surveillance system, so she's forced to study. Besides academic courses, the academy also has practical courses. When she discovers that practical training involves directly piloting a spaceship to a garbage planet for combat exercises, Song Tianjiu realizes she loves learning. She really loves learning. She frantically racks up GPA points and unlocks all sorts of practical courses. She becomes the most unbalanced student in the first military academy. Military theory and combat exercises, perfect score. Ancient culture history, 0. Song Tianjiu instantly became the biggest example of this in hundreds of years. The dean cursed her whenever she was mentioned, and the old professors of ancient culture courses sighed whenever they saw her. Officers who came to the military academy to rack up achievements always had their eyes light up when they saw her. Song Tianjiao's composure was outstanding among her peers. She's a born soldier. Even before graduating, Song Tianjiu was already being targeted by several legions. After all, these days, there aren't many people like her who are so specialized. A useful but brainless weapon is everyone's assessment of her. The newly minted cheap brother looked at the specially distributed paper invitation and questioned his life. So, you mean these are all invitations? They let you choose whichever you like? Is that normal? Song Tianjiu's adoptive brother and sister-in-law both study biology. The two huddled together, examining the stack of gold-embossed invitations. A clear, bewildered look flickered in their eyes. Even without deep contact with the military, they knew about the power struggles and internal strife among the major legions. At this moment, the invitations from several legions lay quietly on the table, their surfaces gleaming. It was strange, really strange. Song Tianjiu devoured the cake her adopted brother had brought back, slurped up a mouthful of mango juice her sister-in-law had made, and rolled her eyes. They seem to think I have a connection with Qin Jifeng. Because my admission certificate was signed by Qin Jifeng. No, this isn't right. There must be a conspiracy. I have to mentally prepare myself to sign your transcript. How can someone be so unbalanced in their studies? Her adopted brother tried to think, but failed. Her sister-in-law tried hard to think, but also failed. They spent years in the lab, knowing nothing of military matters. But their intuition told them this was wrong. Choosing either legion would offend the others. Intuition told them that offending any legion was risky. The Federation wasn't at peace, border regions were rife with conflict, and real combat was inevitable. Choosing one legion and offending the others would make things difficult. They didn't understand military affairs, but they understood academic politics. Song Tianjiu shrugged. I won't choose either. Why should I risk my life for them? There was nothing here worth sacrificing her life for. She felt no belonging, absolutely none. Why should she study the Federation's ancient history? Not skipping class was the greatest respect she could show. I choose this. Song Tianjiu pulled out an application to join the Capital Star Guard. The two people from the lab nodded vigorously, like hamsters. This is good, high pay, easy work, close to home, and no risking your life. And so, Song Tianjiu became an ordinary patrol member of the Guard. She stayed in this position for decades. During this time, Qin Jifeng continued to push forward his insane plan. Song Tianjiu thought Qin Jifeng was probably desperate to go home. She had some hope. Maybe it would actually succeed. While others were in the Guard to gain experience, Song Tianjiu was genuinely just coasting along. Occasionally, there would be escort missions, requiring her to escort Qin Jifeng's colleagues. Those people often brought her snacks. Song Tianjiu's favorite was a pair of cookies baked by a researcher. In private, she secretly called her Ms. Cookie. Ms. Biscuit's cookies are especially delicious. The average lifespan in the Federation is 300 years, and Song Tianjiu's body is strange. It hasn't changed much in decades. Privately, her stepsister-in-law gave her a thorough examination and concluded, judging from the genetic sequence, she's likely a clone. But the Federation banned this technology long ago, so how could this be? Could someone have secretly set up a research institute? Her stepsister-in-law's eyes gleamed. Song Tianju realized she seemed to have become a gold nugget in her sister-in-law's eyes. Her stepsister-in-law was heartbroken. So you really don't love me anymore. You rather like your rebellious sister than me. Song Tianjiao, She seriously suspected her brother-in-law had some mental issues. Qin Jifeng died, or rather, Qin Jifeng went to war. It was an ordinary day. Song Tianji patrolled and trained as usual, ate, showered, and slept as usual. Until she was awakened by a communication call. Tianjiao, Qin Jifeng is gone. Huh? Song Tianjiao didn't even immediately understand what was happening. Qin Jifeng disappeared from her world, leaving only a string of code. After that, her brother-in-law and sister-in-law's research institute was shut down, and the two of them, unemployed, took jobs at other companies. For some reason, they suddenly felt a surge of maternal instinct and decided to have a child. Artificial embryo technology and artificial womb technology had become commonplace. Song Tianju had seen the embryo. The image showed a creature with a tail. Strange. She, who often skipped academic classes, thought it was a monster. Others, however, said the embryo was cute. A cute creature with a big tail? Even stranger. Song Tianju had taken on a big mission, and when she returned, the embryo had transformed into a human cub. Small and delicate, with soft skin, plump and healthy, it cried out at the drop of a hat. Song Tianju squatted down, poking the baby in the cradle. She rarely saw human cubs, but she had seen many animal cubs. Those animal cubs were fluffy, round balls, and could roll around on the ground in about a month. Cows, sheep, and horses could walk right after birth. Song Tianju had never been close to a human cub that required such careful nurturing. The baby cried while grabbing her fingers, surprisingly strong. She lifted her hand, and the baby was lifted up. Song Tianju's eyes widened. What arm strength! Amazing! Her sister-in-law passed by, giving her a light tap on the head and a baby bottle. Time for milk. The baby drank from the bottle, then cried again. The AI assistant next to me said I needed to burp the baby. After finally following the instructions, the baby calmed down for less than 3 minutes before starting to cry again. The AI assistant said that human babies don't know how to sleep on their own. The baby is sleepy but doesn't know how to sleep, so you need to rock it to sleep. Rocking the cradle a little will help. Human babies are so hard to raise. Chapter 193. Song Tianju questioned her existence. Could she have been this stupid as a child? She couldn't remember. Song Tianju lay on the floor, rocking the cradle with her feet while researching, preparing to buy a cradle that could rock itself. Free her hands and feet. Unleash herself. Song Tianju was so disillusioned that, without waiting for the supplies to arrive, she immediately accepted a long-distance mission and ran away. When she returned after the mission, 2 years had passed. Human cubs could already walk upright, but they preferred to crawl. Watching the human cub crawling around on the blanket, Song Tianju suddenly felt like she was a puppy. Stepping on the tail on her onesie, watching the human cub struggling to crawl forward, Song Tianju was delighted. Sure enough, cubs are all clumsy. Song Tianju remembered the dog she used to have, which liked to chase its tail in circles. Soon, Song Tianju realized something was wrong. No matter what she ate, the human cub stared at her intently, drooling. Eating junk food, the human cub drooled. Then the human cub couldn't chew it and started crying. Eating fried chicken, the human cub drooled. Then the human cub couldn't poop and started crying. Eating insanely spicy fried rice, the human cub drooled. Then the human cub cried from the spiciness. If she didn't give it food, it still cried. Song Tianjiao, She chose to eat in a dark room. That wretched human cub, so difficult to raise. Gradually Song Tianju felt this human cub look familiar, not like her cheap sister-in-law, nor like her cheap brother. Could one of these two be cheating? Or were they both cheating? Song Tianju realized. This was a major event. She secretly collected samples, and took them to a remote, internet-free hospital on a remote planet for testing. The result was that the 3 people were not related by blood. So, Song Tianjiao imagined a grand drama. Her cheap brother and cheap sister-in-law had cheated on each other, swapping sperm and eggs. That's why the fertilized egg had no relation to either of them, but it was the fruit of their love. Song Tianjiao squatted on the ground, drawing lines with a twig for a long time. Sometimes it was a triangle, sometimes a quadrilateral. How strange. Let's analyze it again. No, it's still too strange. Continue analyzing. Still too strange. After careful consideration, Song Tianju chose to talk to both of them alone during her vacation. Since they didn't like each other, they shouldn't torture each other. Go for true love. The one-on-one conversation was very effective. The older brother, wailing, cried, "You mean your sister-in-law cheated on me? She really doesn't love me anymore. It must be because I'm old and unattractive. I need a vacation. I need to take good care of myself. I need to regain my youth." Song Tianjiao? Question mark. The older sister-in-law looked disdainful, and even suggested going to the mall to buy clothes. The older sister-in-law focused on dressing Song Tianjiu in the prettiest and cutest little dress. Him? He doesn't have the guts. I told him to pack his things and get out. I think the pink dress looks nice, but how could you get so tanned? Don't you guys provide sunscreen spray? Song Tianjiao, From their attitudes, Song Tianjiu realized this was a serious matter. After these two ended their relationship, would the human cub be homeless? If no one wanted the human cub, she reluctantly keep it. Human babies are difficult to raise, but keeping them alive shouldn't be a problem. Right? Song Tianji checked her savings, figuring out how much money she needed to raise a human baby. She found she was still short half. So she started researching her allowance. To get money, she needed military merit. Just then, space pirates were rampant, and she signed up to join the extermination team. Afterwards, her brother and sister-in-law tallied up their accounts and mocked her for a whole year. We chose the fertilized egg. Our genes aren't perfect enough. We felt our genes didn't need to be continued. Song Tianjiao, who had just returned home from a mission with a human baby trying to gnaw on her toes hanging around her neck, stared blankly at the two humans opposite her, laughing hysterically. She was angry, really angry. Human babies are difficult to raise. They're either courting death or on their way to it. Song Tianjiao thought it was a terrifying upright ape. Ever since the human cub could walk upright and learn to open doors, she hadn't slept in even once during her vacation. Not once. The first thing she see upon opening her eyes was a human cub perched on her neck. "Gugu, mommy said you're taking me out to play." Song Tianjiao gritted her teeth. "Play? Want to go bungee jumping? Play. Bunge." The human cub thought it was going to play on a trampoline and was overjoyed. It clapped its hands like a seal the whole way, even refusing its snacks. Song Tianjiao was determined to teach the human cub a lesson. Trampoline? That's no fun. She wanted to try bungee jumping. As it turned out, the human cub loved bungee jumping. At a height of 1,000 meters, while others cried out, she laughed. The record was that Song Tianjiu was forced to jump 12 times in one day with this human cub. 12 jumps weren't the limit for the human infant, but the limit for the venue's operation. When Song Tianjiu landed, her head was spinning, but the human infant was unusually excited, pointing at the ticket counter and shouting for more. Song Tianjiu questioned her existence. She suspected this human infant had undergone a genetic mutation. Later, the human infant saw skydiving in a video provided by an early childhood education robot, and on a whim, tied a bed sheet to it as a parachute, attempting to jump. That day, Song Tianjiu was on vacation. She had just arrived home when she saw the human infant waving from the window, and the next second, it jumped. Second floor. The crudely made bed sheet parachute didn't even have time to deploy. Song Tianjiu lay on the ground, with the human infant, who had just fallen, on top of her. "Auntie, I want to fly again. Fly my foot." A child needs a good beating. It's getting cold. Time to discipline the kid. A good beating is necessary. No one knows which two people's genes formed this fertilized egg, resulting in such a human cub. A terrifying upright bipedal creature. The human cub cried and screamed to parachute, attempting to jump from any height. Song Tianjiao, Song Tianjiao immediately ordered a parachute suit, determined to let the human cub experience true fear. The capital planet doesn't have parachute facilities. No problem, there are plenty of tourist planets. Upon learning that Song Tianjiu had taken leave to take the child on a trip, her brother and sister-in-law were extremely grateful. "Take him away, take him away, take him away quickly." Human cubs at this age are at their most mischievous and infuriating. Having someone to help take care of the child is truly wonderful. The trip lasted 3 months, and Song Tianjiu used up all her vacation time, just to teach the human cub a lesson. This time, she experienced the terrifying upright ape cub's endurance and explosive power. "Fly, fly, fly, fly my ass." A few more times, and she'd be afraid of heights. Doesn't this little one know what fear is? On the way back, Song Tianjiu put the human cub in a bag, hung it on the wall, and stared at the cub clutching a model aircraft in each hand. She questioned the meaning of life. Are human cubs really that hard to raise? She felt like she was very easy to raise when she was little. Right? Chapter 194. Based on the Federation's average lifespan, Song Tianju realized a problem. This human cub's infancy was still a very, very long way off. Song Tianju decided to distance herself from the human cub. She felt that if things continued like this, she would really be driven mad. This human cub was truly gifted when it came to risking her life. Song Tianju suspected that she would eventually drive her to her death. A few years later, the guard unit's once every 5 years open day required family visits. Song Tianjiao initially intended to pretend it wasn't happening, but unexpectedly, she received paper invitations. The human cub saw the invitation, had the family robot recognize the content, and after receiving it, lay on the floor, rolling around, crying and begging to go. Is she crazy? An electronic version would have been fine. Why send a paper one? Is it to make it seem more ceremonial? Song Tianju felt like she was facing a major crisis. She wanted to refuse. After all, given the human cub's destructive power, she had a bad feeling. But the human infant was crying loudly, the kind of dry wailing without tears. Song Tianju really wanted to hit it, but the childcare robot said that domestic violence affects a child's growth, development, and mental health. Song Tianju felt that this unfortunate child had already seriously affected her mental health. What family has an 8-year-old child rolling around on the floor wailing? Whose family? Besides, she felt that if she didn't discipline it, it wouldn't just be a matter of growth and development. Whether this unfortunate child would even live to adulthood was a question. Song Tianju specifically upgraded her family's child monitoring robot. Supposedly, this was a brand new version, and it was particularly useful. Then she made 3 rules with the human infant. No running around. No running around. All actions must be under command. As a result, she only had time to clock in for a short while, and the human infant was lost. Damn it, just a few seconds. The machine froze. It only took a few seconds longer to input the information. The surveillance footage shows the human infant first using the newly purchased monitoring robot as a mobility scooter to wander around, then using it to crawl into the ventilation duct, following its path. It passed many places, checking various probes and eyes, before finally falling into the warehouse. Once in the warehouse, the human infant, like a little mouse in a barn, began its feast, devouring several boxes of chocolates in one go. The monitoring robot, realizing the child was missing, sounded an alarm, but unfortunately, non-military signals were blocked here, leaving it only able to howl. The internal network monitoring scanned for a child, but due to a recent system update, the system wasn't running smoothly and encountered a bug, preventing the cleanup program from starting and humanely euthanizing the human infant like a mouse. While Song Tianju was searching the world for the child, the human infant was eating and eating in the warehouse. The food in the warehouse was all emergency rations, high in sugar and calories. The human infant falling into the warehouse was like entering a sugar nest. She made up for all the candy she usually wouldn't let her eat in one go. Under the blinding red alarm light, a sweating Song Tianju picked up the human infant and kicked away the approaching monitoring robot. I was wrong. I shouldn't have brought you here. I was wrong. I shouldn't have believed the robot's advertisement. Liar. They're all liars. Song Tianju decided to sue the monitoring robot manufacturer. This isn't a monitoring robot at all. It's clearly a toy for a brat. It does whatever the brat tells it to do. And how come it runs so fast? After this incident, Song Tianjia's reputation soared. People from other departments would glance at her repeatedly. This is Song Tianjiao, the one who took her little niece on a tour, and her niece sneaked into the warehouse and ate 3 pounds of chocolate. Wasn't it supposed to be a secret? Song Tianju was furious, writing an incident report while preparing to sue the monitoring robot. Finally, she discovered that the newly upgraded monitoring system and the monitoring robot were both from the same company. Song Tianju questioned her existence. She didn't know whether to thank the new system for having a bug that saved her little niece's life. Or should she curse the monitoring robot as garbage? She just clocked in. And the monitoring robot took her for a walk. Garbage clocking in system, too slow. Wasted 3 seconds of her time. Desperate. Song Tianjiao didn't understand why the clocking in system needed to verify weight and body fat percentage. Weren't fingerprints and iris scans enough? She was going to sue them both. Then, Song Tianju discovered the clocking in system was still from that company. Destroy it. When Song Tianju finished preparing her materials and was about to file a lawsuit, she discovered that she actually owned shares in that company. She had no idea when she acquired them. Was this for real? Was it because they were afraid she would sue that they sent her the shares overnight? Continuing her investigation, Song Tianju discovered that it was that good-for-nothing Qin Jifeng who transferred them to her. Back then, he made her sign a bunch of documents, but never mentioned any money involved. Sue myself? Song Tianjia completely questioned her existence and directly used the shares to trick the human infant and its guardian into signing. This cause and effect was beyond her comprehension. Whatever. She didn't want these damn shares. Human babies grow up incredibly fast, and with the trauma of her early childhood, Song Tianjia was filled with dread towards her little niece. She avoided meeting her whenever possible, communicating online instead. Much later, Song Tianjia learned that the malfunction of the monitoring robot was due to this human baby secretly modifying its code. Song Tianjia was even more disillusioned. That year, this little one was only 8 years old, right? What was she doing at 8? It seemed she was coaxing a puppy and a wolf cub into a fight, trying to choose the strongest prairie tyrant. Song Tianjia dreaded seeing her little niece. So annoying, human babies are really hard to raise. Her little niece was like a bamboo shoot after rain, growing wildly and uncontrollably. When Song Tianjia discovered that her little niece had learned the code from Qin Jinfeng's public lectures, and that the unfortunate thing was her little niece's idol, she was utterly disillusioned. She felt her entire worldview was crumbling. To avoid her little niece's endless questions, she hid the fact that she knew that unfortunate creature. Of all people to learn from, she had to learn from that unfortunate thing. Her life was ruined. As a human infant, she could have had a brighter future. Some followed in her footsteps. Some tried to stop a chariot with their bare hands. Some searched far and wide. Some cleaned up the dregs. Some held up the sky. An infant could have done easier, more fun things, without bearing so much responsibility. But some people are destined to choose a thorny, rugged path, following in the footsteps of those who came before, step by step forward. Song Tianjia never realized one thing. That is, from the moment a person is born, their future is already determined. Life is a journey from birth to death. The only difference is the distance in between. Some roads can only be walked step by oneself. Those who stand on tiptoe cannot stand firm. Those who take long strides cannot walk far. Chapter 195. The viewers in Tianmu's live stream were momentarily stunned by the octopus tentacles on screen. When they came to their senses, all they saw was a black screen. What happened? The viewers instinctively felt they had missed something important. But they couldn't quite put their finger on what they had missed. Username 1904966. Like I said, if you can't handle nightmare, get out. If you don't want to do it, there are plenty of others who will. Next up is 117. How many times has this happened already? Is this nightmare really something wrong? Pangoi go die? Do you guys remember what just happened? I feel like I've forgotten a lot. Yi Feng Wu Rao. Upstairs, you're not alone. Ing Tao Nyo Zi. Upstairs. What about the person above you? Yi Feng Wu Rao. I mean, I also feel like I've forgotten something, like memories that were forcibly ripped out. My instant noodles are all bloated. I'm so hungry. Who's worse off than me? I was pouring water when it happened, and now my laptop is smoking. Viewers in the live stream chatted amongst themselves, the atmosphere unusually relaxed. They didn't remember what they saw, but they felt incredibly relaxed. They forgot, but subconsciously they remembered. Intuition told them there was no danger. At Tianmu Studio, Zhao Jiancheng stared at Gluttony, who was clutching the inner pot of the rice cooker, utterly bewildered. This was the 5th pot. Each inner pot held 5 liters, meaning Gluttony had already eaten 25 liters of rice. There were also 7 bowls of noodles and 20 steamed buns. Chi Tian, while munching on durian, kept stuffing durian shells into Gluttony's mouth whenever possible. Gluttony stared intently at the durian. Chi Tian bared his teeth, and Gluttony shrank back, immediately shutting his eyes off the rice. Chi Tian patted Gluttony's belly and commented, "A glutton." The little monk Chen Jianlu was utterly shocked. This appetite is almost on par with Tao Tai, isn't it? Gluttony paused, his hand still shoveling food into his mouth, when Chi Tian flicked him on the forehead. "Eat yours. Give me some more fruits and vegetables." Gluttony trembled, continuing to eat with gusto. Jingwei sat to the side, slurping milk tea from her custom-made coffee cup, staring intently at Gluttony's abyss-like mouth. She had a plan. With Gluttony eating so much, wouldn't throwing him into the sea to fill it up be quite effective? Zhao Jiancheng had been watching the live stream closely, unsure of the outcome. With a group of gods present, he couldn't ask too many questions. After all, at a time like this, morale couldn't be low. Therefore, from Chi Tian's perspective, the old man leaned back in his chair, looking calm and collected, seemingly confident of victory, displaying the air of a great general. In reality, Zhao Jiancheng was cursing him inwardly. Who on earth lured Chi Tian and the others here? He really wanted to know the result. He really wanted to know. This was even more anxiety-inducing than waiting for his college entrance exam results. Zhao Hui, standing to the side, kept his eyes darting around, occasionally snatching a bite of food from Gluttony's hand. Gluttony dared not speak out, and could only relinquish the most delicious spot of the food to them. Finally, the live stream lit up. On the screen, a group of lucky people were sitting on a chessboard-shaped table eating hot pot. A huge copper hot pot, the chopsticks were half a person long. Gluttony's eyes lit up. I want to eat hot pot too. Zhao Jiancheng, Tian K is actually a pig farmer, isn't he? Everyone here only knows how to order food. The viewers in the live stream were also pleasantly surprised to see the scene. Awan, chessboard. It's the chessboard. Has Nightmare really died? Hooray, Chaozhen. Weren't there 3 lucky winners in the first round? One was Song Tinjiao, one was Xie Qishan, and the other was a tuxedo-clad figure. The tuxedo-clad figure's memories haven't even started playing yet. Is it over already? We're watching the censored version. Sweet Moon, as a candidate for the Tianmu lucky winner, what is there that I can't bear to see? Nightmare. Come out. Come out now. How could you do this to me? Get rich and become handsome. What is Song Tinjiu handling? Jade? One black and one white, the size of an eyeball. Eggplant loves me once. Please don't mention eyeballs. Spuns. Could it be Wang Jiozha's eyeballs? No, these are pure black and pure white. What is this? When did Song Tinjiu put it in his pocket? Song Tinjiu rubbed his ears, shook his head, and ate his food in silence. I don't want to hear anything. Eating is the most important thing. Nothing else matters, but eating is the most important thing. After finishing the hot pot, 2 men in black robes brought over fruit platters and drinks. The viewers in the live stream were stunned by this scene. Is Nightmare being this cooperative now? Song Tianjiu held a plate of cantaloupe, while Wang Jiozha held a bunch of grapes, both of them diligently eating. As they ate, Song Tianjiu paused, wiped her hands with the towel handed to her by the red root, and then directly hugged Wang Jiozha's head. I disliked your face for a long time. Don't move, I adjusted. Seeing your face makes me want to hang you on the wall. Song Tianjiu tried hard to recall Wang Jiozha's original appearance, attempting to sculpt it. After adjusting the settings for a long time, she still couldn't succeed. Lu Huixiang, with an apple in her mouth, came over and almost burst out laughing at Wang Jiozha's long, narrow face. Tian came over, her eyes lighting up. Looks like a mango. Tian was currently eating a huge red dragon fruit, her entire face stained red, and the little octopus on her head was diligently wiping her face with a tissue. Song Tianjiu racked his brains. I remember, it's like this. Something's not right. Xie Qishan, munching on sugarcane, leaned over and thud, the sugarcane, taller than himself, fell to the ground. Xie Qishan asked in a trembling voice, is this some new fashion? He realized he was truly out of touch with the times. Lu Huixiang rubbed her hands together eagerly. I do it. My eyesight is excellent. After some effort, Wang Jiozha was sculpted into a square face. Lu Huixiang scratched her head. It's supposed to look like this. Why does it look worse the more I try to change it? Zhao Yubai and Zhao Yuren, squatting nearby grabbing grapes, burst into laughter at the sight. Laughing, they each received a kick in the butt. Lu Huixiang withdrew her foot and sneered. What are you laughing at? Come on, you try. The two had no choice but to bite the bullet and try again, but nothing they did looked right. Finally, Wang Jiozha twisted his head off and sculpted his own face. The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. All these people combined don't have the same sense of style as Wang Jiozha. They're hopeless. Mingyuan, now that you mention it, have you noticed that none of the members of Squad 51 have good taste in clothes? Danling, Xiaobai. No Lao Bai's gray joggers. Lei Tang Grandma's crystal stockings. Song Qian's torn hospital gown. Xie Qingshan's underwater green t-shirt. And Tian's white dress with absolutely no matching color. I never left. Ha ha ha, now that you mention it, it seems so. I knew something was missing from Tian. Good heavens, just a little red mark on her wrist, a hospital bracelet. The little octopus, which had been happily waving its tentacles, froze, its tiny eyes filled with bewilderment. With an arrogant gait, it slid down to Tian's shoulder, looking down at the white dress. At that moment, the little octopus's world collapsed. Just then, a voice rang out. Dear lucky one, welcome to my game. Human nature is dark, as it has been for millennia. Welcome to Wildfire, your mission is to find the truth and escape the mountains. Chapter 196. I'm the host of this round of the game. You can call me Angry. Or, you can call me by my name, Tian Tu Kala. The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded, and most of the lucky winners were dumbfounded too. What name? Tian Tu Kala? The name Tian Tu Kala directly left the viewers in the live stream completely bewildered. Sure Yizai, to be honest, Tian Tu Kala, is that surname Tian Tu? Does Yingwe have that compound surname? Could it be Xiao Zi? Goodness, no way. Nightmare God died. It should be surname Tian, and the name is Tu Kala. How could someone be named Tu Kala? Was it inspired by Jean Kala? Stars and night never separate. Surname Tian, could it be related to Tian Tian? You know, Tian Tian seems very unusual. Xie Qingshan's memories include Tian Tian, and there's evidence to prove that the person in the tuxedo was Tian Tian. King Moxier, I have a guess. Is it possible that Tian Tian is a hidden boss? A boss disguised as Lucky Guy? Viewers in the live stream are speculating. Angry, the game rules are announced. Wildfire Dungeon. Task requirements. Find the truth and escape the mountains. Rule 1. There is no meat in the food. If there is, please refuse to eat it. Rule 2. Do not go to the river alone, do not go up the mountain alone, and do not go to the cornfield. Rule 3. Please go to sleep at midnight and wake up at 4 a.m. Rule 4. If possible, please put sharp objects under your pillow. Rule 5. Do not open the door to strangers. There are 51 regions on Blue Star, and this round has a total of 3 dungeons: Wildfire, Handmaid, and Ribs. In regions 35 to 51, the dungeon is Wildfire. In regions 18 to 34, the dungeon is Handmaid. In regions 1 to 17, the dungeon is Ribs. This is a single-player dungeon, with a game duration of 3 days. Completing the dungeon allows you to proceed to the next level. The lucky winner who fails will enter 2 additional dungeons within this level. The lucky winner can choose to complete all 3 dungeons for extra rewards. Human nature is dark, as it has been for thousands of years. The game will begin in 1 hour, please be prepared. Wildfire, Handmaid, Ribs. There are 3 dungeons in total, which look similar to the previous dungeons, but there are 2 more chances to fail. Soon, people noticed something was wrong. Camel doesn't like cactus. My god, no lucky winner was selected. There's only 1 lucky winner left in region 38, but they weren't selected. 0 yuan purchase every day. There are still 2 people in zone 1 who weren't selected as lucky winners. What's going on? Is there something wrong with Tianmu? 2 Indians. Did you hear the host's name? Tukalat Tian? Is that a Yin Kingdom name? He said his name is Wrath. What negative emotion will he demand? Is it wrath? 1 Indian. Nightmare is gone. That's great. The international server viewers are discussing animatedly. The Yin Kingdom viewers are deep in thought, looking at the names of the 3 dungeons. This dungeon looks similar to Pan's dungeon. But something feels off. Nightmare is missing. This time, the lucky winners weren't selected to make up the 255 people, so there are now 123 surviving lucky winners. These 123 people have 3 chances, meaning they can lose twice, but only need to win once. This was something no one on Blue Star had anticipated. This setting gave them a glimmer of hope. This anger, compared to Pan and Nightmare, seemed remarkably forgiving. The Wildfire instance, judging from its rules, is a concrete manifestation of struggling and hardship. The Handmaid and Ribs instances, literally speaking, are roughly similar. What will the rewards be? If there's any spare time, perhaps we could look at other instances? The audience on Blue Star began various analysis. In the Tianmu office of Yin Kingdom, Zhao Jiancheng looked at the newly printed rules and nudged Zhao Hui. What's the reward? Zhao Hui burped and said, power. This is a transfer of power. Whoever reaches the top of this thorny staircase will hold the power. Qi Tian, who had been digging for durians, brightened up at this and asked, what are the benefits? Zhao Hui grinned, his smile radiant. Ability to fly to the heavens and dive into the earth, omnipotent. Qi Tian waved his hands repeatedly. No fun, no fun. He could already fly to the heavens and dive into the earth. He was just a little unaccustomed to it now that he no longer had his somersault cloud and golden cudgel. Zhao Hui continued, wherever power resides, everything belongs to me, and everything is at my disposal. Upon hearing this, everyone present, except Xinjiang Lu, had their eyes light up. The little monk slurped his milk tea, his head bowed, as he flipped through the Buddhist scriptures that the senior monk Fahai had copied for him. It seemed that the allure of power was less important to him than the book before him. Li Qingyu asked, if I have power, does that mean I won't have to work overtime? Zhao Jiancheng felt that Li Qingyu's goal was a bit hard to explain. Wasn't this wish a little too naive? Was this kid under so much pressure lately that he gone crazy? Lady Whitesnake asked. Can one become an immortal? Zhao Jiancheng sighed, thinking that lack of ambition was a good thing. Jingwei asked, Can we drain the East Sea? Zhao Jiancheng immediately pulled out his walkie-talkie and had a globe delivered. At least let Jingwei know that the oceans are interconnected. Draining only the East Sea wouldn't work. Besides, draining the seawater would mean no more milk tea or barbecue. It was time to teach Jingwei about the ecosystem. Fahai asked, to achieve enlightenment? Zhao Jiancheng, Qitian said, go back to the past and ask you the great for the sea-stabilizing needle. Zhao Jiancheng, Are they all so unambitious? Zhao Jiancheng felt it was time to give these awakened deities a baptism of knowledge. Such a simple wish, so straightforward, with thoughts as direct as a bird's gut. If he encountered foreign deities, wouldn't he be bullied? Zhao Jiancheng was worried. He felt his child was too naive to face the world, and would get beaten up the moment he stepped outside. Look at him, what an innocent child. Zhao Jiancheng decided to give Qitian and the others a military lesson. The enemy's schemes and tricks are too numerous. We must be wary. Zhao Hui rolled his eyes and kicked Gluttony. Had enough? Let's go. Gluttony, with a large elbow in each hand, grumbled and refused to leave. Zhao Hui used his trump card. If you don't leave, I tell the boss that you actually stole the candy from Tian's candy jar. Gluttony immediately backed down. Watching the two disappear into thin air, Zhao Jiancheng breathed a sigh of relief. He yawned, then suddenly realized something was wrong. Turning his head, he found Lazy clinging to the door, blinking. Take laziness away. Laziness charged forward, grabbed a plate of squirrel fish, and vanished in the next instant. Qitian, seeing this, seemed thoughtful. He raised his hand and did some calculations. Then suddenly his face lit up with wild joy. He abruptly asked, Old man, is there overtime pay? Yes, triple pay. You're following the labor law. Zhao Jiancheng finished speaking, then realized something was wrong. This monkey had never worked overtime. Why was he asking for overtime pay? The next second, Qitian, still holding a large durian, disappeared from the spot. Qitian's last words echoed in the air. There's a loophole. Chapter 197. A loophole? Zhao Jiancheng watched helplessly as Qitian, the captain of the non-human squad of the stability maintenance team under the Tianmu group, vanished on the spot. How was he supposed to write a report? Write that Qitian served the people and voluntarily entered Tianmu. How exactly did Qitian get in? What kind of loophole was it? Zhao Jiancheng looked at Jingwei. Jingwei spat out a taro ball, looking innocent, and said, Why are you looking at me? This taro ball isn't cooked. Can I go home now? I'm so sleepy. Zhao Jiancheng looked at Bai Nyang, but she turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. Zhao Jiancheng's gaze passed over the eager Li Qingyu and fell on the two monks, one tall and one short. Fahai said, Ba, this humble monk doesn't know. Qin Jianglu shook his milk tea cup, embarrassed, and said, I read in a book that the monkey was born of nature, so it naturally has some tricks up its sleeve. So can I have a refill? Zhao Jiancheng, Leading a team is tough. Under Li Qingyu's expectant gaze, Zhao Jiancheng said, the captain has gone on an expedition, and the non-human team needs to elect a temporary vice-captain. You can vote democratically. Upon hearing this, Jingwei perked up, and even Bai Nyang perked up. Li Qingyu was unhappy. Why didn't you ask me? I saw it. There's a hole here. Li Qingyu squatted down and pointed to the ground not far away. She took out a pen and threw it on the ground. The pen immediately disappeared. Wait. Zhao Jiancheng immediately took out his phone to record. Keep this as evidence. Keep throwing. Having successfully recorded a 7-second video, Zhao Jiancheng was satisfied. Now, he could explain. Li Qingyu asked, this circle is getting smaller, and will soon disappear. Shall we go in? The words had barely left his lips, when a bird swooped down. Zhao Jiancheng picked up a feather from the ground and sighed deeply. Leading this team is really difficult. Wait, how could Li Qingyu see it? Qitian calculated it with his fingers, but Jingwei and Bai Nyang couldn't see it at all, and the two monks were even less of a possibility. How did Li Qingyu see it? Li Qingyu said proudly, is it possible that, as a fish, my eyesight is different from yours? Zhao Jiancheng recalled Li Qingyu's medical report. Her color perception was terrible, and her eyesight wasn't very good either. He hadn't expected it to have such a useful application. Zhao Jiancheng patted Li Qingyu on the shoulder and sighed. Perform well next time you're evaluated for a promotion. Only 4 members remained in the non-human team. Li Qingyu voted for Bai Nyang to be the vice-captain. Fahai said, I disagree. The little monk Chen Jianglu thought for a moment, and then voted for Bai Nyang. Master Fahai, why be so fixated? Although Bai Nyang is a snake demon, she's a good one. Fahai gritted his teeth, wishing he could also enter the heavenly eye and slaughter those demons and monsters. A demon is a demon. No matter how human-like they appear, they are still demons. Suddenly, Fahai's feet lost their footing, and he lost consciousness. Chi Tian was squatting on the ground eating durian, with a small bird pecking at millet on his shoulder. He suddenly stopped and took a step to the side. Thud. Fahai fell directly to the ground. Chi Tian poked Fahai's bald head and said, Old monk, want some durian? Fahai got up, sat on the ground, and looked blankly at the lucky people around him. Had he entered the heavenly eye? The little bird flew into the air, circled once, and finally landed on Tian's shoulder, tilting its head back and curiously staring at the little octopus. You look delicious. The little octopus froze, its color instantly changing, a blue halo appearing around it. The little bird blinked, disdainfully saying, Not tasty at all. It continued to take flight, landing on Lu Huaxiang's head. Ahem, hello everyone, I'm Jingwei. The one eating durian is the monkey, and that bald guy is Fahai. After introducing herself, Jingwei excitedly said, It's great to see you all. Next, I'd be singing a song, Fahai, you don't understand love. Zhao Yubai and Zhao Yuan immediately covered their ears. Song Tianju and Xie Qinshan, seeing the two's actions, also covered their ears. The other lucky ones, seeing this, decisively covered their ears as well. The viewers in the live stream watched this scene with curiosity, their hearts filled with emotion. Look! Their Pokemon. Their deity has entered the heavenly eye. Who else? Who else? What other country can do this? Some viewers from Yin country had watched the non-human team's live stream before, and seeing Chi Tian and Jingwei now, they were extremely excited. As for Fahai, they couldn't think of any use for him for the moment. Making up the numbers wasn't bad either. Jingwei began her performance. Fahai, you don't understand love, Leifeng Pagoda will fall down. A heart-wrenching song ensued, and the audience cried out, Stop singing. The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. They hadn't noticed Jingwei singing off-key before. Free and unrestrained. Fahai, you don't understand love, Leifeng Pagoda will fall down. Fahai, you really don't understand love. The viewers in the live stream finally understood why the lucky ones had covered their ears. Jingwei, we're very happy to have you here, but could you please stop singing? You're of a higher generation, you don't need to perform. If anyone should perform, it be us performing for you. Please, don't say a word. In the Tianmu conference room, Li Qingyu felt extremely guilty under Zhao Jiangqing's gaze. He had only given her a small lesson, yet Jingwei had actually learned it. But as a bird, wasn't it a bit strange that Jingwei sang off-key? So, the question arises, are Chi Tian, Jingwei, and Fahai considered lucky? A group of lucky individuals tried to discuss this, but couldn't reach a conclusion. In another space, Zhao Hui and his group were also discussing. While both groups were discussing, Chi Tian looked thoughtfully at the empty space beside him. Anger, is this considered lucky? Zhao Hui, is Wang Jiuzhou even considered a person? Probably not. If Wang Jiuzhou isn't considered, then theoretically the three of them aren't either. Anger, only 123 rooms can be opened at a time. I didn't prepare that many. 1 room per person, how fair is that? Sloth, you guys think, since I'm last, I only need to arrange a few rooms? Work harder, don't increase my workload. Pride, useless. You're all useless. Jealousy, why can't I be last? I'm not convinced. Lust, the countdown is about to end, hurry up and come up with a plan. A group of oddly shaped figures fell silent. Finally, Zhao Hui made the decision. Random, only 123 rooms, 123 lucky winners, 1 substitute dead person, 3 gods. Random. Sloth, that's good. As long as there's no extra work, it's good. Sloth hoped that by the time it was its turn, there would be very few people left. It was really too lazy to arrange. Let's just have a sleeping contest. Whoever sleeps the longest clears the level. Finally, the 1-hour countdown ended. Welcome to Wildfire mission requirements. Find the truth and escape the mountains. Mission time limit, 3 days. This instance is theoretically a solo instance, but some beings are not human. Jingwei was furious. You're not human. I used to be human. Human? How could she not be human? The little bird turned into a human, pointing at the sky and cursing. Lu Huaxiang looked at the little girl, who only reached her waist after landing, her gaze complex. Are there really gods in this world? Song Tianjiao leaned closer and poked the brightly colored tuft of hair on Jingwei's head. Chapter 198. Before Song Tianjiao could even figure out the color of Jingwei's ahog, cowlick, on her head, everything suddenly went black. Then, her vision cleared. She found herself amidst lush green mountains and clear waters, the air filled with the sounds of cicadas and birdsong. Beside her stood Wang Jiuzhou. Wang Jiuzhou looked down, curiously examining the mushrooms at his feet. This mushroom looks delicious. Song Tianjiao looked down and saw it was a red umbrella mushroom, dotted with white spots. It looked very tempting, but also very poisonous. She nodded. Yes, I think it looks delicious too. When traveling, you should always have some poisonous mushrooms with you. Wang Jiuzhou, still possessing his original appearance, had a naturally smiling mouth, and even his bewildered expression conveyed a slightly tipsy joy. Wang Jiuzhou said, "It's poisonous, you can't eat it. But I think I can. I'm not afraid of poison now." Wang Jiuzhou wove a basket from vines and began carefully picking mushrooms. Song Tianjiao lay in the grass by the river, chewing on a blade of grass, looking utterly bored. The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. Kului Ji Qi, red umbrella, white pole, after eating, lie down on a plank together, I am Chu He, is Song Qiaoan trying to poison us? A killer move right from the start? Shan Ling Xiao, look at the other live streams. I'm laughing so hard. Zhao Yubai and Zhao Yiren are actually together, arguing about the geological structure of the mountain. Xie Qing Shan, you are a strawberry cake. Fa Hai just started chanting scriptures as soon as he arrived, without even moving an inch. Yin Si Yin Tai, Zhang Sanwen and Qi Tian are in the same live stream. Qi Tian is researching whether Zhang Sanwen is a monster. HHH. Polygon Fighter, Thunder Grandma and Jingwei are in the same live stream. A person and a bird are discussing how to safely smash down a beehive to eat honey. The Tianmu livestream hadn't had so many branch venues in a long time. The viewers in the livestream were dazzled. Everything seemed relaxed. What are you doing? Stealing mushrooms? A man carrying a hoe rushed over, glaring angrily at Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhou. His gaze swept between the two, softening his tone before anyone could speak. Are you lost? Song Tianjiao spat out the grass roots in his mouth, glanced at the man, and pointed to a basket of mushrooms beside him, saying, "Want some mushrooms?" "Yes, but these mushrooms are poisonous. I take you back to eat." This was a middle-aged man, who seemed to smile kindly, but his eyes were constantly scrutinizing the two. At the same time, this middle-aged man appeared in other live streams in Yin country. "Monk, are you here to beg for alms?" Bahai finished reciting the sutra by turning the prayer beads in his hand before opening his eyes. "Benefactor, this humble monk does not ask for alms. This humble monk is here to perform a ritual for the departed." "Perform a ritual for what? Another money-grubbing monk?" As he spoke, the middle-aged man swung a hoe at Fahai. Clang! The hoe struck Fahai's head, making a metallic clang. The middle-aged man was so frightened that he fell to the ground, not even daring to pick up the hoe. He scrambled to his feet and ran away. "A ghost! A ghost is coming to claim my life." Fahai rubbed his head, watching the man's retreating figure, and continued chanting, his prayer beads moving. Seeing that the 5 aggregates are empty, one transcends all suffering. The viewers in the live stream had mixed feelings. If the middle-aged man hadn't been facing Fahai, but an ordinary person, this day next year would be the anniversary of that person's death. The middle-aged man looked kind, but his behavior was aggressive. What decent person would just come up and smash someone's head with a hoe? Meanwhile, Zhang Sanwen was also being harassed by the middle-aged man. "So good-looking, are you a man or a woman?" The middle-aged man was confused and immediately tried to pull down Zhang Sanwen's pants. This really touched a nerve with Zhang Sanwen. Qi Tian laughed loudly. "I told you everyone would be confused when they saw you, but you didn't believe me." Zhang Sanwen dodged to the side, about to retort to Qi Tian, when suddenly he saw the middle-aged man raise his hoe. Having been beaten since childhood, how could he not tell whether the initial blow was aimed at physical pain or bone pain? This hoe strike was aimed at crippling, if not killing. Zhang Sanwen rolled away, the hoe hitting the ground heavily, sparks flying from the small stones. Qi Tian, who had been watching with amusement, immediately changed his expression. "You're so unreasonable. You're trying to kill me right off the bat?" The middle-aged man sneered. "I can tell, this is a man useless, a waste of food. I deal with you after I've taken care of him." Qi Tian looked tall and thin, around 20 years old. The middle-aged man didn't take Qi Tian seriously at all. Qi Tian laughed angrily. "Did I eat your food? Are you going to kill me?" Even in a fight, you have to announce your name first. This guy is so unreasonable. Chi Tian was a reasonable monkey. If others were unreasonable, he wouldn't be either. He immediately picked up a stick from the ground. Just as Chi Tian was about to act, he saw Zhang Sanwen get up, rush towards the middle-aged man, and deliver a groin kick followed by an elbow strike to the temple. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Sanwen had the man under his foot. Who are you calling neither male nor female? What, if I'm a man you kill me, and if I'm a woman you rape me? Zhang Sanwen immediately beat up the middle-aged man, who was curled up like a shrimp. Then, thinking for a moment, he cursed under his breath. Every lucky person will encounter this bastard? Which idiot made this rule? You're still hiding? I twist your head off and use it as a ball. Zhang Sanwen became angrier and angrier, and beat the man up again. Chi Tian stood aside, futilely holding his stick, feeling utterly useless. The viewers in the live stream had initially been grinning when they saw Zhang Sanwen being harassed. Now, they couldn't laugh anymore. Mo Cha, abandoned evil and be castrated version, this middle-aged man appears in every live stream. If he's a woman, take him away. If he's a man, show him your hoe. Bright moon shines in the sky. Is he sick? Did he eat his family's rice? This kind of person should just be buried. I have a bad feeling. Nightmare gone? Please. I'm scared. Change my name. Someone has already edited it out. In the scene, Zhao Yubai and Zhao Yiren are arguing when someone smashes them on the head with a hoe. The two fragile characters didn't even have a chance to struggle. Lu Huixiang and Jingwei had just taken down the beehive when the middle-aged man rushed over. He looked at Lu Huixiang, then at Jingwei, who had turned into a human, and pointed at Lu Huixiang saying, "You're old, you can only die." The next moment, Lu Huixiang smashed the beehive, which she had covered with her coat, onto the middle-aged man's head. Angry bees immediately swarmed around the middle-aged man. "You idiot! Jingwei, let's go!" Lu Huixiang was furious. After walking a while, she picked up a stone and threw it at the middle-aged man's head. "You who only knows how to bully little girls." Zhang Wenwei tied him to a tree and pressed a hoe against his head. "Quickly, tell me you're taking me home." Mission objective: find the truth and escape the mountains. Finding the truth comes first, escaping the mountains comes second. Zhang Wenwei tried to show her friendliness, lightly tapping the man's head with a hoe, and said seriously, "I'm a good person, don't be afraid." The middle-aged man was so scared, he wet his pants. Zhang Wenwei then gave him a kick to the back. "You bullying, useless piece of trash." Chapter 199. Zhang Wenwei snorted coldly, smashing the man's head with a hoe, and then carried the hoe towards the source of the smoke. Her cursing as she walked was a clear inheritance from Lu Huixiang. Zhang Yuyan appeared completely harmless towards the middle-aged man, proactively saying, "Uncle, I'm lost. Do you know the way?" Around Zhang Yuyan's neck hung a seemingly ordinary pendant, which was a makeshift bomb that Zhang Sanwen and Zhang Wenwei had concocted over the past hour. The smoke was harmless, but poisonous. Zhang Yuyan was the weakest of the three siblings, and Zhang Sanwen and Zhang Wenwei had practically emptied their pockets, fearing that their sister, who was panting heavily even when running, would die before even getting started. Bao Zhu, meanwhile, snatched the hoe from the middle-aged man and pushed him into the ditch. "So what if I can eat? Did I eat your food? Even my boss didn't scold me for eating, so why are you scolding me? Why?" Bao Zhu grew angrier and angrier, picking up a stone and throwing it at the middle-aged man trying to climb out of the water. "You deserve to be beaten to death. Do you even know who my boss is?" Xie Qingshan was small and looked young, appearing healthy. The middle-aged man was pleased to see him. He showed unprecedented gentleness. "Little boy, whose child are you? Are you hungry? Want to come to my house for a meal?" Xie Qingshan said, "I'm lost. My family is all dead. I have no home." The middle-aged man became even happier. "Okay, I take you home. I find you a home." Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, carrying a hoe, passed by Tian Tian without even seeing her. Tian Tian followed behind him, hugging the slightly larger baby octopus, and asked curiously, "Daddy, can't he see me?" The little octopus shook its long tentacles, picked wildflowers from the roadside, and tried to weave a wreath to put on Tian Tian's head. The comment in the live stream, "Not a single color," completely devastated the little octopus. Was its aesthetic sense flawed? The little octopus was heartbroken. 60 live stream rooms dazzled the Yen Kingdom viewers. Only 2 people had died at the hands of the middle-aged man so far. Zhao Yubai and Zhao Yiren. The others either fought back or feigned compliance, following the middle-aged man. The viewers in the live stream rooms watched the death settlement screens of Zhao Yubai and Zhao Yiren, sighing deeply. A bright moon hangs on a branch. Luckily, there are still 2 chances. They can still turn things around. Old Bai and Zhao Yiren are truly the most fragile of the fragile. Chu Junmo, I never noticed before, Old Bai's health is so low. Zhao Yiren's health is also very low. The teammates really tried so hard to protect them before. At 10:01, stepping out from under the umbrella their teammates had provided, Lao Bai and Zhao Yiren discovered that knives were falling from the sky. The viewers in the live stream didn't seem particularly saddened by their deaths. After all, they still had 2 chances. With their intelligence, as long as they didn't encounter this kind of sudden, overwhelming attack, they should be fine. However, some viewers found many suspicious points. Stone Man on Stone Mountain. Wait a minute, didn't Zhao Yiren see the future? He contributed a lot during the previous fire. Why didn't anyone try to kill them this time? Jianshan Fengwei Xianzhe Zhu Shi. The Ho killed Zhao Yiren first. That time difference was enough for Lao Bai to move. When he was beaten by Granny Lu before, although he couldn't dodge, his body still reacted. Why isn't he moving this time? The viewers in the live stream were very confused. These 2 were behaving like complete idiots. These 2 are so easily startled. Even if Lu Huixiang just walked by to grab a pair of chopsticks, they jump up in alarm. In this new environment, instead of exploring, they're arguing on the ground? Some viewers are already suspecting their acting. In a room, Zhao Hui was playing a matching game on top of a huge, round beast. He paused, scratching his head, and said, "Is it that obvious?" This year's audience's IQ has significantly improved. The beast was gnawing on sugarcane, eating a whole bunch at a time. Gluttony. Eat less. I didn't prepare much. Anger was furious, pointing at the beast's nose and yelling, "Can't you eat less? We're going to juice the sugarcane later. Go eat yourself." The beast looked aggrieved. "Can I eat the sugarcane peel and pulp?" Laziness rolled on the ground. "Don't make a fuss, I want to sleep." A group of strange creatures, each striving in their own way. Inside the live stream, Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhou had already followed the middle-aged man into the village. The village was built against the mountainside, shaped like an S, surrounded by mountains on all sides, with a river running through it, like a currency symbol plunging straight into the S. It's getting dark, and the road down the mountain is difficult to travel. "You 2 should stay here for the night," the middle-aged man said, pushing open the courtyard gate. It was a small courtyard, half of which was piled with firewood, and the other half was a pigsty. There were no pigs in the pigsty. There was blood on the ground, and the air smelled of blood. There was also some black hair that hadn't been cleaned up at the entrance to the pigsty. Noticing the 2 men's scrutinizing gazes, the middle-aged man immediately said, "We slaughtered a pig yesterday, and it hasn't been cleaned up yet. You all go to your rooms and rest first." "Mother, we have guests," the middle-aged man called out. Immediately, an elderly woman with gray hair emerged, her eyes filled with timidity as she looked at the man. "These are our guests. Mother, please take them to their rooms to rest." Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhou were seated in a room on the west side. The houses here didn't adhere to the north-facing orientation. A small window opened on the west side, the setting sun casting a blood-red glow into the small room. The room was fairly clean, containing a small bed and a high stool that served as a table. A 2-foot square box rested on a bench. Apart from that, there was nothing else. The window was made of paper, with holes. It was currently open, the grayish-white paper curled at the edges, swaying in the mountain wind. The elderly woman with gray hair rubbed her hands, looking embarrassed. "No one has lived here for a long time, just letting it air out. Close the window when it gets cold tonight." When the old woman spoke, her triangular eyes, instead of the timidity she displayed when facing the middle-aged man, gleamed with a sharp light. Wang Jiuzhou frowned, watching the old woman's departing figure. Once she was gone, he immediately went to close the doors and windows. Wang Jiuzhou leaned against the door, his voice trembling slightly. "That kind of look, that look of weighing people down, I've seen it before." Song Tianjiu lay on the ground, scraping the surface with a small stone. After a layer of yellow soil was scraped away, a patch of uneven black ground was revealed. She dug up some soil with a stone and sniffed it. "Blood, human blood. It smells the same as in the yard." Wang Jiuzhou's expression changed drastically, and he began to examine the entire house. A wooden chest was secured with a broken lock. Inside, there were several tattered garments. There were scratch marks inside the chest, seemingly left by fingernails. Although the clothes were tattered, the workmanship was excellent. The embroidery is very good. It must have been done by an experienced embroiderer. The fabric is also of good quality. Wang Jiuzhou spread the clothes on the bed, examining them one by one. Tianjiao, look, he said, there's gold thread hidden in the cuffs of this garment. He pulled out a thread, thinner than a hair, long and clearly painstakingly made. Song Tianju wrapped the gold thread around her hand, about to examine it more closely, when the door opened. She immediately hid her hands behind her back. The old woman pushed open the door, smiling, and said, "Hungry? Come out and eat, then get some rest. There's meat for today." Chapter 200. Meat to eat? The viewers in the live stream, recalling Song Tianjia's description of the smell of human blood, felt a chill run down their spines. If Song Tianjia said it was human blood, then it was human blood. That was beyond question. Song Tianjiu had probably seen more human blood than the viewers in the live stream had ever eaten. Rule 1. There is no meat in the food. If there is, please refuse to eat it. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream felt a chill run down their spines. The same question echoed in their minds. Is it human flesh? Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhou went outside and found that the ground in the yard had been cleaned again. Water had been sprinkled on it, and the ground was somewhat muddy. The smell of blood in the air had faded considerably, leaving only the lingering scent of cheap incense. A square table was placed in the yard, with 3 plates on it. A plate of steamed buns, a plate of stir-fried bean sprouts, and a plate of meat from some unknown creature, stir-fried until it was almost black, making it impossible to tell if it was red or white meat just by looking at the surface. The middle-aged man was already seated. He glanced at Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhou standing behind the old woman and asked, "Where's Dazhuang?" The old woman pointed outside the door and said, "Isn't he back?" The middle-aged man turned his head and, sure enough, saw a little boy with crooked eyes, a drooling mouth, and a squint just entering the house. The middle-aged man introduced him. "This is my son, Dazhuang. He's very smart. He'd be a high-ranking official someday." Smart? Song Tianjia looked at Dazhuang's cross-eyed eyes, and the drool soaking his clothes, almost thinking he had misheard. How many layers of filters were being applied? How dare he say his mentally challenged son was smart? Eat, and then go to bed early. Mountain folks go to bed early. The old woman was very hospitable, but her movements were somewhat stiff. Her withered, dry hands pulled Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhou to their seats. Dazhuang rushed to the table, and seeing meat, his face lit up with joy. "Mine. All mine. All the meat is mine." The old woman shook her head, saying indulgently, "My dear grandson, it's yours, it's yours." As she spoke, she picked up the plate of meat and put half into Dazhuang's bowl. She was about to give the remaining half to the middle-aged man when she suddenly remembered something and put a piece into Song Tianjia's bowl. Eat more. You feel right at home here." The piece of meat resembled a chicken foot, but was larger. Even under the thick, dark sauce, traces of frostbite were still visible. "Thank you." Song Tianjiu thanked them with a smile, picked up the bowl, and then flipped it over, dropping it to the ground. The bowl didn't break, but the meat inside spilled out and rolled a few times on the floor, where it was spotted by the black dog that had been watching intently outside the door. The black dog rushed over, grabbed the meat, and ran off. The middle-aged man, seeing this, glared fiercely at Song Tianjiao. Wasting food. He took off his shoe and threw it at the black dog. But the black dog was long and agile, and had already run far away. The middle-aged man, having missed the dog, looked displeased. He picked up the plate of meat, scooped it all into his own bowl, and angrily said, "Eat. For people, 2 dishes, and a plate of steamed buns." The meat and dishes were all gone, leaving only a plate of stir-fried bean sprouts. The old woman cleared the dishes from the floor, got Song Tianjiu a new one, and warmly invited the two to eat. Eat, and go to sleep early." Song Tianjiu picked up his chopsticks, about to pick up some bean sprouts, when Wang Jiuzhou grabbed his arm. Wang Jiuzhou smiled and said, "Auntie, we're on a diet. We don't eat meat or vegetables, just a little bit of carbohydrates." The old woman was stunned. "Carbons? You can't eat charcoal." Wang Jiuzhou picked up a steamed bun, slowly peeled the skin off, and grinned. "Then don't worry about it." Wang Jiuzhou's red eyes stared intently at the old woman, who quickly looked away, muttering, "This girl, so eccentric. She's impossible to understand." Wang Jiuzhou gave half of the peeled bun to Song Tianjiao, still smiling. "We're on a diet. This will fill us up." Song Tianjiao looked down at the half-eaten bun in her hand. It was this size. She could eat 5 in one go. Going hungry for a while wouldn't kill her. Song Tianjiu slowly broke off pieces of the bun and put them in her mouth. Her reluctance to eat made the old woman, who was about to try to persuade her, immediately stop. The old woman muttered, "There are still people who don't like to eat. That's strange." She picked up some bean sprouts and began to wolf them down. At the end of the meal, she tore open a steamed bun and dipped it in the broth from the meat dish. Some viewers in the live stream were completely bewildered. Sia mush. This is the first time I've seen Wang Jiuzhou eat so reservedly, ha ha ha. Normally, she could have eaten all 3 plates in one go. Ting yu xiao xiao, peeling the bun before eating it? Doesn't Wang Jiuzhou practically wash bananas before peeling them? What's going on? Is there something wrong with the bun? Yifeng Rao, if she can't eat meat, why doesn't she eat bean sprouts? Is there something wrong with the bean sprouts? The environment here looks nice, they should be all natural, additive-free bean sprouts, right? Mengyang Gadema? Upstairs, you're too young. I didn't understand at first either, until my grandma spoke up. Really Momo, not Momo. What did grandma say? Eggplant loves me once. Tell me quickly, what did grandma say? Tianji's only fan. Am I the only one concerned about whether those two can get enough to eat? Meanwhile, in other live streams in Yin Kingdom, the lucky ones who survived and chose to go home with a middle-aged man didn't eat meat. Some only ate steamed buns. Some ate steamed buns with bean sprouts, and some simply went to the bathroom, eating nothing at all. Let's rewind a bit. Lu Huaixiang and Jingwei were grilling fish. Fish from the river, honey freshly squeezed from the beehive, plus wild vegetables. A very lavish meal. While grilling the fish, Lu Huaixiang grabbed Jingwei's wing with one hand. That's a river, not the sea. You're filling up the sea, not a river. Lu Huaixiang was so annoyed that she simply tied Jingwei up with fine, tough grass leaves. Let's wait for dinner. And don't spill my water. It took me ages to boil it. Lu Huaixiang used paulownia leaves to make a small pot to boil water. She finally succeeded once, dug a hole, and placed the pot in it to cool. Noticing Jingwei's restless claws reaching for her drinking water, she tied them up. Jingwei couldn't resist the temptation and cried out, "Don't stop me. Don't stop me." Lu Huaixiang simply stuck a torn piece of honeycomb into Jingwei's sharp beak. Shut up. The lucky ones, who didn't follow the middle-aged man home, searched for food. Grilled fish, wild vegetables, wild fruits, roasted mushrooms, non-poisonous mushrooms. Their different choices revealed subtle differences in their survival skills. Zhang Wenwei caught a bunch of small fish and roasted some. Zhang Sanwen stood in the water, battling wits with his reflection. Qi Tian lay on a tree, munching on wild fruit, watching the boy make a fool of himself. Do you want some fruit? I saved a lot of sour fruit for you. No. I must catch a fish. Even if I starve to death, I won't eat sour fruit. Tian was eating grilled octopus and egg tarts. Chapter 201. The grilled octopus was a gift from the little octopus, as were the egg tarts. There was also a glass of freshly squeezed sugarcane juice. After the meal, there was a glass of warm water, and a vitamin supplement. Then the little octopus waited quietly, holding a toothbrush, toothpaste, a toothbrush cup, and a mirror. Tian took the supplement, took the toothbrush, and the little octopus immediately squeezed out the toothpaste and held up the mirror. As dusk fell, one of the little octopus's tentacles produced a rechargeable lamp from somewhere, its light warm. The little octopus then produced a funnel, flipped it over, and started a countdown. Tian brushed her teeth carefully, using the base brushing technique. She grinned at the little octopus and said, "All clean." Just then, the funnel's countdown ended. The little octopus packed up its things, pulled out a large tent, and deployed it with a single button. Live stream viewers, what kind of camping scene is this? How can I get an all-powerful little octopus? Urgent, waiting online. They really need such an all-powerful little octopus. Of all the lucky ones, Xie Qishan received the best treatment. Faced with the middle-aged man's enthusiasm, he was wary. Past experience told him that the more enthusiastic someone was, the more suspicious they were. No one is enthusiastic towards strangers for no reason. There's only one truth. There's an ulterior motive. The old woman said, Eat. Look at this child. Big head, small body, life must have been tough before, right? Don't worry, we find you a good family. You won't have to worry about food and drink anymore. I don't know how they raise children. Look how skinny he is. And look at my Dazhuang. The old woman's eyes were full of affection as she spoke of Dazhuang, frantically piling meat onto his plate. Xie Qishan suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. What did they mean by big head, small body? His proportions were perfect. Xie Qishan felt he had taken great care and effort in supporting himself. He wouldn't allow anyone to question him on this point. The middle-aged man placed a piece of meat, mostly bone, on Xie Qishan's plate, saying, "Eat meat." Xie Qishan replied blankly, "I'm a vegetarian from birth. I don't eat meat." The middle-aged man immediately withdrew his hand and stuffed the meat into his own mouth. Rule 1. There is no meat in the food. If there is, please refuse to eat it. Xia Qingshan had seen human flesh. Some people even made it into canned goods and sold it, at a much lower price than other canned goods. When he was a child, he collected resources to trade for cheap canned goods. When he got home, Xia Wumu slapped him across the face. That was the first and only time Xia Wumu had ever hit him. Xia Wumu slashed open the can with a knife, grabbed Xia Qingshan by the collar, and forced him onto the chunks of meat, his voice more sinister than ever before. Eat. Xia Qingshan didn't eat. Later, Xia Qingshan learned that Xia Wumu had already raised a gun to the back of his head with his other hand. If he had eaten, a bullet would have pierced his skull. Xia Wumu cursed, "Those who don't treat people like human beings, their deaths are meaningless." Afterwards, various kinds of bones were frequently found in the distributed food. Xia Wumu taught him how to distinguish each bone in the human body. Human flesh is red, fat is yellow. Human bones are hard, but children's bones are generally softer. Later still, Xia Qingshan learned how bullets penetrate the human body and kill instantly. He also learned how to dissect a human body. Clearly, the person chopping the meat wasn't skilled at butchering it. Those who don't treat people like human beings deserve to die. Xia Qingshan only ate bean sprouts and steamed buns. He needed to be full to have strength. His body was still young, lacking both strength and explosive power. He had to eat his fill first. Seeing him eat so earnestly, the old woman said with satisfaction, "Isn't it delicious? My bean sprouts are the best in the whole village." Xia Qingshan thought the bean sprouts had a strange taste and couldn't be considered particularly delicious. He had eaten bean sprouts made from soybeans by the old scavenger who had taken him in. The soybeans were soaked in a thermos until they grew to about a centimeter, then washed and stir-fried with pork belly, dried Sichuan peppercorns, and dried chilies. It tasted exceptionally good. Even the Sichuan peppercorns were good with rice. These bean sprouts tasted very strange, extremely strange. De Zhuang proudly declared, "These bean sprouts grew from my urine." The old woman nodded repeatedly. Yes, De Zhuang's virgin urine is very effective. Xia Qingshan's face changed drastically, and he rushed to the pigsty, leaning against the wall and vomiting. Viewers repeatedly switching between live streams were stunned. Growing bean sprouts with urine? Is that right? Eat 3 bowls at a time. Is that right? Yin Xian. No wonder Wang Jiuzha next door wouldn't let Song Tianju eat them. Wang Jiuzha could tell at a glance, right? After all, she had a younger brother. Why, Pa? It's terrifying to think about. The other lucky ones who ate the bean sprouts probably don't know about this yet, right? How can we find a way to remind them? Did Nightmare go die? Yes, that's it. My grandma said that people used to grow bean sprouts like this, saying that it makes them grow better. So she still doesn't eat bean sprouts. Midnight and night. Let's begin. Hunting time. Brother Rooster, why don't we skip the formalities and just get started? Luoying. I suggest the relevant departments investigate thoroughly. Investigate thoroughly. Investigate thoroughly. I always bought my bean sprouts from the supermarket. Are they safe? The viewers in the live stream were shocked and began to doubt the food safety of the real world. At this moment, they suddenly felt that technology was wonderful. Technology is so good, much better than bean sprouts urinated on by children. Xia Qingshan leaned against the wall, vomiting while staring at a fingernail on the wall. He wanted to kill things that don't treat people like human beings. Even if they die, it's in vain. The words he heard in his childhood echoed in his ears. An old woman came over to ask what was wrong. Xia Qingshan wiped his mouth and smiled. It's nothing, just some change in environment. I'm going to sleep now. Thank you for the meal. Xia Qingshan returned to the west room, without checking his surroundings, grabbed the chopsticks he had taken, laid down on the bed, and closed his eyes. Darkness fell. In the wildfire instance, the time was synchronized in each lucky player's livestream room. The sun was about to completely set. Some were dozing, some were sitting halfway up the mountain in a daze, some were building makeshift shelters, some were sleeping in trees, and some were listening to fairy tales. Song Tianju lay in bed, rubbing her rumbling stomach, and sighed. Hungry. Wang Jiuzhao, sitting on a stool studying embroidery, said upon hearing this, "Add one." Song Tianju jumped up and tried to peek through the crack in the door. She muttered, "Why aren't they asleep yet? Aren't mountain people supposed to go to bed early?" Suddenly, she pulled a long needle from her pocket and stuck it directly into the crack in the door. A cry of pain rang out. It was the middle-aged man peeking outside. The middle-aged man fled in panic, and then the courtyard became quiet. Song Tianju opened the door and peeked out. Nobody's here. Let's go find something to eat. Soon, Song Tianju was back with an axe in her hand and a sickle at her waist. Wang Jiuzhou held a kitchen knife. The two of them quietly climbed over the wall and went outside. Poisonous mushrooms, I want poisonous mushrooms. Wang Jiuzhou still couldn't forget the brightly colored mushrooms he'd seen during the day. Song Tianju was thinking about honey. She wanted honey grilled fish too. Chapter 202. Song Tianjiao led the way, brandishing her wood-chopping knife. Night had fallen, and a bright, white moon hung high, illuminating the stream, while the surrounding mountains remained dark. On such a moonlit night, even the distant mountain outlines were difficult to discern. The occasional calls of wild animals and owls made out the eerie, ghostly figures under the moonlight. The live-stream viewers gasped in alarm. The two followed the river upstream, completely away from the village. Song Tianjiao looked around, rubbed the back of her neck, and said regretfully, "It's a bit cold. Since we're already here, let's make a fire." In proper wilderness survival, one would choose to start a fire by friction. But the lucky ones in Yin country didn't choose that. They generally carried windproof lighters. Even if they lost their lighters, they had magnesium rods to start a fire. Song Tianju was different. She picked up Wang Jiuzhou's hands, examined them carefully, and chose the middle finger of his right hand. "Come forth, little flame that illuminates the darkness." A pale green flame ignited at Wang Jiuzhou's fingertip, fitting the current atmosphere perfectly. Song Tianjiao immediately extinguished the flame. No, changed the color. This time, she chose her left middle finger. The flame, blue with a hint of red, at least didn't seem so in tune with the mood. The two gathered the collected dry branches and leaves and started a fire. Song Tianju began catching fish. "Red carp and green carp and donkey, repeat after me." Wang Jiuzhou was still studying her fingers. There were no instructions, and this was the first time she ever known she could use them like this. Hearing Song Tianju's words, Wang Jiuzhou paused. "Me? Ah. Red donkey, 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 and fish? No, with donkey." Song Tianju felt Wang Jiuzhou's language system needed adjustment. She recalled the process and realized this wasn't just a simple proofreading task, it required rewriting the code. That's fine, it's not a big deal anyway. Whoever wants to write the code can write it. She wasn't going to. Wang Jiuzhou was completely unaware of anything amiss, and was trying to find mushrooms in the dark. She actually found quite a few mushrooms. Song Tianju pulled a handful of steamed bun wrappers from her pocket and began trying. After trying for a long time, she failed. Looks like these fish don't like steamed buns. They won't listen to reason, so they have to suffer the consequences. Song Tianju simply chopped a thick branch to stir up the river water and, incidentally, hit the fish. The viewers in the live stream watched Song Tianju hit the fish, and watched her actually hit one, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say. "Jiuyao, to be honest, I feel like Song Tianjiao can survive anywhere. As long as the grass can live, she can live." Stranded in a deserted place. "Song Qianan, is this how you catch fish when you're little? You used to throw stones at them. Later you learned archery, and used a bow and arrow. Can anyone tell me which is harder, fishing or shooting fish? Never airborne. Fish when there are fish, shrimp when there are no fish, water snakes when there are no shrimp, garbage when there are no water snakes, and if you can't catch garbage, fish for fragments of people. Colorful star. Above, what kind of horror story is this? This is too creepy. Woohoo Lake. I went next door to take a look. Fahai is still chanting scriptures. Some villagers came to ask for an explanation, but he didn't even move. Duong, I'm really afraid they beat Fahai to death. Wasted time. The rules only mention the quest, not death. Does this mean you don't have to die in this instance? Fahai's head is really hard. While the viewers in the live stream were wildly derailing their conversation, Song Tianju had already scaled, gutted the two fish, then skewered them and placed them by the fire. Wang Jiuzhou watched the mushrooms, and carefully skewered them with thinly sliced wood, placing them around the campfire to heat them. Song Tianju pulled a packet of salt from her pocket, and handed it to Wang Jiuzhou. "You watch the fish, I'm going to go find honey." Honey roasted fish, she was determined to have it. The mountain forest was fraught with danger at night. Song Tianjiao, a woodcutter's knife in hand, chopped here and there, startling owls and waking pheasants and rabbits. The commotion alerted other creatures. A dark shadow followed Song Tianjiao at a distance. "Beehive, beehive, beehive," Song Tianjiao muttered, wandering for a long time before finally finding a beehive. She climbed directly up a high tree and threw the woodcutter's knife, which was tied with a rope. Thud. The small beehive landed, and the bees inside quickly flew out, searching for the culprit. Finally, they found the culprit hiding in the grass. A whoa! A roar rang out, and a dark shadow burst out of the grass, rolling on the ground, roaring again, crashing into trees, and running wildly. While the enemies and their enemies were busy, Song Tianju took off his coat, jumped to the ground, grabbed the beehive, picked up his wood-chopping knife, and ran away. The movements were fluid and seamless. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. Are ye? It's pitch black. I can barely see anything. Did he succeed? Let me Lulu. So the question is, what kind of beehive is this? Is there honey? It's not a hornet's nest, is it? It's so late at night, there's not even a torch. Could he have mistaken it for something else? Man Shui, if this is a hornet's nest, Song Qiaonan will be very sad. However, I'd be very happy. A dramatic scene. So interesting. Caixing. Is honey-baked fish delicious? I suddenly want some. The burly, briskly looking Jalechi, was that a bear just now? It followed me all the way. I heard bears hold grudges. What if it attacked in the middle of the night? Song Tianju paused, squeezed the honeycomb through her coat to make sure it was heavy and damp, before continuing on her way. She took a detour, getting slapped in the face by spider webs several times, and had to wipe her face while jogging. Back at the campfire, Wang Jiuzhou had already roasted a huge pile of mushroom slices, and the two fish were crispy. Song Tianju quickly smeared honey on them, roasted them for another minute or two, then dared not roast them any longer. Any more, and they become dried fish. Wang Jiuzhou held the pile of roasted mushroom slices, examining them to see if they were poisonous. Tianjiao, I don't think there's anything poisonous in this pile. Song Tianju decisively refused. I don't want to watch little people dance. Wang Jiuzhou felt embarrassed. After working so hard, only she could eat it all. Wang Jiuzhou put down the mushroom slices, walked to the stream, and caught 2 fish. 2 more fish. We can have them for a midnight snack if we can't finish them. Wang Jiuzhou didn't use the cleaver she used for cutting mushrooms. Afraid it might be poisonous, she used a wood-chopping knife to process the fish. Song Tianjiao looked at the grilled fish in her hand, then at the large fish Wang Jiuzhou was processing. So what was the point of all her hard work? Song Tianju began to question her existence. The fish Wang Jiuzhou caught was much bigger than the one she had caught. Wang Jiuzhou noticed Song Tianju's gaze, looked up, his eyes full of confusion. Tianjiao, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Nothing, just do your job well, the organization has high hopes for you. Song Tianju secretly resolved that next time, she should let Wang Jiuzhou do the work, quickly and well. She only needed to cook. The viewers in the live stream wanted to laugh, but they quickly stopped. The other lucky ones in the live streams were also busy. Lu Huaixiang and Jingwei discovered a large pit surrounded by wild dogs, filled with bones. Like the shell remnants left by ancient ancestors eating shellfish, these bones were piled up one after another. Lu Huaixiang dug deeper, but there were still bones underneath. Most of the bones had bite marks on them. Chapter 203. Lu Huaixiang used a lighter for illumination and discovered traces of human teeth and canines on the bones. Lu Huaixiang turned her head, looking at the village where the lights had been turned off, then at the pack of wild dogs with green eyes. She said, Jingwei, using stones to fill the sea is slow. Do you know what's the fastest way? Jingwei asked, what? A corpse will expand after being soaked in water, and the bones can be preserved for a while after decomposition. In terms of volume, it's better than stones. Jingwei seemed thoughtful. Lu Huaixiang picked up a handy thigh bone and asked, do you know which dogs deserve to die? Jingwei was still pondering the issue of materials for filling the sea, and didn't have time to answer this question. Lu Huaixiang said, dogs that eat and bite people deserve to die. She continued, answering her own question, do you know who deserves to die? Those who eat people deserve to die. Jingwei asked, didn't the rule say 3 days? We haven't found the truth yet. Eat 1 bite at a time, slaughter the beasts one by one. I'm old, 3 days should be barely enough. The truth doesn't necessarily have to be found out. It can be uncovered through interrogation. As she spoke, Lu Huaixiang pulled out a stack of talismans. Jingwei, are you a spirit or a deity? If you're a spirit, hide in my hat. If you're a deity, I show you fireworks. Lu Huaixiang didn't have a gun at this moment. She had a stack of talismans. She called it lightweight air-to-ground precision guidance. There couldn't be a missile lighter than the yellow paper in her hand. Absolutely not. Jingwei rolled her eyes. Do you know who my mother is? Do you know who my father is? Do you know who my sister is? Do you know who my mother's mother is? Do you know who my father's father is? Jingwei patted Lu Huaixiang's head with her wing, her demeanor menacing. Me? An ancient deity? You ask if I'm a spirit? If I get struck by lightning? Don't think I don't understand. I can use the internet. I can use the internet. I can connect to Wi-Fi. I can order takeout. I can shop online. Lu Huixiang, you're pretty impressive. Yes, this little bird has quite a background. There are many false gods in the world, but truly powerful ones are few and far between. If we're really talking about it, Jingwei could easily replace her father, Emperor Yin, at the Blue Star International Mythological Species Exchange Conference. Jingwei would definitely be the kind who sits in the front row. Xie Qingshan was sharpening his knife. Those who don't treat people like human beings, their deaths are meaningless. Zhang Sanwen squatted beside the bones, scratching his head. Qi Tian stood to the side, a stick in his hand. One glance from him sent the pack of stray dogs tucking their tails and fleeing. Great sage, how many pits do you think we need to dig to bury them all? There are so many, it's hard to sort them. Many of the bones look similar, I don't have the skill. Qi Tian remained silent. He's seen plenty of human bones. But discarding them, like kitchen waste, was truly rare. Qi Tian scratched his head. Not a sacrifice, not a ritual, just for gluttony? That doesn't make sense. What's the benefit? It's not like eating Tang Sanzing's flesh, which grants immortality. Zhang San asked, Great Sage, did you burn down Flower Fruit Mountain? Why would I burn Flower Fruit Mountain? Zhang San, holding a small skull, said, After the fire, spring will bloom again next March. This instance, being an instance, signifies that this matter is over. Great Sage, look at these mountains on all four sides, with a person in the middle. Doesn't it look like the Chinese character for prisoner? A person trapped in the mountains. Although there's water, it's far from enough to break the deadlock. Why not burn it all down, putting them in a desperate situation so they can survive? Qi Tian was a little skeptical of Zhang Sanwen's sanity. Could Zhang Sanwen also be a madman? Although I don't like to talk about that, I still have to ask. Little one, do you know the cause and effect involved? Can you bear the responsibility? Zhang Sanwen chuckled. What do you mean, can I bear it or not? Great sage, before you came, didn't you learn any rules and regulations? Does exorcising evil and purifying require choosing a day? Zhang Miuyan had already lain down, with the old woman lying next to her. This was her strong request. She said they hit it off immediately, and she wanted to share a room with the old woman. She said she was prone to nightmares, and asked for a pair of scissors to put under her pillow. She looked frail and non-aggressive. This family really did fulfill her wishes. The small room was rather gloomy. The lights were off, and the air was thick with the smell of cheap incense and candles. One of the 3 incense sticks in front of the memorial tablet had gone out, leaving only 2 burning. 2 red dots, faintly visible in the darkness, resembled a pair of eyes. The memorial tablet belonged to the middle-aged man's father and the old woman's husband. It was in the old woman's room, and was offered sacrifices daily. Zhang Miuyan stared at the incense stick with only 2 red dots remaining, rolling her eyes in the darkness. These days, anything can be offered incense. Zhang Miuyan tiptoed out of bed, took out a small bottle containing sulfur, and poured the sulfur onto the incense sticks. She returned to bed, and nudged the sleeping old woman. Look, what's that? The old woman sat up groggily, saw the blue flame burning in the incense burner, and screamed, A ghost! A ghost! Zhang Miuyan stood on the bed, watching the old woman's barefoot figure rush out, a bright smile on her face. The old woman's departure woke the middle-aged man, who was already asleep, and the two had a brief argument in the courtyard. What ghost? Where in this world are there ghosts? That's my father! You old woman, don't push your luck. A little while later, the old woman returned carrying an oil lamp, her steps faltering slightly. Noticing that Zhang Miuyan was still awake, the old woman forced a smile and said, I accidentally tripped. It's all right, I must have seen wrong. Where in this world are there ghosts? Grandma, what's behind you? The old woman turned around abruptly, the flame of the oil lamp flickering, and the shadow on the wall swaying as well. Grandma, and your feet too. Zhang Miuyan smiled at the old woman, pointing to her shoulder and continuing, and your shoulders, what's that? Grandma, do you feel anything? Your shoulders feel heavy, and your breathing is rapid? Yes, yes. What do you see? I see. The viewers in the live stream had withstood the shock of the pile of bones, but not Zhang Miuyan's performance. I am a farmer. Ah, what? I didn't see anything? I'm really scared. Broad-shouldered and strong-waisted paradise. Is Zhang Miuyan telling the truth? I'm getting a little creeped out too. Xie Qingshan, You are a strawberry cake. If this is fake, I hope it's real. If it's real, I hope it's fake. I'm really scared. Woohoo Lake, woohoo. Can Zhang Miyan really see? If she really can, does she see a lot of things right now? Bahai is chanting sutras to save the dead. His mouth is almost worn out from chanting. Stranded in a deserted place. Who said Zhang Miyan could treat people like dogs? I didn't believe it then. Turns out it's true. Did Nightmare Dog die? Miyan, I want to be your dog. Be your dog. Tianjia's loyal fan. Question mark. Upstairs, calm down. Chapter 204. Zhang Wenwei was squatting on someone else's courtyard wall, lost in thought. She carefully reviewed the rules. The rules didn't say she had to sleep indoors. So, it didn't matter where she slept. Rule 3. Please go to sleep at midnight and wake up at 4 in the morning. This rule might be a hard and fast rule, or it could be some kind of smoke screen. For example, wouldn't demons and monsters roam during this time? Rule 4. If possible, please place sharp objects under your pillow. This rule was unclear. If possible implies if not possible. Sharp objects include, but are not limited to, scissors, axes, kitchen knives, swords, tang swords. If the scope is broad enough, even sharpened fingernails count as sharp objects. Does this rule imply that something will happen at night? Zhang Wenwei sighed. Why can't my external brain be with me? I can just focus on fighting. The village was surrounded by mountains, with only a small river flowing through it. As night fell, it seemed as if countless colossal beasts loomed overhead, surveying the world below. Zhang Wenwei lay on the courtyard wall, pulling wild fruit she had picked during the day from her pocket, munching on it as she gazed at the sky. Tonight, few stars shone, only the moon was visible, and no clouds were visible. Zhang Wenwei squinted, staring at the stars, lost in thought. The viewers in the live stream were initially laughing and joking, until some viewers from other live streams joined. After exchanging information, an atmosphere of unease and restlessness filled the entire live stream room. Yu Ling, Zhang Wenwei is suited for a reckless, all-out attack. This kind of analysis doesn't suit her. Zhang Wenwei plus Zhang Miyan is roughly equivalent to a complete combat unit. Theoretically, they can ignore levels and defeat any enemy. Yunling Haifeng, just burn it down. Isn't this dungeon called Mountain Fire? Let's set it on fire then. Xie Qishan, you're a strawberry cake. Setting fire to the mountain is a death sentence. Hula Gu Tao, upstairs, open your eyes and look. When the law loses its power, the knife in your hand is the greatest law. Banshing Shuquang, now most of the lucky ones are preparing to fight head-on. There are 3 chances in total. Theoretically you can gamble. Kepler Bobby, the other 2 dungeons, judging from their names, are not simple either. It's naturally satisfying to go all out. Some things, once done, you want to do again. There are 3 chances, but only 1 life. Gamblers are not to be. Useless sacrifices are unacceptable. As time passed, the temperature dropped, and you could hear the hooting of owls in the forest, mixed with the howling of wolves and the barking of dogs. Zhang Wenwei flipped over and jumped down, grabbing a hoe from the wall and heading towards the source of the noise. Wolves or dogs? Soon, Zhang Wenwei arrived at the spot where many lucky ones had already found it. A pack of wild dogs crouched low, baring their teeth at her. A crescent moon barely illuminated the stark white light, and Zhang Wenwei saw a complete skull. A monkey's head? No, the structure is different. This isn't a monkey's. Zhang Wenwei picked up the skull, staring into the empty eye sockets. It's a person. Zhang Wenwei raised the hoe. Although this question is somewhat redundant, I still have to ask. What are you doing here? Trying to bite me? Trying to tear a piece of flesh from me? Come on! Dark clouds obscured the stars and moon, and only the barking of dogs could be heard. The wind carried away the smell of blood, causing a stir in the forest. A storm was brewing. A dog's bark woke Tian Tian. Daddy, there's a dog. She pulled back the tent flap and peeked inside. A raindrop landed on her nose, carrying the lingering, decaying scent of the forest. Little Octopus looked in one direction, his eyes filled with displeasure. The barking quickly turned into howling. Tian Tian listened intently. Daddy, the dogs are scared. You misheard? They're not scared, they're happy. They're having a party. Little Octopus pulled the tent up, adding another down comforter. Outside the tent, the wind and rain lashed down, and the temperature dropped. Inside the tent, a little rabbit huddled in a corner, telling a story about a jackal. The viewers in the live stream felt this was a picnic, completely out of place with the other live streams. This wasn't just cheating. This was cheating itself. Out of sight of the viewers in the live stream, a colossal beast crouched beside a pile of bones, its mouth agape, waiting to be fed. Anger was diligently feeding the beast. Jealousy kicked it hard, yelling, "Gluttony, can you be any lazier?" The beast rolled over, pinning Lazy, who was sleeping on the ground, beneath it. Ouch! Lazy only managed to howl before being flattened. "You have to lie down to eat. This isn't tasty. Do you really have to eat it?" The beast felt wronged. It was indeed a glutton, but it had the right to be picky about its food. "Eat yours. You're not leaving until you finish." The torrential rain soaked the beast. It drooped its eyes, looking like it had been bullied. But the way it devoured living beings was a stark contrast to its aggrieved expression. A ferocious beast is always a ferocious beast. Even if it looks harmless, its true nature is hard to hide. So much, and so much more. "It tastes awful. I lie down for a bit, then continue eating." Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhou ran wildly through the rain, finally making it back before it stopped. Standing under the eaves, looking at the moon that had already risen, Song Tianjiu wiped the rain from her face. "Go to sleep." Wang Jiuzhou quickly put the kitchen knife back in the kitchen. Before going to sleep, Song Tianjiu put the wood-chopping knife under her pillow, and Wang Jiuzhou put the sickle under his pillow. Lying in bed with his eyes open, Wang Jiuzhou said, "Tianjiu, it's not midnight yet. And I don't think I can sleep." Song Tianjiu fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow, even kicking off the blanket. Wang Jiuzhou shook the blanket off and covered herself again. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and Wang Jiuzhou gripped the sickle under his pillow, ready to strike. There were voices outside. "2 new recruits have arrived. Let's inspect them first. Aren't they going to be useless again? We only know after we try." A hand pushed open the west window. Wang Jiuzhou saw a faded red lantern swaying and peering in. Several people climbed in through the window one after another, and then they saw a pair of clear red eyes gleaming in the darkness. A ghost! Aya! They tried to escape through the window, trampling and pulling at each other, and none of them managed to get out. Inspecting the goods? Wang Jiuzhou thought for a moment, then understood. "You think I'm merchandise? You want to inspect me?" A sickle was raised and hooked around one of them by the neck. Wang Jiuzhou said, "Then I inspect the goods too. Let's see if your lives are tough enough." Wang Jiuzhou covered the scream that was about to escape the man's mouth. "Quiet down, it's almost midnight, soon it'd be bedtime." After a flurry of activity, Wang Jiuzhou placed the excised tongues in a wooden box, carefully wiped the bloodstains from the ground, climbed out the window, and stuffed a piece of cloth into the mouths of the tongueless individuals. "I'm truly a good person. Whether you live or die depends on whether you live or die. The book says that biting your tongue to commit suicide is impossible, but it's possible that blood clots entered your trachea, causing suffocation? Perfect for testing. An experiment needs a reference point, so I won't dig out your hearts yet." In the eyes of these villagers, Wang Jiuzhou was like a soul-reaping messenger from the underworld. Her pair of bloodshot eyes revealed that she was no ordinary person. Chapter 205. At 4 in the morning, Song Tianjiu was woken up by Wang Jiuzhou. Tianjiu, it's 4 o'clock." Song Tianjiu sat up, rubbed his eyes, sniffed the air, got up and opened the window, seeing 5 people bound hand and foot. The 5 people, seeing Song Tianjiu, immediately writhed like maggots, trying to call for help. Song Tianjiu shook his head and sighed. "Why didn't you just do it? I'm doing an experiment." Jiuzhou also leaned against the window and sighed. "What the books say isn't entirely correct, they're not dead. Learning from books is never enough." Wang Jiuzhou sighed deeply. "Keeping them around is a waste of food, let's just get rid of them. Rule 3. Please go to sleep at midnight, and wake up at 4 in the morning." Although he didn't know what this rule meant, Wang Jiuzhou strictly adhered to the schedule. Song Tianjiu walked out of the room with his hands behind his back and found the old woman already up, sweeping the water from the puddle in the yard. Something was cooking on the stove in the kitchen. She peeked out and saw that it was porridge being cooked. On the counter were sliced radish strips, cut with the same knife Wang Jiuzhou had used to cut mushrooms yesterday. Song Tianjiu touched her nose, took a piece of fruit from her pocket, and took a bite. Breakfast was gone. Who knows if the pot used to cook the porridge had ever held meat? One thing was certain. The knife had been used to cut the poisonous mushrooms. Did Wang Jiuzhou wash the knife yesterday? She couldn't remember. Things she couldn't remember weren't important. Song Tianjiu strolled around the yard, the old woman's gaze fixed on her, as if trying to bore a hole through her. Song Tianjiu chuckled. "Why are you looking at me? How about we switch rooms tonight?" The old woman shook her head repeatedly, fear creeping into her eyes. Song Tianjiu leaned close to her, grinning, and said, "I saw it." The old woman looked terrified and cried out, "What?" Song Tianju repeated. I saw it. The old woman looked bewildered, not even daring to ask what Song Tianju had seen. Song Tianjiao, of course, saw nothing. She went around to the backyard to watch Wang Jiuzhao dig a hole to bury people. Sow a seed in autumn, and it will bloom in spring, Wang Jiuzhao said. He added that these weren't flower seeds. At most, they breed maggots. At breakfast, the old woman didn't call out to people as enthusiastically as she had the night before, seemingly greatly frightened. After all, according to past practice, this wouldn't be the case. Song Tianju and Wang Jiuzhao were digging the hole in the back. It had just rained, and the ground was still damp and soft, making the hole easy to dig. The two worked enthusiastically, digging a large hole, placing 5 people vertically into it, covering it with soil, and tamping it down. When they arrived at the front yard, the family of 3 had already eaten breakfast and were wandering around, seemingly communicating with the air. Meat, so much meat. I want to eat meat. There's a fairy. A fairy. This one's good, this one's sturdy, we can slaughter it later for meat. On the table was a plate of cold radish salad, with only a few radish shreds left. Song Tianju shrugged. Let's go catch some fish. There's no food. A living person can't go hungry. Just as Song Tianju reached the front door, he saw the middle-aged man bump into the wall, muttering to himself. It's not that I want to eat you. That old beast forced me. If you want revenge, go find that old beast. Son, eat more meat, eat more meat. Song Tianju rolled his eyes. What happened to eating poisonous mushrooms to see villains? Is this some kind of ghost? The two continued swimming upstream, Song Tianju suspecting the water downstream was unclean. Last night it was too dark to see clearly, so she walked the same path again during the day and finally noticed a cornfield by the roadside. Song Tianju stopped, staring at the cornfield, rubbing her rumbling stomach. Rule 2. Do not go to the river alone, do not go up the mountain alone, and do not go to the cornfield. The rule says not to go to the river alone. But there were 2 of them. She went up the mountain alone, and even set up a beehive. She shouldn't go to the cornfield. Song Tianju stood on a rock, watching the swaying green canopy of corn, and vaguely heard some sounds. Let's go, let's get some corn. Song Tianju took half a beehive out of her pocket in a plastic bag, carrying a machete in one hand and the plastic bag in the other, and walked into the cornfield. The plastic bag was printed with a large frog with its mouth wide open. The viewers in the live stream suspected cheating, but they denied it. Song Tianju was the first among all the lucky ones to choose to test Rule 2, which excited the viewers in the live stream. Last night, many lucky ones made the same choice as Wang Jiuzhao, and some of them ignited the wildfire ahead of time. Cannibalism. Not an adjective, but a reality. Countless white bones piled up, forming a mountain buried underground. This mountain of bones was upside down. Wang Jiuzhao followed behind Song Tianjiao, carrying a sickle, muttering to himself, corn, fresh corn. High yield, good taste. As he spoke, Wang Jiuzhao had already begun harvesting corn with his sickle. Corn hadn't been introduced to Wang Jiuzhao's era. But this didn't prevent Wang Jiuzhao from working backwards to figure out the edible parts of corn. The amusement park sold roasted corn. Wang Jiuzhao had been in charge of the roasted corn stall when he was racking up time. Wang Jiuzhao cut a few ears of corn with a sickle, then realized she could just twist them off. She tucked the sickle into her back pocket and started picking the corn. One for me, one for Tianjiao. One for Tianjiao, one for me. One for me, one for Tianjiao. When Song Tianjiao turned around, Wang Jiuzhao had already filled her pocket with over 20 ears of corn. Song Tianjiao looked down at the beehive in her hand, hesitated for a moment, and said, "That's enough." The viewers in the live stream were completely confused, not understanding what she meant. Enough? What's enough? Finally, Song Tianjiao found the source of the sound. A man and a woman doing something only adults would do. The scene before the viewers in the live stream was blurred. The blurring came so quickly that the viewers in the live stream were stunned. No grating, just a blanket cut? Song Tianjiao, holding her wood-chopping knife, met a pair of terrified eyes and asked earnestly, "Do you need help?" What if they had a legitimate relationship, or a legitimate one? Song Tianjiao felt she needed to ask the person involved. The man, with his back to Song Tianjiao, turned around upon hearing this and immediately smiled. The woman screamed, "Run!" Wang Jiuzhao, munching on raw corn, leaned over, shaking off the caterpillars, and mumbled, "Tianjiao, chew, 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 his eyes are so fierce, chew, chew, chew. She told us to run, chew, chew, chew. This is actually quite tasty, chew, but there are bugs." The man's face was beaming. The woman cried out in terror, "Run! Run! Song Tianjiao refused to eat the raw corn, pointed his wood-chopping knife at the man, and asked the woman again, "Do you need help?" The woman gasped, "No, I don't want anything." "You die? You die?" Song Tianjiao understood. As the man rose to pounce, Song Tianjiao stepped on his shoulder, forcing him to his knees, and then slit his throat with the knife. After doing this, Song Tianjiao froze, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "I forgot to ask, whose cornfield is this? Do you know?" The woman, drenched in blood, looked even paler than before. She stared blankly at Song Tianjiao, momentarily unable to understand what he was saying. To put it another way, is this his cornfield? The woman regained her composure and nodded. Song Tianjiao breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, it reduces the communication time for the transaction. One thing at a time, I trade this honeycomb for the corn. Silence will be taken as agreement. The woman, ? Chapter 206. Song Tianjiao emptied the honeycomb from the plastic bag and carefully placed it on the man, completing the transaction. Then she turned and left. Wang Jiuzhou peeled another ear of corn, eating as he walked, still trying to sell it. This is really delicious sweet. It's just a little astringent in your mouth, but it's still very tasty. Song Tianjiao decisively refused. She had high standards for food. I won't eat it. Raw corn isn't good. Roasted corn is much better. Wang Jiuzhou immediately lost interest in the raw corn in his mouth. The woman put on her clothes and stumbled after Song Tianjiao, grabbing her sleeve, her voice trembling. You. Song Tianjiao turned her head, puzzled. What's wrong? Was my deal unfair? He didn't say no, so it's okay. Song Tianjiao felt the deal was acceptable. It wasn't unfair. The woman shuddered, her fear deepening. She forced a smile that was almost a cry, her eyes filled with terror as she stammered, "You killed someone." "So what?" The woman cried out, "Run! They kill you! They kill you! They kill you! They kill you!" The woman repeated. Out of politeness, Song Tianjiao nodded and replied, "Okay, do you want some grilled fish?" The woman froze. "Aren't you scared?" "Scared of what?" "They kill you." Song Tianjiao asked, "What's the use of being scared? If I'm scared, will they stop?" A hint of confusion appeared on the woman's face, which had been contorted with fear. Song Tianjiao thought there was too much corn, which would affect the fish later, and invited, "So, do you want some grilled corn? And grilled fish too. If you're lucky, you might even get rabbits and pheasants. If you're unlucky, all you get is roasted corn." Song Tianjiao wasn't sure how good her hunting would be. Life in the mountains depended entirely on the weather. She was used to this routine. With corn as a safety net, she didn't have much motivation left. The woman, Half an hour later, by the river, Song Tianjiao sat on a rock, staring at the roasted corn and fish in front of her, thinking seriously, "I regret it. I gave away all the honey. The trade was completely unreasonable. I should have kept some." The woman sat beside her, quickly munching on a half-cooked ear of corn, as if she hadn't eaten for days. "I go look for more honey." Song Tianjiao was determined to eat honey-roasted corn. She really regretted giving away all the honey. Next time, she would definitely keep some. Song Tianjiao stood up and noticed the woman's gaze fixed on her. She touched her nose and said, "Why are you looking at me?" The woman continued repeating her words, "They will kill people." Song Tianjiao pulled out an unripe wild fruit and stuffed it into the woman's mouth. "Eat yours as if you can't. They're going to kill you. No matter what you do, they do it." The woman shuddered, seemingly traumatized, repeating the same few words over and over. "I die. I really will die." Song Tianjiao crossed the ditch with her hands behind her back and started walking up the mountain. The woman stumbled after her, crying out, "Don't go up the mountain. Don't go up the mountain. There are jackals and tigers on the mountain. Don't go up the mountain alone." Song Tianjiao ran back, grabbed her by the back of her collar, and grinned, "That's perfect. You can come up the mountain with me, then I won't be alone." The woman froze. Clearly, her brain couldn't quite process the problem. Wang Jiuzhou, with corn in his mouth, carefully calculated the calories, and decided to have a few more fish. The woman looked thin and small, but she could really eat. She had already eaten half her corn. Wang Jiuzhou waved and shouted, "See if there's anything else to eat. Wild vegetables are fine too." "Tianjiao, if you don't recognize wild vegetables, just pick the ones that look good." It didn't matter if they were poisonous, she'd eat them. Song Tianjiao picked up a stone and threw it into the river, splashing water all over Wang Jiuzhou's face. "How can I not recognize wild vegetables? Don't slander me. I know them." Song Tianjiao felt wronged. She just couldn't distinguish mushrooms. She recognized several kinds of wild vegetables. She wasn't the Song Qiao of the past anymore. Wang Jiuzhe wiped his face and continued eating his corn. Rule 2. Don't go to the river alone, don't go up the mountain alone, and don't go into the cornfield. Song Tianjiao, who was dragging the woman up the mountain, had already disregarded this rule. As long as the rule didn't explicitly state death, it wasn't a problem. There are tigers on the mountain. There are jackals on the mountain. Going up the mountain will kill you. Going up the mountain and getting caught will kill you. The woman repeated these words over and over. Song Tianju frequently stuffed wild fruit into her mouth, trying to interrupt her. The woman ate while repeating, there are tigers on the mountain, choo choo choo, there are jackals, choo 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 you die, choo choo choo, getting caught will kill you. Song Tianjiu suspected he had brought a broken record, and even more so, he suspected this woman was just trying to trick him into eating the fruit. After searching around, he didn't find a beehive, but he did find 4 wild duck eggs. Song Tianjiu stuffed the wild duck eggs into his pocket, muttering to himself, 1 for me, 1 in 9 moves. 1 for me, 1 for you. 1 for each of us, perfect. The woman remained dazed, completely oblivious to what was amiss. If we get caught on the mountain, we die. There are tigers on the mountain. There are jackals on the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the woman refused to go any further. She stared in one direction, her eyes filled with terror. Song Tianji followed her gaze, and saw an old man carrying firewood. The old man grinned, revealing 2 rows of teeth missing a front tooth. From the Liang family, what brings you out at this hour? Where are you going? The woman was trembling like a leaf, speechless. The old man chuckled, trying to leave. You won't get out. You never get out. The old man's gaze fell on Song Tianjiao, his eyes full of inquiry, and he asked, whose family are you? I never seen you before. Anyway, not yours. Song Tianji pulled the woman away, the old man following closely behind. Like a predator stalking its prey. They can't escape, they can't escape. Someone's watching, many people are watching. The woman muttered, her expression growing increasingly frantic, visibly even her consciousness becoming erratic. They hadn't gone far when Song Tianjiu saw a wild dog carrying half a skull pass by. A skull? A human one? Just as Song Tianjiu was about to take a closer look, someone rushed over. The man was a man who looked to be in his 20s, carrying an iron rod, looking menacing. Ignoring Song Tianjiu and the woman, he said to the old man, village chief. We finally found you. Din Yin was poisoned, and their 2 new daughters are missing too. We had already agreed on a price. Chapter 207. Halfway through her sentence, the woman suddenly realized something and turned to ask Song Tianjiao, are you new here? Whose family are you? That question again. It was as if she was about to start a fight if she couldn't answer. Song Tianjiao didn't speak, but the woman was already trembling like a leaf, pushing against Song Tianjiao's back with both hands. The woman's head was pressed against Song Tianjiao's back, and she said in a trembling voice, go, go. I can't leave you go. Song Tianjiao grinned, I'm not anyone's family. Last night, I stayed at a kid named Dozhuang's house. She really didn't know the middle-aged man and the old woman's names, they hadn't introduced themselves. But she did know that the cross-eyed kid was named Dozhuang. A boy's urine sprouts, tui, tui, tui. It's hard to forget. You're the one who escaped from Din Yin's family. Where's the other person? Tell me. My name is Shulin, I'm a good person. The person claiming to be Shulin seemed genuinely to believe he was a good person. But truly good people never say I'm a good person all the time. Song Tianjiu pointed in a direction and continued pulling the woman away. Now, the tag-along had grown from 1 person to 2. Shulin rushed over to report, but this time he wasn't in a hurry at all. The old man and the young man didn't speak, just stared at the person. The viewers in the live stream felt their scalps tingle. Salty fish. This staring look is almost like that Burmese-themed industrial park, right? Was that dog carrying a human bone? Once that Burmese-themed park has already been shut down. Now, some desert park is popular, it's practically a no-go zone. Mingyu, stop telling ghost stories. It's broad daylight in the live stream, but I'm still scared. I wasn't this scared in the last dungeon. Bao Bao, honestly, this is scarier than the previous dungeons. This is real cannibalism. Before, there was at least some semblance of decency, but this time there's none. Vampirism in various degrees. Little octopus is so cute, nibbling. Little octopus, look at me. Look at me! I'm your lost child too. Can't you feel sorry for me? Little octopus, protect me. Little octopus, protect me. Did Nightmare die? Upstairs, do you want to change your name? This ID looks like it's going to die young. Xinchi, have the people in this village already tacitly agreed to a man-to-man surveillance strategy against their victims? In other live streams, the lucky ones who came out weren't as early as Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhao. They were being watched as soon as they stepped out. There are spies everywhere. At this moment, 13 out of the 60 live streams in Yin Kingdom have gone black. The first to go black was the live stream where Zhao Yubai and Zhao Yiren were. The remaining 12 live stream rooms have achieved the wildfire ending. However, this ending is not considered a successful completion because it lacks a crucial answer. Wildfire Dungeon. Mission requirements: find the truth and escape the mountains. Finding the truth is the most important and urgent task. So what is the truth? Is the information we currently have enough? 1 day of the 3 days has already passed, and the viewers in the live stream rooms are wondering. The rules of this dungeon are extremely simple. But behind each rule lies a chilling secret. Rule 1. There is no meat in the food. If there is, please refuse to eat it. There is no meat in the food unless it is human flesh. Rule 2. Do not go to the river alone, do not go up the mountain alone, and do not go to the cornfield. Don't go to the river alone. Currently, only Zhao Yubai and Zhao Yiren have been affected. At the start of the instance, the lucky winners are placed near the river, away from the village. Everyone will encounter the middle-aged man, the one named Yin. Each person's choice is different, and their future will be different. Some choose to go home with Yin, some choose to beat him up. Each has their own choice. Don't go up the mountain alone. No lucky winner has been directly affected yet. Don't go to the cornfield. Don't enter the cornfield in the height of summer. Rule 3. Please go to sleep at midnight and wake up at 4 a.m. 4 hours of sleep is almost pushing the limits of human endurance. The old woman did indeed wake up at 4 a.m. to start working, perhaps even earlier. Rule 4. If possible, please put a sharp weapon under your pillow. Those 5 people who climbed through the window last night. They were in more than one live stream. Rule 5. Don't open the door to strangers. This rule hasn't been triggered yet. The 5 rules, taken together, form a horror story. Was there ever someone who met Yin by the river and was taken back, and then experienced this series of events? That's why the rules are like this? Jingjing wants to be quiet. Is it possible that these rules aren't restrictions? Just reminders? Zhang Bao who loves rice wine and fried eggs. So far, there haven't been any rules like this. This instance is different, very different. When Gong, these aren't death rules, but a victim's handwritten notes? A reminder for those who come after? 92 concrete mixed with Italian pasta. If so, isn't the truth within the rules? The rules have already made it clear. While the viewers in the live stream chatted amongst themselves, only the sound of chanting scriptures could be heard in Fahai's chat room. Last night, the villagers suspected Fahai of being a demon, so they killed a black dog and splashed its blood on him. After a rain, the blood had been washed away. The village chief had someone kill another black dog and splash its blood on Fahai. Fahai kept his eyes closed, his expression growing increasingly grim, and the rhythm of his chanting became faster and faster. The chanting grew increasingly irritating to the villagers. Monks don't eat meat? Then we give him meat. A man named Shulin pulled out a piece of dried meat and tried to pry open Fahai's mouth to stuff it in. Monk, this meat is delicious. You have to believe me, I'm a good person. Fahai opened his eyes and pushed Shulin away. You beast. Fahai was never one to have a good temper. Shouting and killing were normal for him. Even if it were Tang Sanzang, let alone Fahai, he'd cry out for his disciple if treated like this. A bunch of wicked beasts. The Buddhist scriptures can't save you, so I save you myself. In the Tianmu conference room, the young monk Chen Jianlu was also chanting scriptures when he saw Fahai fighting. His eyes widened in surprise. He thought for a moment, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He said to Bai Nyang beside him, Benefactor Bai, this humble monk understands. Benefactor Qing is right. Physical salvation is still salvation. Gadling Buddha is not deceiving me. Zhao Jiancheng, who was writing a report, nodded upon hearing this. How can salvation not be salvation? As long as the result is correct. It's great that Chen Jianlu can think clearly. He won't be bullied when he goes out in the future. Zhao Jiancheng said, there's an international conference. Li Qingyu will take you there tomorrow. Currently, there's no suitable security. Qi Tian isn't here, so be careful and don't get bullied by those strange methods. Zhao Jiancheng was very anxious. Although he was probably the youngest present in terms of actual age, he was worried like an old father. The original plan was for Jingwei to attend the meeting, with Qi Tian as the security captain. This combination would have been both prestigious and secure. Unfortunately, now they had to change people. If you can't win an argument, flip the table. If you can't win a fight, call in reinforcements. Chapter 208. Zhao Jiancheng was very anxious. In his view, the remaining members of the Tianmu squad were all easily bullied. Tomorrow's meeting was the first non-human conference on Blue Star represented by various countries. Even before the meeting started, many countries had already reached a strategic consensus. In a sense, Yin country was being marginalized by a coalition. Several established empires and rising powers were attempting to isolate Yin country. Frankly, Zhao Jiancheng couldn't understand why they were doing this. However, the diplomatic corps said it was normal, standard practice for those people, nothing out of the ordinary. He didn't know where they got their courage, but they certainly did. Under these circumstances, Li Qingyu and his group were easily bullied by this coalition. Zhao Jiancheng opened the document, reviewed the security team roster again, and repeatedly considered whether adjustments were needed. Zhao Jiancheng was truly anxious. In his view, the non-human squad members were inexperienced and easily bullied. Even monkeys, whether as Waziki or Sun Wukong, were easily fooled by Yu the Great and Buddha. 3 people were going to the meeting: an underage monk, a demon who hadn't been in human form for long, and a demon who had been in human form for many years. These kids had never seen much trouble. What if they got bullied? Even Zhao Jiancheng, who had 1,000 years of cultivation, and could be as old as 1500, thought the white snake was just a small snake. Chen Jianglu was puzzled. Chief Xiao, have you forgotten something? Li Qingyu covered Chen Jiangliu's mouth and whispered in the little monk's ear, "Shh." The greater the difficulty of the mission, the lower the leader's expectations. If things go well, it's because we worked hard enough and performed exceptionally well. If things don't go well, if something goes wrong, it's because of problems with the leadership's coordination. That's called the self-cultivation of a working person. Chen Jianlu nodded, seemingly understanding. Although he didn't quite understand, what Li Qingyu said seemed to make a lot of sense. Zhao Jiancheng saw the two whispering and asked, "What's wrong?" The little monk, who couldn't lie, blushed and didn't know what to say for a moment. Li Qingyu immediately said, "Chief, Jianglu wants to ask how we're going to get there, by plane or train. He heard that Qitian gets airsick, and he's worried about it." Chen Jianglu nodded repeatedly. "Yes, Benefactor Li is right. I'm afraid I get airsick." Zhao Jiancheng rubbed his temples and sighed. "Did I forget to tell you that the meeting is in City A? It's only 5 kilometers from here. If you get up early in the morning, you can walk there." Li Qingyu was in charge of the Inhuman team, but he didn't have the authority to know about the decision-making level. He had only just found out the meeting was being held in City A. Li Qingyu was speechless. "Old man, what are you so anxious about? You know you're sick? You should just go to sleep." Li Qingyu suspected that Zhao Jiancheng's condition was entirely due to paranoia caused by sleep deprivation. This was his own territory. Why should he be afraid of those lackeys? Zhao Jiancheng realized that his prolonged lack of sleep had affected the decision-making process to some extent. He smiled wryly. "I used to be able to stay up for 5 or 6 days without any problems. I'm really getting old." Li Qingyu grinned. "Before, it was because of laziness that I could stay alive. 10 minutes of sleep gave me 10 hours of energy. Now that laziness is gone, old man, just go to sleep." After Li Qingyu, Chen Jianglu, and Bai Nyang left the conference room, his expression immediately fell. "Little monk, help me up, my legs are weak. This is an international event. I never even dared to dream of it before. I'm just a small aquatic animal, I never seen anything like this before." Chen Jianglu was completely bewildered. He couldn't keep up with Li Qingyu's pace at all. Li Qingyu's every move left him confused. Faced with the little monk's question, Li Qingyu made a face. One thing at a time. Being assertive and being cowardly are not contradictory. "Jianglu, listen to my advice. You must never show weakness in front of the leaders." The little monk nodded repeatedly, somewhat confused, but he knew Li Qingyu meant no harm. Bai Nyang felt the little monk had been fooled by Li Qingyu, but she had no proof. Li Qingyu slapped her forehead and asked, "Right, what were you about to say?" "Wait, the new security camera has recording. Let's find somewhere else." Soon, Li Qingyu and Chen Jianglu were squatting at a street corner in an ice cream parlor, each with a glass of lemonade. Bai Nyang didn't want lemonade. She wanted a milk tea brimming with toppings, and was waiting for hers. "Go ahead," Chen Jianglu said, a little embarrassed. He rubbed his dark circles and touched his nose. "Recently I've been reading the Great Tang records on the western regions, the biography of the Great Tang monk Sanzang of the Great Xian Temple, the Journey to the West, Journey to the West, and Journey to the West. Besides these, I also read a few interesting online novels. The books cost a lot. Can I get reimbursed? Get to the point. Qin Jiangliu's smile became even more shy. Some of the settings are very interesting. Tang Sanzang was a virtuous man who had cultivated for 10 lifetimes, and was the second disciple of Buddha. This second disciple was Jin Chanzi, who was a six-winged cicada, and the six-winged cicada was a ferocious beast. Although I don't quite understand why it's called a ferocious beast in that story, when it's clearly an insect. But within that theoretical framework, I seem to be quite powerful. Li Qingyu took a sip of lemonade, seemingly lost in thought. To be honest, he had read the information about the prehistoric setting, and hearing Qin Jianglu say this felt strange. There's a problem here. What you're talking about is the prehistoric setting, which hasn't been around for many years. It's not as deeply ingrained in people's minds as other settings. Qin Jianglu bargained. Add an ice cream. Li Qingyu thought this guy's standards were low. At least a sundae would have been nice. Soon, everyone had an ice cream. Qin Jianglu said. I have a fan club, although I don't know what that means, but it already has over 20,000 members. They all say I'm the #1 ferocious beast in the prehistoric world. This kid, has he been completely fooled? Li Qingyu was a little doubtful of life, but then she thought about it and realized it made sense. After all, she had used live streaming to collect faith before. Tang Sanzang having a fan club is normal, right? Normal, my foot. Where did you get a fan club? I don't know anything about it. A book club. As soon as I joined the group, they asked me to post a picture. I posted a selfie, and they said I was a fan. They even asked me if my calluses and hemorrhoids counted as Tang Sanzang's flesh. What kind of book club is this? It's ridiculous. Li Qingyu quickly searched for the book Qin Jianglu mentioned. Becoming Tang Sanzang, starting with immortality? Li Qingyu, After finding the book and glancing at the update list, Li Qingyu was speechless. In less than half a month, it had already updated 300,000 words. The author's name is Ko Tang Sung Jiao Pai, literally knocked Tang Sanzang's calluses. Yes, that's the book. I got tired of reading Journey to the West, so I read this. I'm very powerful in this book. Li Qingyu suspected that Qin Jianglu wasn't reading Journey to the West and getting tired of reading novels, but rather that he was reading Journey to the West and getting tired of reading novels. The more Li Qingyu read about the author, the more familiar he seemed. She felt she had heard similar phrases before. Who in their right mind would choose a name like picking Tang Sanzang's foot skin? Chapter 209. Li Qingyu contacted the website, showed his work ID, and asked for the signatory's identification information. The person who had been scratching Tang Sanzang's feet was Lu Yu, one of the members of the stability maintenance team previously responsible for looking after Qin Jianglu. Li Qingyu immediately called Lu Yu. You're all thick-browed and big-eyed, writing things behind the scenes? Looks like work isn't too busy. Want to go on a business trip soon? Qingyu, don't be impulsive. Can I say this wasn't written by me? Although I came up with this pen name, I even struggled to write an 800-word essay all night. In the end, I have to pay 50 yuan to have my sister write it for me. Once the matter was clarified, the book wasn't written by Lu Yu, but by his twin sister, Lu Yu. The siblings' names are homophones, but different characters. Li Qingyu always felt that the two people's names were intentional. In just half a month, becoming Tang Sanzang, starting with immortality, saw a rapid data growth because it capitalized on the popularity of Qi Tian and Qin Jiangliu's live stream. Lu Yu, using the pseudonym Picking Tang Sanzang's foot skin, engaged in outrageous interactions in the comments section and the book's fan group, attracting a lot of attention and amusement for the book. Even the author's overly abstract interactions attracted numerous marketing accounts. Qin Jianglu stumbled into the fan group while reading, and after verifying his identity, another frenzy ensued. A group of gossipy individuals, never ones to shy away from drama, formed the Sanzang Fan Club. Currently, the membership is approaching 30,000. This is less than 2 days since Qin Jianglu joined the group. The gossipy individuals' initiative and dissemination capabilities are snowballing, growing larger and larger. If left unchecked, the fan club membership might exceed 50,000 tonight. Li Qingyu felt the task wasn't heavy enough. Otherwise, Lu Yu wouldn't be so idle. Lu Yu tried to argue, rambling on. Think about it, since they're all gods, wouldn't it be better to create one ourselves? This concept has existed since ancient times. It's not entirely unfounded. Lu Yu wouldn't admit that the idea was actually his. Lu Yu and his sister Lu Yu made a bet on how many people would be willing to gnaw on Tang Sanzang's feet. Lu Yu believed that no decent person would want to gnaw on Tang Sanzang's feet. Liu believed that everyone would be curious about this question. So the two of them devised to become Tang Sanzing, starting with immortality. This was truly a work of day and night, putting in extra hours to meet deadlines. Now, before the results were even out, they'd been discovered, and they could only try to explain and rationalize their motives. We just wanted to give it a try. What if it works? A six-winged golden cicada. That's an amazing concept. Even Buddha would have to think carefully about how to deal with it. Li Qingyu, For a moment, Li Qingyu didn't even know what to say. His mind was a mess. After carefully studying the logic, he felt it made sense. Throughout history, countless religions have simply copied and pasted ideas, creating gods out of thin air. Others created them, the ancients created them, and modern people can certainly create them too. Write a report on this matter, and submit it within 3 hours. Remember to pass it down through the ranks. Don't tell anyone I know about this. Li Qingyu didn't want to get involved in this mess. He was already very busy. Let others analyze this matter. In his view, he shouldn't take the lead in these kinds of things. It's easy to do a lot of work for little reward. More importantly, he wasn't alone. What if someone thought he, Li Qingyu, had instructed him to try and create a godlike figure, to achieve sainthood through merit? That wouldn't be good. He was content with his stable job, and didn't want to get caught in the vortex of fame and fortune. Li Qingyu, cautious yet arrogant, ruffled Chen Jiangliu's slightly longer hair, a sudden idea striking him. Come on, let's go get your hair dyed. Huh? Dye it blonde. Will you reimburse me? I used up my allowance. What did you do? You spent it all? Bought books, donated money to Buddhist temples. That's it. Chen Jiangliu shrugged. Just like that, gone. I know this kind of behavior is called living paycheck to paycheck. It's not a good thing. This kid actually has some self-awareness. Li Qingyu sighed. Getting his hair dyed really wouldn't be reimbursable. But he could get a new outfit. The clothing allowance could be used as an excuse. Let's go buy clothes. We need to command respect at the meeting. Bai Nyang, who had been listening and absent-mindedly, was holding her milk tea when she heard the words buy clothes, and her eyes lit up. Those 3 words completely rebooted her brain. Me too. Your closet is already full. I want it. Faced with his idol, Li Qingyu could only struggle once. He couldn't refuse Bai Nyang's request a second time. How should we dress to command respect? This is our home turf. We can't be too extravagant, nor too understated. Guests are guests. We need to be inclusive, but also maintain our dignity. Ideally, we should impress them all the moment we appear. Only by impressing those people can we avoid damaging the dignity of our Yin kingdom. The 3 people about to attend the meeting brainstormed furiously. Li Qingyu, being the most insightful, elevated the matter of buying clothes to a whole new level. We must subdue those things. In the live stream, Bahai, surrounded by villagers, gripped his staff and glared angrily. The village chief, brandishing a knife, said, Great monk, even black dog blood can't subdue you. What kind of demon are you? Bahai's anger intensified. He was always the one calling others demons. No one had ever dared to call him one. Bahai looked around and said solemnly, Come at me all at once, I'm busy. The first one, named Shulin, jumped out, pointing his axe at Bahai, and roared, What, you look down on us? Bahai closed his eyes, not looking at anyone, but simply raised his staff above his head, took a deep breath, and slowly opened his eyes. Forgive me. Bahai's staff smashed directly onto Shulin's head, the metal ring on the staff jingling. Instantly, blood splattered. Killing is saving lives. This humble monk understands. Bahai placed the staff flat in his armpit, clasped his hands together, and chanted a Buddhist prayer. Amitabha, I apologize to everyone. Bahai raised his head, gripping his staff again. With each person he struck, he chanted a Buddhist prayer. The viewers in the live stream cheered, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Hoping for world peace, I said it before, Bahai should switch places with Tang Sanzing. Look at his effortless demeanor, look at his decisive killing. Bahai shouldn't be playing the role of a neighborhood committee mediator. He should be on the journey to the west to obtain the scriptures. Azure Frost. Bahai is constantly performing rituals to deliver the spirits. In his eyes, these villagers are probably no different from evil spirits. If he can't deliver them, then he perform physical deliverance. The escaped wizard from the lion's abode, who says physical damage can't hurt ghosts. Anyone who comes will get a blow from his staff. After annihilating the surrounding demons and monsters, Bahai sat down on the ground and continued chanting. Not long after, more people arrived to demand an explanation. Bahai could only stand up again and raise his staff. All this humble monk can do is cleanse the evil spirits. Meanwhile, Song Tianjiao, with 4 wild duck eggs in his pocket, led the delirious woman with one hand and Wang Jiuzhu with the other, walking back with a stoic gait. The village chief and Shulin followed closely behind, keeping a close watch, afraid they might escape. As they passed through the village, the villagers saw this scene and stood up, silent, staring at the three, as if they were prey who had strayed into a pack of wolves. The woman trembled even more violently. Wang Jiuzhao frowned. Clearly, she was in a bad mood. That blatant, naked gaze disgusted Wang Jiuzhao. As they walked on, more villagers had gathered behind them. The village chief frowned and said, "Where are De Liang and the others? We haven't seen them. 5 people are missing." Chapter 210. 5? Those must be the 5 buried behind the house. 5 is just right, no more no less. Song Tianjiu released her grip on Wang Jiuzha's and the woman's hands, rubbing her nose. But then she thought again, something didn't seem right. Actually, they dealt with 6 in total. Wang Jiuzhu dealt with 5, and she dealt with 1. There's still 1 in the cornfield, so there are clearly 6. The village chief continued, "Where's Dakian? Has anyone seen Dakian? Where did he go? He's always slacking off. Those 6 only want to do good deeds, not contribute, right? 5 plus 1, exactly 6. Song Tianjiu understood. She took the woman's hand again, pretending nothing had happened. The woman was trembling, shaking like a leaf, as if she had been frightened. Song Tianjiu sorted things out, and suddenly realized. The village chief had previously called the woman De Liang's. The village chief had just said that De Liang and the other 5 were missing. The woman's behavior when dealing with the one in the cornfield proved that she and the other person weren't husband and wife. So, it's highly likely the one in the cornfield is called Big Money. That means De Liang was one of the 5 people Wang Jiuzhao killed this morning. She felt rather embarrassed. Hee, she killed someone's husband. Feeling apologetic, Song Tianjiu took the last fruit from his pocket and put it in the woman's mouth, patting her shoulder at the same time. It's all right. Out with the old, in with the new. Anyway, he was a scumbag who broke into a young girl's room in the middle of the night. His death is just that, death. It'd be all right. The next one will be even better. There were too many outsiders, so Song Tianjiu couldn't be too direct and could only gloss over the matter like this. Anyway, he wasn't a good person. Once he's gone, he's gone. The woman looked at her with surprise, her eyes filled with even more confusion. Clearly, she hadn't understood. However, the woman chewed the fruit in her mouth and said, "This one is sweet, only this one is sweet." Sweet? Shouldn't this green, hard one be sour? Song Tianjiu regretted it a little. If she had known it was sweet, she would have kept it for herself. The woman noticed Song Tianjiu's longing gaze, and suspected she was going to steal the fruit from her. She quickly swallowed the fruit, spitting the pit into her palm and wiping it on her clothes. Seeds. This fruit is delicious. You can grow it yourself. Song Tianjiu took out a plastic bag, filled it with the seeds, and crumpled the large plastic bag into a ball. There was still a little honey left from the honeycomb on the plastic bag. The originally translucent bag appeared very transparent because of the honey. The seed was wrapped inside, like a candy wrapped in candy wrapper. Song Tianjiu looked at the woman's figure, thought for a moment, then shook the bag open again, pulled the woman's hand inside, and let her fingers touch the honey. The woman put her honey-dipped finger in her mouth, her eyes immediately lighting up. Sweet. Sweeter than fruit. It wasn't fruit that was sweet, nor was it honey. It was just that this woman had never tasted anything sweeter. A child noticed the plastic bag in Song Tianjiu's hand, his eyes full of curiosity, and rushed over, snatching the bag away. What's this? Song Tianjiu looked at the drooling little boy. She still thought Tian and the miniature Xie Qishan were cuter. At least Tian and Xie Qishan wouldn't drool, and they wouldn't fight over things. Tian would speak cautiously, using cuteness to win everything. Xie Qishan would squat to the side, watching expectantly, waiting for the person involved to have a change of heart. Song Tianjiu casually made up a story. This is Laozi's magic bag. Anything put in the bag will turn into 2. Really? Why would I lie to you? If I lied, you go hungry today. The child believed him, happily putting away the plastic bag, saying, I keep it to get married. My mom said she'd buy me a wife someday. Song Tianjiu, The village chief slapped the child on the head. Get out of here. Don't meddle in adults' affairs. Wang Jiuzhu's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. Song Tianjiu felt that most of the children in this village were a little bit dim-witted. The group arrived at the family that had taken in Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhao the night before. At this moment, The middle-aged man named Danyan and the child nicknamed Dojwang were already lying on the floor. The only remaining person was an old woman, who had eaten the least, lying on the ground wailing. My son, how could you leave like this? I wish I were dead myself. How could you die like this? My dear grandson, you weren't married yet, you hadn't even had an heir. How could you die like this? The village chief stepped forward to examine the two bodies lying on the door plank, one large and one small, and shook his head at the curious villagers who were peering in. The viewers in the live stream repeatedly switched between dozens of live streams, watching all the memorable scenes. Ruining. The other live streams were open attacks. This live stream was an assassination. A path never imagined. Who could have thought that Song Qiaonan would act so secretly? Liwo Yu and Dianya. How did these two die? What did I miss? I know that Wu Jiayi died clearly. What's going on with these two lying on the plank? I am a farmer. White stalks, red umbrellas. After eating we lie down on the board together. Say it with me in the Sichuan accent. White vinegar isn't white. The same mushrooms. Wang Jiuzhao ate them directly and was fine. They just used a cleaver to cut mushrooms and they died. It must be because of their weak constitution. Moon barks. Look, the old one is fine. He can still cry with a strong voice. Those two who died must have weak constitutions. They had an extra part. They were very fragile. Eating grain porridge. To be honest, I think they deserve to die. Breaking into a young girl's room in the middle of the night. Getting killed in self-defense. Crossed out. It's normal, right? Good duck. I know the answer to this question. In broad daylight, bullying someone in a veil, Song Qiaonan bravely stepped in to help. It's normal, right? Fan of the prodigy. You're alright, but why is the boss so restrained this time? This isn't the boss's style. My boss is usually swift and deadly. This time he's been unusually restrained. I'm not used to it. Now, everyone on Earth who watched the live stream knows that there's a lucky guy in Yin country whose blade is incredibly fast. In this instance, Song Tianjia's blade seemed much slower, making him stand out from the other lucky guys. Overseas viewers were also confused. The runaway sorting hat, is the mysterious Eastern girl not in good shape? Shouldn't she be on a killing spree now? 0 yuan purchase every day. Despicable is the passport of the despicable. These villagers are despicable. They have serious racial discrimination. 2 Indians. They eat people. This reminds me of something from the past. At an Indian, what's your opinion? An Indian, I have no opinion. I'm a bit confused. The price of a shirt. So the question is, what's the price of an Indian scalp? I can dance the hula. Put down your hellish jokes. That's very impolite. So here's the question. Should the sun never sets be renamed I never sets? I love eating stargazing pie. Perhaps we should watch the live stream instead of discussing such meaningless things. As far as I know, the Yin people like to hold back a few tricks up their sleeves, and the Song dynasty seems to have held back several. Chapter 211. Most overseas viewers met Song Tianjiao through the amusement park scenario. In their eyes, Song Tianjiu was an Eastern girl who appeared harmless, but was actually incredibly powerful. Some even began to suspect that Song Tianjiu was a human weapon secretly developed by Yin country. After all, this was a common premise in their community. The debate overseas about whether Tianjiu's Song was a cyborg was raging. They had evidence that Song Tianjiu was a cyborg. The evidence they presented left the Yin country viewers scratching their heads. Conspiracy theory. Song Tianjia's eyes were strange, sometimes lacking any human emotion. Perhaps she had lizard-human genes. Yin country viewers. What the heck? Conspiracy theory. Song Tianjia's movements were too fast, seemingly outside the realm of normal humanity, so she wasn't normal. Therefore, she wasn't human. Yin country viewers. Conspiracy theory. Song Tianjiu adopted many strange and unknown creatures, so she was likely in league with them. Therefore, she is not human. The Yin Kingdom audience remained silent. To even glance at such comments was to lose. It was a complete waste of time. Criticizing them was a waste of time. Even glancing at them was a waste of time. They'd be better off trying to snag a big discount coupon for honey roasted fish. Extra sesame seeds, extra honey, roasted until crispy and fragrant. Perfect. In the live stream, the old woman spotted Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhao in the crowd and rushed over, unleashing a torrent of abuse. You jinxes. You're all jinxes. If it weren't for you, how could my son and my beloved grandson have died? You must have ruined my family's feng shui. You must be cursed. You killed my son, killed my beloved grandson. They were all fine before you came. My precious grandson was so young, so well behaved. How could heaven bear to take his life? It was you, it must be you. You brought the evil spirit in. The old woman pointed at Song Tianji's nose, angrily shouting, it was you. You brought the evil spirit. Song Tianji touched the knife tucked into his waistband, looking at her coldly. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Song Tianji's arm, trying to pull him to the ground. The force of the fall was considerable. Song Tianji looked down and saw the woman already kneeling. Kneel down quickly, admit your mistakes. Or you die. The woman's fingers still had traces of honey on them. She had carefully licked them clean. Her sticky fingers, pulling on Song Tianji's arm, left delicate streaks on his sleeve. Like a spiderweb, fragile. A strong wind could easily blow them away. But the threads clung to it, refusing to let go. I die. I really will die. I was wrong, I was wrong. The woman cried out, her words incoherent, her eyes fixed on Song Tianjiao, brimming with tears, filled with fear and unease. Song Tianjiao asked, where did you go wrong? The woman continued to cry out, I was wrong, I was wrong. As she spoke, the woman gripped Song Tianjiao's arm tighter, her fingertips turning white, old wounds on her fingers reopening, leaving bloodstains on Song Tianjia's sleeve. With the woman's force, 10 lines of blood ran down her back. The woman knelt firmly, her knees pressed to the ground. She no longer met Song Tianjia's gaze, her head bowed, forehead touching the ground, her whole body still trying to fall. It was as if she were about to fall into the ground. I was wrong, don't hit me, don't hit me. I can go without food, I can go without sleep, I won't run away anymore. Don't hit me, you kill me, you really will kill me. The woman's low murmurs were barely noticeable in the crowd. Wang Jiuzhao squatted to the side, tilting her head to listen intently. Thinking carefully, she saw a heart full of tenderness, every word dripping with blood, a heart-wrenching plea for life. She thought of her day and night, pondering it day and night. A den of wolves and tigers, but the jackals and tigers were not in the surrounding mountains. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, she was trapped, imprisoned by day and imprisoned by night. Wang Jiuzhao looked at the bloodstains on Song Tianjia's sleeve, and she thought she understood. The villagers pulled at the old woman, seemingly trying to persuade her, when the old woman suddenly sprang up, picked up a stone, and smashed it against the woman's back. She's a jinx. If it weren't for her, my son would only have one son. It's all her fault. She's the one who caused this. She's the one who couldn't give birth to a boy. Wang Jiuzhao understood. Wang Jiuzhao understood. The woman, already bowing low, lowered even further. The sharp edges of the stone, through her clothes, shattered her body. A red flower bloomed on the faded indigo fabric. The woman trembled even more, murmuring, her voice trembling, don't hit me, don't hit me. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. I was wrong, I was wrong. Wang Jiuzhao picked up the stone and threw it back. The sharp edges struck the old woman directly between the eyebrows, embedding themselves there. The old woman's hand, which had been held, twitched, then immediately went still, falling backward and lying stiffly on the ground. The woman was still trembling, her hand gripping Song Tianjia's sleeve, slowly slipping down, eventually sliding along the seam of his trousers, one hand hitting the ground and the other landing on Song Tianjia's shoe. Through the mesh fabric of the shoe, Song Tianjia felt the cold, hard hand. As the old woman was struck by Wang Jiuzhao, the villagers' gazes towards them began to change. The village chief said, these two are troublemakers. Tie them up. A few beatings will teach them a lesson. Shulin, who claimed to be a good man, grabbed an axe and rushed over first. Village chief, I do it. Shulin's eyes gleamed with wild joy. He said, go hard. Live her if you can, otherwise, beat her to a pulp. He pointed at Song Tianjiao and said, she's definitely trying to run. She went up the mountain. She won't listen unless she's beaten half to death. The viewers in the live stream were completely bewildered. Who was he going to beat half to death? This was like an old man hanging himself, tired of living. Immediately, Shulin pointed at Wang Jiuzhao and said, she eats too much. She's a waste of food? So greedy, who can afford to feed her? The audience was speechless. What's wrong with a child liking to eat? Did she eat your rice? Did you feed her? How dare you be so shameless? Shulin kicked the woman kneeling on the ground and continued, this crazy woman, is she sick? She's insane, she can't be eaten. The village chief slapped Shulin on the head. Why can't she be eaten? She ate so much of our grain, why can't she be eaten? She only gave birth to one child, and the child died. What a loss. A money-losing piece of trash. As he spoke, the village chief had already taken the axe from Shulin and chopped down at the woman. The next second, a line of blood slashed across the village chief's neck, spurting out like a pressurized nozzle, coating everyone around with a bloody hue. Wang Jiuzhou had already raised her sickle. She turned to look at Song Tianjiao, who had put away his wood-chopping knife, thought for a moment, and then pulled the axe from the village chief's hand. Wang Jiuzhou tried to explain, "The sickle is too light, it doesn't fit my hand. The axe is just right, I can crack walnuts, or I can smash a head." The villagers, who had formed a circle around him, were used to this kind of encirclement and suppression. Seeing the village chief's neck spurting blood, they were momentarily stunned. No, this isn't right. This shouldn't be happening. This isn't what they wanted, this isn't like before. Chapter 212. There should be cries and screams now, there should be struggles now. Shulin was somewhat puzzled. He believed that the cries at this moment were more beautiful than any music in the world. The struggles at this moment were more exhilarating than ever before. Song Tianjiu reached out to Wang Jiu. "Give me the sickle." With the sickle in hand, Song Tianjiu hooked it around Shulin's neck. "You're a good person. Coincidentally, I'm an even better good person. Be good, I send you on your way. Life is short, better to end it sooner. Don't worry about being alone, the others will arrive sooner. I'm truly a good person." The sharpened blade sliced through his trachea. Shulin's expression was blank, he was clearly unaccustomed to this shift in power. He tried to resist, but his resistance at this moment looked like that of a weak child waving his arms. He tried to shout, but with his trachea cut open, he could only make hoarse sounds. Blood gushed out due to abdominal pressure, then fell freely like rain, landing evenly on everyone. The warm blood caused the scene to spiral out of control, and the villagers began attacking Song Tianjiao and Wang Jiuzhou. Shulin fell backward, his eyes still filled with confusion, resentment, and shock. But the outcome was already decided. They thought it would be the same this time, just like before. But they didn't know that this time, they were facing someone who had crawled out of the corpses. Song Tianjiu had never laid down his weapon. Wang Jiuzhou himself was the weapon. The viewers in the live stream noticed that the colors had changed. The blood they saw wasn't red, it was green. Under this dark green backdrop, everything appeared ashen. Moon barks, what's going on? Am I colorblind? If heaven hadn't gave birth to little Zhuge, as everyone knows, blood is green. Xie Shan, you're a strawberry cake. Minor protection system? Did Tian's dad do this? Please speak rationally. To be honest, this sea green color doesn't look that thrilling. It's just that the color is dirty. Add more yellow. It's Momo, not Momo. Upstairs, are you an art student? Potato destroyer. Too much yellow. It's a bit like poop green. It doesn't look very good, it looks like it's settled. A lemon candy. Settled colors usually contain iron, so the question is, what would happen if you ate a bite of sea green? The Hualuan Bureau joined the public opinion battle, they started working overtime. To avoid being transferred to overseas regions, the staff responsible for the Yin Kingdom region tried to pretend they were very busy. However, their approach was a bit strange. Suddenly, the style of all the live streams in Yin Kingdom became strange. It was filled with the atmosphere of an art student team building. It was as if he could pull out a sketchbook any second and do a 5-minute color sketch. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. They realized that an invisible hand was guiding public opinion, making the atmosphere strange. So, they moved to other platforms to communicate. Jiangzi. Suspected art students team building activity, what's going on? Is that a splash of green blood that caused their collective shock? Forced to work overtime, Li Qingyu, who had just rushed back from the mall, wailed to the heavens. He was assigned to share some of the work for the Walanju Overseas Project. What do you mean Yin country doesn't love peace? We love peace very much, okay. Blood should be green, of course. It's more environmentally friendly. Lush green is so much more environmentally friendly. Why does the meeting have to be tomorrow? I can't hold it in anymore. I really can't hold it in anymore. I still haven't finished my speech. How is Song Tianjiu not human? She's more like a human than me, okay? Li Qingyu wailed as he frantically typed. He regretted it. He shouldn't have studied foreign languages. He's a native fish. What was the point of learning foreign languages? Now he's been conscripted. Among all the lucky ones in Yin country, Song Tianjiu is the most eye-catching. Highlight clips of Song Tianjiu have consistently garnered high viewership on overseas video websites. To foreign viewers, Song Tianjiu is a Yin country girl who fits their stereotypical image. Mysterious, strong, and a big eater, is this something to say? Since the story about Song Qiaonan was edited out, it has attracted a lot of attention on the international internet. Some people believe that Song Tianjiu is an artificial human that Yin country has been researching for a long time. This is a story from a very, very long time ago, dating back to any dynasty in the history of the Yin Kingdom. Some overseas religious figures, especially those from obscure religions, even believe that Song Tianjia might be related to the elixir of immortality. It's unclear what they're thinking. The evidence they present initially seems plausible. However, it doesn't stand up to scrutiny. Their logic goes like this. First, Song Qiaonan was found by Dun Zhu Amu as an infant in a remote, desolate environment. Song Qiaonan's presence there is inherently strange. The religious figures then pull out the classic of mountains and seas, and through a series of seemingly drastic actions, they claim that Song Qiaonan's location largely coincides with Kunlun in Yin Kingdom mythology. Kunlun is an incredibly mysterious place in Yin Kingdom mythology. Legend has it that it is the abode of gods and the origin of many myths. It is known that Song Qiaonan's childhood was in the first half of the 20th century. Now it is the 21st century. At this moment, Song Tianjia's publicly stated age is 18. Therefore, they believe that Song Qiaonan is immortal. This touching logic left Yin Kingdom netizens dumbfounded. Anyone who had less drug use and more reading of cultivation novels wouldn't have such a terrible logic. Some Yin Kingdom scholars were speechless. So these people accept the classic of mountains and seas? So they think Kunlun is in the Pamir Mountains? Why didn't they say so earlier? What were they arguing about before? Why didn't you say so earlier? You already admitted it. You suppressed so many of their articles. Now you admit it? Why didn't you say so earlier? After these religious figures' conclusions, many overseas viewers immediately asked if Yin Kingdom was really practicing cultivation. They also wanted to learn. The staff of the Overseas Affairs Bureau were dumbfounded. An urgent request for manpower was made, which led to the situation where the domestic region pretended to work overtime, and Li Qingyu was dragged back to work overtime. Can lies be made up like this? The leaders didn't say anything. Their earnest efforts couldn't compare to the quick wit of a gifted individual. If only we told you you'd fall for this. We could have made up hundreds of versions on the spot. Faced with a massive influx of comments like "Old driver, take me with you, I want to cultivate immortality," the Huoluan Bureau had no choice but to frantically promote the 5 animal frolics and 8 pieces of brocade. This shift in public opinion directly affected tomorrow's meeting agenda. A cultivation exchange was added to the meeting agenda. Li Qingyu frantically typed and took notes with pen and paper, so anxious that his tail practically popped out and slapped the ground. Overtime workers, overtime souls. Overtime workers are all superior. Who says demons aren't human? Li Qingyu, you're the best. Li Qingyu was in an extremely excited state. In the corner sat Bai Nyang and Chen Jianglu, who, because their typing speed was too slow, could only diligently study shopping apps. Chen Jianglu was already quite proficient in using various software programs. As expected of a new brain, he absorbed information much faster than Bai Suzhen, whose brain had been around for 1,000 years. Chen Jianglu could even discuss new topics while shopping. Cultivation is about cultivating the mind. Chapter 213. Chen Jianglu carefully selected the shipping location, considered clothing styles, and meticulously planned what to wear to the meeting the next day. He also needed to think about the meeting agenda. For Chen Jianglu, cultivation was both reading and practice. He had learned 2 lessons from the various Journey to the West stories. First, listen to the monkey. Second, Tang Sanzang was a tool, a puppet. Chen Jianglu enjoyed the feeling of being able to choose for himself. He realized that he had previously been manipulated. Therefore, he now enjoyed manipulating others. Chen Jianglu carefully selected the goods. How about this one? But the shipping location is a bit far. I don't know if it arrive in time with SF Express. This store has a physical store, you can have it delivered directly. This one looks really cool, a dark style. It should be able to intimidate people? Bai Nyang sipped her milk tea and pointed to a fishtail blanket, saying, this would be perfect for Li Qingyu. Chen Jianglu looked at the blanket, then at the fishtail Li Qingyu was slapping the ground with, and silently added it to his shopping cart to reach the minimum order amount. Bai Nyang continued her request, and these dragon horns, so I can disguise myself as a dragon. All snakes yearn to be dragons, and Bai Nyang was no exception. Her eyes lit up as she looked at the dragon horn headband recommended by the shopping app. After a series of actions, Chen Jianglu said, just 2 more yuan to get the 30 yuan discount for orders over 200. Bai Nyang pointed to a lighter and said, this lighter looks like a turtle, it's funny. Li Qingyu, taking a break from her work, turned her head and asked, have you chosen your clothes yet? Chen Jianglu, Bai Nyang, Li Qingyu picked up her phone and found that she had already placed over 50 orders, but not a single decent piece of clothing. Browsing shopping websites during work hours? Performance bonus deducted? Li Qingyu was furious. She immediately started a live stream for the human and the demon, making them teach overseas viewers the 5 animal frolics and 8 pieces of brocade. Bai Nyang protested, I don't know how. Chen Jianglu struggled, me neither. Li Qingyu resisted Bai Nyang's temptation, stealing her resolve, I learn as I go. Then what should we wear to the meeting tomorrow? Li Qingyu, in a fit of desperation, military uniform or work clothes. One or the other. The non-human team did have work clothes, but they had never worn them. Li Qingyu had a military uniform, but Bai Nyang and Chen Jianglu didn't. For uniformity, they could only wear work clothes. Considering the non-human team's work nature, the work clothes were modified from black Special Forces uniforms, durable, long-lasting, and completely black, providing concealment in the dark. For work purposes, they were also equipped with body cameras. To restrict the non-human team members, they had built-in GPS tracking. Li Qingyu hadn't collected his work clothes after they were delivered to the warehouse. Now that he finished his work, he went straight to the warehouse to collect them. Meetings were work, so wearing work clothes was normal. He couldn't exactly wear shorts and flip-flops. Wearing shorts and flip-flops, Li Qingyu walked into the warehouse. Under the warehouse manager's questioning gaze, he passed facial recognition and was finally allowed in to collect his things. The warehouse manager said, from now on, no one is allowed in without work clothes. Li Qingyu was helpless. But I came here to collect my work clothes. At the farm, Great Potato, having just finished a day's work, was about to have a good game. The canteen lady pushing the food cart asked, Great Potato, your English is pretty good? Great Potato, no longer bothered with arguing about his name, patted his chest and said, I study computer science and programming, my English is at least passable. What's wrong? We're short-staffed, you can work overtime. Gray Mouse tried to struggle. My English is terrible, I failed, I can't even get a 60. Gray Mouse watched helplessly as the cafeteria lady pulled over the keyboard, expertly brought up the work panel, logged in, verified, and entered a long password. She also added a real-time translation plugin. I wrote this out of boredom a while ago, it'd do for now. If you don't like it, modify it yourself. All activity on this account is monitored, don't look at anything strange, and watch your words. Gray Mouse, He vaguely remembered this lady saying she didn't understand anything? So she was just putting on an act for him. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Sweet and sour pork with pineapple for a late-night snack wanna eat? Yes. Gray Mouse gritted his teeth and started working, waiting for his late-night snack. The work at Hualun Bureau wasn't too difficult for him. He just needed to keep up. While Gray Mouse was working hard, Xiaolai, whom Gray Mouse had betrayed, was also busy. In the instance, Xiaolai was diligently sorting. So many bones, so many bones. Xiaolai's legs trembled, his knees clattering together. He stood on tiptoe, trying to categorize the bones by color, size, and thickness. As a programmer, Xiaolai had many of the occupational hazards common to programmers. Don't panic when faced with a problem. First, organize it. Data organization must be clear, and files must be clearly annotated. Uncategorized information was a thorn in Xiaolai's side. He held a collarbone swallowed hard, and tried to find its companion. A pile of bones had already accumulated around Xiaolai, all of which he had taken from the pit. At first, he sorted them by bone part, creating hundreds of piles. Later, he realized this wasn't right. After all, people aren't disassembled, they need to be assembled. So he switched to sorting by person. Xiaolai wasn't a medical student, nor an art student, nor a biology student. Even a large plate of chicken wouldn't necessarily allow him to put the chicken back together, let alone a pile of bones of the same kind. Xiaolai fumbled around, sorting the bones while comparing them to his own. As a lucky one who was rejected by the middle-aged man after arriving in this instance, and could only wander on the outskirts of the village, Xiaolai's life wasn't easy. He ate wild vegetables, wild fruits, and stole corn. Yesterday, while exploring, he discovered this pile of bones. A night of torrential rain washed away a lot of mud, making the white bones appear even whiter. Achoo! Xiaolai rubbed his nose with his sleeve, shook his head, which was feverish from yesterday's rain, and tried to figure out which pile the collarbone in his hand belonged to. I can't tell. I really can't tell. Xiaolai's obsessive-compulsive disorder prevented him from putting down the bone. His professional habit prevented him from ignoring a pile of chaotic data. His fear made him tremble. The stray dogs gradually surrounded Xiaolai. Finally, one of the dogs lunged at Xiaolai. Xiaolai smashed a bone directly into the dog's head. Get out of the way. I'm already annoyed enough. I'm afraid of bones, not dogs. Cieluli grabbed 2 large bones and began beating the stray dogs. The stray dogs, whose eyes had been full of ferocity, now had clear, bright eyes. The viewers in the live stream wanted to laugh at this scene, but felt it would be beneath their dignity. Meanwhile, Song Tianju was standing atop a high pile of people. Wang Jiuzhou was counting heads. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tianjiao, 3 ran away. Song Tianju stood on tiptoe, peering over, and spotted several people running uphill. Song Tianju suddenly missed her sniper rifle. At this distance, 1 shot would suffice. She reached into her pocket and pulled out only a lollipop. I want a gun. She reached in twice more and still pulled out lollipops. She now had 3 lollipops. Chapter 214. 3 lollipops, 1 lemon flavored, 1 blueberry flavored, and 1 cantaloupe flavored. Song Tianjiao looked at the candies in his hand and fell silent. This instance was somewhat exclusive to other monsters. Nandatu and the clown couldn't get in, and even the little red flower that always adorned Song Tianjiao's head couldn't get in. Feng Dahua was very frustrated about this. The monsters could only force in tiny things. For example, plastic bags, and these 3 lollipops. This was already the limit. This instance was almost flawless, with no loopholes to exploit. It was like these 4 mountains surrounding a person. Birds could fly over, monkeys could climb, but the victims trapped inside were like prisoners, at the mercy of others. Song Tianju jumped down from the high pile of people, slipping on his feet upon landing and almost sitting down. This soil was soaked with too much blood, sticky and slippery, no longer suitable for walking, only for nourishment. Feng Dahua loved this kind of nourishment, but unfortunately she couldn't get in. The woman knelt on the ground, weeping, repeating the same words she had said before. The words echoed repeatedly, like a repetition of someone's life. Blood soaked through the woman's trousers, and the sleeves clinging to the ground. The blood spread, only the fabric on her back remained relatively clean. Only her own blood and splattered blood from others were on her back. Song Tianju poked the woman's head with a lollipop and asked, "Want some candy?" The woman looked up, staring blankly at the 3 different colored lollipops. "Which flavor do you want?" The woman trembled. "I won't do it again, I never do it again." Clearly, she was still lost in her own thoughts. Song Tianju shoved a blueberry-flavored lollipop into her mouth, forgetting to unwrap it. Song Tianju tried to pull it out, but the woman had already bitten through the candy wrapper. Her eyes lit up, and she curled up into a ball, covering her mouth. She looked at Song Tianju warily, as if afraid someone would snatch her food. Wang Jiuzhou came over with a dull axe, bent down, and snatched the cantaloupe-flavored lollipop from Song Tianju's hand. Wang Jiuzhou didn't use her hands. She could peel the wrapper off with her teeth, the whole process resembling a hamster with bulging cheeks. Song Tianju didn't have this skill. She could only hold the plastic stick and tear the wrapper with her teeth. 2 people squatted on the ground, and 1 person knelt on the ground. A mountain of people stood nearby. 3 people, 3 candies, different flavors. Song Tianjiao's candy was lemon sea salt flavored. The sour, salty, and sweet taste made her squint. Thus, the overseas viewers watching online once again doubted whether she was human. Wang Jiuzhou's was cantaloupe flavored, excessively sweet. She kept her mouth closed, trying hard to savor the candy and remember the brand. "I want more next time." The woman's candy was blueberry flavored, sweet with a hint of bitterness. She chewed it, plastic wrapper and paper stick alike, the sweetness seeping through the plastic's cracks. She chewed diligently, trying to taste more. Below the small hill of severed limbs, blood flowed like snowmelt, meandering into a stream, trying to merge into a distant river. The sun was high in the sky. It was 12:30 p.m. The sun was directly overhead. It was a bit hot, so Song Tianju picked up a tongue leaf to use as a fan. The stench of blood quickly attracted swarms of flies, making the place quite lively. Song Tianjiao helped the woman, curled up on the ground, and walked upstream along the river. She said, "It's so hot, I'm hungry and thirsty." Wang Jiuzhou followed closely behind. Rule 2. Do not go to the riverbank alone, do not go up the mountain alone, and do not go to the cornfield. They were going to go upstream. They were going to climb the mountain. They were going to pick corn from the cornfield. A dozen minutes later, the 3 of them squatted by the fire by the river, roasting corn. Boiled corn is delicious, but I doubt their pot. Song Tianju was already traumatized. She'd rather eat half-cooked roasted corn than boiled corn. The woman silently ate her corn, wolfing it down quickly. Wang Jiuzhou and the woman picked up a corn cob at the same time. The woman had finished hers, but she still had a fifth left. Wang Jiuzha's eyes widened, her red eyes filled with bewilderment. Tianjiao, she's amazing. So amazing. I never seen anyone eat faster than me. No one could keep up with Wang Jiuzha's eating speed. She wasn't afraid of being hot, undercooked, or poisoned. As long as she could chew it, she could eat it. A true foodie. At this moment, Wang Jiuzhao had met her match. The woman sensed the change in atmosphere and immediately put down the corn she was holding, saying cautiously, I don't need to eat. I'm very good at work, I can do anything. Don't hit me. The viewers in the live stream felt a mix of emotions. Quan Kuan felt reassured, eat up. There's more if you're not full. There's plenty of corn in that field, eat as much as you want. If you're still hungry, there are fish in the river. Pen go eat go die. If all else fails, there are bears in the mountains. Send Song Qiao and in to hunt bears. Spring fairy tale. Zhou Shuren wrote, stealing melons isn't stealing. Thirsty? Eat a melon. What's stealing? Hungry? Eat a few ears of corn. What's stealing? Zhou Muren. I actually wrote that, Lu Sun. A cotton candy. Did she never get enough to eat before? I used to think she was fair-skinned, but now, looking closely, something seems off. She's already sunburned so quickly. How long has it been since she saw the sun? Yu Qiong. According to that old hag, she's the mother of the cross-eyed Zhuang? Then how did she become part of the Liang family? See you next time. I've been imagining things, but my cursing is too vulgar. I'm leaving now. See you later. Did Nightmare die? Fellow Taoist, wait! Let's go together. While the viewers in the live stream sighed, the woman, observing the situation and finding no sign of being beaten, quickly picked up her corn and continued eating. Wang Jiuzhou caught a fish, gutted it, and continued his grilled fish business. Song Tianji picked up a stone and skipped it across the water. She watched the ripples, her gaze unfocused. Unlike Fa Hai's situation, where one wave of enemies followed another in a chaotic rescue, Song Tianji's situation, because it happened in a village, meant that the villagers had already been largely dealt with. The consequence of a one-wave attack is exhaustion. Song Tianji wanted to lie down on the ground, but she had her image to maintain. She knew many people were watching her. Her image as an idol prevented her from lying on the ground to sunbathe. Song Tianji said, one more rule. Rule 5. Don't open the door for strangers. So far, this rule hasn't been practiced. Strangers, ah, what a pity, there are no strangers left. You are in me, I am in you. Blood and flesh piled up, all are well-known people. Where are the strangers? Time passed slowly, and after eating 15 ears of corn and 2 fish, the woman finally stopped. The woman pointed to the river and said, I can't go to the water, I can't. The woman's mental state was unstable, half asleep, almost unable to communicate effectively. Wang Jiuzhou finished the remaining grilled fish and corn and began his deduction. Tianjiao, she might be the owner of those embroidered pieces. Her hands. Chapter 215. Wang Jiuzhou took the woman's hand. She flinched, but didn't dare pull her hand back, remaining trembling and avoiding eye contact. The woman's fingertips bore fine, dense scratches, layer upon layer, some new, some old. These weren't knife wounds, but scratches. It was from the box. There was a box in the room Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhou had stayed in the previous night. The inside of the box was covered in scratches, layer upon layer of fine bloodstains. The wooden box couldn't withstand the scratches, leaving marks. At the same time, splinters would pierce the fingers. That's how the fine bloodstains came about. Song Tianjiu tore off a gold thread tied to his wrist and handed it to the woman, asking, Is this yours? The gold thread shimmered in the sunlight. The woman looked at the gold thread, tears streaming down her face. She reached out and grasped the thread, murmuring softly, Gold thread, hidden inside the clothes, can be used in emergencies. This is my father's family craft, guaranteed to be the finest gold thread in the world. To sew the thread into the clothes, it must be invisible from both sides. Only the most skilled embroiderers can do that. Unskilled embroiderers simply cannot see the secret. Embroidery needles are as fine as cow's hair, and gold thread is even finer than cow's hair. Father, after I get married, will I ever be able to come home? Will I even live? The woman's murmurs were fragmented. Wang Jiuzhou took out an embroidered piece and handed it to the woman, saying, I can embroider, I can tell. This fabric is excellent, the embroidery is excellent, and the silk thread used is also excellent. The woman continued to murmur to herself, completely immersed in her own world, sometimes crying, sometimes laughing. Viewers in the live stream rooms began analyzing the situation based on the trends of each room. 42-year-old green tea stepmother. There are a total of 60 live stream rooms. Subtracting the rooms where Lao Bai and Zhao Yiren are located, there are 59. The currently revealed situation is... Continuing. User 500-025-5820. Rule 2. Do not go to the river alone, do not go up the mountain alone, and do not go to the cornfield. There are jackals and bears in the mountains. There are villains in the cornfields, and ghosts in the water. Continuing. Gula Gula Ji. Rule 1. There is no meat in the food. If there is, please refuse to eat it. The meat is human flesh, the bean sprouts are soaked in children's urine, and there are poisonous mushrooms on the mountain that can be used to clean up trash. Continuing. Foggy narration. Rule 3. Please go to sleep at midnight and wake up at 4 in the morning. Extreme schedule. For hours of sleep a day, even a living person would be exhausted to death. More oppressive than capitalists. Continuing from the previous post. I can't eat durian. Rule 4. If possible, please put sharp objects under your pillow. There are villains at night. 1 knife is no loss, 2 knives are a profit. Continuing from the previous post. I don't quite understand. Rule 5. Please don't open the door to strangers. This hasn't appeared yet, but don't open the door to strangers at night. Don't open the door to strangers during the day. Never open the door to any stranger. Even if it's the King of Heaven himself, don't open it. Continuing from the previous post. Eat 3 bowls in 1 meal. The team is so well organized. What should I say? Did you guys plan this out? Continuing from the previous post. Coal Digging Kitten. There are still 31 people in the live stream, and quite a few lucky ones will participate in the next dungeon. The rules of this dungeon are difficult, but the dungeon itself is very malicious. As expected of Little Octopus, octopus brains are so much better than pan sheep brains, gritting teeth. The viewers in the live stream undoubtedly had mixed feelings. Regarding Little Octopus's dungeon, they were both relieved by the many opportunities given and resentful that this dungeon was on a completely different level of difficulty compared to previous ones. Pan! Take a good look, this is true manipulation of human nature. Nightmare. Take a good look, this is truly chilling upon closer inspection. This is the fear of sustainable exploitation. This fear stems from the fear of the dark side of human nature. The viewers knew that what the villagers did was something only some people could do. Cannibalism, in its literal sense. Of course, there's also its non-literal meaning. At this moment, there are 2 days left until the end of this dungeon. Current progress, January 3rd. The fear Little Octopus has collected has already surpassed that of Nightmare. This is the purest fear, a fear from the depths of the soul. Surrounded on all sides, the fear born from despair. Far exceeding the fear of facing a ball of fire. A blazing fire, carrying my hope that I am not alone. The wildfire, besieged on all sides, traps only a lonely soul. It stifles the soul, confines the body, extinguishes conscience, until assimilation occurs. The woman continued to mutter to herself, her voice broken. Until dusk settled. Song Tianji pulled the woman up, saying, let's go back. The woman didn't want to leave, yet dared not break free. She clutched the ball of gold thread, unable to meet Song Tianji's gaze, unable to utter a word of refusal. She simply refused to move, unable to look at the mountains, unable to look at the water, unable to look at people, only daring to look at the sky. The sky had darkened. Song Tianji tried to lure her with food. Let's go back for a late-night snack. There's fish and corn. We have barbecue tomorrow. The woman's steps faltered, and she caught up with Song Tianji. Wang Jiuzhou, carrying a sack and a large pile of roasted mushrooms, followed behind, saying, I eat the mushrooms, you guys eat the fish. The viewers in the live stream watched this scene with extremely mixed feelings. Once outside the courtyard, the woman was willing to follow Song Tianji, but not to go inside. She continued walking until she reached the riverbank and drifted downstream. Song Tianji and Wang Jiuzhou could only follow behind. It was already lunchtime. Song Tianji ate corn, and Wang Jiuzhou ate mushrooms. The woman walked for a while, then looked back at the two of them, her expression somewhat strange. Song Tianji handed her an ear of corn, asking, it's lunchtime, want some? The woman took the corn, eating it as she walked. Drifting downstream. Song Tianji and Wang Jiuzhou hadn't gone downstream yet, they had only gone upstream. It was like this last night, and it's like this today too. That's it. Song Tianji suspected the water downstream was unclean. And they didn't have enough time to explore the entire village. In one day, they encountered many things. Soon, the three arrived at a barren wasteland where wild dogs roamed. Seeing people approach, the dogs immediately bared their teeth, seemingly unafraid. The woman trembled, crouching on the ground, covering her head, appearing ready to be torn apart. Perhaps because the woman appeared so terrified, the wild dogs became unusually excited and charged directly at them. The next second, the wild dog at the front was cleaved open on the head by Wang Jiuzhao with an axe. Wang Jiuzhao proudly said, "This axe is good for cracking walnuts, and it's good for cracking skulls too." The pack of wild dogs immediately cowered, tails between their legs, and fled. It was too dark, only white marks on the ground were visible. Song Tianju crouched down to examine them closely, and discovered they were bones. The decay was very clean, very clean. There wasn't a single trace of burning. "Is this a mass grave?" Song Tianjiao muttered to herself as she rummaged through the bones. Soon, she realized this wasn't a mass grave. The bones bore teeth marks, human, dog, and other animal marks. Or rather, this was a dumping ground for kitchen waste. Wang Jiuzhao lit a campfire nearby, and Song Tianju rearranged the bones she had unearthed, piecing them together to form a human shape. This was Song Tianjia's forte. She could tell the difference. The woman sat silently to the side, munching on corn and grilled fish. The viewers in the live stream, watching this scene, suddenly had a thought. Was this woman truly insane, or was she feigning madness? Chapter 216. The viewers in the live stream noticed the woman's strange behavior. Her madness was intermittent. The woman's madness never faltered, which was very strange. It was a kind of madness with keen insight. Was she really insane? This thought flashed through the minds of the viewers in the live stream. At this moment, the other lucky viewers in the live stream encountered this woman. The woman, like a wandering ghost, stepped over a pool of blood and approached Fahai. "Master, is there really a Buddha in this world?" Fahai opened his eyes, his killing intent still lingering. The woman persisted, "Master, is there really a Buddha in this world? Are there really countless gods and Buddhas?" Before Fahai could speak, the woman continued, "Will the gods and Buddhas look down at me, just as I look up at them?" Fahai remained silent, continuing to chant the sutras for salvation. The woman stood aside, quietly watching Fahai, equally silent. She looked up at the sky. There was no moon tonight, no gods or Buddhas, only stars. Lu Huaishan carried a hoe, a bird perched on his head, and dragged a person along. The person and bird spotted the person standing in the water from afar. Jingwei flew over, circled the person twice, and then flew back. Jingwei said, "A woman?" Lu Huaishan threw the leg he was holding to the ground. The person cried out in pain and was immediately kicked. "Shut up." Lu Huaishan walked over, waded into the water, and came to the woman. He asked, "What are you doing?" The woman looked up at the sky, tilted her head, and met Lu Huaishan's gaze in a distorted way. "Old man, tell me, are there ghosts and gods in this world?" Lu Huaishan bent down, pulled his trousers up to his knees, and said without thinking, "If I say yes, then yes. If I say no, then no. I believe, and ghosts and spirits exist. I don't believe, and ghosts and spirits don't exist." The woman asked, "Do you believe?" Lu Huaishan straightened up and sighed, "I want to believe." She wanted to believe. She hoped it was true. The woman asked, "What are you doing?" "Making the dead speak." "The dead can't speak." Lu Huaishan walked towards the shore, saying as she went, "The living will help the dead speak. One isn't enough, two. Two aren't enough, four aren't enough, 8. In this world, there is no history that can be forgotten. There is only the past that one doesn't want to explore. If I want to, I can. If the living can't speak, then I ask the dead." The woman froze. The next second, a small twig hit her on the head. Jingwei flapped her wings and cried out, "Ah, I can't resist. This river is seducing me." Chi Tian sat on a rock, munching on fruit. Zhang Sanwen squatted to the side, counting heads. Chi Tian asked, "Kid, don't you want to finish the game? You've been counting all day. Aren't you annoyed?" Zhang Sanwen neatly arranged the skulls. 367. The corpses hold the answer. "Great sage, can you transform into a small boat?" "What?" 72 transformations. "Can you transform into a sailboat?" "There are no boats here. I can't make a raft." "Where there is water, there is a source. Where there is water, there is an end. The vast mountains cannot confine the flowing water. Where there is flowing water, there is an end. To escape the mountains, one can travel by water." Shi Tian scratched his head. "Why do I feel like you're being so strange? You should think about how to get through this." Shi Tian paused, seeing a person standing in the river not far away. The two rushed over and saw a woman looking up at the sky with her mouth open. "Waiting for it to rain?" Zhang San asked, standing beside the woman, head tilted back, mouth agape. Chi Tian, eh? He seriously doubted this kid's brain. She's come to the river in the middle of the night. She must have been wronged. Rule 2. Don't go to the river alone. Don't go up the mountain alone. Don't go to the cornfield. Chi Tian didn't care about the rules. He only knew that no one would stand in the river in the middle of the night for no reason. Just like no one would bury a pile of bones in the ground for no reason. The woman asked, "Are there gods and Buddhas in heaven?" Chi Tian stood on the other side of the woman, looking up at the sky. He said, "Yes." "Why don't gods and Buddhas look down at the human world?" "Because they're a bunch of fools." The woman looked down, shocked, staring at Chi Tian, her whole body trembling. You insulted the gods and Buddhas? So what if I insulted them? I even beat them up. So what if I insulted them? So what if I beat them up? What are you doing standing here in the middle of the night? I'm begging the gods and Buddhas to see me. Chi Tian sneered. What's the use of begging the gods and Buddhas? Beg me, tell me, what do you want? I want to die. I can't live, so I beg for death. Fine, then, beg for death from whom? The woman awaited her execution, but she never expected Chi Tian to say such a thing. Chi Tian raised his hand, and a jet of water surged towards him. I am the water god. At this moment, in this place, on this day, this month, this year, this hour, this river is under my jurisdiction. You come and beg me. Zhang San asked in surprise, aren't you Chi Tian? How did you become the water god? Aren't monkeys afraid of water? Chi Tian lashed Zhang San onto the bank with a water whip. Illiterate. I am the water god Waziki. State your request. The woman looked at the person beside her, her voice trembling. She raised her arm, pointing to the village upstream. I want them dead. Then flood them. Zhang Sanwen had just gotten up from the ground when he was swept away by the current. He struggled to his feet and saw that the once relatively calm river had become a raging torrent, a small ditch suddenly churning into towering waves. It's been too long since I heard anyone pray. As you wish. Chi Tian spread his arms, and two giant waves rushed towards the village. The dead should die peacefully. Don't come out and cause trouble. Zhang Sanwen clung to a large tree, barely managing to avoid being swept away by the current. He shouted, Great Sage, stop your magic, let me get to safety first. Chi Tian raised his voice, Boy, I won't turn into a boat. But this river is now under my control. If you want to leave this mountain, then go with the water. The current swept up bones, rushing forward. Zhang Sanwen was swept away by the current, staggering about. A rivet of water, carrying white bones, floated in the air like a white ribbon, heading into the distance. Even Zhang Sanwen and the woman were swept into the ribbon. Zhang Sanwen, glug glug glug. The viewers in the live stream watched this scene with amusement. Tong Yun Xinyan Ji Jiang. Sing with me, let it go. Let it go. Ha ha ha, what kind of Chi Tian, the ice princess, is this? Goodness, she did Zhang Sanwen's entire day's work in a second. Apple branch. The crazy woman prayed to the gods and Buddhas, and your gods and Buddhas have arrived. Fu Jitong. I took a look, and she's been praying in other live streams. Praying that the gods and Buddhas would look at her. Yuan Huangyu. She got her wish. The Great Sage's move was a dimensional reduction attack. So the question is, can the Great Sage clear this? Soon, the viewers in the live stream noticed that Chi Tian and Zhang Sanwen's live streams went black. Mountain Fire Dungeon. Mission requirements. Find the truth and escape the mountains. Clearly, they didn't find the truth. Heaven didn't give birth to little Zhuge Liang. It's alright, Great Sage, you just had a minor slip-up. A bright moon hangs on a branch. It's alright, Great Sage, you just had a small slip-up. Socrates. Zhang Sanwen plus Chiqian equals outlaw of the three realms. This formula is amazing. Eggplant loves me once. Okay, let's look forward to the Great Sage's next dungeon. Meanwhile, there was a knock on the door of Zhang Mian's room, which was being used tonight. Chapter 217. Upon hearing this news, viewers from other live streams flooded into Zhang Mian's room. Zhang Mian's room was dark, unlit. She held a pair of scissors, feeling around in the large box in the room. She smelled blood. The fine, dense marks and distinct crescent-shaped indentations on the inside of the box quickly made her realize what it was. Someone had hidden here before. Those marks were left by fingers. She just didn't know if the person had willingly hidden in the box or had been stuffed inside. Once the box was locked, the confined space felt similar to a living person curled up in a coffin. The knocking quickly turned into pounding on the door. Open the door. Don't push your luck. I know you're in there. Serve me well, and I make sure you live a life of luxury. The wooden door was easily broken. With each pounding, Even the doorframe shook. Rule 5. Do not open the door to strangers. The knocker's voice was unfamiliar. It was undoubtedly a stranger. At this moment, the rest of the family remained motionless, as if dead. The viewers in the live stream held their breath, some worried about Zhang Miayan's situation. Zhang Miayan was the weakest of all the lucky ones. Tian had the little octopus protecting her, but Zhang Miayan was all alone. Finally, the door was kicked open, and someone rushed in. The next second, an explosion rang out. A cloud of mist visibly appeared in the dimly lit room. Zhang Miayan covered her mouth and nose and rushed out of the house. Tui, it smells awful. The formula is faulty. The man stumbled out, trying to pounce on Zhang Miayan, but tripped over the threshold and fell to the ground. Zhang Miayan's scissors didn't come in handy immediately. She took a deep breath and turned to look at the person who had appeared in the water vat in the yard. The person stood in the vat, looking like an upside-down mushroom. There was no moon tonight, only a few scattered stars. The visibility was poor. Zhang Miayan gripped the scissors tightly and slowly approached the vat, when she suddenly heard the person say, "Are there gods in heaven?" Zhang Miayan recognized the voice as a woman's. Judging by her figure, it was indeed a woman. Zhang Miayan asked, "What if there are? I pray day and night, but why don't the gods in heaven even glance at me?" Zhang Miayan asked again, "What if there aren't? Then what's the point of my life? To live is to smell the fragrance of flowers, feel the wind on my skin, hear the rain, and see the blue sky, white clouds, and green grass." Of all the live streams, only Zhang Miayan's had a unique perspective. Fujitong, baby, you seem like a bot. Socrates, I asked an AI idiot, and their answer was pretty much the same. They're all experience-based. Sima, your whole family, Zhang Miayan's only weapon is gone, and there are still so many demons and monsters in the village. What to do? You and Wang Yu, Zhang San is so tough, you should put Qi Tian and Zhang Miayan together. Ha 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 ha. Zhang San does look tough, your suggestion upstairs is really good. Zhang Miayan leaned closer to the person in the water tank and touched their hand. Warm. She silently pulled half a talisman out of her pocket and stuffed it back in, asking, "Are you strong?" The woman was stunned. "What? I'm not strong enough, can you help me?" The woman emerged from the water vat and was pulled by Zhang Miayan to the pigsty, whereupon she was given a rope. Zhang Miayan tied one end of the rope into a noose. "The smoke over there is poisonous. Use this rope to lasso his head and drag him over." And then? Zhang Miayan held up a pair of scissors. Physical elimination. The woman's aim wasn't great, but her strength was considerable. She quickly dragged the seemingly lifeless man over. Zhang Miayan handed her the scissors and pointed to a spot. Human bones are hard. Inserting them through this rib crevice is the easiest. The woman took the scissors and plunged them in. Her aim was poor, but her strength was sufficient. The scissors grazed the ribs and went straight into the heart. The seemingly lifeless man began to convulse. The woman looked blankly at Zhang Miayan. Then twisted, like turning a key. Twisted. The woman suddenly realized, and with a crack, her rib broke. The person, seemingly lifeless, fell silent. And then nothing. Zhang Miayan felt a little embarrassed. She had dragged someone down with her, because she wasn't strong enough. She really felt bad. Zhang Miayan searched for a long time, but couldn't find anything to offer as a thank you gift. She didn't have any jewelry, but she did have a chain around her neck. This chain originally belonged to Zhang Sanwen, supposedly made of titanium alloy. Zhang Sanwen had saved it from the lab. He always kept a little bit, and after many times, he had enough for a dog chain. He wore it around his neck every day. Before entering the dungeon, when he was crafting small bombs, Zhang Sanwen contributed this chain. Zhang Sanwen had always thought that when his leg was broken, his arm was broken, and his teeth were gone, he would use this chain as material. Zhang Miayan found the object unlucky, so she simply pulled out a large stack of yellow paper and shoved it into the woman's hand. "I have nothing to thank you for, but this is a talisman my grandmother drew. Here, take a stack." The woman held the stack of papers, her expression blank. She looked up at the sky. "Do you think there are gods in heaven?" Zhang Miayan realized this woman might be mentally unstable. The room was filled with poisonous gas. She wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. The village wasn't safe either, so she simply pulled the woman outside. "Do you think there are gods in heaven? Gods are all man-made. Why don't the stars fall down? Stars are also man-made. Once they're sent up, they won't fall. Do you want to hear it? I tell you in detail." It all started with a huge explosion. The woman, The woman pulled Zhang Mian downstream along the stream, where there were wild dogs. Zhang Mian saw the dogs and immediately looked down for stones. My grandma said that if you see a dog, be prepared to get bitten. Find a stone first. The woman, As the stray dogs gathered, Zhang Mian gave up on collecting stones and pulled out a talisman. Come any closer, and I chop you down. The stray dogs didn't understand human speech. They only wanted fresh food. They put down the bones in their mouths and charged towards Zhang Mian and the woman. 9 heavens responding to the origin of thunder, universal transformation heavenly venerable. The next instant, a bolt of lightning struck. I am a farmer. LOL, the style here is different from other live streams. Tong and Xinyan's ginger, materialist god of war. Zhang Mian, how do you keep jumping between metaphysics and materialism? No wonder you're Xianxiang's offspring. A bright moon hangs on a branch. Zhang Mian, Zhang Wenwei, Zhang Sanwen, which of these 3 is the one that went astray? Each one is more abstract than the last. Tianjia's fan. Zhang Mian's belief in metaphysics is wavering, but her human-machine thinking mode makes up for it. Did Nightmare got killed? Foreigners keep saying Song Qiaonan is a cyborg. Why don't they suspect Zhang Mian is a cyborg? As the thunder struck, the pack of wild dogs scattered in panic. At the same time, the thunder also startled the village. Tonight the sky was clear, and there was no rain. The thunder startled many people who came out to investigate. The woman said, "You die, you really will die." Zhang Mian picked up a small skull and asked, "Are you going up the mountain?" Chapter 218. Zhang Mian held a small skull, awaiting the woman's answer. Lights had already been lit in the village. Someone approached, startling the fleeing wild dogs, and for a moment, the sounds of people and dogs creating a cacophony. Zhang Mian asked again, "I'm going up the mountain to take shelter. Do you want to come?" The woman chose to go up the mountain with Zhang Mian. Rule 2. Do not go to the riverbank alone, do not go up the mountain alone, and do not go to the cornfield. They were 2 people, so Rule 2 was not triggered. At this moment, all the viewers knew that these rules were different from the previous instance rules. It was late at night, and the path was obscured. The mountain path was steep, with gnarled tree roots. For someone unfamiliar with the environment and unaccustomed to mountain paths, this was undoubtedly not a good option. Entering the forest, Zhang Mian looked back at the torches gathered by the river. Those rules can all be broken. There are no rules that lead to death, only rules that, if disobeyed, could result in death. But here, only by breaking the rules can you find the truth. The woman stood to the side, silent, her head still raised. Then, dense branches obscured the sky, blocking out the stars. The forest echoed with the calls of owls, and the occasional chirping of insects. Zhang Mian turned and began climbing the mountain. She climbed using both hands and feet, like a monkey, a wriggling monkey. Her pace was slow, she would stop to rest frequently. The woman followed behind, clearly unaccustomed to this method of movement. This is called counter-surveillance. Come climb with me. Walking like this makes you easily spotted. The tracks left by humans are different from those left by wild animals. Woman, Zhang Mian said, humans are basically the same as monkeys. They originated from the same source. Just think of yourself as a monkey. The woman realized she couldn't keep up with this person's pace. She couldn't get Zhang Mian into her rhythm at all. Luckily it's summer, not too cold, but there might be wild animals in the mountains, so be careful. If there's really no other way, just take action. Zhang Mian's pockets were bulging with talismans. As a useless person with a combat power of less than 5, the family's resources were tilted towards Zhang Mian to the extreme. Zhang Mian had a lot of talismans in his pockets. At worst, we can just end this game. Zhang Mian sat on a rock to rest, directing the woman to move stones and stick branches. This god-forsaken place is bad feng shui, the life gate is cut off. But there are ways to turn the tide. The woman was being directed around like crazy, and finally finished, collapsing to the side, panting heavily. In the darkness, the woman couldn't see Zhang Mian's expression. Similarly, Zhang Mian couldn't decipher the woman's reaction. Let's leave it at that for now. We fight to the death if necessary. Every word Zhang Mian uttered left the woman bewildered. It was like playing chess. She was playing Chinese chess, but her opponent was playing Go. Each had their own strategies, their own logic, making it utterly incomprehensible. The woman couldn't outmaneuver Zhang Mian's logic. At the same time, she couldn't apply Zhang Mian's logic to her own. Zhang Mian's answer was two-sided. She addressed both sides. The woman didn't know what a human-machine interface was. But she was truly defeated by it. The viewers in the live stream were truly impressed. Without Zhang Wenwei and Zhang Sanwen using Zhang Niyan as a mere accessory, Zhang Niyan's ability to act independently was astonishing. After a long reign, the sun shines brightly. How much AI did Niyan baby consume? It's completely baffling. Former innocent college girl. I checked Zhang Niyan's information. Well, she's a human machine, I guess. A member of the first tier in artificial intelligence, her human-machine aspect is normal, right? Do you have that serious illness? No, she was just sent to Tianmu Games like that. Ah, Tianmu is such a big idiot. Schwixenal. Sure enough, people who work in computer science are all a bit off. The programmer next door is trying to encode bones. Manual arrangement, manual selection. One person is a production line. Happy Shirsan. Looking at it this way, Million Seed is relatively normal. Blank, Million Seed? Let's go. Jia Fengming, holding a kitchen knife, sat on the bed, staring blankly at a lifeless body. No wonder legal programs say murder is easy. Dismemberment is hard, it's true. I never done this before. This guy tried to assault me in the middle of the night. My actions just now were self-defense, right? Won't I have to write a report afterward? Will I need to go to a military court? Jia Fengming was filled with a heavy atmosphere. For her, writing the report afterward was the hardest part. Before becoming a member of the Lucky Ones, she was a stability maintenance member of the Tianmu team. Before becoming a member of the Tianmu team, she was someone who traveled around maintaining stability. During her years of service, she almost never escaped the word stability maintenance. It wasn't that Jia Fengming hadn't seen corpses or handled them before. The main problem was that she had never done murder and concealment of a body. She had always done it openly and honestly. The instructor didn't teach me either. Before, she had teammates who specifically handled the aftermath, so she never had to worry about cleaning up the mess. Now that he had to clean up the mess himself, Jia Fengming was really inexperienced. What should I do with this person? Stuff him under the bed? Won't he stink? I need to sleep tonight, it's bad luck. Drag him out and bury him? The 5 I buried last time were all discovered, and they almost found out I did it. Where should I bury him this time? Jia Fengming was very worried. The viewers in the live stream laughed. Blank, here I come. So many lucky ones, but not many who actually follow the plot. Hee, be a little more arrogant. This is self-defense. One word is 3 words. Self-defense and obstructing military activities. Choose one, don't make things difficult for the child. Learn 6 lines before the exam. At XX War Zone, at Believe in Science, at Tianmu Group, at Stability Maintenance Group. Say it quickly. This is self-defense. Look how scared the child is. I love chemistry. Hee, although she's not very bright, she's strong and acts quickly and accurately. After thinking it over, Jia Fengming decided to stuff the person into the box. Otherwise, she felt a little creeped out, thinking someone was watching her while she slept. She opened the box and took out a few pieces of clothing, placing them on the bed. Jia Fengming lifted her up and stuffed her back into the box. After doing this, Jia Fengming looked at the clothes on the bed, lost in thought. They're quite nice. There are actually such good clothes in this village? Is this village a bandit village? Livestream viewers, Someone save Gogeta. Help Gogeta. Gogeta's thought process is different from the other lucky ones. Just then, there was another knock on the door. Jia Fengming rushed to the door, knife in one hand, oil lamp in the other. Using her little finger and ring finger, she pulled the door open, and met a pair of blank eyes. It was a woman. Jia Fengming sighed, somewhat disappointed, and sheathed her knife, asking, "What do you want from me so late at night?" Chapter 219. The woman asked, "Are there gods in heaven?" Jia Fengming replied, "There has never been a savior, nor do we rely on gods or emperors." Woman, ? Jia Fengming realized he had misunderstood the key word. The key isn't gods, the key is heaven. Theoretically, there are no gods in heaven, because they don't have airspace rights. However, if gods lived over international waters, then there wouldn't be a problem. Woman, Jia Fengming raised his knife, excitedly saying, "What do you want from me? Were you bullied? I'm a professional body double. If the people say something, I charge forward. Just write a thank you letter afterwards. I feel like I'm going to get scolded, so I need a thank you letter to offset it." The viewers in the live stream didn't expect Jia Fengming to react this way. Juya Chicken King Quing. Suddenly I feel like Gogeta is so dedicated. Wo Qingshu. Oh my god, thank you letters are that useful. Xingquihenjing. Quick, write her one. Look what you done to the child. He's obviously a good kid. Look at the other live streams. Even Fahai has taken action. Pan Liuishan. Fahai doesn't understand love, but Fahai can perform physical exorcisms. Fahai is a good thing. One word is 3 words. Cluck cluck cluck. Remember, 1.5 hours is 3.5 hours. Kaisen de Shursan. Slaughtering all. This is a battlefield. There are no thank you notes, only medals. Seeing the woman didn't react, Jia Fengming pulled her into the room. She moved the clothes off the bed, and made her sit down. Holding a knife, she half squatted on the ground, her eyes gleaming. Who bullied you? I just sharpened this knife today. The woman picked up the clothes on the pillow, a tear sliding down her cheek. Don't cry, what's wrong? Jia Fengming wasn't good at comforting people, so he could only squat on the ground scratching his head, looking like a German shepherd squatting down. His face was blank, but that didn't stop him from showing his fangs. These are my clothes. Then take them. These clothes look expensive. I don't understand them, but they're really expensive. If you have these clothes, why are you here? The woman stared straight at Jia Fengming, who looked up and saw her reflection in his eyes. The woman sighed almost imperceptibly. Let me tell you a story. The viewers in the live stream laughed. Shueishima, giggle is almost making me laugh out loud. My god, she really looks like a police dog squatting down. Xing Chui Han Jing, police dogs don't understand, but they can help you with chores. And I may sure you not die Bing A. This is an answer delivered to your doorstep. Giggle is one of a kind. Pan Liu Tian, the only thing that can defeat Giggle is writing a self-criticism. At XX Military Region at Believe in Science at Tianma Group, I think Jia Fengming is a good partner. Her actions were self-defense. By now, viewers in the live stream have witnessed many unusual situations. But this is the first time they encountered someone like Jia Fengming who forced an NPC to provide answers. Zhao Jiancheng woke up to a devastating realization. He looked at the clips sent by others inside. This Jia Fengming is really... Zhao Jiancheng was thankful that this wasn't a soldier he had trained. He wouldn't be the only one embarrassed. Someone like Jia Fengming, if he encountered a cunning enemy, would probably be completely ruined. How come he hadn't noticed before that Jia Fengming had some kind of problem with his head? Zhao Jiancheng sighed. How is this kid going to get through the future? Zhao Jiancheng had long been prepared to sacrifice himself. But that didn't mean he could stand by and watch people die. The personnel list was his signature, to Zhao Jiancheng. Even though Jia Fengming wasn't his protege, he was still one of his soldiers. Zhao Jiancheng sighed. I'm getting old, really old. I'm still not as good as those old guys. Military strategy says, a merciful commander cannot lead an army. Here, mercy doesn't mean kindness. It means having compassion, but not being soft-hearted regardless of the situation. For a general, the gains and losses of a battle are often on paper, and casualties are just numbers. When commanding troops, if one is unable to make decisions based on immediate gains or losses, and is concerned about local sacrifices, then more sacrifices will inevitably follow. A soft-hearted person cannot be a qualified general. Focus on the big picture, not the details. Prioritize the major over the minor. Love your soldiers, not individual soldiers. Only in this way can you effectively coordinate. Zhao Jiancheng felt he was truly getting old. He could no longer tolerate localized casualties, even though he knew it was wishful thinking. He still desperately hoped for everyone's safe return. Tian K, at least we're strategic partners, show some mercy. There was a knock on the door. It was his secretary. Sir, the people for tomorrow's meeting have arrived, and their accommodations are arranged. But they want to hold the meeting earlier. Zhao Jiancheng said, it's scheduled for tomorrow, so it's tomorrow. Once they're on our turf, they follow our rules. Did you show them the temporary regulations? The guest house took down the paintings in the room. Now they're displaying the temporary regulations, right by the bed. Zhao Jiancheng drew back the curtains. The room was on a high floor. He could see the night market street still open 2 kilometers away. The distance was too great to hear voices, but the streetlights and the vendors' own light sources were visible. This night market street had been granted special permission not long ago under pressure. Many cities in Yin country, under the arrangement of relevant departments, had resumed nightlife, although some people had no interest in enjoying life, no interest in going out to eat, and no interest in leisurely strolls. But the authorities had to show an attitude. It's just Tianmu, nothing serious. Confidence is everything. Faced with the unknown, confidence is the greatest source of strength. Nothing serious. Just a slightly larger live broadcast. Nothing serious. Just the lucky few keeping the number at 255. 255 people, compared to the population of Earth, is not even a drop in the ocean. The fear and panic stemmed solely from the unknown. There has never been a savior, Nor do we rely on gods or emperors. To create human happiness, we must rely entirely on ourselves. Zhao Jiangqing's phone rang. The secretary was taken aback. Wasn't old Zhao's ringtone good luck? When did it change to the Internationale? Zhao Jiangqing didn't answer the phone, it kept ringing. Accompanied by the lyrics, "Let your thoughts break free of their cages. Quickly heat the fire until it's red hot. Strike while the iron is hot to succeed," Zhao Jiangqing said. "Tomorrow is the third day of this instance. Unite until tomorrow." Footsteps sounded outside, followed by a knock on the door. The leader's on the phone. Urgent. They're asking why you didn't answer. Inside the live stream, Song Tianjiao had already pieced together dozens of skeletons. Her bone piece assembling skills were top-notch, fast and good. Wang Jiuzhou sat by the campfire roasting corn, intently looking at the bones on the ground, lost in thought. The woman was also eating corn, hesitant to speak, then stopping herself, ultimately saying nothing. Wang Jiuzhou jumped up and rushed into the pile of bones. "I get it. The bones are different colors, different ages, different sizes, and different hardnesses. This piece is from this pile, this piece is from here." Wang Jiuzhou wasn't skilled at assembling human figures, but she was an expert at sorting. Soon, Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhou formed an assembly line. One sorted, the other assembled, quickly and efficiently. The woman, The bones in the bone pit became increasingly broken the deeper you went. At the very bottom, only fragmented bones remained. Song Tianjiu waved his hand and said, "All right, burn them to ashes and take them away." The first rays of dawn shone down, and day broke. Chapter 220. It's dawn. As Song Tianjiu finished speaking, the viewers in the live stream noticed their perspective had changed, from a fixed camera angle to a bird's-eye view. They saw layers of green mountains, the rising sun bathing everything in a warm glow. The orange-warm sunlight, like flames, turned the white clouds red. The shadows were a bluish-purple hue. The flowing water shimmered, like an orange-pink animal covered in scales. The viewers in the live stream widened their eyes, unsure if it was just their imagination, but they noticed something was different. Everything in this live stream was different. They couldn't quite put their finger on it, but they felt the view in this live stream was different from other live streams. It wasn't just the camera angle. There were other differences. But they couldn't quite put their finger on what exactly was different. Everything before them was like a masterpiece, the light and shadow meticulously crafted. The orange and purple light, the colors of the white clouds were magnificent, and the colors of the sky were ever-changing. This is a scene difficult for photographers to capture. At this moment, this landscape is presented to everyone in dynamic form. Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhou stand by the river, surrounded by neatly arranged skeletons. Ancient skeletons, fresh skeletons, all sharing the same thing, traces of animal gnawing. These skeletons bear many fractures, making it immediately clear what they endured in life and what they suffered in death. A woman holds a corn cob, tilting her head to look at the skeletons. She walks over, lies down among the skeletons, puts the corn in her mouth, and closes her eyes. The viewers in the live stream hold their breath. They truly feel something is different. Other live stream rooms weren't without people piecing together skeletons. But no one could do it this well, or this fast. This workload isn't easy to complete. Most people would have difficulty distinguishing and classifying bones. This live stream room is different from the others. What exactly is different? I saw the screenshots, it's the light source. The sunlight is a different color. In Song Tianji's live stream room, the sunlight is redder. Not really understanding, on the color wheel, the opposite of light orange-yellow is blue-violet. So the shadows are blue-violet. The light here is slightly redder than in other live stream rooms. So it looks warmer to the naked eye. Because it's only slightly redder, we can't directly perceive this. Subconsciously, we can sense the change. Pangoi Go Dai. You art students, are you trying to change the world? Xingmi Shoupai. So here's the question, this instance lasts 3 days. Is this 3 days and 2 nights, or 72 hours? You are Wang Wangjiu. Upstairs, I think you're a hotel professional. Is there any difference? Meow meow. I know the answer. 3 days, and 2 nights means I don't have to stay in this instance tonight. 72 hours means I still have to stay 1 more night, and I won't be able to finish this instance until tomorrow afternoon. The lucky one entered the instance in the afternoon, so only by tomorrow afternoon will the 72 hours be complete. For some reason, the viewers in the live stream felt much more relaxed. At this point, the outcome was already decided. The lucky one who didn't finish the instance still has 2 more instances to complete, so they don't need to worry about their lives for now. As long as their lives are safe, everything else is fine. The viewers in the live stream were unusually relaxed. While the viewers relaxed, the little octopus in Tion's live stream was very anxious. The little octopus's tentacles swayed incessantly, occasionally hitting the red-eyed rabbit. The red-eyed rabbit dared not show any anger or resentment, lying on the mat pretending to be dead. The little octopus was very anxious. Was it 3 days, and 2 nights or 72 hours? Where was Tion Tukala? Why couldn't we contact her suddenly? Was it 3 days, and 2 nights or 72 hours? The big boss, who always got straight to the point and didn't care about too many details, was starting to doubt the octopus's existence. Soon, it thought of a question. Is an octopus considered a fish? Theoretically not. Doubting the octopus's existence? Tion sat to the side eating breakfast. Her breakfast consisted of a smoked meat sandwich, milk, and 3 small steamed buns with shrimp and corn filling. After finishing breakfast, Tion picked up the little octopus as a pillow and lay on the mat reading a fairy tale book. The red-eyed rabbit came closer, only to be swatted away by the octopus's tentacles. The red-eyed rabbit bared its teeth. Tion closed 1001 nights and asked, "Daddy, is today the 2nd or the 3rd day?" The little octopus froze. It didn't know. The big boss, who never cared about the details, was somewhat embarrassed by Tion's question. Tion Tukala couldn't be contacted. The connection with it was getting weaker and weaker, to the point of almost breaking off. Like a climbing rope, with only one thread connecting the core. Climbing up was impossible. It could only try to avoid a terrible fall. The little octopus could only admit its bewilderment. It didn't know. Hearing her father's confusion, Tion rested her chin on her hand and said, "So, Aunt Tutu isn't under Daddy's care anymore? Is Aunt Tutu going home?" The little octopus curled itself into a ball, looking utterly dejected. "I understand," Tion said, popping a coconut candy into her mouth while the little octopus wasn't looking. "Daddy said that power struggles are just a game between the east wind and the west wind. There are no eternal enemies, nor eternal friends." The viewers in the live stream were completely confused. Eggplant loves me once. What does Tion know? Crab meat canned food ultimate lover. The little octopus looks so pathetic, ha ha ha. Actually, it's been sidelined, right? I always feel like the red-eyed rabbit is behind this. Evil Lily. This red-eyed rabbit often does strange things. He used to have Qingshan little cake completely under his thumb. Logically speaking, I think he's the mastermind. Some viewers in the live stream looked at the comments, even more bewildered. What did they miss? This red-eyed rabbit is so cute. How could it be something bad? Song Tianjio squatted down and took out 2 beads to play with. One bead was black, the other white, and they looked about the size of a walnut. Seeing this, Wang Jiuzhao took out 2 eyeballs. Song Tianjio played with the beads, while Wang Jiuzhao played with the eyeballs. The live stream audience, Wang Jiuzhao's eyeballs were her own, that makes sense. Right? Where did Song Tianjio's bead come from? Song Tianjio suddenly stopped, raised her arms, holding the black bead in one hand and the white bead in the other, and forcefully slammed the 2 beads together. Come out! New world. Nightmare, let me see your skills. Nightmare. Guer. Guer's encounter with her brother Abraham will create a new world. This is from another mythological system, which Song Tianjio found quite interesting. Deep in her memory, there was a priest who tirelessly told her religious stories, trying to arouse her curiosity and try to make her believe. Song Tianjio didn't remember much. She vaguely remembered some strange stories. As a child, she had wondered. What would the new world be like? Would it be exactly the same as the current world? Would there be any inhabitants? Would there be any good food? Would there be any enemies? Now that Song Tianjio held the power of nightmares, she wanted to give it a try. Chapter 221. The moment the black and white beads collided, the live stream screen trembled violently. Then, a void tore open above the river, from which countless red roots surged forth. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. They even hallucinated hearing a sentence, "Warning! Death game, cheating is prohibited." They heard this sentence too many times. Its absence this time felt strange, and they could only imagine it themselves. Hua Hua heavy dependence. She's out. She's out. Feng De Hua is out. Chu Shui Ji Yuan. Song Qiao and An's cheating methods are getting more and more sophisticated. Who remembers how she used to sneak around even to unlock things? Sui Yu. A new world. When did Song Qiao and An steal Nightmare? Could this new world also be just a dream? No. Those skeletons have already suffered enough. Returning to a dream, suffering doubled, eating 3 bowls at a time, Has anyone thought about what Song Tianjiao's ability is? Her initial ability. Song Tianjiu first showcased her abilities in the livestream with her incredible lock-picking skills in Duifu Town. It seemed there was no lock she couldn't open. While other lucky survivors struggled to find keys, Song Tianjiu unlocked locks in a second. Afterwards, she demonstrated her ability to manipulate objects. She could mold a pistol into a collar, and a bomb into grapes. The further she went, the more blatant her acting became, and wherever she went, a strange olive branch would be extended. What are Song Tianjiu's abilities? An unparalleled, eerie affinity, the ability to alter the shape of objects, and the effortless ease she consistently displayed. The audience knew Song Tianjiu was acting, but when she acted without any pretense at this moment, they realized they had severely underestimated her. Is the new world Song Tianjiu spoke of truly a new world? A new world without the heavenly eye? They didn't know how Song Tianjiu had seized the nightmare's power during the power transition, but they knew it wasn't simple. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream finally understood why this live stream seemed different from the others. They realized with profound clarity that they knew Song Tianjiu's past and saw his present. No one knew what Song Tianjiu had experienced in between, or how much of his past he had endured. They only saw the earliest past and present. They hadn't seen the journey he had taken. Countless roots surged forth, each one reaching Song Tianjiu and blossoming into a small red flower. More roots rushed to the skeleton's side, tapping its skull. Hello, want to play with me? Let's go to the new world. A new world where many of his kind reside. This time, there was no refusal. The red roots were prepared to strike his skull. There was no refusal. No refusal whatsoever. Feng Dahua was used to rejection. This was the first time she received such complete agreement, and she almost didn't react. Countless roots sprouted tiny red flowers, clinging to the white bones. Flowers bloomed from the bones, the truth buried deep. A small flower was presented to the woman. The roots pulled away the already eaten corn, poking the woman who was pretending to be dead. Hello, want to play with me? To go to a new world. The woman opened her eyes, looking at the trembling little red flower before her, and said in a trembling voice, I can't leave. I can't leave the mountains. I can't leave. No rejection. That was agreement. The crimson roots directly coiled around the woman. How could she not leave? She could. The red roots were exceptionally aggressive, baring their fangs and claws, like something indescribable. The woman reached out and touched the small red flower, and then more flowers bloomed. The bones were covered by the red roots, and the leafless little red flowers swayed, their petals opening their eyes. The pupils darted around, reflecting the magnificent sky. Welcome to the new world. Wang Jiuzhu had several cantaloupe-flavored lollipops stuffed into her hand. She unwrapped one, put one in her own mouth, and one in the woman's mouth as well. Wang Jiuzhu said, Find the truth, get out of the mountains. First find the truth, then get out of the mountains. I know the truth. The woman chewed the candy in her mouth, her eyes brightening. Sweet. So sweet that her oral mucosa formed a spider web. So sweet that her saliva flowed uncontrollably. So sweet that she couldn't speak. At the same time, Li Qingyu, wearing work clothes, had just entered the conference room and found that all the attendees were watching the large screen. The screen was showing a live broadcast of the lucky winner from Yin Country. Li Qingyu glanced around, finding nothing particularly surprising. He walked to the head of the table and sat down, tapping it. Gentlemen, what are you looking at? The meeting is starting. Be arrogant. Be confident. Be composed. This was his guiding principle for the day. Bai Nyang was also dressed in work clothes, her hair tied in a ponytail on top of her head. Her usual sharp features were softened by her everyday attire today, in work clothes, and with her long hair tied up, no longer in a bun, her sharp features were on full display. Even Chen Jianglu didn't dare walk alongside Bai Nyang. Chen Jianglu felt that Bai Nyang would pull out a weapon any second and use it to beat his head like a wooden fish. That's how Bai Nyang beat Fa Hai. Chen Jianglu was just a little monk, always smiling, looking fair-skinned and easy to bully. Wearing modified work clothes, he appears harmless at first glance. But a closer look reveals a body camera on his shoulder, activated. Not only is it activated, but it also has an extra charging cable plugged in, and a power bank stuffed in his pocket. He's the kind of person who could make someone cry with one punch, and if that happens, the parents will come to settle the score. The consequences are theirs to bear. As for Li Qingyu, for him, the only things that can defeat him are his paycheck and performance bonuses. Ultimately, only his paycheck can defeat him. As mentioned above, there's a bonus for a successful meeting. We must showcase the grandeur of a mythical superpower, and not be inferior to others. We must have cultural confidence, and even more so, mythical confidence. We must be composed and unhurried, and arrogant. Li Qingyu added this himself. Li Qingyu had someone zoom in on Song Tianjia's livestream room, pointing to the little red flowers and saying, "They're just plants, they just have a few more eyes." Normal, normal, very normal. The world is vast, and anything is possible. You mean that void? It's normal, a minor scene. Watch more fantasy and cultivation novels, you see plenty of scenes like this. It's basic stuff. Alright, let's have a meeting. The first topic is the Blue Star Divine Community. We hope we can find common ground while respecting our differences, and work together to fight against Tianmu. This is a battle for the entire Blue Star, and you and I are all beings of Blue Star. Qin Jianglu was lost in thought. Was the flower with eyes considered a vegetarian or a meat dish? This was very important to him. Qin Jianglu had been taught since childhood that monks should be vegetarian, but recently he discovered that some monks could eat meat. He'd been frequently pondering the vegetarian/meat-eating question lately. He wasn't necessarily craving the big-eyed flower, he was just curious. He was a vegetarian from birth, and theoretically, a purely vegetarian diet would easily lead to malnutrition. Besides, his group members said he was a ferocious beast. What ferocious beast eats vegetarian food? Qin Jianglu pondered seriously, his expression unusually earnest and solemn. The dozen or so deities attending the meeting all focused their gazes on Qin Jianglu. They could tell that Qin Jianglu was a human. He was an anomaly. Alike. Different from them. Is Yin Kingdom disregarding them? The winged birdman looked at Qin Jianglu, then at the overwhelming crimson roots on the live stream screen. Its wings trembled, showing some fear. Such a weak person, yet so serious and earnest. Does Yin Kingdom have a trump card? Because it has a trump card, it sent such a weak person to talk to them? Qin Jianglu noticed the birdman's unusual gaze, and looked up at it. He didn't look up, only raised his eyes. From the birdman's perspective, it was an extremely sinister gaze. In an instant, the birdman felt an unprecedented fear rise from the depths of its heart. Chapter 222. The birdman felt a chill run straight to the top of its head. It had never imagined it could feel such oppression from a human. It was as if it were being watched by some great terror, making its soul and body tremble. This was a fear rooted in the very beginning of creation. The birdman uncontrollably wanted to escape. When it came to its senses, it had already taken several steps back, pushed aside the heavy chair, and collapsed to the ground. With those eyes no longer in its sight, the birdman finally breathed a sigh of relief. Its movement caused some confusion among the staff, and a photographer immediately captured the scene. Great material. Even if it can't be published publicly, it can still be published in the internal newspaper. The gods, both domestic and foreign, hold opposing yet unified positions. Getting first-hand dirt on the opposing side is a very good thing. Many cameras were pointed at the birdman. Qin Jianglu looked up blankly, not understanding what was happening. Before coming, he had heard from Li Qingyu that the meeting would last all day, with tea breaks and meals provided. Qin Jianglu had been reading a novel last night and overslept. He hadn't had time to eat much this morning, and his stomach was growling. He thought about taking out the milk candy from his pocket, but then felt it wouldn't be appropriate to sneakily eat in such a grand setting. After all, when he was preaching Buddhism in the Tang dynasty, he could go an entire day without eating or drinking. The little monk Qin Jianglu still had a bit of an image to maintain. Well, actually, it was because the food in the Tang dynasty wasn't as good as here. Qin Jianglu thought of the small cake, and couldn't help but swallow hard. The birdman got up, his gaze passing through the greenery, in the middle of the conference table. Seeing Qin Jianglu swallowing, he was so startled he sat back down on the floor. Sure enough, he wants to eat me. The birdman trembled. Even though he was a human, he sensed an extremely terrifying aura emanating from Qin Jianglu. The birdman looked at the other deities, and saw them staring at him with surprise, feeling a chill run down his spine. Was this great terror only interested in eating him? Li Qingyu was puzzled. Why was he sitting on the ground? Was this a custom? He never heard of it. He gave a wink to the guard standing nearby, who immediately slung his gun behind his back and helped the man up. Li Qingyu turned off the live stream, and the conference name immediately appeared on the projector. The first global non-human organization anti-Tianmu conference, blue background, white text, standard blue, Song typeface, size 1. This was a screenshot Li Qingyu had taken directly from Word. Nothing seemed wrong on the computer screen, but now he realized the screenshot had captured the cursor. Ahem, let's begin the meeting. The projector zoomed in on the screenshot, creating an eerie blur. Li Qingyu kept reassuring himself that laziness was a worker's instinct. He genuinely wasn't used to the hastily produced operating system. This world was a giant makeshift operation. One more incompetent person like him wouldn't make a difference. Li Qingyu straightened his expression and said, "We reached a critical moment. We're sitting here to reach a consensus. I hope everyone understands that we share a common enemy. Whatever grudges we may have in the past, from this moment on, we must put them aside and work together." Bai Nyang took out paper and pen to take notes. She wasn't used to ballpoint pens and used a calligraphy brush. A circle of simultaneous interpreters sat around, stenographers typing furiously on their keyboards, and the television station's video recorder had been running for a long time. Li Qingyu was a little nervous. As a fish, he had never seen such a grand scene before. He should have just made a proper diagram. It was rather embarrassing. When Li Qingyu was nervous, his expression became unusually serious, completely devoid of his usual playful demeanor. Behind him were two monkeys, who had volunteered, dressed in service uniforms, their monkey faces serious as they served tea and water. Several other monkeys stood in the corner, waiting to work. These monkeys knew their king worked hard to earn money to support them, and they weren't willing to miss the opportunity to work. As event organizers, each monkey could earn 300 yuan a day. This group of monkeys practically handled all the service work. Except for security, translation, stenographers, and video recorders, jobs requiring technical skills, they did everything else. The gods from various countries looked at the two monkeys serving tea and water, somewhat bewildered. They realized they couldn't see through these two monkeys' true nature, and a sense of unease crept in. Li Qingyu, the person in charge, was someone they could see right through. The clerk beside Li Qingyu seemed more capable than Li Qingyu himself. That little bald man was human, yet he calmly accepted tea being poured by two monkeys, even daring to push aside a monkey's tail that was blocking his view. It was terrifying to think about. It was truly terrifying to think about. Shouldn't it be a case of the strong being respected? Such a weak fish was actually presiding over the meeting? And two such strong monkeys were actually serving tea and water? Could it be that Yin Kingdom possessed a secret weapon to suppress deities? An old man in white robes with curly hair glanced over the Yin Kingdom's meeting attendees, then looked down at the two holes in his palms, and couldn't help but gasp. He realized he couldn't see through them. He truly couldn't see through them. Those two monkeys, he couldn't see through them. The stunningly beautiful blonde goddess stared at the white lady, her eyes filled with apprehension. The dark-skinned, curly-haired man with golden markings looked at Chen Jianglu with utter bewilderment. He couldn't see through her. He truly couldn't see through her. Could the Yin Kingdom really possess a secret weapon? Otherwise, why would these deities allow a mere fish to issue orders? A monkey's tail, and the monkey itself are sometimes two different species, very disobedient. Li Qingyu brushed aside the monkey's tail obscuring his vision, and found the deities looking as if they'd seen a ghost. He was somewhat bewildered. What's wrong? Are they members of an animal rights organization? Why won't they let him touch the monkey's tail? Just as he was thinking this, the monkey's tail swept across his face as the monkey turned. Li Qingyu grabbed the tail and said coldly, "Long-armed ape, put your tail back. Apes don't have tails. And you, red-butt monkey. Macaques don't have tails either." The two monkeys felt wronged. They had specifically learned magic from their king to have a tail. After all, their king had a tail. A tailless monkey is hardly attractive. The two monkeys snapped their fingers reluctantly, retracted their tails, and continued serving tea and water. The foreign deities watched this scene in shock, barely listening to what Li Qingyu was saying next. They felt the same fear as the birdman. But the source of this fear was different. According to mythology, the four great spiritual monkeys are the spiritual stone monkey, the red-bottomed macaque, the long-armed ape, and the six-eared macaque. These two monkeys serving tea and water are the red-bottomed macaque and the long-armed ape. The spiritual stone monkey is the universally acknowledged great sage equal to heaven. Of the four great spiritual monkeys, only the six-eared macaque is currently missing, the other three are complete. The red-bottomed macaque and the long-armed ape found their way here. In truth, the origins of the red-bottomed macaque and the long-armed ape are comparable to those of the great sage equal to heaven, existing outside the 6 paths of reincarnation and outside the 5 elements. It would be strange if the deities attending the meeting could see through it all. They weren't even from the same mythological system, nor were they on the same level. Those deities looked at Li Qingyu with unusual suspicion. They were filled with unease. Chapter 223. What these deities didn't know was that Qi Tian was the captain of the non-human squad, and Li Qingyu was second only to him, wielding immense power over finances. In other words, what these monkeys ate depended entirely on Li Qingyu's arrangements. A local official is more powerful than a distant one, and these two monkeys, for the sake of their food, had to obey. Moreover, in Qi Tian's eyes, Li Qingyu was essentially a steward. What Qi Tian didn't care about, Li Qingyu did. What they ate, what they wore, whether they could be reimbursed, how to reimburse, where they lived, all were arranged by Li Qingyu. When Qi Tian wasn't around, Li Qingyu was the monkeys' boss, their provider. Let alone something as trivial as retracting their tails. Even if Li Qingyu asked the monkeys to clean up right now, they would do it without hesitation. They were paid 300 a day, and they had to wait for Li Qingyu to settle their accounts that evening. They want to spend half their wages on snacks. They risk getting kicked out if they go out to buy things themselves, so they need Li Qingyu to do it for them. Li Qingyu is a super shopper. Working monkeys, you have to be serious about your work. The monkeys didn't think Li Qingyu's request was unreasonable. The staff from Yan country all thought Li Qingyu's request was reasonable. After all, those two tales were indeed affecting filming and the meeting. No one, and no demon, found it strange. The foreign deities attending the meeting were dumbfounded. In their eyes, the red-bottomed macaque and the long-armed ape were powerful deities with strong fighting abilities and great faith. They were actually controlled by a fish? Is this right? Is this really right? What secret weapon does Yan country have that can control such deities? Li Qingyu sensed something was wrong. He was a little angry. A meeting is in progress. Can't these non-humans be serious? There's a tea break at 10 p.m. If we're slow, we miss the meeting. Egg tarts taste best fresh out of the oven. Ice cream cakes are made with pure animal cream. Their shelf life is very short. Don't these non-humans understand? Li Qingyu didn't care what these gods were thinking, and pushed the meeting forward. You need to have presence, authority, and seriousness. Don't be timid. You need the grandeur of a great nation. You need confidence on all levels. Li Qingyu was a little nervous, uncontrollably revealing a hint of his demonic nature. A few more scales appeared on the corners of his eyes and neck, and his eyes, which were usually all smiles, were now dull and lifeless, like those of a dead fish. These eyes were his eyes as a fish. Li Qingyu said coldly, "That's the situation. I hope you all understand the circumstances. Don't think about gaining faith in the chaos, and don't think about surrendering to Tianmu. Otherwise, we're no longer friends. There's a saying in Yan Kingdom, friends come with good wine, enemies come with hunting rifles. I hope everyone will keep this in mind and refrain from doing anything that could hinder peace. I only say this once." Li Qingyu finished speaking and patted Qin Jianlu beside him. According to the procedure, it was Qin Jianliu's turn to speak. Qin Jianlu immediately stood up, rubbing his rumbling stomach, his gaze sweeping around, his mind filled with thoughts of the upcoming tea break, his eyes gleaming with appetite. Qin Jianlu gave his usual smile. "Good morning, esteemed benefactors." The birdman was so startled that he fell off his chair and hid under the table. That blatant appetite made the birdman tremble. Qin Jianlu ignored the birdman. He thought the birdman might be sick. Qin Jianlu opened his notebook and began to read his speech. This draft was collaboratively prepared by 10 book club groups. Upon hearing that Qin Jianlu was going to hold a meeting, the group members excitedly produced over 100 versions of his speech. Finally, Liu compiled and finalized a 300-word speech. Qin Jianlu, accustomed to explaining Buddhist scriptures to his followers, spoke slowly and deliberately, striving to ensure everyone around him could hear and understand clearly. "I am Qin Xuanzong of the Great Tang Dynasty, the imperial brother of the Great Tang, the one destined by heaven to retrieve the scriptures. I am Jin Chanzi, the second disciple of the Buddha of the Western Paradise, the most ferocious six-winged golden cicada of the primordial era, who devours all beings of the six realms. The heavenly realm, the human realm, the Asura realm, the animal realm, the hungry ghost realm, and the hell realm are all my prey. But don't be afraid, everyone, I now switch to a vegetarian diet. Next, I state my opinion. I believe the existence of the heavenly eye seriously disrupts the balance of the heavenly realm. All beings of the six realms should join hands to fight against the heavenly eye. The foreign deities, Isn't this a human? Why does it suddenly feel a little terrifying, at this moment, apart from the birdman? The other deities finally saw something they hadn't noticed before in Qin Jianlu. In their eyes, Qin Jianliu's aura was weak, and beneath his skin seemed to lie a great terror, as if he were about to tear open his skin and burst forth at any moment. Even more terrifying, they sensed a powerful force of faith emanating from Qin Jianlu. For a moment, they couldn't determine whether Qin Jianlu was a newly born god or an old god. What secret weapon did the Yan kingdom possess that dared to unleash such a ferocious beast? Would it devour them? Vegetarian? Who believed that? They certainly didn't. At this moment, The god shared the fear that the birdman felt when his gaze met Chinchianlio's. He felt an urge to eat them. They wanted to go home. They didn't want to become food. Did the Yen people actually support such a ferocious beast? It was terrifying. Qin Jianlu finished reading his speech meticulously, noticing that the gods were looking at him differently. He scratched his bald head and grinned sheepishly. This was all arranged by the book club. He hadn't written it himself, and he felt a little guilty. Gurgle, gurgle. Qin Jianlu's stomach rumbled. So hungry, so very hungry. Qin Jianlu thought about the tea break Li Qingyu had mentioned, and his saliva uncontrollably dripped out. He immediately wiped it away. Drooling. He really wanted to eat them. The foreign god's gazes towards Qin Jianlu changed. He wanted to escape, really wanted to escape. While Li Qingyu and the others were having a meeting, Song Tianju was watching the red roots transport bones. Red roots carefully coiled around the bones, filling in the gaps and blooming into colorful flowers that adorned the broken skull and chest cavity. Then, they were carefully moved into the torn space. This was delicate work, requiring a long time. Every now and then, the red roots paused, wrapping around the severely damaged bones, pondering how to use them to complete the fractures. The woman sat on the ground, staring blankly at this scene. She had finished her candy, and was now futilely chewing on a plastic stick. A white-gloved hand reached out, removed the plastic stick from her mouth, and handed her a cup of pumpkin juice with a straw. Hello, beautiful lady, I'm Nandatu, the head housekeeper, and also Mama. You can call me Teacher Pumpkin. The woman didn't know how to use a straw, so she took a sip of the pumpkin juice directly from the cup, and then her eyes lit up. Cook pumpkin milk, rock sugar, put it in a blender, smack. And the resulting pumpkin juice is nutritious and healthy. Isn't it refreshing? I also added some cucumber. This is a new recipe, Nandata said, pulling out a plate of pumpkin pancakes. Freshly baked pumpkin pancakes, chestnut filling. New upgrade, new recipe. Less oil, less sugar, very healthy. Song Tianju took a piece, took a bite, her face changed drastically, and she shoved it directly into the mouth of the large frog that was carrying the table. So disgusting. Chapter 224. It's truly healthy, but truly awful. The busy giant frog's expression froze, its orange eyes widening. Thud. The table crashed to the ground, hitting another giant frog's foot. Ribbit! 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 One frog rolled on the ground clutching its paw, while the other rushed to the riverbank to vomit. For a moment, it was incredibly lively. The clown in a red and blue suit, adjusting his hat, emerged from the spatial rift, stepping on the giant frog's head to cushion his landing. He opened his arms wide and declared in a booming voice, I am the clown. The Clown Amusement Park cordially invites all those with aspirations to join us in building a joyful family. A red root slapped the clown across the face. Trying to steal my kill, huh? Is the amusement park more fun than the magic gourd? Get lost. The clown, beaten up, hung in midair. The two giant frogs composed themselves, set up the table, picked up the clown's hat, and began rummaging through the floor. Candied hawthorn berries, want some? Squid tentacles, want some? Chocolate cake, want some? Crispy honey bread rolls, want some? Grilled pork belly, grilled octopus, volcanic rock sausage, grass jelly milk tea, lobster fried noodles. Want some? Want some? Soon, a pile of food filled the table. The woman held a strangely flavored, super healthy pumpkin pancake in her hands, watching the two large frogs busily working, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Who is she? Where is she? What is she doing? The woman had forgotten her fear, only confusion remained. Want some? One of the large frogs held up a tornado potato. Seeing the woman didn't speak, the frog opened its mouth wide with a whoosh and ate a skewer of tornado potatoes in one bite. Woman, Taking advantage of Nandata's inattention, Song Tianju pulled out a spicy snack gift pack from the clown hat, squatted down to the side, and secretly ate the spicy snacks. Wang Jiuzhou immediately leaned over and held out his hand. Give me one. Nandata laid out the waterproof mat for outdoor camping, set up the small tent, tied up the hammock, and placed the portable stove and grill pan. He opened a half-meter square insulated box, and took out slices of meat and vegetables. My darling's first pot of grilled meat. Nandata turned his head, and saw Song Tianju and Wang Jiuzhou eating spicy strips. At that moment, the sky seemed to fall. Ah, don't eat this kind of unhealthy, low-nutrition stuff. Ah! Nandata was heartbroken. The viewers in the live stream silently took out spicy strips and instant noodles. If they could, They would trade with Nan Data for the grilled meat. The grilled meat looked like the best cuts of beef and lamb. Tears of envy streamed down their faces. They wanted this kind of super concierge too. Where can we get one? Sign up, we have to sign up. The two frogs came over, holding small bowls of grilled meat. Seeing this, the woman tiptoed over to cook as well. Nan Data looked utterly dejected, making handmade spicy strips on the spot. Don't eat the clown's spicy strips, their source is questionable. Eat homemade ones. Nan Data was heartbroken, but he worked quickly and efficiently, not forgetting to wipe away the sesame seeds from the two frogs and the woman's mouth. Woman, don't wipe her face with a rag. Time Forest, male moms are the best. Who says male moms are bad? They're fantastic. Shao Xiai Kuinkuinda, I want pumpkin teacher, where can I get one? Pumpkin teacher is an all-around housework type weirdo, I want one. A bright moon hangs on a branch, can eat and work. I want one. I'm a madman. Upstairs, why do I feel like what you said is weird? Time passed slowly, and the red roots diligently adorned the skeleton, piecing together each fragment. Where damage was severe, roots were used to fill in the gaps. Nan Data felt the bones weren't wide enough, so he pulled out a large bucket of bleach and volunteered to bleach them. Then, Nan Data was also hung up. In a small grove of red roots, several hammocks were tied together, with two eerie figures hanging from them. They swayed left and right in the wind, looking particularly unsettling. Frogs, having just finished a round of barbecue, each held a basket of food, lying in their hammocks, legs crossed, relaxed. The woman was engrossed in eating. She felt out of place here, but that didn't stop her from eating heartily. Song Tianju and Wang Jiuzha were each given a bowl of spicy strips, and no longer wanted to touch them, so they lay on mats sunbathing. Mission requirements: find the truth and escape the mountains. The mission time is 3 days. It's still early, the sun is shining brightly. The woman finally finished eating. She tiptoed to the mat and lay down. Without realizing it, she fell asleep. When she woke up again, she found it was already evening. The setting sun was blood red. Dinner was hot pot. The copper pot bubbled and simmered. One large, square pot contained spicy, 1 mushroom, 1 tomato, and 1 plain water. A variety of side dishes filled the table. Wang Jiuzha noticed the woman sitting up and waved, "Dinner's ready." The woman threw off the blanket that had been covering her, and walked over, her back to the setting sun, her steps uneven. Song Tianju said, 3 days, I don't know if it's 72 hours, they didn't say how it's calculated. Let's eat first, we talk after. The woman, It was strange, really strange. The woman opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but Wang Jiuzha stuffed a piece of corn into her mouth. You seem to really like this? Eat up. There's plenty. It wasn't that she liked corn, it was just that corn was the only food available. After dinner, it was already dark. The clown had set up colorful lights and entertainment, standing in the open space, luring non-existent tourists to play ring toss. Nan Data set up a small table, making sugar paintings. The red tendrils were still busy, occasionally extending a tendril to twirl up the sugar paintings and steal them. Wang Jiuzha held up the corn sugar painting and handed it to the woman. It's corn. The woman wanted to say that she didn't actually like corn, but she had no choice. But the maltose was really sweet, sticking to her teeth, and she couldn't open her mouth. At this point, everyone realized that the so-called 3 days wasn't 3 days and 2 nights, but a solid 72 hours. That is to say, this instance ends tomorrow afternoon. Now that things have come to this, it's obvious who the lucky ones who will pass are. Most of the lucky ones will proceed to the next level. The lucky one who failed has 2 more chances. A woman, a sugar painting dangling from her lips, lay in a hammock gazing at the stars. A large frog approached, and the woman wanted to ask it if there were any gods in the sky. Just as she opened her mouth, a fruit platter appeared before her. After dinner fruit, cantaloupe, blueberries, and digestive tablets. Dahua said you ate too much and wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. The woman, She had no more questions. Meanwhile, the first day of the first Global Non-Human Organization Anti-Tianmu Conference concluded successfully. Qin Jianglu jogged out of the venue, pulling the exhausted and dazed Li Qingyu along. Li Qingyu walked slowly, so Qin Jianglu simply had the red-bottomed macaque carry her. Meeting adjourned. Meeting adjourned. Go back. Go back. The meeting only included lunch and a tea break, there was no dinner. Qin Jianglu was already hungry, and couldn't wait to eat. The red-bottomed macaques, eager to collect their wages, ran frantically. The deities, who had been led back to their hotels, watched as the monkeys squawked and tossed Li Qingyu around, occasionally grabbing Chen Jianlu by the collar and charging forward. Their aggressive demeanor suggested they were about to attack an enemy. Was there infighting among the Yin Kingdom's deities? Judging by their fierce appearance, a major fight seemed imminent. Some deities shook their heads and sighed, while others had a sudden flash of inspiration. They felt they had figured it out. Chapter 225. Lady Bai went to the restroom and came out late. The monkeys were already almost at the intersection. Lady Bai gave the various deities, her expression aloof, remembering Zhao Jiangqing's instructions before she came. Have presents. The stronger the presents, the bigger the bonus. Lady Bai took out her phone, checked the time, and immediately jumped up, running towards the fleeing monkeys. Her favorite milk tea shop was closing in half an hour. That shop was slow to serve. She had to be quick. She was out of money, and needed to ask Li Qingyu for an advance on her wages. Thinking of this, Lady Bai forgot her aloofness and ran frantically. Put down Li Qingyu. Put down Li Qingyu now. Transfer money. Transfer money. Seeing this, the deities became even more certain of their guess. While Yin Kingdom appeared to be a unified force, internal conflicts were brewing. The monkeys left behind to clean the venue quickly tidied up, squealing and rushing out, ignoring the gods completely. Off-duty monkeys transformed into free-eating monkeys. They went to collect their wages from Li Qingyu, had him buy things for them, and went to the night market. The monkeys, lacking the ability to transform, deeply regretted their actions. They should have focused on cultivating their skills. Being a monkey and going out to spend money was too conspicuous. Only by going out in human form could they avoid causing a stir. They had to cultivate diligently. The foreign gods believed that the gods of Yin Kingdom were divided into 3 factions. One led by Li Qingyu, another by Chen Jianlu, and the third by this group of monkeys. These 3 factions were rife with undercurrents, none willing to submit to the others. In the Tianmu conference room, Zhao Jiancheng breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the return message. The next moment, he was forcibly controlled for 10 seconds by a short video recommended by his local phone. The short video, only 10 seconds long, showed a group of monkeys carrying 2 people as they ran wildly along a closed road. The title was, Zoo Monkeys Escape, Taking Zookeeper Away. Posted by, A Bright Moon Hanging on a Branch. Zhao Jiancheng gritted his teeth. What are security doing? Weren't we ordered to close the road? What's going on? His secretary watched the video and gave an awkward but polite smile. Sir, this looks like it was filmed from a very far distance. Delete the video. And delete the person who posted it too. The timing was sensitive. Zhao Jiancheng suspected the person was a spy. The video even showed foreign deities. Those deities probably thought having strange horns, wings, and halos was attractive, and they didn't know how to behave. They were just standing there like a cosplayer. It wasn't everyday life at all. Investigate this bright moon hangs on a branch thing thoroughly. I rather hang myself from a southeast branch. What kind of weird name is this? Isn't there another one called lift oneself to the clear pond? The secretary hurriedly went to handle it. This matter wasn't a big deal, but it wasn't insignificant either. It was indeed a work error. The secretary didn't understand. They had clearly arranged equipment to interfere with the drones, and the surrounding buildings were all their own people. How could someone have filmed this video? 10 kilometers away from the venue, on the rooftop of a tall building, a person was fiddling with a telescope. As expected of me. The effect is even better after changing the lens. The air quality is good today, and the image is clear. I wonder which zoo it is. So many monkeys have escaped. He chuckled as he wiped his astronomical telescope. There's a big moon the day after tomorrow. I hope the telescope won't be so inconsiderate as to interfere with my observation. The doorbell rang. He went to the door and, through the peephole, saw a delivery man carrying a package. The things I bought this afternoon arrived so quickly. He opened the door, reached for the package, and the next second, handcuffs were on his wrists. Hello, I'm Qin Liang from the Stability Maintenance Team. Everything you say from now on will be recorded. It wasn't a delivery. The man handcuffed to the sofa regretted buying this Bauhaus-style furniture. He felt like he was already in prison. What he used to think was classy now felt like a mock prison. Senior Qin Liang, what did I do wrong? Don't call me senior. A bright moon hanging on a branch is you, right? Yes, it's me. I use this ID on all my platforms. Senior, have you forgotten? I even added you on WeChat. Your profile picture is a moon above a tree. Don't change the subject. Name. I'm Wu Shuai. Senior, you really don't remember me? Wu, a bright moon hanging on a branch, astronomy enthusiast, handheld computer user, telescope aficionado, and Shuai is heartbroken. Qin Liang took a deep breath and forced a smile. Wu Shuai, if you say another word, believe me, I tell your grandfather, and have you hung on a flagpole and whipped. Wu Shuai shrank back, not daring to say another word. Wu Shuai wasn't afraid of his parents, but he was afraid of his grandfather. And Qin Liang was the old man's favorite junior. Wu Shuai was the unloved, marginalized, pitiful little guy. While Qin Liang was interrogating him, the rest of the stability maintenance team was inspecting the large penthouse on the top floor. 3 hours later, it was all over. Qin Liang turned off the recording, stepped on Wu Shuai's leg, and pinched his chin, saying, "So you just wanted to test the new equipment? You casually took a video and posted it online?" "Yes." Wu Shuai's voice trembled. He was a rich second-generation heir. His parents' biggest expectation of him was that he wouldn't squander the family fortune. Wu Shuai lived up to their expectations, becoming a recluse, obsessed with astronomy. His grandfather, whose relationship with his parents was strained, had high standards and strict requirements, wanting Wu Shuai to attend military academy. Wu Shuai's academic performance was fine, but he was rejected due to health reasons. Later, Wu Shuai enrolled in a school in his hometown to study architecture, where he just coasted along. Speaking of which, Wu Shuai and Zhao Yubai were in the same school. While Zhao Yubai was lost in thought by the lake, Wu Shuai was fishing not far away. Initially, the dean of the philosophy department was after Wu Shuai. The fish were the dean's own. But when he got to the lake, he saw a student who looked like he was about to jump into the lake. The dean was terrified. His chances of becoming the principal depended on these next few years, and this brat couldn't afford to get into trouble. The dean only told Wu Shuai to keep an eye on him, promising him he could fish as much as he wanted. Over time, Wu Shuai and Zhao Yubai became familiar strangers. Zhao Yubai thought Wu Shuai was a regular fishing NPC who spawned by the lake. Only Wu Shuai knew that even during class, he would sit by the window, using binoculars to watch for the thinker by the lake. Zhao Yubai didn't know who Wu Shuai was. Wu Shuai also didn't know that the person who frequently went to the lake, looking like he was about to commit suicide, was the infamous wandering soul from the philosophy department. Wu Shuai was a year younger than Zhao Yubai. While Zhao Yubai was engrossed in preparing for her postgraduate entrance exam, Wu Shuai turned down all internships and stayed in S-City, watching the moon. "Senior, don't you know me? My grades weren't good enough, so I was forced to study architecture. My dream is to gaze at the stars. I'm such a good person." Qin Liang really wanted to punch him, but her colleagues were all around, and she had to save face. "Shut up. Come back with me for further investigation. The moon hangs high in the sky. You look like you hanged yourself from a tree. One more word and I really beat you up." The Tianmu team members watched this scene in shock. They had never seen Secretary Qin so emotionally volatile. What they didn't know was that Zhao Jiangqing's emotions would soon follow suit. Let's offer incense to Commander Wu in advance. Chapter 226. Wu Shuai was heartbroken. Although his name was Wu Shuai, he wasn't actually handsome. Wu Shuai was of average height, build, and appearance. Both his looks and physique were average. He was the kind of person who wouldn't stand out in a crowd. But Qin Liang had a deep impression of Wu Shuai. Because the fish that the dean of the philosophy department released into the lake back then were bought by her. "All you do is cause trouble. Take him away." Qin Liang was furious. Having such a classmate embarrassing her in front of her boss really angered her. Thinking of Zhao Jiangqing's expression just now, Qin Liang was even angrier. "What, senior? I was wrong, okay? Shut up." An hour later, Zhao Jiangqing stood behind a one-way mirror, looking at Wu Shuai, who was tied up, and took out his phone, pressing the reject button for the 25th time. Zhao Jiangqing put away his phone and asked, "Is this the kid?" Qin Liang nodded. "It's him. The equipment has been dealt with. It's just a matter of how to handle this person. All right, everyone get out. Turn off the surveillance." Qin Liang was taken aback. Seeing Zhao Jiangqing's serious expression, which didn't seem like he was joking, he immediately went out to make the arrangements. Zhao Jiangqing pulled out his belt, tested its feel, and went to the interrogation room next door with his hands behind his back. Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai, who had been staring blankly with his head down, immediately jumped up when he heard the voice. "I'm here. Your grandfather called me 25 times. You can choose whoever beats you up." Wu Shuai was almost crying, shrinking his neck and saying, "Uncle Zhao, don't hit me in the face. Don't hit me in the face." Zhao Jiangqing immediately swung his belt down. This Wu Shuai has been a coward since he was a child. Born with a weak constitution, he was pampered by his parents. Grandpa Wu and Zhao Jiancheng had long disliked this kid. Thinking of the boy's numerous misdeeds, Zhao Jiancheng almost laughed in anger. You're useless at everything, but you're a master at causing trouble. Filming from 10 kilometers away, you really got some nerve. Do you even know what you're filming? If your grandfather weren't still alive, I think you were worth $500,000. Zhao Jiancheng brandished the belt with ferocious force. The reason was simple. Practice makes perfect. Zhao Jiancheng was adept at beating his son. He was equally skilled at beating Wu Shuai. The reason was simple. Wu Shuai's father was adopted by his mother, Lu Huaixiang, and after a few years, he was adopted by her widowed old comrade in arms. Zhao Jiancheng felt that his mother's place was like a pet hospital. Brats came and went, and someone always came to adopt them. Wu Shuai's father, Wu Daodu, was a skinny kid, but his brains were sharp. Later, he had a falling out with his father, refused to join the army, and started his own business. Wu Daodu worked his way up, eventually hitting the jackpot, and is now quite successful. He's a well-known entrepreneur. Wu Daodu is a very independent person, and his relationship with his father is strained. Therefore, many people in Zhao Jiancheng's circle aren't familiar with Wu Daodu, and the younger generation has virtually no connection with Wu Shuai. Zhao Jiancheng is different. He beat up Wu Daodu when he was a teenager, when Wu Shuai tried to jump into a pot of boiling water. Later, Wu Daodu sent Wu Shuai to his house for summer and winter vacations, and he continued to beat him up. Wu Shuai and Zhang Sanwen are complete birds of a feather. They're either courting death or on their way to it. The two of them took their D license exams and went racing cars in the middle of the night. One person hung from a tree, another fell into a ditch. He sneaked off to the suburbs to set off fireworks during the new year, only to blow up a borrowed tricycle, leaving him bald for months. He insisted on winter swimming in the winter, but ended up lying on the cracked ice, too afraid to go forward or backward. His phone froze and shut down, and he waited for hours until a kind passerby threw him a rope. He ended up with pneumonia and spent half a month in the hospital. After being discharged in the spring, he was itching to go swimming again. One was washed ashore on a gravel beach, the other was pulled out by fishermen, who mistook him for a corpse and immediately called the police. Beating up Zhang Sanwen was a piece of cake. Beating up Wu Shuai was just a side effect. Zhao Jiancheng even beat up Wu Daodu, so Wu Shuai was a given. He was the one who named Wu Daodu. As the eldest brother, Zhao Jiancheng had no qualms about disciplining the brat. Uncle Zhao, if you hit me, my grandpa can't fight back. My dad can't fight back either. Please help persuade him. Sob, sob, sob. Wu Shuai was heartbroken. He really didn't mean it. He didn't know anything. He was just testing the binoculars. No one told him about martial law. Wasn't that just an ordinary hotel? He should have just been taking pictures of birds. While Zhao Jiancheng was beating his nephew, Li Qingyu was on a shopping spree, buying everything in the night market. He dragged his suitcase back and found an old man in an old-fashioned military uniform standing by the wall. He went over and asked, "What are you doing?" The old man said, "Friend, I'm looking for someone. His name is Zhao Jiancheng, and I need to see him urgently." The more Li Qingyu looked at the old man, the more familiar he seemed, but he couldn't remember him for a moment. He asked the doorman for a form to register, and the old man carefully wrote down his name. Li Qingyu glanced at the name in the register and immediately sprang to attention. "Please sit down. It's so late. Have you had a late-night snack? Have some grilled rice cakes and stinky tofu first. I go ask, don't rush." Li Qingyu swayed the man down at the guard's small tea table, laid out some snacks, and then dashed off. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiancheng broke his belt, found a rope to tie his pants, and went out to call for help. Li Qingyu followed, holding up his phone. "Chief, this person is looking for you." The phone screen showed search engine results. The first page was all about that old man. Zhao Jiancheng glanced at his phone, clicked his tongue, opened the door, glanced at Wu Shuai, who was slumped over the table pretending to be dead, and shook his head. "Bring him over. Tell him I'm in a meeting. He handled inhumane matters before, so show him respect. Also, prepare the medical personnel, they be needed later." Li Qingyu nodded repeatedly. Li Qingyu skipped the stairs, grabbed his suitcase, and jumped off the building. He shoved the suitcase at the Peking monkey after landing and ran to the entrance. "Good day, General. I show you the way." The old man waved his hand. "That's not appropriate. Call him out, I handle it in person. This is supposed to be a secret agency, I can't go in." Li Qingyu quickly called Zhao Jiancheng. After their conversation, he carried Wu Shuai out and placed him in the guardhouse. Wu Shuai's face fell when he saw the old man. "Grandpa, What brings you here? The old man didn't answer, but pulled out his belt. You have to discipline a child early. Ah! Ah! Didn't you say you wouldn't hit him anymore? What? The old man remained silent, continuing the beating. As long as he doesn't die, beat him to a pulp. Li Qingyu's eyes widened. He silently hid behind the guard, peeking out to watch Wu Shuai get beaten. He didn't know the cause and effect, but watching someone get beaten was quite amusing. Wu Shuai was beaten so badly he could barely breathe. The old man tightened his belt. Deal with him however you want, even if you have to be shot, you unlucky bastard. The old man said this as he walked out with his hands behind his back, then rode off on his jingling bicycle. A black sedan and 3 bicycles quickly followed. In these extraordinary times, it wouldn't be good if anyone harmed the veteran. He needed tight protection. The old man turned his head, gave the 3 electric bicycles a disdainful look, and snorted coldly. What the hell, needing electric assistance to ride a bike? Li Qingyu stood on tiptoe, peering into the doorway. Good heavens, he saw the person from the textbook. Wu Shuai lay on the ground like a dead dog, medical personnel treating his wounds. Having been beaten twice, there were no fatal injuries, only scalp pain. Wu Shuai, bruised and swollen, wanted to cry. He genuinely didn't know. He just wanted to test the binoculars. Li Qingyu patted Wu Shuai on the shoulder. Dude, you really got some nerve. Li Qingyu felt that he had really seen the world today. Chapter 227. The next day, Li Qingyu got up early to continue attending the meeting. He noticed the strange looks the deities gave him. Pity mingled with schadenfreude, and schadenfreude with pity. Li Qingyu? ? The lucky ones in the live stream were still finishing up their tasks. Mission requirements: find the truth and escape the mountains. Escape from the mountains has 2 common options: take the mountain path or the waterway. Jia Fengming chose the mountain path. She had experience in mountain warfare. She felt the dried rations in the village were unsanitary, so she picked some corn and roasted it by the river. Following her intuition, she chose a direction and prepared to head up the mountain. Just as she reached the foot of the mountain, Jia Fengming was stopped by a villager carrying a woodcutter's knife. The villager said aggressively, "Did I say you could leave? Even if you die here. So you're obstructing my mission?" Jia Fengming pulled out a large iron ladle she had taken from behind her. "Say it again, what are you doing?" The woman squatted to the side, munching on corn and sighed. The woman thought that if Jia Fengming, who was usually reasonable, hadn't been a good fighter, he would have been killed long ago. Zhang Yiyan chose the waterway, going downstream. The woman pointed to the hillside, trying to get her to go further into the mountains. Zhang Yiyan shook her head. "The altitude is too high, I can't climb it, and I can't finish it. So let's change our approach. Do you know what kind of tree has a high oil content?" The woman looked blank. "Today the wind is from the south, so we go south. There are pine trees over there, and one of them is dead. Let's light a fire first, and when people are putting out the fire, we set the village on fire, and then go downstream. Those bones, put in the water, will eventually leave this mountain." The woman asked, "Will this work?" Zhang Yiyan rambled on, "It's Chinshur, 7 to 9 a.m., so we take 9. There are 6 surrounding mountains, so we take 6. We're surrounded on all sides, so we take 4. 9 6 4. Zhang Yiyan extended her right hand, lightly tapping the knuckles of her other 4 fingers with her thumb, half-jokingly saying, "Quick joy, quick joy, quick joy." The direction is south, belonging to the vermilion bird, the element of fire. Good fortune is coming, plans will be made in 3 6 and 9. Today, the south wind fuels the fire, lost items will be found on the road. Auspicious year, auspicious month, auspicious day, auspicious hour, great fortune to begin work. Let's go, let's get to work. The woman was stunned. Although she didn't quite understand, it seemed to make a lot of sense. Zhang Wenwei was squatting in the ditch catching fish. She finally caught a big fish, only to be slapped across the face by its tail. She stunned the fish, started a fire to roast it, and hummed a song as she did so. "I intend to gather the village elders, meet my poet friends, and enjoy fresh fish and new wine. What need is there for earthenware bowls or porcelain cups? Pushing aside the table, without exchanging cups, I sing loudly and slap myself." The villagers had already surged towards them, carrying shovels, hoes, and axes, their momentum fierce. With ambition soaring to the heavens, Zhou Tsang will display his heroism today. Each one draws his bow and mounts his crossbow, each one clad in armor and robes. Let's go to the single-blade gathering. Zhang Wenwei flicked her wrist, and the fish on the iron rod fell back into the water. The villagers, Their eyes, filled with greed and ferocity, were confident of victory. Zhang Wenhua looked up at the sky and said, "The advantage is mine." She planted the meter-long iron rod into the ground. Immediately, a thunderclap rose from the ground. The thunder was dazzling, leaving the viewers in the live stream speechless. They thought Zhang Wenhua was about to make a move, but they never expected her to choose to use a cheat code. Bao Zhu was running up the mountain, lighting fires as he ran. Running away was his most prized skill. Bao Zhu ran ahead, the villagers chasing behind. Bao Zhu ran and lit fires, covering several hilltops, and the villagers simply couldn't catch him. "You little brat, stop right there. You think I won't kill you?" Bao Zhu stopped, picked up a rock, and threw it down. "Go ahead and kill me if you dare. You can't even catch me, a bunch of useless trash." Bao Zhu's words didn't hinder his run at all. He knew very well that if he was caught, he would be beaten to death. Bao Zhu ran as fast as he could. The woman stood on a rock, watching in shock as Bao Zhu ran wildly, tossing her around like a dog. Bao Zhu passed her, glanced at the menacing villagers, and simply hoisted her onto his shoulder, and continued running. "Run!" They seemed furious. "We die if we get caught." The enraged villagers hadn't realized that the village was already engulfed in flames, a sea of fire behind them. A southerly wind fanned the flames. Bao Zhu kept running, grabbing whatever leaves and wild vegetables he could find to stuff into his mouth. "When will this end? I'm so hungry, so hungry, so hungry." Lu Huaixiang sat on the ground eating corn, while Jingwei threw bones into the river. Jingwei ran back and forth, finally exhausted. It transformed back into its original form, frantically fanning itself with its wings, sending the bones tumbling into the river. Lu Huaixiang picked some corn kernels and placed them on a palona leaf, waiting for Jingwei to eat. Some villagers tried to confront her, but they were afraid of the talisman in Lu Huaixiang's hand and could only hide and spy. Time passed slowly, and Jingwei was still busy. Lu Huaixiang had already picked a lot of corn kernels. Finally, Lu Huaixiang said, "That's enough, Jingwei, come back for dinner. You're sick. I get you some of those glasses later, the kind that can process images, remove the water from the picture, so you can't see it." Jingwei came over to peck at the corn kernels. Lu Huaixiang drew a map on the ground with a stone, pondering how to get there. "The wind is from the south now. This ravine is a wind gap. Let's set a fire here, the fire going north, then we head southeast, just over this hillside. Due east is the direction the river flows away. High mountains and cliffs, with water rushing down." Lu Huaixiang felt that taking the mountain path was more secure than the waterway. Jingwei transformed into a large bird, quickly finished eating the corn kernels, shrank, and landed on the woman's head, her beady eyes staring at the rough map. "This is troublesome." Jingwei flapped its wings, stood on one leg, and showed off its claws. "I have 2 claws. One claw can grab one person, let's fly out." The woman trembled. "I can't get out, don't bother, I can't get out." Before the words were even finished, Lu Huaixiang slapped the woman on the head. "Defeat before the battle even begins, you deserve a beating." Lu Huaixiang doubted whether Jingwei could carry 2 people, after all, the bird looked small, and even as a human, it would be small. Lu Huaixiang instructed Jingwei to light the fire, then proceed with the original plan, traversing mountains and valleys. Jingwei, a compliant little girl, flapped her wings and flew high into the sky. Her beady eyes peered over the hiding villagers, looking towards the southern mountain pass Lu Huaixiang had mentioned. Jingwei didn't fly south, she simply flapped her wings in that direction. "I borrow 3 parts of Zhurong's fire, and this mountain will remain white for 5,000 years. Flames fell from Jingwei's wings, landing on the villagers, spreading southward against the wind. The fire raged fiercely against the wind. The mountain people didn't even have a chance to cry out before they were reduced to charred remains. Lu Huaixiang slapped her forehead, realizing something. She had forgotten that Jingwei's brother was Zhurong. What's wrong with borrowing a little fire from her brother? A large bird swooped down from the sky, grabbing Lu Huaixiang and the woman by the shoulders, and flew eastward. The fire spread rapidly, showing no sign of stopping until the land was completely burned. The viewers in the live stream, watching this fire, gained a profound understanding of deities for the first time. Before, they were only awestruck by Chiqian's waters. Now, watching the towering flames, they felt a chill run down their spines for the first time. A small bird flapping its wings possessed the power of a natural disaster. And this was just borrowed. How powerful would a deity be if it unleashed its full power? "I borrow 3 parts of Zhurong's fire, and this mountain will be a wasteland for 5,000 years. This was no joke. Song Tianju basked in the sun, a lollipop dangling from his mouth. The red roots finally completed their work, stuffing the repaired skeleton into the torn space. Excitedly, they bloomed with a series of small red flowers, swaying left and right, applauding themselves. Song Tianju shouted, 9 moves, 9 moves, what time is it? Wang Jiuzhou, who was attempting a perfect watermelon slice, replied, 14 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Song Tianju got up from the ground and snapped his fingers. Time's almost up, clean up the battlefield. The red roots, roused, continued upwards along the river, spreading towards the village. Unlike the gentle handling of the skeleton repaired earlier, these roots finally revealed their true form. Howls of agony filled the air. Wild dogs and mountain people, pierced by the roots, their flesh and blood becoming nourishment, reduced to mere skin and bones, dragged into the ground. The view for the live stream audience shifted to an overhead perspective again, the green mountains and clear waters covered by the red roots, until everything was crimson. Then, these roots began to bloom. Flowers of every color bloomed, a riot of reds, purples, and greens. Wildflowers covered the ground, blooming in succession. Song Tianju wrapped a vine around the woman's wrist and slipped into a crevice. Let's go next one. Wang Jiuzhou quickly caught up, carrying a large watermelon. This watermelon is especially sweet. Especially sweet. Mountain Fire found the truth and escaped the mountains. The 3-day dungeon period has ended, settlement in progress. Chapter 228. No rule comes from nowhere. Every rule is an accumulation of experience, a construct of destiny. A river flows through the mountains, with villages nestled along its banks. The river flows from west to east, surrounded by mountains on all sides. The mountains rise and fall, trapping the beast within. The name of this village is Qinlu Village. A clear stream flows slowly from west to east, reaching its end where, without the support of the mountains, it plunges into a valley, creating a deep pool. High mountains and sheer cliffs. In truth, this waterway is not easily traversed. The character Yao is composed of 3 two radicals, and Yan Yang is called Yan Yang because she lacks the element of earth in her 5 elements. Yan Yang's family has been silversmiths for generations. Her mother died when she was 10, and from then on, Yan Yang and her father, the silversmith Lu, depended on each other for survival. Silversmithing was a laborious trade. In Yan Yang's time, gold wasn't much more expensive than silver, not even 100-fold difference. But gold is gold, and it was still more expensive than silver. For craftsmen, gold was easier to mold, with a lower failure rate and a higher success rate. More importantly, the labor cost was higher. Silversmithing was tedious and tiring, with little room for error. There was an unwritten rule: if you can forge silver well, you can forge gold well. Lu the silversmith had little capital and couldn't afford to work with gold, so he spent his days working with silver. It was a demanding job, requiring meticulous attention to detail and utmost care. His wife died, and the money the family had saved in their early years had been used up on medical expenses. Lu the silversmith felt life was meaningless and lost his will to live. Just then, an old friend wrote, inquiring about his children's in-laws. His friend came from a family of scholars and farmers, quite wealthy, but his son refused to study, causing him much worry. With no marriage prospect, the old friend recalled their old joke. Lu the silversmith received the letter and pondered it over and over, finally deciding the marriage was a good one. Lu the silversmith called his daughter, Yan Yang, over and explained the reasons in detail. Although that family's son wasn't very ambitious, at least he had land, a house, and access to education. From now on, they would be financially secure. Yan Yang nodded. Thus, Lu the silversmith had a new goal. Yan Yang was an excellent embroiderer, spending her days threading needles to embroider her wedding dress. She also did mending and washing work, saving up some copper coins to exchange for thread and buy fabric. Lu the silversmith said that a generous dowry would prevent her from being looked down upon. Her old friend's home was over 300 li away. Marrying so far away made her vulnerable to being bullied, so the dowry needed to be impressive. Yan Yang wove and embroidered, and the days passed by. Lu the silversmith hammered away day and night, honing his skills, and his business flourished. He saved up copper coins to exchange for gold. The first year, Lu the silversmith said, "Son, we have 1 tael of gold." The second year, Lu the silversmith said, 2 taels. The third year, Lu the silversmith said, 3 taels and 5 mace. The fourth year, a friend's messenger came urging him to hurry. Lu the silversmith carefully checked his inventory, sent the messenger away, and then took on a big job. After many days of hard work, he delivered the silverware, and Lu the silversmith finally saved 5 taels of gold. Lu the silversmith melted down the gold, made it into small gold ingots, and examined them in his hands, becoming more and more delighted. This gold is different from silver. It's heavy. Yan Yang chuckled to herself. What difference? The weight is the same, only the size is different. Yan Yang picked up the gold ingot and also felt the difference. It was heavy and had a good weight to it. The father and daughter surrounded the small gold ingot, exclaiming in amazement, delighted no matter how they looked at it. Yan Yang protested, clutching the still warm gold. Father, why do you insist on marrying her off? With the gold, we can find a son-in-law to help you. It's said that life has 3 hardships: rowing a boat, blacksmithing, and grinding tofu. Actually, silversmithing is hard labor. Blacksmithing requires strength, working day and night in front of a charcoal furnace. Silversmithing is delicate work, requiring constant attention. Silversmithing is more physically demanding than blacksmithing, and earns less than goldsmithing. Lu the silversmith, though not old, already had a full head of white hair and was in poor health. Yan Yang felt that it was better to find a son-in-law to stay at home than to marry her off hundreds of miles away. Lu the silversmith objected. Lu the silversmith believed that his daughter should marry out. Of the 5 tails of gold, Lu the silversmith took 3 tails to make bracelets and hairpins. 1.5 tails were for his future grandson to make a piece lock and small bracelets. The remaining ½ ounce of gold was repeatedly drawn and stretched by Lu the silversmith until it was as thin as the silk thread that had been split twice. Son, have ½ ounce of gold with you. Don't tell anyone. If you suffer any injustice, use this as travel money to go home. Yan Yang was skilled at embroidery, and she threaded the gold thread into her clothes. It was invisible from the front and back. To the untrained eye, they would only think it was high-quality fabric. To avoid being noticed, Yan Yang deliberately kept the embroidery minimal, making it stand out from the rest of her dowry. On her wedding day, Lu the silversmith accompanied her for 20 li, watching her ox cart disappear from sight before turning back. That night, the ox cart carrying Yan Yang was intercepted by bandits. Yan Yang was knocked unconscious, and when she awoke, only her clothes remained. Her gold and silver jewelry were gone. She was taken to Qinglu village and married off to a villager. Yan Yang's dowry consisted of nothing more than a large camphor wood chest and a few unremarkable clothes. A fierce-looking woman blocked the door, brandishing a kitchen knife and shouting, "You were bought by my family for 2 taels of silver. Live an honest life and don't even think about running away." But she originally had 5 taels of gold and a considerable amount of silver. Yan Yang wanted to leave, kneeling and begging. Yan Yang's father was a silversmith. His family possessed more than 2 taels of silver. How could 2 taels of silver buy a life? Yan Yang's dowry included 5 taels of gold. You have gold? Dream on. Even if you do, it belongs to my son. What of yours doesn't belong to my son? From now on, my son is your everything. Yan Yang lay on the ground, silently clenching the hem of her clothes. She still had half a tael of gold, enough to exchange for 2 taels of silver. But this wasn't the way to exchange it. Yan Yang was unconvinced. She wanted to leave. She wanted to go home and find a son-in-law to live with her. She wouldn't marry far away. She wanted to open a silver shop. Yan Yang climbed out the window in the middle of the night, walking unsteadily under the bright moonlight. She reached the mountains and got lost. The mountain wind howled, the owls sneered, and the shadowy vegetation seemed like haunting ghosts. Yan Yang struggled left and right, unable to escape the mountain. Torchlight flickered at the foot of the mountain, and the men, familiar with the path, followed the trail and found Yan Yang. Beat her. She won't learn her lesson unless she's beaten. Still trying to run? Do you think she can get out? Surrounded by mountains, she was trapped. Yan Yang was pinned to the ground, countless hands moving around her. She tried to struggle, and someone hit her on the head with a stone. From that day on, Yan Yang was somewhat delirious. She regained consciousness in the middle of the night. While walking along the waterway, she cut her leg on a sharp rock and nearly sank into the mud. She was pulled from the water, but not saved. Her clothes were soaked to the bone under the moonlight. Before she could even cough up water, she was grabbed by the hair and dragged into a veil of gauze. She was taken on a mountain path, trapped in the mountains, and dragged back again. Countless eyes stared at Yan Yang. After this happened many times, Yan Yang stopped trying and just looked at the sky. After a hard day's work, before going to sleep at midnight, Yan Yang liked to look at the sky. In her childhood, her mother liked to burn incense and pray to Buddha, saying that there are gods 3 feet above one's head. Yan Yang looked up and looked, looking 3,000 feet, gazing at the moon, hoping for divine intervention. Are there really gods in the sky? Why won't the gods look at me? Chapter 229. Is Aunt Tu going home? Aunt Tu's home has never been in Qinglu village. Aunt Tu's nickname is Tu Kula, and she says she doesn't like mountains. A clod of earth can be shattered by torrential rain and fierce winds, becoming dust and going to farther places. In the 5 elements, mountains represent earth. Metal is sharp, earth is heavy, heavy earth buries metal, trapping people within. I hate it. I hate it. I can't get out of this mountain. I can't leave. The fortune teller said that Yan Yang lacks earth in her 5 elements, fearing a life of wandering and instability. 3 earths make Yao, hence her name Yan Yang. Yan Yang thinks the fortune teller is talking nonsense. She's destined to lack earth. She should lack earth. She's destined to wander and drift with the wind, destined to experience constant ups and downs, destined for a life of hardship and difficulty finding a partner. She rather die by crashing into the South Mountain. Yan Yang was furious. But anger meant being beaten, and after the beating, she was left to fend for herself. In her childhood, after being beaten, her mother would take out her treasured ointment and apply it to her wound. Her father would touch her forehead in the middle of the night. Then, Yan Yang could hear her mother and father arguing in the middle of the night, one saying that she wouldn't learn unless she was beaten, the other saying that the beating was too harsh. These words went back and forth, sometimes turning into a shouting match. Sometimes her father would get slapped. When her father got slapped, there was no ointment to apply. So the next day, her father would smear some ointment from Yan Yang's arm and smear it on his face. Dad, you were beaten. You're mistaken, you're mistaken. You weren't beaten, you bumped your head on the doorframe. Now Yan Yang curled up under the bed, licking her wounds. She had no medicine. Yan Yang didn't eat dinner. There was meat at dinner, from the stillborn baby she had given birth to. Mingming cried loudly, but everyone said she was dead. Yan Yang's stomach was growling with hunger. She knew there was food on the stove, from the fire she had tended, but she didn't want to eat it. The village occasionally ate meat, but Yan Yang never ate it, because she noticed that every time they ate meat, a skeleton would appear in the barren land downstream. Some were large, some small, and you could see the marks of teeth gnawing. When she was little, her mother would cook a pot of meat for the new year, along with various offal and bones. There were cow bones, sheep bones, pig bones, chicken bones. The offal was all sorts of internal organs. Her mother's handkerchiefs were given to the butcher, and her mother would use her saved embroidery work to exchange for these things. Yan Yang had also tried to gnaw on sheep heads, and had secretly gnawed on cow bones that the authorities forbade the sale of. She recognized the marks left by human teeth gnawing on bones. She could distinguish animal skeletons. Rule 1. There is no meat in the food. If there is, please refuse to eat it. Yan Yang was responsible for cleaning, washing, chopping wood, and starting the fire. Everyone else preferred to go upstream, but Yan Yang preferred downstream. The water downstream was dirty. She was happy to do it. Yan Yang worked alone, washing clothes and fetching water, which made her a target, and she suffered many losses. Gradually, she stopped going downstream and always went with others. On the way back with water, she would secretly sprinkle a handful of dirt into the bucket. Rule 2. Do not go to the river bank alone, do not go up the mountain alone, and do not go to the cornfield. Yan Yang was busy all day long, woken up before dawn to chop wood, start the fire, fetch water, and cook. She was constantly on the go, and a moment's carelessness could result in a beating. She had to get up early, and go to bed late to avoid being beaten. Rule 3. Please go to sleep at midnight, and get up at 4 in the morning. Even sleeping wasn't peaceful, the windows weren't sealed tightly, and people would always break in. Yan Yang couldn't fight them. These people roamed in groups, behaving like humans by day, but like demons by night. Yan Yang wanted to die, but felt it was a waste. Why should she be the one to die? Yan Yang wanted to fight back, but she was no match for them. She hid a pair of scissors and stabbed one of them, then was dragged into the courtyard and beaten. Her nominal husband remained silent, handing the men sticks. Yan Yang felt that everyone here deserved to die. They stuffed her into her dowry chest and locked it. Yan Yang tried to get out, wearing her fingers raw and her nails peeling, but she couldn't pry open the chest. The locked chest looked like a square coffin. Yan Yang had half an ounce of gold, more than 2 ounces of silver. But she couldn't buy her own life. Only she knew she had half an ounce of gold. Yan Yang was locked up for 3 days, and nearly died. After that day, Yan Yang could no longer hide sharp weapons under her pillow. Rule 4. If possible, please place sharp weapons under your pillow. People came to Qinglu village again. The girl caused a scene, and had her leg broken. Yan Yang looked down at her own arm. Her arm had been broken too. This mountain was inescapable. Yan Yang watched quietly, and when her eyes met the girl's, her eyes held a barely concealed pity. A hand grabbed Yan Yang's ear. Aren't you going to work? All you do is slack off all day long. Late at night, someone knocked on the door. For the first time, those people didn't use the window in the middle of the night. Yan Yang didn't want to open the door, but she was afraid of their anger. Yan Yang trembled as she opened the door, only to find it was the girl. The girl had crawled there, covered in blood. Yan Yang hid her under the bed. Someone climbed in through the window. Yan Yang was on the bed, and the girl was under the bed. The next day, the girl accused Yan Yang of adultery, and Yan Yang was beaten again. Yan Yang didn't understand. Yan Yang didn't comprehend. Soon after, Yan Yang found a skeleton downstream. The skeleton had a broken leg. What was the use of appeasing those evil spirits? Yan Yang understood even less, and was even more confused. Yan Yang never opened the door to strangers again. Rule 5. Do not open the door to strangers. After giving birth to 3 stillborn infants, Yan Yang gave birth to a live one. It was cross-eyed and mentally challenged, but it was alive. Yan Yang was sold to other villagers. By the standards of Qinglu village, Yan Yang was useless. But some people felt that Yan Yang had some use. Yan Yang liked to look at the stars and the moon. She felt her fate was bad, perhaps because of her bad name. She wanted to know if gods really existed. Yan Yang still had half a tael of gold, more valuable than 2 taels of silver. But half a tael of gold couldn't buy her life. No one knew Yan Yang had half a tael of gold. Yan Yang thought and thought. She felt she should change her name. Yan Yang thought, and she realized she truly couldn't escape. Yan Yang thought and thought. Yan Yang chose a dry, late autumn day and lit a fire. This fire burned down the entire mountain. Yan Yang didn't want to die, Yan Yang wanted to live, but she didn't want to live like this. Then, let it burn her down. The wildfire raged for many days, and another spring arrived, the mountain sprouting new buds. Yan Yang still couldn't escape the mountain. A long time later, Yan Yang learned that her situation required a scapegoat. Yan Yang was indignant. She didn't need a scapegoat. Yan Yang couldn't escape the mountain. Many years later, a strange thing came to her. That thing had many soft tentacles. It was a bizarre creature. The bizarre creature was carrying a small creature that looked like a dog and a sheep at the same time, and the little creature was crying loudly. Yan Yang couldn't bear it, and slapped the little creature. It sounded awful. The bizarre creature said Yan Yang was angry, and wanted to take her away. I hate it. I hate it. Go away, don't bother me, I can't leave this mountain. The bizarre creature said she could leave. Yan Yang eventually left the mountain, but she still couldn't find peace. Now she is called Tian Tuku La. The name of the first instance is Mountain Fire. Quest requirements: find the truth and escape the mountain. Tuku La doesn't need a scapegoat. Tuku La doesn't want a scapegoat. Tuku La wants to ask, do gods and immortals really exist in this world? Have all the gods and Buddhas seen her? Chapter 230. Your body is a vessel. The screen in front of the live stream viewers went dark, then a small flame appeared. At first, it was a flickering flame, like a match just lit, then it burst into flames, filling the entire screen. Mountain Fire Instant Settlement in progress, estimated settlement time 24 hours. Losers enter the next instance handmade. Those who clear can choose to advance directly or enter the next instance. The substitute user Wang Jiuzhao triggered and completed the hidden quest. Half a tael of gold, gaining 1 card draw opportunity. The live stream will start in 24 hours. Please look forward to it. The live stream viewers realized that this instance was really different from the previous ones. Time Forest, 24 hours. It's 24 hours. How generous. But Yinzi, without you, how am I supposed to live these 24 hours? Fox Sister has a cat. Yan Yang has half a tael of gold, calculated according to the 16-tael scale, approximately equal to 15.6 grams, roughly half an ounce. Last night, international gold prices broke through the 3,000 yuan mark, while silver was at 30 yuan. 100-fold price difference. 2 taels of silver can buy a life, but half a tael of gold can't. This isn't about the price, it's about different circumstances. Zhu Feng. She clearly had 5 taels of gold from the start. 5 taels of gold could have provided a stable life for a while, but the silversmith insisted on marrying Yan Yang off. Yan Yang only wanted a son-in-law to live with her. What's wrong with that? Yan Yang only wanted to live. What's wrong with that? A bright moon hangs on a branch. Wait, who is Yan Yang? Did my internet go down? I'm really not Dang Wu. Upstairs, go reach your E. Also, go change your name. Seeing your name makes me angry. Studying and practicing is extremely difficult. Change your name. Change your name. Shinjinghua Dajuan and Momo Dajuan are so angry they won't even come out. Change your name. Wu Shuai grimaced as he removed the bandage from his wrist, rubbing his swollen cheek. On his swollen face, only one eye could barely open to see. Wu Shuai looked at the screen filled with requests for him to change his ID and scratched his head. I feel like I missed out on so much. Wu Shuai felt like he missed out on the whole world. He only been beaten a few times. How did he become so out of touch with the netizens? 24 hours, that's really generous. Wu Shuai popped an ice cube into his mouth, gasping for breath as he set up a VPN to access the internet. He was now redeeming himself, his task being to collect and organize intelligence, essentially working for the Hualun Bureau. Now, any trace of his online activity was subject to cross-checking by multiple people, and he could no longer see anything interesting. Wu Shuai wanted to cry. If he had known this would happen, he would have gone birdwatching. Even if he didn't, he could have watched the stars, the moon, or aircraft. Li Qingyu finished his meeting, carrying several bags, and upon entering, saw Wu Shuai, beaten beyond recognition, and almost burst out laughing. Li Qingyu weighed the bags in his hands and asked, "Want a lemonade?" Wu Shuai shuddered inexplicably upon seeing Li Qingyu. He was beaten because he had photographed Li Qingyu. Wu Shuai still didn't know why he had almost been beaten to death. Wu Shuai was terrified of Li Qingyu. Wu Shuai knew he had made a mistake, but he had no idea exactly what he had done wrong. He wasn't part of this system, and didn't have the authority to know. He only knew that he had lost his freedom. Wu Shuai didn't care about freedom. He was just trembling. Li Qingyu leaned closer, curiously asking, "Are you scared?" "What are you scared of?" "I'm not going to spit in your lemonade." A few fish scales still clung to Li Qingyu's face. The mental stress of the meeting had made it difficult for him to maintain his perfect human form. The bluish-green scales suddenly appeared on his face, and his lifeless eyes looked like they were wearing pure black contact lenses, revealing no emotion. When Li Qingyu went to buy things, the food stall owners all assumed the young man was cosplaying and didn't think much of it. They were worldly wise. What strange things hadn't they seen? Cosplay, they knew. Now, facing Li Qingyu directly, Wu Shuai felt his hair stand on end. He felt like he was being stared at by a cold-blooded animal. What's wrong? Did he get stunned? You can't hit someone on the head, Li Qingyu muttered, putting his lemonade on the table and turning away. The lemonade was a freebie from the vendor, and there were several extra cups. The monkeys wouldn't be able to tell which was which, so to avoid a commotion later, Li Qingyu decided to share with the security guard and the others. Wu Shuai watched Li Qingyu leave with his bags and purses, and shuddered again. How terrifying. Li Qingyu was completely unaware of how frightening he looked. He felt that his current appearance was at most that of a passerby disguised as a cosplayer. No one at the milk tea shop or food stall thought anything was wrong, and neither did the security guard or his colleagues. Therefore, Li Qingyu felt quite good about himself. My salary will arrive tomorrow, and I have enough money to negotiate an early repayment with the bank. I use the remaining money to buy games, and I also need to get a new power bank. I need to get a new pair of headphones, a Bluetooth headset for my glasses, so I can secretly listen to audiobooks during those tedious meetings. Li Qingyu meticulously planned his salary. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of him. It was Qi Tian, who had entered Tianmu a few days ago. Great sage? How did you get back? Li Qingyu looked up at Tianmu, questioning his existence. Qi Tian pointed at Tianmu and said, 24 hours is too long, I was bored, so I came out for a stroll. Qi Tian's sharp eyes spotted the durian pastries in Li Qingyu's pile of packaging bags, and he tore open a bag, pulled one out, and stuffed it into his mouth. Hot? The taste is alright, SOSO. Li Qingyu was completely dumbfounded. The heavenly eye hung high above, like two moons gleaming coldly. The heavenly eye was a moon beyond the reach of current blue star technology, yet Qi Tian could travel freely to and from it. Li Qingyu stared, utterly stunned, at Qi Tian, who was holding a durian pastry, trying to savor it. He realized the rules might have changed. Li Qingyu asked in a trembling voice, Great Sage, can you go back? Going back at the start of the game is quite interesting. I feel a power returning to me. Qi Tian peered into the other bags, picking out what he wanted to eat. Suddenly Qi Tian noticed the fish scales on the back of Li Qingyu's hand. Little fish, why do you look strange? Qi Tian poked the scales on Li Qingyu's hand, straightened up, and met Li Qingyu's dead fish eyes with his golden eyes. Qi Tian suddenly realized, you're about to succeed. Success what? Before Li Qingyu could ask further, he was surrounded by a group of monkeys. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, I had Secretary Li buy stinky tofu for Your Majesty to eat. Your Majesty, I made money. I have 250 left, give it to Your Majesty. Your Majesty, look at the lemons I bought, have one. Your Majesty, we can make money now. We can work and support ourselves. Chi Tian had a group of monkeys clinging to him, all stuffing things into his mouth. Occasionally, they would feed him something strange, and his face would change color. Li Qingyu was surrounded by a group of monkeys, all taking things from his hands. The monkeys and the fish formed a monkey climbing frame for the other monkeys. Old Sun, the gatekeeper, took a sip of tea from his plastic cup, watching this scene with a smile. Naughty monkeys. Chapter 231. Inside the Heavenly Eye, the lucky ones are playing cards on a giant chessboard. A pumpkin head is diligently roasting meat, 2 frogs are serving tea and water, a clown is playing the piano, and Wang Jiuzhou is trying to perfectly slice a beautiful fruit platter. Tian Tu Kula sits shivering in a corner. Wang Jiuzhou, with chopsticks skewered on a pineapple and a cantaloupe, leans over and nearly pokes Tian Tu Kula's face from both sides. Choose one. Tian Tu Kula looks left and right, then holds out both hands. She wants them all. Wang Jiuzhou then pulls out a skewer of candied strawberries. Jie Fengming, who lost at cards, sees the candied hawthorns from afar and rushes over, taking a crunchy bite. Can NPCs come out too? Jie Fengming munches away on the strawberry candied hawthorns, watching curiously as Tian Tu Kula munches on fruit from either side. Is she really an NPC? Or is she a boss too? Tian Tu Kula curled up in a ball, whispering, I'm a monster, I'm not human. Jie Fengming nodded, patted Wang Jiuzhou's shoulder, and said, she's a monster too, and so are the pumpkin and frog over there. They're perfectly normal. Tian Tu Kula looked at Wang Jiuzhou, then at Nan Datu, Sun Daqiang, and Wang Darren, and said in a trembling voice, I'm different from them. How are you different? Right, I wonder when we draw cards. Will it be like last time, drawing a ball of fire? Even 2 balls of fire would be fine. Tian Tu Kula continued to tremble, stealing a glance at Tian, who was secretly eating chocolate not far away. Tian had a sleepy little octopus hanging on her head, looking like an oddly shaped hat. Tian Tu Kula said in a trembling voice, there's no ball of fire. The cards are one-time use. And she looked down, staring at the 2 chopsticks in her hand, appearing extremely uneasy. The card drawing is a scam. Every time you draw a card in a single-player draw, the card is the same. Making a single card requires a lot of effort. The cards are all predetermined because a venue needs to be prepared. Jie Fengming exclaimed, what's the difference between this and a lottery? Song Tianjiao, holding a skewer of grilled pork belly, came over, her eyes widening at the words. So that's how it's done? I learned something new. Tian Tu Kila seemed even more flustered, fiddling with her chopsticks as if knitting. Song Tianjiu distributed scallions and bean curd rolls to those around her, then began distributing the pork belly. Let's eat, let's eat. How come I didn't think of this method? Sure enough, cunning merchants have their ways. Song Tianjiu looked around, trying to find Zhao Yubai. Song Tianjiao thought Zhao Yubai was quite the shrewd businessman. Maybe Zhao Yubai had some other inspiration. Song Tianjiu stood on tiptoe, searching. Where's Zhao Yubai? Did he die of old age? Tian Tu Kila, already engrossed in eating her roasted meat, replied, he ran away. Now Team 51 is 1 person short. Zhao Yuan ran away too. Now, out of the 60 people in Yin country, 2 are missing. They have to reselect 2 people, 1 from District 51 and 1 from District 45. Tian Tu Kila sounded guilty as she spoke, her voice wavering. Baozhu came over with a small cake, his eyes darting around. The live stream is stopped now. We really have 24 hours. Tian Tu Kila said, 24 hours? We need to eat, sleep, and set up the venue. Tian Tu Kila curled up in a ball, but that didn't stop her from eating. After finishing her wrap and the small cake on Baozhu's plate, she stared longingly at Wang Jiuzhou. Wang Jiuzhou, with a wrap in her mouth, looked completely bewildered. Clearly, this news needed time to process. She had always felt that those things were created instantly, including food and drink. Wang Jiuzhou thought it was amazing. She wanted to have them too. Seeing Jie Fengming still in shock, Tian Tu Kila reached out and took the grilled meat and wrap from Jie Fengming's hand. Song Tianjiu sat cross-legged on the ground, picked up the cola Baozhu had brought, poured a full glass, and handed it to Tian Tu Kila. Jingwei, who had been perched on the pumpkin head waiting for the barbecue, heard the sound of running water, rushed over, and plunged headfirst into the glass. Glug glug glug. Tian Tukila held the glass, watching the soaking wet bird and the constantly dropping water level, her lifeless eyes gradually widening. Can birds drink cola? Silly. I'm Jingwei. I'm the goddess Miwa. I'm Jingwei. Glug glug glug. It's actually quite delicious. Glug glug. Song Tianjiu took the bird out of the cup, hooked her hand, and a coconut was pulled over by red roots. She picked up a knife, cut open the coconut shell, inserted a straw, and stuffed it into the bird's beak. Slurp. What's this? Delicious. The little bird turned into a wet little girl, shook her head like a puppy, splashing cola all over Bao Zhu, and then Jingwei's own clothes dried. Bao Wu was astonished. An automatic dryer? Can it bake coconut chips? Bao Zhu found his place, and began to study how to properly use Jingwei to make coconut chips. Song Tianjiao, She always felt that Bao Zhu's focus was strange. Tukula stared at the coconut in Jingwei's hand. Song Tianjiu raised her hand, and a large bunch of green coconuts trailed over from the red roots. The heavy, head-sized coconuts were cleaved open in one swift motion, a straw inserted, and they were gone. Song Tianjiu opened 3 in one go, and when she looked up, she found herself surrounded by a crowd. After opening more than 60 coconuts in one go, Song Tianjiao's hands were trembling. Bahai got a coconut, slurping it down while staring at the still uncooked roasted rice cakes. Nandata thought roasted rice cakes were hard to digest, so he scheduled them for the last round. The previous dishes were all meat and vegetables, and to ensure the vegetables were flavorful, all the grease from the grilled meat was rubbed onto them. Bahai silently waited for the roasted rice cakes. Bahai was already starving, and now, drinking coconut juice only made him hungrier, his stomach rumbled. Bahai was a loner, he considered playing cards gambling and wouldn't participate. He was a monk, a vegetarian, and didn't eat meat. He wouldn't eat vegetables even if they were tainted with meat. Gulp. Bahai rubbed his stomach, looked at the crowd sprawled out, full and satisfied, and shook his head with a sigh. His gaze fell on Tian Tukula and Wang Jiuzhao, and he sighed even more. His gaze then fell on Song Tianjiao, and he sighed twice more. The great monk endured it for a long time, but finally couldn't resist and walked over with the coconut. Benefactor Song, the killing has been too heavy, not good, not good. Laid down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot, how about that? Song Tianjiao thought he had come for the coconut, and had even held it up. Upon hearing this, he immediately let go. Thud, the heavy green coconut landed on Fahai's foot. Ouch! Fahai clutched his foot, howling loudly. Lu Huixiang rolled her eyes, and stuffed a lettuce into Fahai's mouth. So much trouble. When you come out begging, don't you just eat whatever you're given? Why are you being so picky? What, do you expect us to give you 5 cents? The old woman had seen plenty of real and fake monks, and was completely unfazed by their tactics. Eat if you're hungry. Huddled in a corner like a rat in a gutter, it's not like we're bullying you. Lu Huixiang said, stuffing food into Fahai's mouth. The old woman didn't care about meat or fish. I'm the benefactor, you're the monk. I'm giving alms, you're begging. Whatever I give you, you have to eat. Even the Buddha of the Western Paradise couldn't help you. Fahai didn't even have a chance to struggle, he was force-fed like a duck. The 3 Zhang siblings silently hid in the crowd, pretending they didn't exist. When they were little, they wouldn't eat, and that's how they were stuffed into their mouths. Chapter 232. Fahai had no chance to struggle. Lu Huixiang had completely exploited a loophole in his faith. It was a perfect, unassailable loophole. Having dealt with religion extensively over the years, Lu Huixiang had developed her own methodology. Fakes? Just curse them. The more someone talks about retribution, the more likely they are to suffer retribution. The more cowardly they seem, the more likely they are to be genuine. In Lu Huixiang's eyes, Fahai was the cowardly type. Cowards are even easier to deal with. You're just bloated. Bloated means malnutrition, and malnutrition means you won't live long. You're such a grown man, and you're still picky about food, needing to be coaxed. You're lucky you met me, otherwise who would pay attention to you? I'm such a good person. Fahai's mouth was gagged, unable to speak. Lu Huixiang continued to force-feed him. The little octopus opened its eyes, its distorted pupils reflecting the image of the old woman bullying the monk. The little octopus was bewildered. Fahai was either respected or cursed as a bald monk. In either situation, he had never experienced such force-feeding. Fahai experienced a new sensation. He completely gave up struggling, and was forced to swallow the food shoved into his mouth. The old woman was very experienced. A bite of vegetables, a bite of a small steamed bun, a sip of water. A reasonable combination to minimize the possibility of overeating. The vegetables and steamed buns were greasy from the barbecue grill. But the old woman didn't care. Those bald monks, each with their own rules. Some don't even consider fish meat. They say anything for a bite to eat. Rules, all empty words. All lies. Lu Huixiang grumbled, taking a skewer of small yellow croakers from Nandatu, then, annoyed by the bones, shoved them back and grabbed a skewer of grilled octopus. Just eat it. A living person can't starve to death. The doctrines of Buddhism on Blue Star have undergone many changes, with different regions having different rules. Even on the issue of eating meat, there are many disagreements. The related doctrines are even more chaotic. Some can eat meat, some can't, some eat fish but say fish is vegetarian, some even starve themselves to eat air. Lu Huixiang felt those bald men were using their power to deceive people. Lu Huixiang was familiar with all these religions. The old woman would stroll around them when she had nothing to do. She sought answers everywhere, searching for just one thing. She had no other desires in the world, she only had one question, but unfortunately, no clergy member could give her a clear answer. Religion is good at comforting people, but Lu Huixiang didn't need comfort. She wanted a definitive answer. Therefore, to those religious sites, Lu Huixiang was like someone coming to investigate, to extort money, to cause trouble. They treated her like a formidable enemy. If they said yes, the relevant departments would come knocking. If they said no, the believers would come knocking. No matter what answer they gave, it was wrong. Unbeknownst to Lu Huixiang, her identity information had already been added to a blacklist in some places. A simple scan of her ID card would send a group of people trembling with fear. Lu Huixiang just wanted an answer. Older people often have strange obsessions. Lu Huixiang's obsession was just that one answer. Unfortunately, no one could give her an answer. Lu Huixiang patted Fahai's head, cursing, "Just eat when I tell you to. Stop dawdling, you'd definitely starve to death in a famine." Fahai had no chance to resist, sitting on the ground as the old woman pried open his mouth and forced food into his mouth. He tried to look for help with his eyes. Unfortunately, everyone looked up at the sky and the ground, but not at the monk. The little octopus wriggled its tentacles and landed on Tian's shoulder, its eyes wide open, the irregular pupils reflecting Fahai's pleading gaze. The little octopus understood. The little octopus discovered a new secret to raising children. The little octopus pulled out a piece of boiled pig liver and shoved it directly into Tian's mouth, covering her mouth with its tentacles. Tian's face changed drastically. The next second, Tian pulled the little octopus off and curled it into a ball. Tian spat out the pig liver and stuffed it into the little octopus's mouth. "It's awful." "Tui! Daddy, eat quickly, we can't waste food." At that moment, the little octopus lost its dreams. Time passed slowly, and everyone was full. The black and white chessboard was very large. The clown pulled out a bunch of single tents, purchased by the amusement park for their stargazing camping project, but never used. Each person had a tent, and the lucky ones, having eaten and drunk their fill, crawled inside and lay down to sleep. Some of them had completed the first instance, some hadn't. After the 24-hour rest period, the lucky ones, who had completed the instance would face a choice, whether or not to enter the handmade instance. Tian also went to sleep, carrying a small octopus in one hand and a red-eyed rabbit in the other, and crawled into her tent. Tian Tuku-La relaxed completely when she saw Tian enter the tent. Wang Jiao was still cooking. She was responsible for cleaning up. Song Tianjiao was doodling with paper and pen. Lu Huixiang, having fed Fahai, leaned over to look at Song Tianjiao's drawing, her lips twitching. "Is this a giant whirlwind?" "No, it's an ice cream cone." Song Tianjiao turned the drawing paper upside down and added an isosceles triangle. So, it became a pile of poop on the inverted triangle. An ice cream cone. Lu Huixiang, Lu Huixiang questioned her existence and immediately crawled into her tent to sleep. She thought it didn't look like ice cream, but more like a pile of poop. Fahai got a string of candied hawthorns, curled up in a corner, and diligently gnawed on the hawthorns. He was full, but felt strange. A bite of vegetables, a bite of rice, a sip of water, Fahai felt his stomach was full of water. He was full, but also felt like he wasn't, which was strange. The big monk finished his candied hawthorns, crawled into his tent, crawled into his sleeping bag, and fell asleep instantly. Fahai had been chanting scriptures for 3 days without a drop of water or a grain of rice. Now that he was full, his brain simply shut down, and he went offline. The lucky ones gradually fell asleep. Zhang Wenwei grabbed Jingwei, who was perched on a clod of earth, and ran off to exchange information. Jingwei, feeling comfortable from the massage, lay sprawled in Zhang Wenyue's hands, swinging her legs and saying, "Give me the code." Zhang San asked, "Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger?" "No, no." Zhang Wenwei said, "Eating grapes without spitting out the grape skins?" "No, no." Zhang Mian said, "Give me a hint." "No." Jingwei swung her legs, food and lodging included. Zhang Mian was bewildered. Zhang Wenyue's eyes widened, and Zhang San scratched his head. Xie Yulai leaned over to add, 5 insurances and 1 fund? 6 insurances and 2 funds? That's right. What kind of corporate slave code is this? You can't come up with this kind of code without years of corporate slave life. The 3 siblings were speechless. Li Qingyu said, workers have the spirit of work. Even working demons and working gods are still workers. Working requires a balance of work and rest, so try to slack off and take advantage of opportunities. Jingwei directly quoted Li Qingyu. After saying that, she realized something was wrong. Her beady eyes darted around. She covered her mouth with her wings, thought for a moment, then flapped her wings and slapped Xie Yulai on the head. Behold my great memory loss technique. Chapter 233. Xie Yulai, covered in bumps from Jingwei's beating, could only raise his hands, claiming he'd forgotten. Jingwei's beady eyes darted around. Forgot what? Forgot to shear the wool. Smack. Xie Yulai received a solid swipe from her wing. Watch my great memory loss technique. Song Tianjiao, who had been eavesdropping the whole time, She always felt these guys weren't quite as bright as they seemed. The lucky ones ate and slept and ate, and 23 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. The last meal was a large pot of stew, cooked by Lu Huixiang. The old lady distributed chopsticks while asking the lucky ones about their plans. This time, they had a choice. After clearing the wildfire dungeon, they could choose to enter the next 2 dungeons, or they could choose not to. Any rewards? We've been here so long and haven't seen any yet. Speaking of which, the global event is happening simultaneously. The other 2 instances must be running in other places already, right? Too bad we can't see the live stream. Will there be rewards after the settlement? The group discussed, glancing at Tian Tukula, who was shoveling rice into his mouth from a huge bowl. Tian Tukula shuddered, tilted his head back, and grinned. The group of rice-eating people suddenly realized, looks like there won't be any rewards. He looks like a pitiful little thing. Pan and Nightmare were so arrogant, and they didn't get any rewards. What can such a pitiful little thing expect? Tian Tukula lowered his head dejectedly, and continued eating. Occasionally, someone would reach for something and pass by Tian Tukula, causing him to shudder and tremble uncontrollably. Song Tianju beckoned with his finger, and a red root approached. Song Tianju gestured on Tian Tukula's body, the red roots bobbing and shaking as if trying to understand. Soon, more roots rushed over, binding Tian Tukula. It said this cures infantile convulsions. Song Tianjiao thought herself a genius. She learned it in one glance. Tian Tukula, unable to lift her arms, opened her mouth to catch the small piece of crispy meat offered by the red roots. It didn't matter, being bound was fine. As long as she wasn't beaten, as long as she had food, as long as she was alive, that was enough. She wasn't picky. In another room, a group of strange-looking people were laughing hysterically. Gluttony drooled. Anger looks like a wrapped pig's trotter. Would such a pig's trotter taste better? Greed stomped on Gluttony's forehead, kicking it several times. All you do is eat. Have you finished your work? Gluttony looked aggrieved, curling up into a ball, pretending she hadn't heard anything. The next second, Gluttony was hit on the head by someone falling from the sky. Huh? Wrong way. Chi Tian carried a 50-liter backpack, a bag of durians in one hand, and a box of milk tea in the other, all provisions brought to him by his monkey offspring. Being fed by his monkey offspring warmed Chi Tian's heart immensely. He wanted nothing more than to tell the whole world that his little monkey had grown up. Chi Tian stepped on a furry head, looked around, and saw several familiar faces. He immediately grinned. A group of strangely shaped figures froze. Zhao Hui. Did I, old son, go to the wrong place? Is this little glutton? Chi Tian poked Gluttony's head with a durian and asked, want some? Gluttony drooled, yes. Greedy Zhao Hui wiped his face. He realized something was wrong, very wrong. Zhao Hui looked at Chi Tian with suspicion and uncertainty. He couldn't see any future in Chi Tian. At this moment, Chi Tian was like a startled monkey to Zhao Hui, without a past, without a future. Zhao Hui couldn't see Chi Tian's future, nor his past. Chi Tian was like a pen piercing through a simple drawing, abruptly existing, impossible to ignore. It was the same feeling he had towards Song Tianjiu before, except Song Tianjiu had a past. An exceptionally clear past. Zhao Hui asked in a trembling voice, "How did you get here?" "I took the wrong turn." Chi Tian was a little annoyed. Seeing Gluttony's eyes rolling upwards, trying to look at him, he bent down and stuffed a small durian into Gluttony's mouth. "Excuse me." Chi Tian nodded slightly, and the next second, he disappeared from the spot. Zhao Hui, has Tianmu become a place where you can come and go as you please? He had to rely on that shady Tian K to get in. How did this monkey get in? What went wrong? Zhao Hui tried to see the other lucky ones, but found that he couldn't see the end point of any of them. Everything was shrouded in mist. For the first time, Zhao Hui felt fear, a fear born of nothingness. He couldn't see anything, he saw nothing at all. He saw a mist, a chaos. That chaos, like a black hole, absorbed all his confidence. Zhao Hui shoved himself into Gluttony's mouth, his head peeking out from between its fangs. This makes me feel safer, and it's actually quite effective. Anger exists, and I need it too, because I am greed. Gluttony, with durian and Zhao Hui in its mouth, wanted to eat the durian, yet feared swallowing Zhao Hui whole. Gluttony rolled around on the ground in desperation, wanting to eat, yet afraid to devour Zhao Hui, tears streaming down its face. What? Gluttony felt pathetic. I can't see. I really can't see. I can't see. Zhao Hui's vision spun with Gluttony's rolling gaze, and he truly felt the fear of the unknown. He couldn't see the future, and he felt uneasy about it. He couldn't see the future of any of the lucky ones. On the chessboard, the red-eyed rabbit sitting next to Tian was picked up by a hand. Chi Tian stared at the red-eyed rabbit, somewhat doubting his existence. How come there's another one? Exactly the same. Zhang Sanwen immediately jumped up, pulled out the banana Zhang Wenwei had just peeled, and handed it to Chi Tian. Eat a banana? After you finish, teach me how to teleport. Chi Tian shoved what he was carrying into Zhang Sanwen's hand, patted Zhang Sanwen's shoulder, and said, "No, go home and eat your fill. You won't learn it. Your life is too short. You won't learn it." Too short a life? Zhang Sanwen was stunned. The lucky one holding the bowl looked bewildered. Go home. This word felt both strange and familiar. Chi Tian squatted on the ground, kneading the red-eyed rabbit with both hands, muttering, "They're clearly the same." Suddenly, Chi Tian thought of something, unzipped his clothes, and took out a piece of paper. These are the rules for the next 2 instances. Song Tianjiu shook her head. She thought she was hallucinating. She seemed to hear someone roaring. Warning! Death game, cheating prohibited. The rules were written on a small piece of paper. The handwriting was ugly. Zhang Sanwen recognized it at a glance. It was the handwriting of his troublemaking strategic partner, Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai? That kid's been recruited? What can he do? Monitor the moon? Take ultra-high-definition photos of Tianmu? Zhang Sanwen was genuinely shocked. Chi Tian said, "He secretly photographed my monkey and got caught. He's working overtime. That old man said this is called redemption. If he doesn't produce results, he'd be executed." Zhang Sanwen could almost imagine Wu Shuai getting beaten up, his mouth stretched to his ears. Song Tianjiu peered at the rules, then turned to look at Tian Tukila. These rules were different from what Tian Tukila had told her. It seemed the answer key and the expert solution were completely different. The rule Tian Tukila had told her was only 3 words. Flip the table. Chapter 234. If you can't beat the rules within the established rules, then flip the table. This instance is different from the previous ones. Song Tianjiu looked at Zhang Dazui and the others feeding Tian Tutsao. They have powerful backers. Chi Tian was interested in the picnic, but not in the large pot dishes, so he chose a glass of super healthy pumpkin juice. After one sip, his expression changed drastically. Being watched by dozens of people around him, Chi Tian, concerned about his image, forced himself to swallow the pumpkin juice and commented, "It tastes good." Nandata was delighted and offered him bitter melon and apple juice. Very healthy. Don't you feel your hair isn't shiny enough? You need to supplement with vitamins. Chi Tian looked troubled, while Nandata looked expectant. Chi Tian downed it in one gulp. He regretted it. He would never drink anything that evil Pumpkinhead gave him again. Nothing. With the rules in hand, he had the world at his fingertips. The clown pulled out a large whiteboard used for meetings, and drew a vertical line in the middle. Just as the clown was about to write the rules, he was kicked away by 2 frogs. Ribbit. Please call me Teacher Wang. Ribbit. Please call me Teacher Sun. Your lectures are top-notch. The 2 frogs, one on the left and one on the right, simultaneously wrote on the whiteboard, copying it neatly and cleanly. Class is now in session. Please do not make noise. You can eat in class, but no smacking your lips. The lucky one sat in a row, listening to the lecture. Tian Tukula stared at the rules on the whiteboard, completely stunned. Was this considered group cheating? She hadn't dared to leak the questions beforehand, only mentioning the solution approach. Tian Tukula looked at Tian sitting in the front row, a small octopus perched on Tian's head, and a red-eyed rabbit sitting on her lap. It looked like kindergarten children with toys in class. Tian Tukula lowered her head, not daring to look at the little octopus. The next second, a piece of fish tofu was brought to her mouth, and Tian Tukula opened her mouth and ate it. Tian Tukula suddenly realized that Tian K didn't seem so scary anymore. Her entire eerie self was wrapped in red roots. All she had to do was open her mouth and eat. There was no distinction between hot and cold, no anger or fear, only calm. It seemed like a long time ago she had felt this way. Like returning to the womb? Tian Tukula chewed on a cheese sausage, trying to think. Finally, the 24-hour countdown ended. The global live stream began, and viewers flooded into the live stream room. The viewers found the lucky ones from Yin country diligently eating, with a whiteboard lying on the ground, and 2 frogs sitting on the whiteboard, rubbing their butts against the words on it. Is there anything their esteemed users can't see? Eat 3 bowls in 1 meal. What is it that we can't see? Moon howls. What exactly is it that we can't see? Add a clump. Toad teacher, you're so heartless. What is it that you won't let us see? Move your butt. Entering the next dungeon. Handmaid, will you survive in silence or die in a burst of fury? Substitute dead Wang Jiuzhou. Please draw a card. 3 cards appear before Wang Jiuzhou. The backs of the cards are silver with lines drawn with gold threads, giving them a sense of space. At the deepest part of the lines, a small flame is hidden. Wang Jiuzhou chooses the middle card. Upon flipping it over, a star is on the card. Blue-black background, silver star. Card, a star. A star, a lonely star shining in the sky. The stars reflect the light of fixed stars. A single star is never alone. With this card, you never get lost. Where the stars shine, the sun and moon return. Private comment, good luck this time. This card may seem useless, but it's not a difficult hurdle. Angry silver glow. Perhaps Yan Yang isn't looking at the moon, but at the stars. Hung Ming Nan. With this card, you won't get lost, but Yan Yang herself is lost. When can Yan Yang go home? The viewers in the live stream didn't know that the cards were prearranged, they just thought it was good luck. Actually, all 3 cards were stars. The viewers didn't know that they missed a lot of crucial information in these 24 hours. Getting the rules before entering the dungeon is like getting the answer key before an exam. While you might not be able to analyze it thoroughly, at least you have the foundation. The meaning of every second counts in this moment. Wildfire settlement complete. Lucky winners, who successfully completed the dungeon mission, received 1 star fragment. 3 star fragments can be exchanged for the card A star, illuminating the way home. Lucky winners, please choose whether to enter the dungeon. A card appears simultaneously in front of each lucky winner. The live stream audience gasped in surprise. Those who saw it were simply happy, illuminating the way home. Is this the home they think they're talking about? This isn't a simple question. Ling 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 see. Isn't this another one of those stories about death being a return to the womb? Isn't this another word game about getting immortality through crying at an amusement park? 3:30 a.m. hungry. Could this be a conspiracy? It didn't say what kind of homecoming it was. Death is just a dark dream, returning to where you came from. Is this considered going home? After the previous dungeons, the viewers in the live stream had become immune to these word games. There's a conspiracy. There must be a conspiracy. They wouldn't believe this nonsense anymore. The lucky winners, who cleared the dungeon, exchanged glances and chose to flip their cards. They had already reviewed before the exam. How could they not go? Zhang Sanwen and Qi Tian had no choice. They hadn't cleared the dungeon. The mission requirement was to find the truth and escape the mountains. They only escaped the mountains, not found the truth. Therefore, their cards, like those of the other lucky winners who hadn't cleared the dungeon, were face up. They had no choice. The face up of the card was a seed. As the other lucky winners flipped their cards face up, the seed began to sprout, and a few seconds later, a blood-red flower bloomed. At the same time, a skeleton appeared at the root. Welcome to the Handmaid Dungeon. Mission requirement, towards rebirth. This dungeon is an extremely solo mission. All participants are solo. The viewers in the live stream realized that this was a patch. So far, Only the lucky ones from the Yin Kingdom have encountered duos in the single-player Rage instance. Song Tianjiu and Wang Jiuzhe. Lu Huixiang and Jingwei. Zhang Sanwen and Qiqian. Zhao Yubai and Zhao Yuran. Wait, where are Zhao Yubai and Zhao Yuran? The lucky ones have disappeared from the chessboard and entered the instance. The viewers in the live stream are sifting through the recording from a minute ago, trying to find Zhao Yubai and Zhao Yuran. Ultimately, they discover that Zhao Yubai and Zhao Yuran are missing. Zhao Yubai and Zhao Yuran were in the Mountain Fire instance, where they were double killed at the start. According to the rules, they need to participate in the second instance, Handmaid. Where are they? The Yin Kingdom's live stream has been divided into 63 rooms. 60 lucky ones, and Zhao Yubai and Zhao Yuran are absent, so there are a total of 58 live stream rooms. Wang Jiuzhe, Qiqian, Jingwei, Fahai, and Red-Eyed Rabbit each have one live stream room, for a total of 5 live stream rooms. There were a total of 63 live stream rooms. Wait, a Red-Eyed Rabbit? The viewers in the live stream rooms were dumbfounded. This rabbit, is it named Zhao Hui? Is this the rabbit that appeared in Xie Qingshan's memories in the Nightmare instance? Chapter 235. The name Zhao Hui echoed in the minds of the viewers in the live stream. The name seemed to appear out of nowhere, yet it carried a sense of familiarity. Someone switched to Zhao Hui's live stream. What they saw wasn't a red-eyed rabbit, but an ordinary-looking person. The kind of face that wouldn't attract much attention in a crowd. Zhao Hui was wearing a fitted outfit, which looked like a military uniform, or perhaps a modified suit. The pure black clothes made his skin appear pale, and he exuded a sense of dejection. So familiar, so very familiar. The viewers in the live stream realized that Zhao Hui truly gave them a feeling of déjà vu. Zhao Hui looked left and right, up and down, and with a furtive air, walked to the outside of a shop and examined himself through the floor-to-ceiling window. Black suit, black hat, looks like he's been dead for 3 years. And I even have a gun? Zhao Hui pulled out his pistol from his waist and started playing with it, but his finger got caught, and the gun slipped from his hand. He frantically tried to catch it, but accidentally triggered the safety, and the gun went off. Bang! The bullet grazed his cheek, knocking off his hat. Livestream viewers, the #1 suicidal person ever. I seen suicidal people, but never anyone suicidal like this. It's hard to say whether Zhao Hui was unlucky to fire a gun in the street, or incredibly lucky not to get a headshot. Still bewildered, under the horrified gazes of passers-by, Zhao Hui holstered his pistol and picked up his hat. A squad of guards passed by, glanced at Zhao Hui, rushed over, and dragged him away. An opposition member spotted. He's impersonating a guard, and firing a warning shot in the street. Zhao Hui is thrown into jail right from the start. Zhao Hui huddled in a corner of the prison, pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, on which were written the rules of this instance. Handmade instance, quest requirements, towards a new life. Rule 1. Please eat the provided food. Rule 2. Please wear the uniform. Rule 3. Please speak as instructed. Rule 4. Please strictly adhere to the timetable. Rule 5. This is a beautiful utopia, a place that carries the future of humanity. The current instance time is 30 days, and the time flow is different from the external time flow. Please act according to the instance rules. You can leave the current instance and enter the next instance at any time after completing the quest. The rules on the note are simple, covering the most basic things a person needs in a day. Eating, dressing, speaking, and the timetable might also include sleep and wake-up times. Zhao Hui's identity is a guard, and his clothes are exactly the same as those of the guards who arrest people. But he lost this identity at the start, and was judged to be an opponent. Truly the first person to fail miserably. The rules have a dogmatic feel to them, making people uncomfortable. Zhao Hui grabbed his hair, staring intently at the note on his knee. No, what I see isn't like that. It's different, completely different. The real rule should be. Zhao Hui bit his finger, and pressed it onto the piece of paper. Soon, the handwriting changed, and the rules changed. Handmade instance, quest requirements, towards a new beginning, whether it's dark night or light. Rule 1. Please eat the rationed food unless you find the truth about the food. Rule 2. Please wear the uniform unless you find the truth about the clothing. Rule 3. Please follow the instructions for dialogue unless you find the truth about the silence. Rule 4. Please strictly adhere to the schedule unless you can survive by other means. Rule 5. Is this a beautiful utopia, a place that carries the future of humanity? The current instance duration is 30 days, and the time flow differs from the external time flow. Please abide by the rules. You can leave the current instance and enter the next instance at any time after completing the task. Meanwhile, in the other 62 livestream rooms, the notes held by the lucky participants all showed this change. Song Tianjiao, her white dress stained, sat beside a trash can, stuffing the note into her tattered boots. Groups of guards, armed, passed by, searching for any escapees. They headed towards Song Tianjia's location. Song Tianjiu pried open a sewer drain and crawled inside. The guards' voices came from above. Keep searching. Our task today is to find 300. Not enough. This is God's will, for all of humanity. The guards running caused the ground to tremble slightly, and a drop of sewage from the sewer's metal filter landed on Song Tianjia's dirty boots. Song Tianjiu rubbed her face with the back of her hand. Sunlight filtered through the wire mesh, casting shadows on her face. Rats scurried past her feet, and wastewater flowed, carrying a foul odor. Song Tianjiu walked along the sewers for a while, and saw a lamp. Under this small lamp, a group of people were busy, their bodies covered in filth, sharing black bread and canned food. They noticed Song Tianjiao and waved. Didn't find any food? That's normal. Come and have something to eat? Song Tianjiu walked over, and saw that the group consisted of men and women, aged between 20 and 50. There were no elderly people or overly young children. After we eat, we explore the East District. The East District is where the wealthy live. We're sure to find food there. We try to find transportation, gather some food, and then escape. The speaker was a man who looked to be in his 30s, seemingly the person in charge here. Everyone else called him Big. Big seemed to be a good leader. When he spoke, his gaze would calmly sweep over everyone, and he would distribute the food he was holding to those who lacked it. Song Tianjiu was given 2 slices of black bread and a piece of strangely smelling bacon. Big said, if any of your companions are trapped, call them, and we go together. We will definitely escape this hell. We will definitely leave this city. Song Tianjiao, like the others, squatted on the wood. Everyone looked up at Big under the lamplight. The warm light above Big's head illuminated his somewhat balding hair, making the hair on his face appear translucent. Big's oily skin made him look like a translucent jelly. If there were less oil, perhaps he would look like a fuzzy fruit. Song Tianjiao thought Big looked more like grass jelly or turtle jelly. Under the bright light, the edges were a murky transparency. It looked greasy and rotten, making one wonder if it was even edible, or if it would cause diarrhea. Clearly, Big was considered sacred by the others. Everyone looked at Big expectantly. One person grasped Song Tianjia's wrist and whispered, Big is a savior sent from heaven. He saved us all. He always finds plenty of food, and he can lead us away from the guards. He's like an omnipotent god. Song Tianji followed the scarred hand upwards, and saw a woman wearing a triangular headscarf. The lace-white headscarf was stained, revealing a head of reddish-brown hair. The woman's eyes were brown, gleaming with adoration. Song Tianjiu estimated the woman was around 30 years old. This woman was named Eli. As Big's rousing speech ended, Eli pulled Song Tianjiu aside and began to tell him how she believed in this man. He saved me. He rescued me from those guards. He brought me here. Thank God I escaped. He's all-powerful. Eli's eyes gleamed. Chapter 236. From Eli, Song Tianjiu learned that this was the 3rd day of the hunt. 3 days ago, the city's governor suddenly issued an order, overturning all rules and free trade, reshuffling everything, and requiring everyone to strictly adhere to the new decrees. Everything had to give way to the birth rate. The slogan was, to ensure the survival of humanity. The governor was determined to raise people like livestock, placing infants in unified educational institutions, and categorizing people by gender. While striving to preserve the fire of life, they wanted to preserve the best quality fire. The city's residents would be under unified management and strict control. Everything had to start according to the new rules. I was a student. They suddenly broke in during class, and took the teacher away. The school was sealed off. None of us knew what had happened until all the female students were taken away, and those who tried to resist were hanged in public. Eli's voice trembled as she spoke, looking completely lost, like a frightened little animal. Song Tianjiu scrutinized Eli, feeling something was off. Song Tianjiu said, Are you really a student? How old are you? I think you should be a teacher. Eli shook her head. I'm 20 years old this year, and I haven't graduated yet. 20? Song Tianjiu's eyes widened. No matter how she looked at Eli, she didn't seem 20. Eli was a very sincere person. She took out her student ID and said, Look, I have 2 more years until graduation. I'm 20 years old this year. The student ID had Eli's photo and enrollment date. The enrollment date was 2122. The viewers in the live stream laughed. Nickname duplicate plus 10086. Shock Song Chiao in an all day. This Eli looks a bit mature. Qing Lin Han Feng. 2122. Is it the future? I go check other live streams to see if there's a heavenly eye above their heads. Divine Voice. Don't go, I checked, there isn't. Previously, in foreign live streams, there was no heavenly eye in this instance. Handmade this instance, well, like ribs, has a strong religious undertone. How can anyone resist faith? That's why many fail. Pure and delicate cleaning girl. What faith? What religion? I'm a flying ramen cult. I can convert to the hula tang cult anytime. I think you must put small fried dough sticks in hula tang. Unresolved both. Coincidentally, I'm a dry mixed hot dry noodles cult. I think soup noodles are heresy. Whoever eats soup noodles, I steal their garlic. Working in Parallel World 13, hot dry noodles are definitely better in soup. You are the heretic. I'm taking your vinegar. The son of the moon. My Biangdiang noodle cult is the only way. The garlic is mine. Give it to me. Jiran is not Jiran. Belt noodles are here. Give me some pickled garlic. The cat riding a whale. Instant noodles are noodles too. Add 2 eggs. Only love Gigi. Whatever, I don't care about cooking. The voice of God. Stop with the jokes, I'm talking about a serious religion. The biggest difficulty in these two instances lies in the lucky ones trying to rebel against their faith. These two instances have a very high failure rate. Xian and Gui. I think the flying ramen cult is also a serious religion. Who doesn't love ramen? If you don't love ramen, you still have to eat hamburgers, right? I declare that hamburgers also belong to the flying ramen cult. The live stream from Yin Country completely veered off topic, with most Yin Country viewers not taking religion seriously. When it comes to religion, Yin Country prioritizes practicality. Speaking of religion, most people think of its dark history. While theoretically it's better to believe it exists than not, people still prefer outrageous jokes. Divine Voice. Religion is part of governance. For a long time, this was a deeply ingrained imprint. Even now, some countries still govern through religion. They are willing to sacrifice everything for their religious beliefs. This is the key to success. Respecting their beliefs is the only way to succeed. Chasing the moon. Be upright and honest. What's wrong with not bowing to me? Not only will I not bow, I even steal an orange from the altar. Working in Parallel World 13, upstairs, that's not stealing. That's the ancestral master giving you a meal. Unresolved boat. Be careful, the ancestral master might beat you up with a feather duster in the middle of the night. Ha ha ha. Those speaking in the live stream were mostly people with independent internet access and a certain level of education. These people were wildly veer off topic, and the Divine Voice attempt to influence them was completely unsuccessful. Religion was something both familiar and unfamiliar to the Chinese audience. Rebelling against faith? Wasn't that practically self-revolution? The Chinese audience laughed it off, not seeing anything wrong with rebelling against faith. A faith that can be rebelled against is not a legitimate faith. Truth can never be defeated. What is defeated is not truth. The document jointly issued by the Religious Affairs Bureau and the Tianmu Group was printed out and posted throughout the streets and alleys. Every restaurant and supermarket had a stamped official document at their entrance. Even the telephone poles were plastered with them. Unrented billboards were also documents. The phrase digging up graves and temples from the Yin Kingdom rules appeared everywhere. Is this right? There's nothing wrong with it. Of course, the unpleasant truth must be stated up front. It's the same principle as secretly preparing ammunition before going to war. Song Tianju felt that Eli was exaggerating her age. She didn't look 20 at all. Song Tianju decided to ignore this for now. Maybe Eli just looked older? Song Tianju asked. You said all the female classmates were taken away. What are you doing here? Eli said, I skipped class. Thanks to Big, if he hadn't taken me to the hotel, I wouldn't have skipped class that day. He saved me from disaster. My aunt and cousin are in the East District. I'm going to rescue them. Do you have any friends? Song Tianju wasn't sure if he had any friends given his current status. But this didn't stop her from shaking her head, saying with utmost sincerity, I have no friends, I'm not popular. Eli believed her, her gaze towards Song Tianju filled with pity. Eli gestured to her chest, devoutly saying, God will bless you. The small electric light above her flickered, the voltage was unstable, and the light dimmed further. Song Tianju could barely see her own reflection in Eli's eyes. At the same time, she also saw the person standing behind her in Eli's eyes. It was Big. Big stepped out of the light, standing with everyone else, appearing less dazzling. But Eli's eyes still shone. Mr. Big, you saved me. As she spoke, 2 blushes appeared on Eli's face, the shyness of a young girl. Big's gaze fell on Song Tianjiao, who chimed in, Mr. Big, you're truly an angel. You will redeem everyone here. You will surely go to heaven after you die. A beautiful, peaceful, and serene heaven awaits you. Big frowned, about to speak, when the people around him echoed, yes, Mr. Big is so kind, he will definitely go to heaven. Thank you, Mr. Big. It was Mr. Big who saved us, Mr. Big who brought us food, Mr. Big will go to heaven. Big's expression was somewhat unpleasant, but he still managed a wide smile. God will save you all. Chapter 237. As everyone bowed their heads in prayer, Song Tianjiu hesitated for a second, noticing Big's darkening expression. Was he a cultist? Song Tianjiu scratched her calf through her sock. She sensed an uncomfortable aura emanating from Big. His gaze made her very uneasy. Song Tianjiu had met many religious figures, the earliest being the ascetics on the plateau and the priests of Shanghai. The ascetics always had expressionless faces, their eyes reflecting people. Seeing an ascetic was like seeing yourself reflected in their eyes. Whether given a piece of bread or 2, the gaze was always the same. The priest always presented a compassionate facade in public, but secretly had the nun scold her. Don't climb the cross to clean the ceiling, don't let the sheets fly onto the roof again, don't put exploding bamboo in his fireplace. When the priest secretly had the nuns cause her trouble, he never had such a gloomy aura. When Song Tianjiu was young, she had seen people of other religions, ritual implements made of bone, and things made of human skin. AMU forbade her from contacting those people. AMU would pull her aside on a hillside, grabbing her ear and scolding, those are evil spirits. AMU didn't believe in the eternal heaven. Song Xiaonan didn't believe in any religion, she only believed in herself. Everyone seemed very tired, and soon curled up in a corner to sleep. Sewage flowed in the ditch not far away, and it smelled terrible. The voltage of the overhead lights was getting lower and lower, and the light was dim. Big asked Song Tianjiao, why aren't you eating? Aren't you hungry? Song Tianjiao replied with a straight face, Mr. Big, I want to save it for the next meal. God has already provided so much. I want to leave more food for those who need it most. There must be many people without food right now, right? I pray for them, I mourn for them. Song Tianjiao pretended to be a believer. Her face was full of compassion, holding a loaf of black bread, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, as if pleading for divine attention. Big left. Song Tianjiao silently followed. The underground passages were dense, she lost him. This can't be. How could I lose him? Something must be wrong. Song Tianjiao muttered to herself, suddenly raising her hand to cover her mouth and nose. She rushed off in one direction, climbing up through a maintenance opening, reaching the surface, and breathing in deep breaths of fresh air. Is there something wrong with the air down there? Song Tianjiao shook her head, she realized her judgment had been flawed underground. Following someone, it's impossible to lose them. That's her basic principle. When faced with a problem, don't doubt yourself, first consider whether it's someone else, something else that's wrong. Don't panic when something happens, there's definitely something wrong. It's not my problem, it must be someone else's. This confidence drew laughter from the live stream audience. Meanwhile, other lucky individuals encountered similar predicaments to Song Tianjiao. Some were taken away by guards, while others chose to go into hiding. After going into hiding, if they made contact with anyone, they were always introduced to the resistance organization. Their scripts were all similar. Let's go together, find more people, leave together, and escape from here. Do you know any more trap people? The live stream audience felt a chill run down their spines. Nickname repeated +10086. How come this routine is exactly the same? Exactly the same as the live stream next door. Only loves Gigi. It's all a routine, a complete routine. Don't believe this nonsense. Jian Gui, I have a bad feeling. Has anyone seen this on foreign websites? Where's my top-tier content reposting and marketing account? Divine Voice. I watched the overseas live stream. I can't say for sure if it's a scam. There are many groups of people. Some are scammers, some aren't. Every time is different. Every live stream is different. The only thing they have in common is that a lot of people died. Pure and delicate cleaning lady, you look very familiar upstairs. Wait a minute, there aren't many lucky ones left overseas. How come so many people died? She ran is not she ran. Something's not right. This is very wrong. Qinglin Han Feng. Where did this come from? Why is this divine voice everywhere? I feel like I seen this idea a long time ago, riding a whale cat. There's an information gap. This doesn't make sense, does it? Could it be that he said a lot of NPCs died in the dungeon? I set up a VPN to go and see. Meanwhile, Li Qingyu, having just finished writing a meeting report, slung his bag over his shoulder and headed out to hand out flyers. The tasks were divided, and everyone had a designated area. In the area where Li Qingyu was to distribute flyers, motor vehicles were prohibited, and shared electric bikes weren't allowed either. Li Qingyu could only ride the bicycle he borrowed from the gatekeeper, Old Sun, clanging and rattling through the streets and alleys. Distributing flyers also required taking photos as proof. A little monkey perched on his shoulder, scratching its ears and cheeks. If you don't hurry, the ice cream will be sold out. Hurry up. Shut up. There are no security cameras here, so at least help me distribute some. An old man rode by on his bicycle, and a cucumber fell from his basket. The little monkey immediately rushed over and picked it up. The old man and the little monkey locked eyes. The old man slapped his forehead and pulled out his phone to make a call. The zoo? Your monkeys have escaped. There. Before he could finish, Li Qingyu rushed over and covered his mouth. The next second, several people surrounded him, watching Li Qingyu warily. Li Qingyu had just breathed a sigh of relief after hanging up the old man's call when a dark gun barrel appeared on his head. What are you doing? Li Qingyu was terrified, his scales practically standing on end. He raised his hands, his voice trembling. Li Qingyu of the Tianmu team's non-human squad. I'm here to hand out flyers. My work ID is around my neck. I'm one of you. Don't shoot. Even the best kung fu master is afraid of bullets. A hand reached out and pulled at the strap around Li Qingyu's neck. The old man on the phone waved him away, saying, "Get out of the way." I recognize this little buddy. Li Qingyu's legs went weak with fear, and he grabbed the old man's arm, pleading, "General Wu, help me up, help me up." Li Qingyu was genuinely terrified of these weapons. He might not be afraid of Satan, but having a pistol pointed at his head made him tremble with fear. 10 minutes later, in the living room, the old man looked at the upright Li Qingyu and handed him an orange. Don't be so formal. So, this little monkey is also a member of the non-human team? The little monkey the old man was referring to sat on the sofa peeling peanuts, stuffing the kernels into its mouth, and tossing the shells and red skins into the trash bag. The little monkey was tiny, but it ate with exceptional seriousness. Li Qingyu hurriedly said, "General Wu, this is considered Qi Tian's family member, not officially employed. I came out to hand out brochures today, and this monkey secretly followed me." The old man poked the little monkey's furry head and shook his head, saying, "Wrong. It didn't secretly follow you. It saw you were too weak and wanted to protect you." The old man waved his hand. "All right, I'm going to cook. Help yourself. You can stay for dinner if you like." Li Qingyu dared not stay for dinner, and quickly slipped away. Li Qingyu questioned his existence. Protecting me? This little Kaomi is protecting me. Chapter 238. After leaving, Li Qingyu couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. What did protecting him even mean? He looked at the little monkey hanging around his neck and realized he wasn't much different from it. The only difference was that he needed to write reports, prepare spreadsheets, and clock in for work. This monkey only needed to eat and sleep. The monkey woke up and tugged at Li Qingyu's ear, saying, "Ride faster. Ice cream, ice cream, ice cream. I want strawberry ice cream. Why didn't you say anything earlier? You were just making monkey noises in their house. Why didn't you thank them for the peanuts and oranges? As a monkey, you should at least be polite." Li Qingyu felt his life was miserable. If only he were a monkey. The king said, "We can't be exposed. Otherwise, we'd be mistaken for monsters and captured." Remembering the old man's words, Li Qingyu asked, "You're following me to protect me?" "Yeah. Can I have an extra scoop of ice cream? Mint flavor." Li Qingyu, Li Qingyu felt this little monkey was taking advantage of him, but after the old man's words, he felt uneasy. Li Qingyu always felt that older people saw more than he did. After handing out flyers, Li Qingyu quickly rode his bike back. As he rode, he realized something was wrong. It's rush hour. Why is there no one on the road? The red light has been on for 2 minutes? That's not right. Isn't there a traffic policeman on duty at this intersection? Last time I sped on a shared electric bike, the policeman made me write a self-criticism and post it on WeChat Moments. Li Qingyu muttered to himself, starting to pull out various pendants given to him by the Religious Affairs Bureau. The pendants were made by a unit under the Religious Affairs Bureau. The Tianmu group had a large box specifically for storing these things in their warehouse. Everyone else took one as needed, but Li Qingyu was different. He wanted them all. He took one from every religion. Li Qingyu gripped a Vidra in one hand and a talisman in the other, shouting, "What kind of demon are you? Come out at once!" The little monkey rolled its eyes, hooked its arm around Li Qingyu's neck, leaped into the air, and landed steadily on Li Qingyu's head. A white-haired man wrapped in a bath towel, not wearing pants, and with well-developed muscles, tore through space and walked in. He babbled a string of words that Li Qingyu couldn't understand. Li Qingyu looked up at the little monkey above his head. Did you understand what he said? The monkey rolled its eyes. I don't understand. It seems like he wants to kill you. Your muscles are well developed, but why go out in public without pants? It's such an eyesore. We need to criticize and educate him. We must criticize and educate him. Judging by his appearance, he's a foreigner? How did he enter the country? Does he have legal documents? Without legal documents, he'd be deported. Li Qingyu sized up the menacing man, then suddenly explained, he's wiped everyone out. Isn't that a disaster? Going out dressed like that, isn't that a violation of public order? That towel of his, I doubt it even covers his buttocks. As the man drew closer, Li Qingyu felt increasingly uncertain. Monkey, do you think I can outrun him on my bike? Fish, this space is trapped by him, you can't escape. Li Qingyu looked up and asked, then what do we do? The ice cream is almost sold out, and there's a limited amount of vanilla today. Remember the box the shopkeeper was carrying yesterday? She said it was imported vanilla pods. Give Monkey an extra vanilla ice cream. The man approached step by step, seeing his opponents, a fish and a monkey, lost in thought, discussing something else, while rolling their eyes. He immediately squeaked angrily, vanished from the spot, and reappeared in front of Li Qingyu, fist raised. The little monkey jumped onto Li Qingyu's shoulder, and bent down to pick up the work ID Li Qingyu had just hung around his neck. Facing the enemy. The front of the work ID had a seal, carved from Dushan stone, imprinted with cinnabar, bearing 4 square characters in clerical script. Yen Kingdom Rules. The back of the work ID contained employee information. Yen Kingdom Rules. Rule 1. No killing of Yen Kingdom citizens is permitted. Rule 2. No causing disasters within Yen Kingdom territory, including but not limited to thunderstorms, earthquakes, floods, landslides, avalanches, torrential rains, windstorms, fires, insect plagues, epidemics, and abnormal temperatures. Rule 3. All deities awakened within Yen Kingdom territory must abide by relevant laws. Violations will be punished according to the actual circumstances. Serious offenses will result in the exhumation of graves and temples, public announcement to the entire society, and the destruction of both physical and religious faith. Rule 4. Deities within Yen Kingdom territory are temporarily managed by the Tianmu Group in conjunction with the Religious Affairs Bureau. See attachment for specific regulations. Rule 5. Awakened deities within the territory of Yen Kingdom, including but not limited to intelligent beings born from religious, folk, or other sacrificial rites. See appendix for details. Enjoy all the basic rights of Yen Kingdom citizens. Yen Kingdom Rules, full name, Yen Kingdom Inhuman Behavior Code, provisional. The moment the towel-wearing man swung his fist, Rule 5 was triggered. Li Qingyu is a local fish, and enjoys all the basic rights of Yen Kingdom citizens. The moment the towel-wearing man touched Li Qingyu, Rule 1 was triggered. Killing Yen Kingdom citizens is prohibited. Li Qingyu equals Yen Kingdom citizen. Not killing Yen Kingdom citizens equals not killing Li Qingyu. Therefore, it is concluded that the towel-wearing man is very strong. One punch can kill a person. A force suppressed the towel-wearing man, causing him to convulse and fall to the ground. The little monkey jumped down, stepped on the other shoulder and sighed. Why bother? Rule 2 has already been triggered. Isn't this considered a natural disaster? A pseudo-natural disaster? Fish, 1 more scoop of ice cream. I want 4 colors. No 5 colors. Why? Do you know how expensive that ice cream is? The monkey is helping you hand out flyers. Monkey is good. 1 more scoop. The monkey pretends to be an ordinary monkey, not causing a stir. Monkey is good. 1 more scoop. The monkey protects you. Monkey is good. 1 more scoop. The monkey helps you fight. Monkey is good. 1 more scoop. The monkey wants to tear apart this space-time barrier. Okay, monkey, 1 more ball. Fish, do you want to be trapped here forever, turning into a dead fish? Li Qingyu suspected the little monkey was trying to fool him, but then he thought, 5 ice cream scoops, so be it. He didn't want to get hurt. His medical insurance hadn't been transferred yet. Besides, getting hurt would affect his work, and he still needed to save money to pay his mortgage. He didn't want to die either. Li Qingyu nodded, deal. The little monkey grabbed Li Qingyu's work badge hanging around his neck, and slashed it in the air. What the hell, daring to be so presumptuous? Open it! Li Qingyu felt a chill run through his body. A startled cry rang in his ears. Pervert! Amidst the bustling traffic and the cacophony of voices, the cries of alarm were incessant. Li Qingyu remained straddling his bicycle, waiting for the red light. A small monkey-like creature, resembling a golden monkey, hung around his neck, motionless and looking like a doll. On the zebra crossing in front of Li Qingyu lay a contorted human figure, naked, haphazardly wrapped in a bath towel. White fabric, it looked like a bath towel. Bare-chested. The light turned green, but the towel-covered figure blocked the way. No one waiting at the red light moved. They all pulled out their phones. To maintain order, Li Qingyu also pulled out his phone. Chapter 239. A traffic policeman, whistling, rushed over, his face grim and flustered. What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't gibberish, I can't understand you. What are you doing lying naked on the zebra crossing? The traffic policeman began calling for people. 10 seconds later, the joint enforcement team, who were waiting at the red light, got out of their vehicle. 3 minutes later, officers from the police station at the intersection arrived. 5 minutes later, people from a nearby television station rushed over carrying equipment. This is XX Station, now broadcasting live. A naked man has appeared obstructing traffic at the intersection of Yongguang Avenue and Xiangyang Road. This person has been apprehended. Relevant departments are currently urgently clearing the road. What caused the naked man to run around naked? Is he trying to get attention this way, or is he mentally challenged? This station will continue to follow up on this story. Li Qingyu, as a witness, volunteered to take statements from passers-by. Li Qingyu, while stuffing his work ID into his clothes, said with a smile, I'm closest to him. I go. You guys go home and cook, go home and cook. Good night, it's Friday, have a nice weekend everyone. As he moved, the little monkey hanging around Li Qingyu's neck remained motionless. The little monkey was so small that no one thought it was a living creature, just an ornament. Everyone thought Li Qingyu was a kind and helpful citizen. An hour later, in the basement, after much negotiation, Li Qingyu finally brought the person back, his face cold, as he ripped off the work ID from his neck. Spatial abilities, nice figure, no pants. So you're the Greek god, Uranus, who was killed by Zeus's father with a sickle? The god of space, killed by Zeus's father. Oh, should I put it another way? After destroying your physical body, you return to the sky? Li Qingyu adjusted his headset, and his secretary's voice came through. Uranus, strapped to the wall with belts, began uttering a string of words Li Qingyu couldn't understand. Li Qingyu frowned. Speak in a way I can understand, or I plug it in. As he spoke, Li Qingyu picked up a stun gun from the table. This stun gun wasn't a rechargeable portable one. It required a power source, and had a power output of 3 kilowatts. Wait a minute, I never seen this before. Let me examine it. After plugging it in, a blue arc of electricity appeared at the tip of the stun gun in Li Qingyu's hand. Never seen this before, high-tech indeed. As the stun gun activated, Uranus's hair floated up, looking from Li Qingyu's perspective like a bristling feather duster. Wait! Is this your Yin Kingdom's attitude? Can you speak human language? What attitude? You illegally entered the country, suspected of violating my right to life as a Yin Kingdom citizen. You also attempted to attack a senior member of the Yin Kingdom's Tianmu group, which is me. And you attempted to attack the family members of a key member of the Yin Kingdom's non-human team, that monkey. More importantly, you obstructed the Tianmu group's law enforcement. Uranus was stunned. He just wanted to kill a fish. Was it really that complicated? I, as the spokesperson for the Yin Kingdom at the first global non-human organization anti-Tianmu conference, have reason to believe that this is a blatant act of retaliation. This is a provocation against all non-human intelligent life on Blue Star. Who is behind your attack on me? Are they trying to undermine the Blue Star anti-Tianmu alliance? Li Qingyu said aggressively. He was no longer the Li Qingyu of a few days ago. He was a Li Qingyu who had seen the world. Do you know who I am? I am the great Uranus, the father of the Titans, the god of the sky. Oh! I am the husband and son of Gaia, the Earth Mother. Oh! I am the origin of the Olympian gods. Oh! Uranus had never seen such arrogance. No, this was beyond arrogance. Uranus felt unprecedented disregard. This fish was ignoring him. Li Qingyu waved his hand, and the stun gun in his hand touched Uranus. Sorry, I'm not part of the Greek mythology system. It's my duty. Even if Haotian comes, I still interrogate him. Even if Rolai comes, I still explain. Will you talk or not? Your mouth is pretty tight? What are you shaking for? Do you have epilepsy? Li Qingyu felt he needed to learn interrogation techniques. His performance was truly terrible. The initial stages were too rushed. Alas, this world is just a makeshift operation. Most of the non-human team's strength lies within Tianmu. If Chitian were here, that would be great, or even Jingwei. Li Qingyu felt like a mere little Karaomi, yet she had to face this cunning and tyrannical god of the sky. It was too difficult, truly too difficult. On the other end of the call, Qin Liang was researching. A group of monkeys squatted nearby, rubbing their hands together, ready to pounce. Want to fight? Want to fight? Want to fight? Will you pay me? Will you pay me? Will you pay me? Qin Liang, busy with his research, looked up at the excited monkeys, his lips twitching. This is a god who looks very powerful, the father of Zeus's father. Zeus is the king of the gods in Greek mythology, and Uranus symbolizes the sky in Greek mythology. A small monkey perched on the head of a red-bottomed macaque, earnestly asking more money? Qin Liang, He really didn't know where this monkey got its courage. The little monkey said, add 50. The shop across the street sells ice cream for 2 yuan a scoop, so 50 yuan is 25 scoops. Li Qingyu still owes me 5 super delicious ice cream scoops, that's 30 scoops. I want 30 scoops. Qin Liang hadn't expected this little monkey to be so good at math. Looking at this small monkey, which had only appeared in the monkey troop for a couple of days, and was clearly different from the other monkeys, Qin Liang was puzzled. How had this little monkey integrated? If the other monkeys were like the monkeys of Mount Ame, then this little monkey was a golden snub-nosed monkey. Both its size and appearance were different from the other monkeys. However, this monkey seemed exceptionally clever. It was incredibly shrewd, even knowing how to bargain. The other monkeys weren't as quick to react, nor as clear-headed. 200 a day, plus 50. Give it to me. I save the 200 and buy ice cream with the 50. The little monkey was eager to make the deal happen. It was clear it really wanted ice cream. Qin Liang thought for a moment, and actually agreed. Li Qingyu, why don't we let the little monkey try? Li Qingyu finally noticed that Uranus had been electrocuted, hurriedly unplugged the device, and tapped the earpiece to indicate agreement. Li Qingyu hadn't yet asked the little monkey what the protect him part meant. Could this monkey really have some special ability? They're both just small Karaomis. What special abilities could they have? Having received permission, the little monkey immediately followed Qin Liang to the basement. Upon entering, the little monkey rushed over and gave Uranus a good whack. I heard you. You can speak human language. Let's speak human language. The little monkey blew away the hair caught on its sharp nails, baring its teeth, its ferocious expression fully revealed. This place isn't somewhere you can just come and go as you please. Believe me, I, old son, will make your soul fly away. I am the god of the sky. A powerful punch to the left. Without me, the sky would disappear. A powerful punch to the right. Chapter 240. The little monkey perched on Uranus's head, lunging forward and tearing at his hair with both hands. We don't follow your rules here. The creation of the world was handled by the great god Pangu, so shut up. The little monkey ripped at Uranus's hair, its small size belying its formidable fighting power. Believe it or not, I give you a bald monk's hairstyle. You don't want everyone on Earth to see your naked body, do you? The father of the 12 titans, the god of the sky, naked now. Uranus, Li Qingyu and Qin Liang were both astonished. They hadn't expected the little monkey to be so clever, even resorting to threatening with photos. Li Qingyu glanced at the photo on his phone, a wide smile spreading across his face. Although the photos and videos had been dealt with, he still had one photo on his phone. He was closest to it, and his perspective was the most shocking. He was even considering demanding compensation from Uranus for emotional distress. The little monkey grabbed Uranus's hair, baring its teeth and snarling, "Do you want to experience global social death?" Uranus, god of the sky, father of the titans, the first king of the gods in Greek mythology, naked now. Uranus, Uranus was furious. Why weren't these people afraid? Why weren't they terrified? He was the great god of the sky, Uranus, father of the titans. Why weren't these people afraid? He was the noble king of the gods. The little monkey slapped the king of the gods' faces repeatedly. This side isn't red enough, make it more even. Uranus tried to struggle, but couldn't break free of the belt. It was just an ordinary belt, yet it bound him tighter and tighter like a magic rope. Fear gradually crept into Uranus's eyes. It began to tremble with fear. Qin Liang glanced at the time and said, "The God King doesn't seem inclined to talk. How about we just leave him with the stun gun plugged in and tie him to his body? It's almost time to leave work." "Are you working overtime? Tomorrow's Saturday. Does your team have any work scheduled? If not, we start again on Monday." These kinds of gods are usually incredibly strong. Getting struck by lightning is like taking a bath for them. Let's leave it plugged in. Let's go! There will be dumplings tonight. Li Qingyu felt his interrogation skills needed improvement, so he decided to secretly practice that night. Li Qingyu yanked the little monkey off Uranus, shoved the stun gun into his belt buckle, walked to the power strip, and plugged it in. The next second, sparks flew, and the power strip exploded. Li Qingyu scratched his head, simply turned off that section of the circuit breaker, and plugged in a new one. Sorry, I just realized this should be controlled by a switch. That way, it'd be foolproof. Don't look at me like that. I studied electrical engineering. I'm good at doing things, no problem. Li Qingyu said apologetically, picking up the little monkey and leaving. The little monkey was very unhappy. Ice cream, my ice cream. And overtime pay. I want it. I want it. Uranus trembled all over from the electric shock, his pupils dilating as he watched Li Qingyu leave. Uranus couldn't break free of the restraints. He felt a force suppressing him. Besides, weren't these people supposed to interrogate him? Why wouldn't they let him talk? He talk, okay? I. The stun gun made Uranus's voice crackle. Leaving the basement and returning to his office, Li Qingyu turned on the monitor, looking at Uranus on the screen, his face darkening. What kind of god is this? Is it fake? A little electric shock and he's like this? A few belts and he's tied to the wall? Is it all an act? Our security needs to be strengthened. Overtime, we absolutely have to work overtime. Qin Liang's face wasn't good either. It looks very convincing, but it's so unrefined. Could it be a fake? Maybe they're releasing a fake to distract us, while the real one is hiding behind, waiting for its chance. A conspiracy, it really is a conspiracy. The god of the sky, in charge of spatial abilities, sounds very intimidating. Let's contact the other departments first. Get the ground-to-air and air-to-ground weapons ready. The man and the fish were serious and focused. The little monkey hugged the piggy bank Qin Liang had given him, diligently picking out coins, counting them in pairs. 1 scoop of ice cream, 2 scoops of ice cream, 3 scoops of ice cream. The cafeteria started serving food. Old Sun, the gatekeeper, came out of the cafeteria carrying a bowl of dumplings, drinking the soup as he walked. Hissing from the heat, he returned to his own leather-bound chair, put down the bowl, tapped his knees, and hummed a tune to pass the time. Watching chess, the axe handle rots, the sound of chopping wood echoes, strolling slowly along the valley's edge. Selling firewood and buying wine, laughing wildly, indulging in self-satisfaction. As dusk settled, Old Sun, content, watched the passing staff, pulled a small bottle of wine from his back pocket, and secretly took a sip. What rotten watermelons and rotten sweet potatoes, coming to join the fun. They dare to be arrogant in our territory. Do they really think this is their little corner? Gods of the sky? One breath transforms into 3 pure ones. I might as well say I am the primordial beginning. Just as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck Old Sun from the sky, hitting him on the head, instantly making his hair stand on end. Hey, just kidding. You took it seriously? I just sprayed my hair gel at noon. Can't you be a little childlike? Just kidding, really just kidding, don't break it. After a moment of commotion, Old Sun picked up his bowl and slurped down a mouthful of dumpling soup. This is called using the original soup to digest the original food. Drink the soup first, then eat the dumplings. Zhao Jiancheng came in carrying his things and tossed Old Sun a peach. A crisp peach tastes good, a gift from an old comrade. Old Sun caught it, smiling, thanks. Commander Zhao, are you working overtime tonight? Get some rest. Zhao Jiancheng shook his head and hurried towards the canteen. Old Sun took a bite of the peach. His eyes lit up, and he immediately jumped up to chase after Zhao Jiancheng. This peach really tastes good, much better than the ones recently delivered from the fruit warehouse. Chief Zhao, could you give me your contact information? These peaches are pretty good. This was the first time Old Sun had ever asked for a favor. Zhao Jiancheng wrote a note and handed it to him. Seeing Old Sun's frizzy hair, he asked, "What happened to your hair?" Old Sun chuckled, "I just washed it at noon, it'd be fine tomorrow." Having successfully obtained the contact information, Old Sun returned to his chair, ate a dumpling, looked up at Tianmu, and chuckled. Trying to pass off inferior goods as superior ones, daring to compare themselves to the sun on a holiday? Inside the live stream, Song Tianjiao leaned on Eli's shoulder and yawned. She felt something was wrong underground. The air here made her so sleepy and sluggish. Big rushed over, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. "We're going to the East District to find someone." A group of over 30 people followed Big to the surface, making their way through the streets under the cover of night. Song Tianjiao walked at the back, yawning and looking around. She noticed several cameras pointed at them, slowly rotating as they moved. Hurry, hurry, Big said. This road is safe for now. We need to be quick, the patrolling guards are almost here. Song Tianjiao walked to the camera, tilted his head back to look at it, and was about to touch it when Eli pulled him away. We need to hurry. Mr. Big said the guards are almost here. It's dangerous here. Almost here? Weren't they already here? Song Tianjiao turned his head, and saw a shadow suddenly appear on the ground at the intersection not far away. The owner of the shadow probably thought he was well hidden. It's just that the moonlight is too bright tonight. Chapter 241. This is a setup. Song Tianjiao walked at the back, watching these people put on a show. Soon, Eli found her aunt, and some others found family and friends in various places. The East District was the city's wealthy area, with well-off families. After a long discussion, some chose to join Big's group, while others refused. Those who refused believed they could survive, and gave the group some food. Big refused the food, touching the soft hair of the family's twins. God bless you. Whatever choice you make, you will go to heaven. Big put on a compassionate look, his gaze sweeping over everyone. Song Tianjiao realized that it wasn't compassion, but scrutiny. Big said, now we're leaving. Tomorrow we will continue the fight. Let's go! The group turned back. Song Tianjiao remained at the back. Not long ago, Eli's aunt had chosen to leave with Eli, and this time Eli wasn't paying attention to Song Tianjiao, giving Song Tianjiao the opportunity to leave the group. After walking for a while, Song Tianjiao stopped at a corner. She climbed onto a rooftop and lay there silently watching the procession depart. From this vantage point, she could see many people hiding in the shadows. They were all dressed in black, looking exceptionally solemn, as if they were attending a funeral. These people didn't notice Song Tianjiao, or rather, they didn't expect someone to leave the group at this crucial moment. Mr. Biggs's group left. It was more than 30 people larger than when they arrived. About a third of the families they visited that evening had refused to join their group. Song Tianjiao lay on the roof, trying to count how many guards were lurking in the shadows. Soon, she realized she couldn't count them all. She simply couldn't. From the shadows, many people surged out, heading towards the house Big had last visited. Soon, 2 children were carried out. The house burst into flames and burned. The guards fled quickly, like rats that had caught their prey, scurrying away along the walls. Song Tianjiao watched their retreating figures, somewhat shocked. A group of people breaking into someone's house and kidnapping children? Extremely arrogant. At the same time, many houses caught fire. Song Tianjiao walked to the nearest house, picked up a rock, smashed a window, and climbed inside. In the first floor living room, she found 2 people lying in pools of blood. My child, my child. The woman was covered in blood, trying to crawl out, leaving long trails of blood on the white carpet. The woman's wheelchair lay overturned on the floor, and behind it lay a man, a dinner knife protruding from his chest. Blood stained a large area of the carpet. Not long before, the woman, sitting in a wheelchair, smiled and pointed to a plate of cookies. These are mine. Although I'm not very mobile, I used to be a pastry chef. These cookies taste quite good. No one ate the woman's cookies at the time. As they left, Big refused the woman's offer of packed snacks. Big said, God will bless everyone. You will all eventually go to heaven. Rule 1. Eat the ration food unless you find out the truth about it. This rule was too bizarre. Seeing that others weren't eating the cookies, Song Tianjiao didn't eat any either. Perhaps, there was something wrong with these cookies. In the inferno, the plate of cookies remained on the table. Song Tianjiao remembered the woman's disappointed look when no one tasted them. My child, my child. The woman was still trying to crawl out, a kitchen knife embedded in her shoulder. It wasn't a fatal wound, but with each movement, blood gushed out. The man's wound was fatal. The knife was piercing his heart. Song Tianjiao hoisted the woman up, picked up the cookies from the table, and carried her outside. The wooden house burned quickly. This house was located on the edge of the Eastern District, with no adjacent houses in front, behind, or to the sides. No neighbors were injured, and no one came out to check on the situation. As Song Tianjiao stepped out of the yard, the house collapsed with a roar. A fragile house. Song Tianjiao laid the woman on the ground, tore off a piece of her skirt to use as a bandage, and pulled the knife from her shoulder to bandage the wound. My husband. He's done for. God will protect him, he go to heaven. It seemed the people here only bought into that. Song Tianjiao tried to comfort her. Meow meow, what a hellish joke. I'm speechless. Smoke and rain. Song Qiaoanen's words are correct, but something feels off. I feel like Song Qiaoanen's talk of going to heaven isn't a proper way of saying it. Pool in the valley. What's the difference between going to heaven and going to the western paradise? Song Tianju pulled down her skirt lining, packed up the cookies, and muttered, "There's no difference, it's all death." Her voice was very soft, and accompanied by the sounds of burning and exploding houses not far away. The viewers in the live stream didn't hear it. Meanwhile, more houses in the East District were burning, like fireworks in the dark night. Ling Yun, who was shoveling rice into his mouth in District 51, pointed at the screenshot with his chopsticks and said, "Can a lip-reading expert interpret what Song Tianju said?" Wei Bei patted Ling Yun on the shoulder, reassuring her, "Someone's handling these things. Why don't you go rest?" Wei Bei noticed that Ling Yun had become unusually excited since Xiao Yubai disappeared. Like the residents of other areas, those in District 51 had been nominally relocated. Currently, only 5 people in District 51 had their birthplace listed as their registered residence. Ling Yun was one of them. Ling Yun was visibly becoming more and more excited. "No, I've been waiting for this. I even took my annual leave to come back, just to wait for the dungeon to end and for the lucky winners to be drawn. Let's discuss something. Kick the others out. Just leave me." Ling Yun was practically rubbing her hands together in anticipation. She had recently been transferred to City A, and this trip was on annual leave. Every day she wondered why she wasn't among the first batch of lucky winners. Why was she from District 51? If she had been born in another area, she would have had a chance to be among the second batch of lucky winners. Ling Yun was eagerly anticipating the next lucky winner's draw. She was determined to win. Wei Bei sighed. He noticed that since the arrival of the Heavenly Eye, Ling Yun's mental state had become increasingly strange each day. "Boss, you don't know? I always feel like I'm the one who should be entering this hellhole. I dream about it all the time." Wei Bei didn't want to elaborate. According to the backup plan, Ling Yun was indeed one of the candidates for Area 51. "Boss, I feel like even if I die, I want to die inside. This is my destiny." While others faced death, with a serious expression, Ling Yun seemed to want to celebrate by doing a folk dance. Wei Bei flicked Ling Yun's forehead. "Shut up. Eat your food." Looking at the numerous live streams on the screen, Wei Bei felt one flick wasn't enough, so he flicked it again. "Can't you think of something positive? What if you don't have to die?" In one live stream, Song Tianju was carrying a woman, searching for a place to spend the night. The woman was paralyzed from the waist down and unable to walk. Coupled with the severity of her injuries, her child being taken away, her house burning down, and her husband dead, the blows had been immense, leaving her utterly dejected. The woman remained unusually silent. Song Tianju felt she should try to lighten the mood. "You're carrying a small bundle. This contains your cookies. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be your breakfast tomorrow. If something unexpected happens, it will be your breakfast the day after tomorrow. It might be your last meal." Song Tianjia thought she was quite adept at comforting people. Chapter 242. Your leg is broken, your left shoulder is injured, but your right hand is still usable, perfect for carrying things. Everything will be alright. The cookies fell, so you won't have breakfast tomorrow. No breakfast will worsen your wound. Worsening your wound will cause a high fever will kill you, and if you die, you never see your child again. I don't know why these people snatch children, they can't be used as animal feed. So you're alive, because you won't use your child as animal feed. The woman's right hand gripped the light bundle tightly. She remained silent for a long time, and just when Song Tianjia thought she wouldn't speak, she choked out, "The cookies contain butter, flour, milk, sugar, salt, and dried cranberries. You didn't eat any, not a single one. Do you think I can't walk?" Song Tianjia honestly replied, "No. I don't know what others think, I'm just afraid you poison them." Woman, eh? The viewers in the live stream had mixed feelings. Mute speaker, it's out. Song Xiaoanen's exclusive comforting words. No one who's been comforted by Song Xiaoanen can actually laugh. Professor Snape's black bitter tea. I actually find this statement quite logical. Bird flying, logically consistent. Afraid there's something wrong with the cookies, so they don't eat them. They don't have a free hand to hold the cookies, so they coax someone else to hold them. No problem. Absolutely no problem. He said he wanted to be my dog. Song Xiaoanen's mouth is like a knife, so sweet. Professor Snape's black bitter tea. Where can they rest tonight? At a hotel? Seems impossible. At the sewers? The sewers are probably quite warm. ZZ Cheese. I think finding a garage wouldn't be bad. It's dark, and garages are usually empty. Let's get through tonight first. At times like this, other people are hell. Song Tianju walked along a side street, avoiding surveillance cameras. Finally, she found an abandoned community hospital. It was abandoned because the doors and windows were sealed off. The hospital wasn't large, but it had everything it needed, including a morgue. Song Tianjiao pointed to the morgue and said, "Want to sleep there? It's safe." The woman refused. Song Tianjiao had no choice but to find an ambulance, pry open the door, and climb inside. Tearing off the seals was too obvious. Prying open the door was inconspicuous. Once inside, Song Tianjiao snapped her fingers, and the lights in the ambulance came on. The woman's eyes widened, staring at Song Tianjiao in shock. Song Tianjiao pressed one hand on the switch and snapped her fingers with the other. The lights went out and came on again. The woman felt relieved. Song Tianjiao found a first aid kit and retreated the woman's wounds. The woman gritted her teeth, enduring the pain. Song Tianjiao stared at her gaping wound, considering whether stitches were necessary. After treating the wound, she pulled out a large dose of anesthetic. Song Tianjiao felt a little guilty. She hadn't done it on purpose, but she was afraid others would think it was. Would you believe me if I said I didn't notice this before? You probably don't know, but I'm practically illiterate. I can't read much. The language and writing in this instance were clearly unfamiliar to the lucky ones from Yin country, but the death game compensated for this flaw. Whether it was communicating with others or reading the surrounding road signs, the lucky ones could understand. However, it required a little reaction time. It was like a slight delay during the refresh process. Song Tianjiao held the anesthetic, her face full of apology. She was rummaging through things so fast, I really didn't notice. The woman didn't speak, just stared blankly at the roof of the ambulance. Song Tianjiao continued, "Actually, it's not very safe for us here, we're easily discovered. I think the morgue is the safest place. We can lie in a cubicle, it's very safe." Song Tianjiao found something to block the ambulance window, and cover the woman with all the cloth he could find. The woman's complexion was poor, she looked like she wouldn't live much longer. Song Tianjiao poked her face, trying to communicate. "Theoretically, we should go to a hospital. There must be other hospitals nearby, but I don't know if they'd be sealed off like here." The woman grasped Song Tianjiao's fingers and finally spoke. "Want to know why they won't take me? Because I don't have a uterus anymore. My children are twins, and I was so happy to be their mother. At the same time, after an accident, I gave birth prematurely, and I lost my uterus and both legs. They need women, but not women without uteruses. They need children, they need fresh blood. They say it's for humanity. For humanity to survive. They're trying to ensure humanity's survival through breeding." The woman suddenly began to speak. Green eyes stared silently at Song Tianjiao. She had black curly hair, and her green eyes, like the wings of a green beetle, shimmered in the light. The woman's face was very pale, her lips as white as if coated with flour. Song Tianjiao's white dress was already stained red. Bloodstains ran from her shoulders and back down to the hem of her dress. It was all this woman's blood. The shoulder area is difficult to bandage, and even more difficult to stop the bleeding. The blood was all from the road. The woman grasped Song Tianjiao's skirt, staring at the vibrant red stain on the white dress, and said with a smile, "One of my daughters said that when she grew up, she wanted to be a seamstress, to make many beautiful clothes, many red dresses with pretty roses on them. If things continue like this, she will never have the chance to become a seamstress again. Another of my daughters said that she wanted to learn to make small cakes, so that everyone could eat the small cake she made. She will never have that chance either." The woman gazed quietly at Song Tianjiao, her green eyes filled with tranquility, as if she were speaking of something as ordinary as "the weather is nice today. There's one more thing, I'm allergic to the anesthetic you're using." The woman closed her eyes, and the grip on Song Tianjiao's skirt loosened. She never opened her eyes again. The viewers in the live stream watched this scene silently, their mood for laughter gone. No one mentioned continuing the flying ramen thing. Bird flying fortress. The hospital is right next door. She died outside the hospital. Squeaky cheese. The hospital is sealed off. The hospital has everything, but there's no one in the hospital. He said he wanted to be my dog. To this day, no one knows this woman's name. Let's just call her Cookie. Professor Snape's black bitter tea. An allergic reaction to anesthetics. Will she say a word of comfort before she dies? Divine voice. Faith is important. Only by following the rules of the game and acting according to their beliefs can they successfully pass the level. Silent speaker. Shut upstairs. Faith my ass. Faith is killing, arson, and kidnapping children in the middle of the night? Bullshit Faith. Faith is having food when you're hungry, clothes when you're cold, and medicine when you're sick. A new round of flame war erupted in the live stream. Meanwhile, the gods, who had returned home, were watching all of this. On Mount Olympus, Zeus said, There's still no news from Uranus. Has he failed? The god of the sky himself came, he should have succeeded. Chapter 243. The gods drank and danced nearby, a scene of peace and prosperity. A goddess staggered over, questioning Zeus, "Why isn't that fish dead yet? You can't defeat the monkeys, but surely you should kill a fish?" This goddess's attire differed from the surrounding gods. She wore no olive branch crown, nor was she naked. Her hair was disheveled, adorned with a yellow headdress. Her name was Amaterasu. Amaterasu was the sun goddess in the mythology of the kingdom of Rhea, a supreme being. Such a supreme being appeared exceptionally small before Zeus. Hera scrutinized Amaterasu, her eyes filled with envy. Hera envied all beauty, and although Amaterasu was not beautiful in Hera's eyes, this did not diminish her jealousy. Amaterasu shouted, "You promised me you would destroy that fish. That arrogant fish." The sirens, huddled in a fountain, suddenly burst into a shrill song. The sirens were very dissatisfied with Amaterasu. They were also fish, half human, half fish monsters. Amaterasu suffered a splitting headache, clutched her head, and fled in panic. After Amaterasu left, Mount Olympus returned to peace, and the sound of harps echoed once more. Facing the gazes of the gods, the sirens shrank back, spreading their hands and saying, "I'm a fish too, I think it insulted me." On Mount Olympus, the sirens were just minor figures, not even in the highest ranks. The 9 muses danced and sang, while the sirens only dared to hide in the pool, pretending not to exist. The gods of Greek mythology were awakening, and because of Pan, their awakening was progressing much faster than that of the other gods. The meeting in Yen Kingdom 2 days ago could be considered a slap in the face to all the gods. Li Qingyu's speech displeased many gods, who wanted to curb his arrogance. Amaterasu held a grudge. She had been beaten by a monkey before, and a fire still burned within her. Unable to defeat him herself, she sought help from others. Amaterasu didn't even dare attend the meeting, sending her underlings instead. Now, she shudders at the sight of any hairy creature. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. This incident left Amaterasu with lingering effects. Officially, she left Yin Kingdom after the divine meeting, but in reality, she had already made secret contacts. Amaterasu wanted revenge, but dared not act herself, so she could only secretly instigate, listing the numerous misdeeds of the Yen Kingdom's gods. The monkeys of Yen Kingdom were wicked, bullying her without cause. The fish of Yen Kingdom were wicked, attacking all gods indiscriminately. The people of Yen Kingdom were wicked, in short, wicked. The fish in Yen Kingdom seemed weak, and the infighting among the gods there was extremely serious. After the first day's meeting, the fish bullied the monkey, and was subsequently carried away by him. The next day, the fish dared not pull the monkey's tail anymore. It must have been beaten. The gods had an idea. They couldn't figure out Li Qingyu's background and felt that the relationships and factions among the gods of Yen Kingdom were too complicated. After several rounds of deliberation, they chose an unlucky one. No, they chose a lucky one. The newly awakened Uranus was tricked into going to Yen Kingdom. "Uranus, do you know? A fish insulted you." That fish said, "You're a useless piece of trash. We said you were the god of the sky," and that fish gave the sky the middle finger, saying that no matter who came, violating their airspace would be met with a night of blooming flowers from the east wind. Uranus believed it. So Uranus went to the Yen Kingdom, intending to kill Li Qingyu. At this moment, all the gods awaited a result. Uranus was foaming at the mouth, trembling. Uranus felt an unprecedented fear welling up within him. He was the first generation of God King, a tyrannical being in Greek mythology. He had never feared anything. He was the lord of the sky. However, at this moment, Uranus felt his power being suppressed. Electric currents coursed through Uranus's body, the basement lights flickering. Uranus thought of the fawning the gods had shown him not long ago. He had come to deal with Li Qingyu, but now he was trapped, baptized by electric currents. Uranus felt fear. Li Qingyu was working overtime, a workaholic soul, and even a workaholic fish like him. Performance was important, reports needed to be written, 2 versions of the meeting summary needed to be submitted, and the speech to the media needed to be prepared in advance and submitted for approval. The truth has now become impossible to conceal, and the higher-ups are preparing to reveal more facts. Telling the truth requires skill. Fortunately, during Chi Tian's live stream, public opinion and morale remained relatively stable. From the higher-ups' perspective, this is a good sign, a bellwether. Then, they will gradually unveil the true face of the world. Stability is the core objective of the higher-ups. Li Qingyu is a small cog in the national machine, diligently working his part, putting in extra hours. The little monkey doesn't need to work overtime. He lies on a mat, stuffing ice cream into his mouth. The little monkey didn't get a scoop of ice cream, but he got a 2-kilogram tub of vanilla cranberry ice cream. The little monkey gripped the spoon, diligently stuffing ice cream into its mouth. Before long, it had eaten almost half a tub. Li Qingyu touched the little monkey's belly. It was ice cold. Li Qingyu was experienced in dealing with this problem. He pulled out a roll of toilet paper and placed it next to the little monkey. "Good luck, you little monkey with diarrhea." The little monkey's ears twitched, and it wrapped its tail around Li Qingyu's withdrawn finger, grinning broadly. "Do I get overtime pay for working overtime?" "Theoretically, no. You're part of Qi Tian's family, not a permanent employee. Your previous work was part-time, and I don't have the authority to approve such part-time jobs. You need to talk to Secretary Qin. I'm only in charge of the non-human team. My authority is limited." The little monkey scratched its head, then a brilliant idea struck it. "I want to join the non-human team too. I want overtime pay." Li Qingyu could make decisions on this. The non-human team accepted all non-human intelligent beings. He simply pulled a document from a folder and handed it to the little monkey. The little monkey didn't even glance at the document, pulled out a pen from the pen holder, and scrawled 2 characters, 6 ears. The 2 black characters shone with golden light, instantly transforming into a golden monkey that leaped onto the paper. At the same time, the entire document was brand new, without even a crease. Li Qingyu slammed off his chair, staring at the little monkey in disbelief. You. The little monkey puffed out its chest, waiting for praise. Li Qingyu finally remembered, exclaiming, "You're the 6 ears who said the secrets weren't passed down to 6 ears?" The little monkey bared its teeth, jumped directly onto Li Qingyu's head, and swung its paw at him. "Ouch, don't hit my face when you're fishing." The 4 great spiritual monkeys, also known as the 4 mischievous monkeys, are the 6-eared macaque, the spiritual stone monkey, the red-bottomed macaque, and the long-armed ape. Now, they're all gathered. Li Qingyu never expected that this little monkey, who had suddenly appeared in the troupe, would have such a remarkable background. In terms of both origin and ability, he's on par with the Monkey King. No wonder the old general said this monkey followed him to protect him. Wait, something's not right. Chapter 244. Li Qingyu exclaimed, "You're 6-eared macaque. How did you get mixed up with those monkeys on Flower Fruit Mountain? This doesn't make sense." 6-eared macaque twitched his ears and said, "I lied to them, saying I was Qi Tian's clone. They can't tell the difference anyway. They're just a bunch of stupid monkeys." Li Qingyu felt a little itchy to try. He couldn't tell either. If 6-eared macaque hadn't said anything, who would have thought that a 6-eared macaque had infiltrated a group of monkeys on Flower Fruit Mountain? Although a small macaque would stand out among the monkeys on Flower Fruit Mountain, they were all monkeys, and they got along quite well. Who would think so much? 6-eared macaque jumped back onto the table and shook the document. The golden monkey on this document was exactly the same as the monkey Qi Tian had signed before. The naked eye couldn't tell the difference. The only things that distinguished the 2 documents were 2. First, the document 6-eared macaque signed didn't have the water ripple pattern on the background. Second, the document numbers were different. Aside from these, most people really couldn't tell the difference between the 2 monkey signatures. Li Qingyu, rubbing his face, got up from the ground, muttering, "I tell on you when Qi Tian gets back. You're a counterfeit, an imposter. And you even hid me." Lu Er rolled his eyes, baring his teeth. "Fish, you can't tell the difference." "How do you know I'm not Lu Er, and it's not Qi Tian?" Li Qingyu waved his hand, ignoring him. "Don't throw the question of the real and fake Monkey King at him. The documents are signed. He's a monkey from his non-human team. What does it matter if it's real or fake? Why bother distinguishing between them? He'd definitely get those 2 monkeys to fight someday. Definitely." Lu Er slapped Li Qingyu on the head. "I can tell at a glance, you fish, you're up to no good." Li Qingyu crouched on the ground, clutching his head, realizing his position was in jeopardy. Lu Er wasn't as easy to talk to as Qi Tian. Lu Er was a vengeful little monkey. Li Qingyu pulled out a storage box under his desk, took out milk candy, spicy strips, bananas, and yogurt as an offering, then rushed out and bought a carton of dry, choking yogurt. "You're so generous. I know you're a good monkey." Li Qingyu clasped his hands together, watching Lu Er devour his food, his smile widening. Eat. Eat more. You bubbly monkey." Several packs of super spicy strips, a skewer of forbidden green small bananas, a handful of white rabbit candies, and a carton of super dry yogurt. Lu Er accepted everything, unlike Qi Tian, who was picky. Now Qi Tian was obsessed with durian. Even a peach might not be enough to buy a piece of durian from him. Li Qingyu pretended not to see Lu Er craning his neck, struggling to swallow the yogurt. His phone silently connected to the Bluetooth camera, secretly taking a screenshot of the surveillance footage. Hee, got my embarrassing moment. Who's leeching you afraid of? Not even Lou Air, he dare play a prank on the Buddha himself. Half an hour later, Lou Air, clutching at tissue, ran off, his bottom tucked in. Throughout the long night, Lou Air was constantly going in and out of the bathroom carrying a tissue. Leeching you found a rope, threaded it through the toilet paper roll, and carried the little monkey on his back. Lou Air was a little embarrassed, scratching his head and saying, "You're actually pretty nice. See, it even thanked us. A packet of anti-diarrheal medicine? Strawberry flavor." Lou Air nodded, but before he could even speak, he ran off again, clutching his stomach. Leeching you pulled out his first aid kit. This was for himself, since he ordered takeout all the time, and sometimes he get diarrhea. Montmorillonite powder, strawberry flavor. Its main selling point is its blandness and tastelessness. It's all artificial flavoring. I try it on Chitian next time. This monkey, after all, is only human. I wonder if the stone monkey would be affected. Yogurt with banana, even a god would be affected. A tub of ice cream, and you'd be stuck in the toilet all night. Leeching you made a cup of Montmorillonite powder and continued writing his report. As he wrote, Leeching you's face darkened. There are always demons and monsters trying to harm me. Few people know that Leeching you is a vengeful fish. As a fish, his greatest characteristic is stubbornness. Yes, he can't forget. He can't forget grudges either. Regardless of what Uranus's purpose was in intruding into Yin Kingdom this time. Regardless of what's behind Uranus. Anyway, Leeching you activated his all-out attack mode. Those extraterrestrial evil gods are determined to destroy me. Every single one of them. Those who are not of our kind are bound to have different hearts. Leeching you frantically typed on the keyboard, scrapping the already written report outline and starting to work harder. What could have been a 3,000-word report was stretched to 10,000 words by Leeching you. Only Leeching you's office light was on in the entire building. The fish was working, while the monkeys were scurrying about. And a Greek god was getting an electric shock in the basement. The security guard, Old Sun, took a swig of his strong tea and looked up at Tianmu. Hungry, going to get some late-night snacks. Old Sun strolled to the cafeteria, pulled 2 steamed buns from the refrigerator, and tossed them into the microwave. While waiting for the buns to heat up, Old Sun stared at Tianmu, his eyes devoid of emotion, and said, "Evil forces." Lights were on in the dormitory building next to the office building, and the sounds of a group of monkeys playing could be faintly heard. Ding, Old Sun, carrying the piping hot buns in his clothes, jogged back to his designated spot. He devoured the buns in a few bites, and continued watching the live stream. The discarded live stream stand belonging to Bai Nyang Nyang sat nearby, holding a phone that was playing Song Tianjia's live stream. In the live stream, dawn broke. Song Tianjia opened the car door, dragged the lifeless woman out, dismantled the stretcher from the ambulance, and placed the woman on it. Perhaps because the nearby residents knew the hospital was under lockdown, it was quiet, no one passed by. Song Tianjia tore off the seal on the hospital door and pried open the lock. The metal lock was like clay in her hands, easily torn and ripped apart. Old Sun stroked his non-existent beard and nodded repeatedly. Not bad, quite like Midas touch, changing the properties of objects. This is the power of creation. Upon entering the hospital, the wall-mounted camera immediately turned towards Song Tianjia, its screen flashing red dots. Song Tianjia raised her hand and snapped her fingers. A crackling sound emanated from the camera, the insulation on the wires melted from the intense heat, and the air filled with the smell of burning plastic. The camera malfunctioned. At the same time, the person sitting in the monitoring room sat bolt upright. She has strange powers. My God, this must be a power bestowed by God. Take her down. She will be the most outstanding host. Song Tianjia dismantled the entire hospital, packing up the medicines and dragging out the flammable materials. The alarm sounded outside, but she ignored them. Soon, the flammable materials piled up around the woman, and a fire broke out. From the woman's words, Song Tianjia gleaned fragments of the truth about this world. This body might be used as experimental material. Since that's the case, then burn it all, turn it into inorganic matter, let it return to dust, let it grow flowers and grass. Better than being a meaningless experimental subject. The fire, raging in the daytime, wasn't as conspicuous as it was at night. But this time, it alerted many people. Song Tianjia, hiding in a corner, watched the crowd surging into the streets to help put out the fire, and shrugged. Can't see at night, but can see during the day? Intermittent blindness? Chapter 245. Amidst the bustling activity, Song Tianju silently shut down all the hospital's electrical systems, including the backup power. Then he walked into the morgue and lay down in the small cubicle containing the corpses. Livestream viewers, I smashed my phone. Sob. A normal person would never think of using a morgue as a dormitory. Yu Qi Feng, while this is indeed a stroke of genius, isn't it a bit too gruesome? Tianju's loyal fan. Living next to corpses, that's typical of you, Song Qianan, Qingrua. I wonder if there are any neighbors next to each other? Song Tianjia didn't even check. Nightmare goes, Song Qianan, can't you be a human being? Is this a place for a human to stay? The livestream viewers initially thought Song Tianju was joking. After all, a normal person wouldn't think of hiding in a morgue. Ordinary people wouldn't have the guts. But Song Tianju really did it. The Yin Kingdom viewers had mixed feelings. Is this something a human would do? The livestream viewers couldn't accept the more perspective, and many switched to other livestreams. After all, the atmosphere in a morgue with its emergency lights on is rather eerie. In Lu Huaxiang's livestream, the old lady found a job as a kitchen helper in a bishop's household. Lu Huaxiang successfully landed the job thanks to her excellent knife skills. Lu Huaxiang, dressed in orange, was shelling beans in the kitchen, listening to her colleagues gossiping. Her colleagues were also dressed in orange. In this mansion, all the lower-ranking servants wore this color. Lu Huaxiang scoffed at it. This color was too bright, unsuitable for disguise. Who was so brainless to come up with this color scheme? Were they just asking to get shot in the head? Bishop Biggs brought back quite a few people. The Archbishop praised Bishop Biggs's abilities. Perhaps Bishop Biggs will become a candidate for Archbishop. Lu Huaxiang pricked up her ears, her hands working quickly, silently memorizing the key information. Bishop Biggs. Archbishop. Candidate for Archbishop. So the Archbishop is about to kick the bucket? That's why he needs a successor? From their conversation, Lu Huaxiang finally understood who she was serving. The owner of this mansion was Bishop Biggs. Bishop Biggs was very busy, so he was rarely home. The butler rushed over, angrily rebuking the men who had been talking. The bishop will be back in an hour. Quickly prepare the food. If I find you slacking off again, I call the guards. You should all be hanged. The men immediately busied themselves, not daring to say another word. Lu Huaxiang continued shelling her beans. As soon as the butler left, someone patted Lu Huaxiang on the shoulder. According to the rules here, the newcomer has to cook for the host. If you don't cook well, you be kicked out. You cook. Lu Huaxiang suspected these people were trying to trick her. Now, she saw everyone around her as an enemy. After all, none of them looked familiar to her. Lu Huaxiang now saw everyone as an intruder. The stove, pots, and knives were all Western style, completely unlike the kind Lu Huaxiang usually used. The old lady stood in front of the stove, her gaze sweeping over the vegetables beside her as she scratched her head. What a bunch of lousy things, Lu the old lady muttered, placing a frying pan on it and melting a piece of butter. Then she tore off a few banana slices and laid them on the pan. Lu Huaxiang used a fork to flip the sizzling, oily banana slices, almost failing several times, while the old lady rolled her eyes to the heavens. This thing isn't as convenient as chopsticks. So much food, and not a single chopstick? Soon, a plate of buttered banana slices was ready, 30 slices stacked on a large plate. Lu Huaxiang tried hard to recall the plating she'd been dragged to Western restaurants before. She only ever had it once, a long time ago celebrating her adopted son's university entrance exam. That meal completely demoralized the old lady. That little bit of meat, that little bit of vegetables, and they dared to charge her 680. 680 could buy beef or lamb, boil it in a pressure cooker, and eat as much as you want. It could last a week. Lu Huaxiang's impression of Western food could be summed up in 4 words. Huge plates, flashy presentation. The old lady went to the garden and plucked 2 basil leaves, using them as a garnish on the banana slices. After thinking for a moment, she added some black pepper, heated it in the pan over low heat, and then added a pat of butter. Once the butter melted, Lu Huaxiang poured the oil and black pepper from the pan directly into a plate. Done! This dish is called butter donuts. Lu Huaxiang handed the plate to her colleague, and continued sitting on the small stool shelling beans. Her colleague looked bewildered and at a loss, her face gradually showing fear. This is a dish for the bishop. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Lu Huaxiang launched into a series of seemingly nonsensical remarks. How is it inappropriate? When I applied for the job, I said I only knew how to chop vegetables. Butter donuts is my best dish. Just then, the butler arrived again. The bishop is back early. Quickly serve the food. Is this today's menu? Serve first. Butter donuts was thus served on the table. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Woohoo takeoff. A grumpy old lady is frying banana slices online. You can tell from Grandma Lu's attitude that she's very impatient. Chi Ming Shu, alt when Grandma Leiting cooked before. So many people helped her, even 3 garlic peelers, and a dozen or so people chopping vegetables and peeling onions. This is the attitude you get when you ask Grandma to cook? No sincerity at all. I'm so hungry. To be honest, are fried banana slices tasty? Slurp. If heaven hadn't gave birth to little Zhuge, I give you a recipe for a culinary disaster. A little corn oil, 5 Sichuan peppercorns, 2 bananas. Slice the bananas and set aside. Add the peppercorns to a pan with cold oil. Once the peppercorns change color, add the banana slices and fry until golden brown, then flip. I'm so hungry. Upstairs, is this edible? If heaven hadn't gave birth to little Zhuge, I don't know, just came up with this recipe. Try it. Tell me if it's good, otherwise forget it. Lu Huixiang didn't care about any feedback on her signature dish, butter without na-na. She was only focused on shelling beans. Butter without na-na received a scathing review from the bishop. It was awful, extremely awful. Lu Huixiang no longer had to cook. After a day as a kitchen helper, she was demoted to a cleaning maid. The maid's uniform was gray. Lu Huixiang was quite satisfied with this. Cleaning was something Lu Huixiang was good at, but she was too lazy to do it. The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. Lu Huixiang had always been a very proactive member of the Lucky Group, belonging to the elders, always decisive and efficient. If something could be done in 1 minute, the old lady would never wait 5. Not only was she efficient herself, but she was also efficient at assigning tasks. The old lady's commanding and coordinating abilities couldn't have been developed without decades of practical experience. Now, Lu Huixiang was taking 2 hours to do something that should have taken 2 minutes. Lu Huixiang was dawdling online, spending ages cleaning a single window while muttering curses. What kind of garbage is this? They pay me so little, and I have to mop the floor and wash the carpet. Exploitation, blatant exploitation. The viewers in the live stream witnessed firsthand the mental state of the older generation. Chapter 246. Lu Huixiang slacks off at work, but is the fastest at eating. Her main trait is being a loner, only eavesdropping. Like a nobody, she wanders around the mansion, the most inconspicuous of all the servants. Standing on the sidelines, yet deeply involved, she doesn't miss a single piece of intelligence. The live stream viewers exclaimed, Thunder Granny is wearing an invisibility cloak. Pen Go is dead, Thunder Granny, I didn't expect her to be such a master of slacking off. User 899656553, good heavens, really good heavens. If I had that ability, I could be late and leave early. Being upstairs, think positively, this isn't just about being late or leaving early. Not being detected by the enemy means being able to survive on the battlefield. This is the ultimate secret of a sniper. This instance lasts 30 days, the longest so far. The time flow seems a bit abnormal, not even? Chow Yu, was this instance like this before? Where are my top marketing accounts? Where are my highlight clips? Where are my chief content creators? Bring them out quickly. I want to see them first. The angry instance is divided into 3 phases. The entire 51 regions of Blue Star are divided into 3 areas, each with a different instance. Currently known information, Regions 1 to 17, Instance Order, Ribs, Wildfire, Handmade. Regions 18 to 34, Instance Order, Handmade, Ribs, Wildfire. Regions 35 to 51, Instance Order, Wildfire, Handmade, Ribs. The instances in the 3 regions are different, and all 3 instances will be running simultaneously. Now we are in the second phase, and all rules have been compiled so far. Theoretically, the audience should be clear about the conditions for clearing the level. But that's where the problem lies. Almost all the lucky ones from Blue Star, except for those from Yin Kingdom, have been wiped out, leading to a very awkward situation. Ribs didn't have a speedrun. Handmaids only had 2 lucky ones, who cleared the level, and both of them were guards. Current intelligence is insufficient to support the lucky ones from Yin Kingdom in successfully clearing the level. There's no suitable precedent to follow. The only thing that's clear right now is the rules, and no one knows what changes might occur to these rules. After all, rule changes have happened before. Eating 3 bowls in 1 meal. There's no reference point. This situation is like the blind men and the elephant. We can't be too optimistic. But we can't be discouraged either. I'm really not at noon. Truly, hearing your words is like hearing a profound truth. Divine voice. Following faith and devout worship is the way to survive. Faith is very important. A person without faith is just an empty shell, destined for hell after death, with no good end. Only devout believers can pass the tests given by God. Humans are born with original sin and need atonement. Nanzir at Believe in Science. Come out and ban this account. This account is openly proselytizing, which is illegal. Where Wang Wangyo at Believe in Science. Come out and ban this account. At Shinsizian Xia Qingshan, you are a strawberry cake at Believe in Science. Come out and ban this account. At Shinsizian, it's already annoying enough, and now someone is causing trouble. The viewers in the live stream are frantically complaining to Believe in Science. What is God's test? How many teachers does God have? Come out and test them. A staff member, who was slurping instant noodles, saw the rapidly increasing number of red dots and dropped his fork. Just as she was about to open the message, a new group document appeared in the work group. The staff member had to get to work first. She opened the document, copied the data, compared it with the UIDs of accounts she had previously tagged, and filtered out several duplicates. After copying and confirming each UID, she packaged it and sent it to another group. In that other work group, an account with a gray mouse avatar sent an OK emoji. The staff member picked up her plastic fork and continued shoveling instant noodles into her mouth. She opened the live stream information and found that it was all the same content. Divine Voice? She searched for the ID and found that it had already been banned. The ID name looked increasingly familiar. She opened her own document and saw that it was one of the accounts that had just been reported for banning. With instant noodles in her mouth, the persona of a media account operations specialist, behind the scenes a typical office worker, skillfully took screenshots, archived them, and sent them to various platform accounts. Figure 1, live stream at request. Figure 2, account cleared screenshot. Figure 3, banned UID. Trust in Science. Mission accomplished, OK emoji. The first rule of being a corporate slave: leave a record of your work and provide feedback on your achievements. Leave a record constantly, provide feedback every time. Working in isolation is unacceptable. After posting, she took out her phone and used a secondary account to check the content posted on various platforms and the feedback received, making sure the content was sent before putting her phone down. She opened her computer's notes document and recorded her insights from this work. She opened the weekly report and wrote a work record. She deeply understood the demands of the people and ensured rapid processing and response. She deeply practiced the 3-minute principle: a response within 3 minutes and phase feedback within 3 minutes. She responded to the call, adhered to the basic working principle that demons and monsters are paper tigers, and came from the masses and went back to the masses. We must guard against abnormal religious proselytizing and expansion, such as spreading apocalyptic theories, creating a climate of terror and horror, and profiting from the dissemination of feudal superstition in the name of religion. We must also truly understand the psychology of the people and discern the true nature of sects like the flying ramen cult, the steamed bun and fried dough stick cult, and the hot dry noodle cult that are currently trending on the internet. This is a spontaneous performance art form that uses a playful attitude to resist religions based on the idea of original sin. It is a firewall against religious rule forged by public opinion. She finished writing her weekly report in one go. She was very satisfied with her report and sent it directly to her boss. Just as she was about to continue eating her instant noodles, the phone rang. It was the Tianmu group next door. The call connected, and the person on the other end said directly, "Busy? Can you help me?" "Busy. Very busy. Goodbye." The way you hang up the phone must be cool. The staff member took a sip of her cold instant noodle soup and sighed deeply. Why do I only get instant noodles? I heard other departments get late-night snacks. Is it too late for me to write a transfer order? I wonder if the Inhuman team will accept me. Taking advantage of the quiet of the night, with only himself in the office, the employee tugged at his pants, revealing a fluffy red tail. The red tail had a black tip, a fluffy strand that stretched out in the air. This employee wore a name tag around his neck, with the name, Huli. Working Fox, working hard today too. Meanwhile, Li Qingyu looked at the takeout delivery being clamored by the monkey with 6 ears, feeling a bit worried. 6 ears, you ordered takeout using my phone, so why is it grilled fish? Grilled fish is fine, but why 2 portions? Grilled fish won't taste good when it's cold, you know that? Huli hung up on me. She must have thought I wanted to ask her for work. Ugh. 6 ears thought Li Qingyu was just making trouble for no reason. It was clearly this fish talking loudly and panting. What did it have to do with it? The monkey sat on toilet paper, baring its teeth. 1 grilled fish is 168. 2 grilled fish are 248. Chapter 247. Li Qingyu understood. The monkey had realized what was happening. This was retaliation. However, Li Qingyu didn't understand one thing. Why didn't you order 3 fish? Because your account's password-free limit is 250, you idiot. Six Ears finished speaking and ran off again, its rear end tucked between its legs. A large tub of ice cream, a carton of frozen yogurt, a bunch of bananas, plus insanely spicy strips. Six Ears, the monkey, was about to collapse from diarrhea. Even the expired montmorillonite powder Li Qingyu had given it couldn't stop the monkey's diarrhea. Expired montmorillonite powder is still montmorillonite powder. There's no such thing as expired or unexpired guanine clay. Li Qingyu felt he was fine. He looked at the 2 portions of grilled fish inside. If his old classmate wouldn't eat, he would. So, the dozing old son received 1 grilled fish, and Li Qingyu ate 1 himself. The distribution was complete. Six Ears returned from the bathroom, with its tail drooping. Seeing Li Qingyu eating the grilled fish, its eyes widened in surprise. You. Haven't you heard of big fish eating small fish? What's so surprising? Want some? Six Ears remained silent, clutching his stomach as he ran away again. Li Qingyu leaned back in his chair, looking at the monitors on the opposite wall. There were 60 LCD monitors on that wall, each corresponding to a lucky person from Yan Kingdom. After Qi Tian and the others entered Tianmu, 3 more monitors were added to the ground. A total of 63 monitors, 61 of which were currently lit. All the lucky people from Yan Kingdom, regardless of whether they had cleared the mountain fire instance or not, chose to enter the handmade instance. On the other 3 walls, there were a total of 195 monitors, most of which were currently black. These monitors each correspond to a lucky winner from abroad, displaying the situation in their live stream room. Each live stream room has a dedicated person analyzing and constantly monitoring the chat interaction, promptly summarizing and handling accounts with high-risk interactions. For each lucky winner, there are at least 3 people tracking and monitoring them, submitting daily reports. However, this has nothing to do with Li Qingyu. Tracking and feedback are the work of the logistics department. Li Qingyu's job mainly involves the recruitment and coordination of non-human intelligent beings. He is not responsible for anything related to humans, only those related to non-humans. Although he often needs to complete some mandatory tasks assigned by his superiors, as a fish, his main job is not in the public opinion arena. Li Qingyu glanced at the surveillance footage in the basement. Uranus was still dancing due to the electric shock. His gaze swept across the surrounding walls, the scales on his neck reflecting the light, his dead fish eyes revealing no emotion. Six Ears returned, its tail bristling at the sight. Fish, it's just that I spent 250 of your money on fish. Why are you so angry? I worked to pay you back. Six Ears rushed over, jumping onto the table to carefully observe Li Qingyu's expression. Seriously? 250? You're this angry? Li Qingyu pushed Six Ears aside, and walked away with the grilled fish. Six Ears wanted to follow, but his stomach was rumbling, so he could only squeeze into the bathroom. I, old son, will never eat ice cream again. Li Qingyu turned off the basement surveillance, and went to the basement. Once inside, he turned off the power to stop the electric shocks and sat opposite Uranus, eating his grilled fish. Uranus looked at the grilled fish, then at Li Qingyu, momentarily unsure what to do. Wasn't it supposed to be an interrogation? Are we still going to interrogate? Is this a threat? Is it trying to say that a fish that eats its own kind is capable of anything? Fish eat fish, humans eat humans, gods eat gods. It's all normal. Does this fish want to eat itself? Before Uranus came to Yin Kingdom, he heard other gods talk about Li Qingyu. In those gods' words, Li Qingyu was a counterbalance between the bald, terrifying little monk and the terrifying upright ape. Clearly just a fish, while the Greek half-human, half-fish monster hides in the fountain, afraid to show its face. Li Qingyu walks among humans, as if swimming freely in water. Uranus, gazing at the faintly visible scales on Li Qingyu's neck, recalled the words of the Greek gods. His power suppressed, he lowered his noble head. I talk, I tell you everything. Li Qingyu pulled out a recording pen. Go on. They say you're arrogant, that you insulted me, so I came to kill you. Actually, we have no deep-seated hatred, we should communicate peacefully. I heard that you Yen people love peace. Uranus attempted to communicate amicably with Li Qingyu. Li Qingyu lifted his eyelids, scrutinizing Uranus from head to toe. Lord of the Sky. First-generation God King? Came to kill me? Because I insulted you? First of all, I haven't insulted you. At least not before meeting you. I haven't made any statements about you. Secondly, Great Lord of the Sky, Uranus, Do you admit that you came to Yen to kill me, Li Qingyu? Uranus vaguely felt that Li Qingyu's way of speaking was a bit strange, but the content was indeed correct. I admit it. Li Qingyu smiled brightly. Then tell me properly how many people. How many deities are behind you? Li Qingyu pointed to the words on the wall behind him. White wall, black characters. The 8 characters were clearly written. Confess, and you will be treated leniently. Resist, and you will be punished severely. Because it was hastily sprayed on, the little monk's technique was flawed. The paint wasn't completely dry before use. At this moment, these 8 characters, like black blood, were flowing down. Confess, and you will be treated leniently. Resist, and you will be punished severely. You wouldn't want those who framed you to stand by and watch, only to laugh at you in the end, would you? In Uranus's eyes, these 8 characters radiated both a Buddhist aura and an extremely terrifying aura. Before Li Qingyu pointed it out, it hadn't realized it. After Li Qingyu read them aloud, these 8 characters seemed to come alive, exerting immense mental pressure on it. Uranus swallowed hard. Uranus regretted it. Uranus trembled. Uranus felt that it might never leave Yen Kingdom. I tell you everything. The recorder's battery will last about an hour. I hope you can finish your confession within an hour. Li Qingyu's face was grim. This little rascal, when he secretly ordered takeout, he specifically requested extra numbing, extra spicy, and extra Sichuan peppercorns. Who taught him to make such a note? One peppercorn after another. It's so numbing he can barely taste anything. Li Qingyu used a great deal of willpower to avoid drooling, which made his expression somewhat distorted. There were no outsiders here. Li Qingyu no longer maintained his human form. Scales appeared on his face and hands, making him appear inhuman. Uranus silently compared the sirens and Li Qingyu in his mind, trying to determine which fish was stronger. He sensed a powerful resentment emanating from Li Qingyu. This resentment didn't originate from Li Qingyu. It was the resentment of other gods targeting him. This powerful resentment made Uranus tremble. Just how many gods has Li Qingyu offended? Greek gods? No, it's familiar with Greek gods. This isn't the power of Greek gods. Chapter 248. Uranus couldn't understand how Li Qingyu, who had offended so many people, had survived until now. Just how capable was Li Qingyu? Was this fish hiding its strength? At this moment, Lu Er was squatting on the toilet, cursing, dead fish. He didn't even stop me from ordering ice cream. He tricked me into eating those things. All I ordered were 2 grilled fish, and he's already angry. Ah, so angry. Lu Er felt that he should be the angrier one. But it seemed Li Qingyu was the angrier one. Lu Er was indignant. In the security room, old Sun was eating grilled fish, cursing as he ate. That little fish. Doesn't he know how to take care of an old man? How many pounds of chili peppers did he put in? The taste is good, but why is it so spicy? He needs to be taught a lesson. Bai Nyang, who was taking a beauty nap, suddenly opened her eyes, slid off the bed, picked up the tablet on the desk, and logged into Li Qingyu's shopping account. Software. Then he discovered that several pieces of clothing had been returned. Dreams are always the opposite. Li Qingyu actually returned the clothes I bought. I knew you were skimping on my clothing allowance. Tomorrow I'm going to rip off your scales and use them for a manicure. In the secret office, Zhao Jiancheng leaned back in his chair, frantically stuffing coffee candies into his mouth. After discovering that the surveillance signal in the basement, where Uranus was being held, was cut off, he sighed deeply, rubbing his forehead. I knew this kid couldn't hold back. Interrogating someone so late at night, he's crippled them. It'd be difficult to get them treated. Couldn't he have interrogated them during the day tomorrow? I have to find a reason to give this kid a good talking to. In the next unit, Huli received an urgent review list from the Tianmu team. Suspecting that this list, supposedly urgent but not really, was at Li Qingyu's behest, she immediately grimaced with anger. Li Qingyu. All I did was hang up the phone, and he wants me to work all night. Just because he's half a rank higher than me doesn't mean he's so great. I want a transfer. I take leave tomorrow, and go to the Qiantang River to rip up your rocky outhouse. I also go to your house, and hang your pet turtles on the clothesline. The little monk was diligently washing his hands, but the black paint wouldn't come off. Li Qingyu clearly said I didn't need gloves, that water-based paint would wash off easily, so why can't it come off? Li Qingyu tricked me again? Even the usually mild-mannered Chen Jianglu harbored resentment towards Li Qingyu. After venting, the little monk realized his mindset was off and immediately began chanting Buddhist mantras. No, I'm still so angry. With hands this black, how am I supposed to eat sunflower seeds or hold a steamed bun tomorrow? If I hold out my hands, those monkeys will laugh at me. A massive amount of resentment surged towards Li Qingyu. It included everything from humans and gods to Buddhas and demons. Clearly, Uranus hadn't seen much of the world. Uranus trembled, but Li Qingyu, the fish in question, remained oblivious. For Li Qingyu, being gossiped about behind his back by colleagues was nothing. As long as his salary arrived on time, it was all the same. Why are you trembling? Do you have epilepsy? Going to the ER isn't appropriate for you. I find some people to treat you at dawn. Now, you have 50 minutes left, continue. Li Qingyu's face was grim. The grilled fish that Chuangzihu had ordered was absolutely numbing. Block. This restaurant had to be blocked. Such a strange nickname, and they didn't even find it odd, didn't they call to ask? Uranus believed Li Qingyu was Yin Kingdom's secret weapon, an evil deity cultivated by Yin Kingdom. Otherwise, it was truly difficult to explain why Li Qingyu could bear so much resentment. Just how many outrageous things had Li Qingyu done? Uranus completely adopted the approach of the Greek gods, placing Li Qingyu within their context. Uranus failed to realize that different people and gods have different thresholds for anger and resentment. The same resentment, in the hands of the Greek gods, might be a fight to the death. In the hands of the monkey and Huli, it would simply be a serious grudge, like adding a handful of chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns to Li Qingyu's next meal. In the hands of the gatekeeper, Old Sun, it would just be a cursing about a spoiled fish. While Zhao Jiancheng was cursing and swearing, he also had to clean up his subordinates' messes. After all, he was the leader. The little monk Qin Jianlu might rant and rave now, but he'd forget about it the next day. The white snake might pluck a few scales from Li Qingyu for a manicure, and at most scratch him a few times. The resentment was real, but the specific actions taken produced different results. At least here, Li Qingyu's colleagues wouldn't go so far as to chop off a fish's head and make a spicy fish head dish. The same resentment, however, might be viewed differently by the Greek gods. Uranus looked at Li Qingyu, as if he were looking at a dead fish. Uranus thought that perhaps Li Qingyu would die before him. Li Qingyu was completely unaware of Uranus's inner thoughts, still trying not to drool. Aren't peppercorns free? Why put so many peppercorns in? Even if Li Qingyu knew Uranus's thoughts, he would only be speechless. A little friction between colleagues is normal. This is nothing. He, Li Qingyu, dares to feed the boss stinky tofu, dares to feed monkey super sour cranberries and grapes, dares to coil the white snake's tail into a Chinese knot, dares to pluck fox fur to play with, dares to steal fruit from the gatekeeper Old Sun, dares to use a little monk's head to smash cardboard walnuts. So what? Li Qingyu pulled out a pear and took a bite. Keep talking, don't stop. You have 35 minutes left. Uranus realized he couldn't see through this fish. Even the fruit this fish casually picked up wasn't ordinary. Old Sun was happily eating his grilled fish when he turned around and found his fruit plate had been taken away. This fish is unruly, he deserves a beating. Old Sun cursed as he opened a cabinet and grabbed an apple. He ate it while watching the live stream. The live stream was still Song Tianjia's, the perspective was of the morgue, the emergency lights were on, creating a very atmospheric feel, as if a corpse would crawl out the door at any moment. With a bang, the drawer where the corpse was stored was pushed open a crack, and a hand reached out. The viewers in the remaining live stream room screamed in fright. They realized that the open drawer wasn't the one Song Tianju had gone into earlier. This drawer was located below the one Song Tianju had chosen. The owner of the hand struggled to push open the drawer, crawled out, and jumped several times on the floor. It was Song Tianjiao. The viewers in the live stream immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They were terrified. They thought a horror movie was about to begin. Song Tianju rubbed her arms and complained, "It's quite cold, and this thing isn't very good quality." She pulled open the top drawer, and found that there was no gap between the two drawers, shaking her head. Skimming. I was wondering why the drawer was so deep. It turns out a board was missing. The viewers in the live stream, they were really scared. They thought she had come back to life. I took a nap. It should be evening now, right? Without Wang Jiuzhou's alarm clock, it's really inconvenient. I don't even know the exact time. Chapter 249. Song Tianju pulled over a bed used for storing corpses, stood on it, tiptoed, and removed the filter from the ventilation duct. Then, using both hands and feet, she crawled directly into the duct. The narrow duct was completely dark, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. The sound of her crawling echoed in the cramped space. The viewers in the live stream felt like they had wandered into a horror movie set. While the viewers in Song Tianjia's live stream were watching a horror film, Tian's live stream was filled with childlike fun. After dinner, the caregiver in the blue dress began distributing apples to the little girls in light green dresses. They were in the church, with a dried mummy hanging from a cross above their heads. A group of little girls in green dresses sat in a row, learning to recite prayers with the priest. This was their third evening at the church, and their first group activity. The priest stood on the high platform, speaking in an extremely calm voice. The Most High God blesses mankind. Thank God for the sunshine and air. Thank God for the food and water. Thank God for giving us birth. Born with original sin, we need atonement. Only by atoning for our sins can we return to God's embrace. You must bear more children, and you will spread the gospel among mankind. Then you will go to heaven. Tian Tian held an apple, only moving her lips without uttering a sound. The little girl puffed out her cheeks, looking around. The air was filled with the aroma of sweet bread, the smell of freshly baked bread from the cafeteria. The nursery workers and nuns, with gentle smiles, watched the praying children with calm eyes. The priest's gaze swept over all the children, his dark eyes reflecting the red apples. The priest gazed intently. You will all grow up eventually, and you will bear the heavy responsibility of procreation until you atone for your sins. Tian Tian recognized that look in the priest's eyes. Her aunt Tu said it was a look that judged people by their very nature. Being stared at by that look was a death sentence. Tian Tian also recognized the looks of the caretakers and nuns. Some people who had accidentally come into contact with her father would show that look, lost in their own fantasies, as if they had found their anchor. Dad said that some people who came into contact with it would die, because it cannot be looked at directly. Dad said that some people who came into contact with it would become something like a vengeful spirit, because these people are hollow inside, without a self. These people would parasitize God, believing themselves to be God's representatives on earth. They would believe that everything they did was for their faith. In reality, it was just their amplified desires. Uncle Gluttony said that vengeful spirits were hard to eat. It's the most disgusting food in the world, bar none. The vengeful spirits exude a foul, bitter stench. Like stinking foam, eating them would be pointless, and would only leave you hungry. The surrounding girls all held red apples, heads bowed in prayer, peaceful smiles on their faces. Tian Tian bowed her head, forehead against the red apple, a radiant smile playing on her lips. Almighty God, O Supreme One who blesses humanity. Food is the fruit of labor, water is the source of all things in nature, sunlight is the light emitted by stars, oxygen-rich air is the reason for the evolution of carbon-based life. Life is born from life itself. Why thank the gods for their gifts? Why rely on the gods for birth? Why atone for sins? If you didn't give birth to me, why falsely claim divine favor and fame? If you didn't give birth to me, why do you expect me to support you and atone for your sins? Tian Tian raised her head, her gaze calmly fixed on the priest reciting prayers, her clear black and white eyes gradually shrouded in black. The caretaker, seeing Tian Tian raise her head, immediately stepped forward and pressed her head down. Child, you must not look directly at the face of a deity, just as a human must not look directly at the sun. Tian Tian lowered her head. Black mist swirled around her feet, spreading towards the priest until it choked him. The viewers in the live stream saw the black mist act again, and now they knew its identity. Mo saying someone's child needs atonement to their face, deserves it, serves him right. Kenshu, laughing hysterically, it's like the god of light and the god of darkness are fighting each other, and the god of light steals the child of the god of darkness to try and spread his religion. No wonder he got killed. Ghost Pepper, Tian Tian's father worked so hard to raise his child, yet these people say food and water are a gift from God. It's no wonder Tian Tian's father intervenes. Going to work without going crazy, afterwards, you will all go to heaven. Old dang, you go to heaven yourself. Chong Bihan's all account. To be fair, if the extinction of a species is irreversible, wouldn't human intervention be a sinful act of self-gratification? True goodness and beauty. What do you know? God will bless humanity. Everything now is a test from the Supreme God for sinful beings, going to work without going crazy. Believe in science. Missed one. Continue. At true goodness and beauty the priest died. In full view of everyone, his throat was choked by an invisible force, his eyeballs bulged, his tongue drooped at the corner of his mouth, his body remained in a hunched, struggling state. His life froze at that moment. The guards rushed in, trying to handle the situation, but were also choked. The indescribable deity was furious, and decided to exercise its power. Since all beings are born with original sin, then all are equal. You will all go to hell together. The little octopus clung to Tian Tian's wrist, slowly devouring the red apple. The red apple was surrounded by a thin black mist, like a red rose wrapped in black gauze, gradually withering. Tian Tian looked up again, tilting her head to look at the zookeeper. Daddy said that when I die, I won't go to heaven or hell. Daddy said that food is exchanged for a general equivalent, and that general equivalent is earned through labor. Daddy said that God is the parasite of this world. Life will find its own way. God is the parasite. The birth and death of life are like the tides. Everything changes, everything is constantly changing, and everything will eventually perish. The little girl's expression was a perfectly timed smile. So can you perish now? Black mist enveloped every screaming caretaker and nun. The guards had already been reduced to skeletons by its entanglement. The thick black mist filled the church, except for the group of screaming, crying children. All the children were dressed in green. Green signifies new life, signifies hope. They were brought here because the authorities believed they were hope itself. Tian Tian took the hand of a little girl beside her and wiped away her tears. Let's go, I take you to eat the fried chicken I mentioned before. The little octopus scratched its head. Fried chicken shouldn't be eaten in large quantities. It's bad for your health. Tian Tian simply tossed the little octopus into the black mist. Daddy shouldn't talk while working. Lazy said that talking while working is tiring. Little octopus, Chapter 250. The little octopus was very angry. The fact that the child abandoned his father after finding a playmate saddened the little octopus. So, the little octopus took his anger out on the people in the black mist, attacking them fiercely. The little girl whose wrist was being held by Tian Tian cried, "We can't leave the church. The nun said we die if we leave." The 20-odd little girls around him cried even harder. Inside the black mist were the wails of adults. Outside, children cried in terror. They huddled together like wild animals seeking warmth, their clear eyes filled with fear and helplessness. I don't want to die, what? I don't want to die. I don't want to die either, but I really want fried chicken. I want my mom, wah. The commotion was mixed with wah sounds. One might mistake it for boiling water in a kettle. Tian Tian covered her ears, glaring at them angrily, and shouted, "Stop crying." Hiccup. The group of girls were startled. Even the person wailing in the black mist had their mouth and nose covered by tentacles. The world was silent for a moment, then erupted into an even sharper wail. If you cry again, you die right now. Tian Tian put one hand on her hip, clenched her other fist, and tapped the head of the child crying the loudest next to her. Crying is useless. You're not babies anymore. You don't need to express hunger by crying. Crying is the most useless thing. Stop crying. Having spent so much time with Lu Huixiong, Tian Tian had picked up that defiant air about her, which was quite intimidating at first glance. The group of girls looked at each other, covering their mouths, afraid to cry, tears streaming down their faces as they stared at Tian Tian standing in the center of the crowd, their eyes red. Tian Tian took a deep breath and asked, "How did the nun say we die? Starve? Thirst? Or be killed? Who wants you dead?" Grandma Lu said that those who don't let people live are bad things. Those who don't let people eat are also bad things. Everyone hates bad things. A group of little girls shook their heads. One pair of twins spoke at the same time. "We'd be burned alive. Knives will be stuck into our bodies. We saw it when we were kidnapped. They killed Mom, killed Dad, and set our house on fire." Tian Tian asked, "Why would that happen? Did your family do anything bad?" One of the shorter twins said, "Mom offered them cookies, but they didn't eat them. Mom's cookies are the best cookies in the world. We didn't do anything bad." The taller twin said, "The guards' cuffs had patterns that looked very similar to the pattern on the collar of the leader, who didn't eat the cookies. Both had 3 leaves, but different colors. But the leaves are all the same shape, and the stitching is the same." Tian Tian thought for a moment and asked, "Did someone scout your house first, and you didn't cooperate, so they killed your family?" "They wouldn't eat Mom's cookies. I added the milk to the cookies. Dad said it was the most expensive milk he could buy, and it made the cookies really delicious. They were in cahoots. The group that wouldn't eat the cookies wanted us to leave the city with them. They said they were the opposition. But Dad didn't want to go with them. Dad thought it would be too conspicuous and easy to be discovered." The twins, one after the other, pieced together the truth of the matter. Other little girls, sobbing, recounted how they had been separated from their families and raised in the church. "My aunt came to my house with them, and my mother agreed to leave with her. My mother and I went with them. I woke up in the church, and I couldn't find my mother. Wah, my mother is gone." Tian Tian understood. It's a scheme. They impersonate the opposition, tricking people into going with them, and then they go on to trick even more people. It's a pyramid scheme. Tian Tian realized. She was no longer the little girl who needed to lie in the hospital every day. She had seen many kinds of people, and many kinds of malice. Tian Tian was like a sponge, absorbing the behavior and ways of those around her, not hesitant to assume the worst of her enemies. Those who aren't fooled will be dealt with by them. They snatch children, they are human traffickers. Dad says human traffickers deserve to die. A group of young girls, hearing their peers speak with such conviction, nodded vigorously. They didn't quite understand, but it seemed to make a lot of sense. Some of them were afraid of the black fog, others of the dead. A group of little girls huddled together, trembling. Tian Tian pushed through the crowd, striding out aggressively. Don't be afraid. This is my dad. My dad's a master killer. Let's go! I take you to find fried chicken. If these children were any older, they wouldn't have been fooled by Tian Tian. However, the oldest of them was no more than 10 years old, and the youngest no more than 7. At this age, they were just beginning to socialize and learn to cooperate. Suddenly, a peer with leadership qualities appeared in the crowd, and they uncontrollably gravitated towards Tian Tian. Tian Tian's composure completely stunned them. Tian Tian pointed at the black mist and said, "This is my dad." They believed her. "Come on, I take you to get fried chicken." Tian Tian stormed out the door, followed by a long line of little girls in green dresses. A group of girls in green dresses wandering around the church attracted the attention of many people inside. Someone approached and asked, "Where are the nuns? Where are the caregivers? You can't go out alone, that's the rule." Tian Tian looked up at the person and realized it was a bearded old man she had never seen before, dressed in black with gold trim. He was unlike any of the priests, nuns, or caregivers she had seen before. Tian Tian asked, "Who are you?" The bearded man smiled and said, "I am Archbishop Hala." Tian Tian nodded, thoughtfully asking, "So you're the head of the priests?" Hala shook his head. "My children, we are all children of God. We are equal, only our duties are different. It's time for bed now, my children. You need to rest. I think the nuns will prepare some delicious drinks for you, and then you need to get a good night's sleep." Tian Tian knew what Hala was talking about, that reddish drink that smelled like flat Sprite mixed with rust. It looked awful. Tian Tian refused to drink it, but someone would check if she finished, so she secretly poured it into the little octopus's mouth. Dad said not to eat anything given by strangers. So, things from strangers should be left for Dad to eat. After all, Dad won't be poisoned. Tian Tian felt she was a good child. Hala looked at the group of girls with gentle eyes, but his voice brooked no argument. "My children, it's time for bed. Someone, take them back. How could they go out alone without anyone watching over them? It would be terrible if the rebels found them."